Chapter 920. I'm sorry, Will. No. Don't come closer. No. A man screamed in fear as a group of zombies managed to encircle him. With no place to go, the man was helplessly pinned down and bitten by the zombies while he screamed with all of his might. A minute later, the man stood up and joined the ranks of the zombie horde, in search of other people to turn into one of their kind. This scene was happening all over the city, and William couldn't do anything about it. Right now, his priority was to deal with the 2 giant black golems. These behemoths could kill more people than all the zombies combined, so it was a no-brainer for William to prioritize them over the other. Just like he did with the first golem, William sent the next golem flying towards the sea, hitting the other giant golem that was just about to reach the shore. Before the 2 could even recover their footing, another golem smashed against them. However, the half-elf wasn't done with them just yet. Rui Jingu Bang's thickness was now the size of the glory shelter. With a single thrust, William smacked the 3 giant golems and sent them smashing towards the barrier. Although he knew that the golems would just regenerate the damage they received in less than a minute, it was the only thing he could do. William needed to buy himself enough time to deal with the root of all problems, which was the black tower floating in the sky. After sending the pesky golems to the sea, William then smashed Rui Jingu Bang towards the black tower with one full-powered strike that was strong enough to decimate an entire mountain. Unfortunately, his plan didn't work because an invisible barrier stopped his attack in its tracks. William was all too familiar with this phenomenon. He already had his suspicions, but after attacking the black tower, his suspicions were confirmed, which made him sigh internally. Allah, William muttered. I will need to find a way to break it. The red-headed teenager didn't know how the Deadlands ended up between the boundaries of life and death. He didn't know many things, but one thing was for sure. The black tower in front of him was more powerful than the one in the Deadlands. While the half-elf was trying to find a way to break through the black tower's defenses by repeatedly smashing it with his oversized golden staff, the black tower glowed brightly, as if enraged by William's actions. 12 more giant black golems appeared in the city, landing on the more populated areas, but the black tower wasn't finished. Thousands of cloaked figures, the size of normal humans appeared, and they were all holding a death scythe in their hands. They were like the Grim Reaper of Death that William had seen in the Deadlands, albeit smaller. Even so, William didn't dare to underestimate these cloaked figures because he couldn't tell how strong they were. Without waiting for the giant golems to start a one-sided massacre, William plucked up several of his hairs and blew on them. These hairs turned into a dozen clones, which dealt with 1 giant each. The half-elf knew that summoning more clones would just hasten the speed of how long he could keep his heroic avatar active, but there was nothing he could do about it. There was only so much that a single person could do in the face of 12 giants, plus 3 more that were currently making their way towards the land from the sea. While the red-headed teenager was busy fighting against the golems, the cloaked figures descended on the city and started killing people. They were the Grim Reapers that ferried souls to the afterlife. Right now, their purpose was to take as many souls as they could, which would then be taken to the Black Tower to act as its power source. With each slash of their death scythes, people collapsed on the ground and their souls were harvested from their bodies by the cloaked figures that represented death. People collapsed on the ground in droves, making them prime targets for the zombies who chased anything that had a semblance of life in them. Just as Belle, her parents, and her besties were looking for a safe place to hide, a dozen Grim Reapers descended from the sky and flew towards them. Adele screamed as she grabbed hold of Belle in a protective embrace. She was using her body to shield her from harm, while Raymond stood in front of his wife and daughter and took a fighting stance. Although he knew that this act was futile, the only way he would allow these Grim Reapers to get close to his family was over his dead body. When the Grim Reapers were only dozens of meters away from their designated targets, a small wren flew in their direction. Without warning, Aethon's body glowed and transformed into a giant bird with a wingspan of 7 meters. The little wren had transformed into a roc, which was a feared monster in the world of Hestia. An adult roc had a wingspan of 12 meters and preyed on anything that it could carry, including elephants. Aethon bit on one of the Grim Reapers, while its 2 claws grabbed 2 others. It then spun its body around, creating several wind blades that sliced off 4 more Grim Reapers, making them turn into particles of light. In that single exchange, Aethon dealt with 7 cloaked figures on its own, but it was not enough, as the remaining 5 flew towards Belle's group with weapons raised high. Aethon screeched as it tried to turn its body around in order to save Belle and the others. It had made a promise to William that it would protect the black-haired beauty with everything it had, but the enemy was just far too many. The Grim Reapers encircled the entire group because it wanted to eliminate them in one fell swoop. Paula and Hannah screamed, while Adele hid Belle behind her. Raymond, on the other hand, had resolved himself to fight to the death in order to protect his family. "I'm sorry, Will," Belle muttered as the Grim Reapers swung their death scythes towards their bodies without showing any mercy. Chapter 921, A Choice That Makes His Heart Ache. Just as the cloaked figures swung their death scythes to claim the souls of the people that they had targeted, 5 glowing silver arrows pierced through the Grim Reaper's body, turning them into particles of light. Everyone except Raymond had closed their eyes during the moment of life and death, so they didn't see how the Grim Reapers died. Only Raymond managed to compose himself as he glanced in the direction where the arrows came from. At the end of the street, a young lady, who seemed to be in her early teens, walked towards them with a bow in her hand. She was wearing a set of lightweight armor with an intricate design that glowed faintly. Her long, black hair was tied in a ponytail and held up by a purple butterfly hair clip. Although she was still young, her beauty was enough to mesmerize anyone who laid their eyes on her. "Good thing I arrived in time," the young black-haired beauty muttered. Raymond's eyes widened in shock because the young lady walking towards them had an uncanny resemblance to his daughter, who had just opened her eyes to look at the face of their savior. Belle's heart trembled after seeing the girl's face because she knew, with absolute certainty, that she was looking at someone very precious to her. "What is your name?" Belle asked as her lips trembled. She had seen Razel in William's memories, which made her feel envious and jealous. However, when she laid her eyes on the young lady who shared her same features, she understood then and there that one of her wishes had been granted. "Stella," the young lady answered with a smile. "Stella Von Ainsworth." After giving out her name, Stella drew on her bow and 3 silver arrows materialized in her hand. With one swift motion, that neared perfection, the young lady released the string of her bow, and the 3 silver arrows pierced through the heads of 3 more Grim Reapers that had wandered over to their location. After killing her targets, she continued walking towards Belle. Athon on the other hand transformed back to its original form and perched itself on Belle's shoulder. It deemed that Belle was safe, so it no longer felt the need to retain its battle form. When William went to meet Dias and Hebe in that strange world, Athon was transported to the Valley of the Monsters, where it had met the mother of all monsters, Echidna. There, the little wren was given the opportunity to drink some of her blood, which allowed its body to mutate and take on the form of a giant rock. Echidna's blood also made Athon very smart, which allowed it to make quick decisions, just like what it did when Belle and the others were attacked by Grim Reapers. For the little wren, Stella was not a threat because it could sense William's and Belle's bloodline flowing inside her body. Because of this, it didn't make any move to attack the girl and allowed her to come close to them. "Here, wear this," Stella said as she presented a golden bracelet to Belle. "Papa needs all the help he can get." "Papa?" Raymond asked. "Who's your papa?" The corner of Stella's lips curled up into a smile as she pointed at the red-headed teenager who was busy attacking the Black Tower. "I'll be going now," Stella stated before winking at Belle. "Everyone, please take care." As soon as Stella said those words, the sandals she was wearing grew wings. She then jumped to the roof of the nearest building and disappeared from sight, leaving Belle, her parents, and her 2 best friends, looking in the direction where Stella had gone. As William fought against the giants, he noticed glowing orbs of light flying in the direction of the Black Tower. He was very familiar with this scene because this was what happened whenever someone died in the Deadlands. Their souls would be housed inside the tower and stored to be used as a battery to power its operations. After the souls had lost their strength, the tower had 2 options for them. One was to use the souls as a catalyst to turn them into undead, the other one was to send them to the cycle of reincarnation to start their lives all over again. William was stuck in a dilemma. If K-City was indeed the Deadlands, then whatever he was doing right now was pointless. The result had already been determined from the start, and the only thing he could do was to accept that this was inevitable. However, William didn't want to accept it. He wouldn't accept it. Right now, Belle was inside K-City. No matter what happens, he wouldn't allow her to turn into an undead creature, or have her soul be used by the tower then discarded after she was no longer of use. This was something that William would prevent no matter what, even if it meant sacrificing everything to ensure her safety. Suddenly, a giant red portal that spanned for miles appeared in the sky above K-City. William felt that something very ominous was going to happen because the number of monsters that the tower created increased drastically. It was also at that moment when the city trembled, as it once again rose towards the sky. The half-elf's expression became grim when he realized that the city was being sucked up toward the red portal, which would spell bad news for those who were still alive within the city. William, when this city enters that portal, the possibility of any life remaining in the city will cease to exist. Tell me, do you wish to save everyone? Optimus' voice broke William out of his daze as he firmly nodded his head. Very well, you have two choices. The first one is to teleport all the people from the city towards the ground before this place is swallowed up by the red portal. In order to do this, you need to use your Aenarion job class and create perfect clones of yourself. After doing so, you will harness the power of the mirrors and use the laws that you have already absorbed in the Deadlands to teleport everyone out of the city. Since the laws of the Deadlands have already merged with your body, mass teleport will be possible. Unfortunately, if you choose this option, you will be rendered motionless, and will not be able to defend yourself against any attacks. William nodded his head in understanding. Although this move was risky, as long as he endured a little, he would be able to save everyone. How about the second option? William inquired. Same thing, you will need to use your Aenarion job class to break through the Black Tower's defenses. However, I have a bad feeling about this. A bad feeling? Yes, I feel like if we break the Black Tower's defenses, the final boss will make an appearance. Right now, we can't gain any information on our enemies, which puts us at a disadvantage. The red-headed teenager narrowed his eyes as he looked at the red portal above him. The time had come and he knew that no matter what choice he made, he would lose something important to him, and it made his heart ache. Chapter 922, Finally, a worthy opponent. Just as William was thinking on what choice to make, the Black Tower in front of him started to change form. It shrank to a tenth of its size and formed a humanoid appearance. It had long hair, but calling it hair was not appropriate because they were like long slithering snakes that extended up to 3 meters, and they eyed William with contempt. The face was similar to that of a human with a red gem on its forehead, but since it was made from the Black Tower, the body was completely black, like obsidian. The 10-meter-tall creature eyed William with its golden eyes, and its mouth opened to a sneer revealing its fangs. Okay, looks like we go with option 2, William muttered as he gripped Rui Jingu Bang firmly. However, just before he was going to charge at the enemy, a voice that came from the red portal made him freeze in place. Ah, so, you're here, Chloe shouted as she waved her hand at her disciple. Hola, William. William looked at Chloe with a confused expression on his face. Sixth Master, what are you doing here? Obviously I'm looking for you, Chloe replied as she flew towards William. I met these 3 sisters along the way and they said that if I enter their portal, I will find you. Looks like they didn't lie to me, so here I am. The corner of William's lips twitched because of his 6th Master's explanation. Although he understood that Chloe wasn't smart, she wasn't gullible either. For her to believe those 3 sisters required her to take a leap of faith. It just proved that she was dead set on finding him, which made the half-elf feel a little happy inside. Do you know the name of those 3 sisters? William asked. What 3 sisters? Chloe asked back as she tilted her head in confusion. The 3 sisters that opened a portal so you can appear here. What are you talking about? The little familiar scratched her head as if trying to remember something. When she entered the portal, her memory of the 3 sisters was still fresh. However, after half a minute, she had forgotten about them completely, which was the same thing that had happened to William when he appeared on Earth. Never mind, it's not important. William decided to just focus on the problem at hand for the time being. With the appearance of his 6th Master, he had gained a reliable ally. It was at that moment when the suction power of the red portal strengthened. Optimus immediately informed William that if nothing was done, the entire city would be swallowed by the portal in 2 minutes. Because of this, the half-elf decided to take a gamble. 6th Master, can you stall that thing for me? William asked the little fairy who was busy looking at her surroundings. Chloe eyed the 10-meter tall alien-like creature and frowned. Just like William, she couldn't appraise its rank, which made the little fairy smile fearlessly. Finally, a worthy opponent. Chloe raised her small fist. Our battle will be legendary. Okay, I'll handle this thing or whatever it is. You do what you need to do. Understood. William nodded. Good luck, 6th Master. William backed away so he wouldn't be involved in the battle that was about to take place. Truthfully, among the enemies that he had faced, nothing scared him more than his sixth master. The little fairy was practically a cheat-like existence that was able to ignore the laws of the world. If the one who attacked the Black Tower earlier was Chloe, instead of William, there was a higher chance that her attack would break through because of her abilities that defied all logic. Chloe fearlessly smiled as her body was enveloped with a bright light. When the light receded, an adorable girl, who was the same height as Chiffon, floated in the sky. Her short blonde hair with curls in the end fluttered in the breeze, and her blue eyes that were as clear as the sky locked onto her target. For Chloe, fighting against strong opponents was something she looked forward to. She was the only opponent that William recognized who had the ability to instantly kill him with a single punch, if he were to not take her seriously. Suddenly a loud ringing sound reverberated in the surroundings, as the bells of the different churches in K City rang at the same time. It was as if it was a sign that told everyone to endure for as long as they could because help was coming. William hovered in the air with his eyes closed, as his hair slowly turned white. With Chloe fighting the Black Tower, the half-elf could focus on the 9 mirrors that had locked the entire city in a protective barrier. Also, he needed to bend the laws to stop K City from entering the red portal at all costs. The moment the city was engulfed by the portal, it was game over for every living human that was still trapped in the city. Heroes of Valhalla, William said firmly. 13 perfect clones appeared behind William holding the mythical weapons that had once wreaked havoc in the battlefield. Longinus, also known as the Holy Spear of Destiny. Some say that it had the ability to pierce through almost anything. Chryselicados, the bow that was dedicated to the goddess Artemis, the god of hunting. It was said that it could shoot many arrows at once, covering the sun like rain. Guy Bolg, the spear of mortal pain that inflicted suffering to whoever was unlucky enough to be impaled by its deadly tip. Caliburn, a mythical holy sword that was said to be responsible for choosing the one true king that would lead the world to a new era. The Grail sword, a sword used by a famous knight who had served loyally to his king and fought alongside him through the harshest of battlefields. Galatine, every light casts a shadow. If one was light, then this sword represented the darkness. The sword that tried to prevent the downfall of a kingdom, but ultimately failed in the end due to the overwhelming numbers and superiority of the foes it faced. Orondite, a sword that could only be wielded by the strongest knight of an era. Only the best could wield this blade, and anyone who was foolish enough to try would lose their mind in the process. Clarent was a ceremonial sword that matched the power of the legendary weapon that was wielded by one of the true kings of Midgard. Deadly and steady, sometimes it is often called the Kingslayer by many. These weapons were special even among the weapons in William's arsenal. They were the weapons that had accompanied William in almost all of his lifetimes. Sometimes he wielded them, sometimes they were wielded by others. However, one thing was certain, whenever he needed them, they would appear and answer his call. Scatter, William ordered, and his 13 clones flew in different directions. 9 of them went to where the mirrors were located. 1 of them went to where Belle and her group was in order to protect them. 3 went to deal with the giants that were starting to wreak havoc in the city. William, on the other hand, hovered in the air as he activated the laws of the Deadlands that he had managed to collect. His goal was the hardest of them all, which required all of his concentration. While everyone was dealing with the enemies, he channeled his power to connect with every living human in K City so he could teleport them away from it. He was doing plan A, B, and C all at once because the situation was that dire. William didn't know if Chloe could beat the transformed Black Tower. He didn't know if his clones could successfully prevent the city from entering the red portal. And he didn't know if he would be able to save everyone from that gruesome fate that awaited them if his other plans were to fail. However, he didn't have a choice. Right now, the only thing he could do was give it everything he got, and pray to the gods that the woman he loved with all of his heart would be able to leave this death-infested city, alive. Chapter 923, Ride of the Valkyries. The death toll inside K City was steadily rising. As more people died due to the zombies and Grim Reapers, the undead army slowly grew. Now, they numbered in the tens of thousands, and there was simply no way to stop their advance. William had his hands tied dealing with the giant black golems, and trying to prevent the city from getting sucked by the red portal that was getting nearer with each passing second. After taking a deep breath, William closed his eyes as he channeled all of his strength in gathering the still living humans in one part of the city, so that he could mass teleport them all in one go. The red-headed teenager didn't have this ability. Fortunately, the 9 mirrors did. Since he had absorbed their laws in the Deadlands, he was able to manipulate them to a certain extent. His only regret was that he couldn't take over them completely and use them to his advantage. Optimus, let's start, William ordered. Are you sure? There's no turning back if you go with this route. According to my calculations, the most ideal option is to just teleport Belle, her parents, and her best friends away from this place. As long as you do that, the losses you will gain are minimal. William took a deep breath before answering the system who only had his best interest in mind. True, if I just turn a blind eye to everything around me then that is certainly the best option to take, William answered with a calm expression on his face. However, if I choose that option, I will feel guilty my whole life. Somewhere far away, a mother hid her daughter behind her as she brandished a chair towards a zombie in order to protect her. The zombie was blown away by the impact, and the chair was destroyed, but another zombie took its place. Lunging at the woman, it was prepared to bite her neck to end her life. Just as its nefarious teeth was about to sink its fangs on the mother's neck, the mother and daughter pair disappeared from the house and reappeared where Belle's group was. William had teleported both of them at the nick of time, saving them from further harm. Optimus, I'm not trying to be a martyr or anything, William stated as he kept on teleporting those who were currently in danger. However, I can't turn a blind eye when gods play with the lives of mortals. This is something that I cannot allow no matter what. Not back then, not now, not in the future. Beams of light flew towards the southern part of K-City where Belle's group had been relocated. Beads of sweat formed on William's forehead as Optimus helped him lock on the people that were in immediate danger. Tell me, Optimus, am I stupid for doing something unnecessary? William asked. Yes, but I guess that is what it means to be human. Even if you're only half human right now. Since you chose this path then I will help you carry it out till the end. Good, Optimus, remember what I told you before. William opened his eyes as he resolved himself to do what he couldn't do in the past. When the giants of destruction trampled upon Asgard, and destroyed everything he held dear in his life, he was unable to stop them. Even when he gave everything he had, it was still all for naught. That's why, this time, he would not falter. He would not fail. I'm sorry, Belle, William said softly as he pressed his fist over the shining blue gem on his chest. In the name of the All-Father, I command my body to unlock the first seal of my power. The sky darkened as dark clouds covered the sun. William's body glowed in a pale silver light. Warriors are not always the fastest or the strongest of men, William stated as the radiance around him intensified. Warriors are those who choose to stand between their enemy and all that they love or hold sacred. A pair of white wings protruded from behind his back, and a silver armor that the Aenarions wore to battle adorned his body. William chanted as the powers that had been bestowed to him thousands of years ago manifested in full. Southern continent. Wendy raised her head to look at the sky. Her eyes glowed with power, as she held the spear in her hand firmly. Thor, who was always by her side, also raised its head and howled towards the heavens. Its body grew in size as the streaks of lightning on its body glowed brightly. Charmaine and the other elves raised their heads towards the sky. Their hearts trembled as William's voice passed through their minds. It was an unusual sensation, as if they were being bathed in some kind of power that they had never felt before. A few seconds later, all of them gathered. They knew what they had to do, as if they had done it countless times in the past. Their prince had spoken, and they would answer his call. What sort of dream is that, Odin? I dreamed I rose up before dawn, to clear up Valhalla for slain people. I aroused the Einherjar, bade them get up to strew the benches, clean the beer cups, the Valkyries to serve wine, for the arrival of a prince. William smiled as he finished his chant. Right now, he felt the power that he had wielded in a time that had been long forgotten. Although it fell short against the battle against the army of destruction, it was more than enough to accomplish the goal that he had set out to make. Caretakers of those that have fallen, come and wave the flags of battle. Today, we fight, and show the gods our courage. To Odin and Thor we pay our homage. Show them the might of Asgard, William ordered. Sing our songs of victory and make the world remember our names. Ride of the Valkyries. William raised his hand and several portals appeared above him. A powerful hymn echoed across the city as the winged horses carrying the maidens of war appeared in the battlefield. Suddenly a golden portal appeared, and from it came a 3-meter-tall wolf whose body was cloaked in lightning bolts. Seated on its back was none other than William's first wife, Wendy. Her long blonde hair danced in the breeze, making her look like a war goddess that had descended into the mortal realm to wage war against those who were foolish enough to oppose her. In her left hand, she held a banner that fluttered freely, showing its unmatched majesty and glory. It was the banner of the Angorian war sovereign that William had made when they were still in the southern continent. In her right hand, she held a silver spear firmly in her hands. Its blade glowed faintly as if it was looking forward to the battle that was about to be waged. Wendy's blue eyes turned crimson red as she circulated the power in her body. She had many questions to ask her husband, but that would have to wait until he dealt with the small fries that were now flying in their direction. The Valkyries, headed by Charmaine, fell into formation behind Wendy, for the elven beauties knew that the young lady in front of them was not only their master's wife, but their captain as well. "Your orders, my liege." Wendy's gaze landed on William, whose eyes looked back at her with love and affection. "Safeguard the people and annihilate anything that dares to stand in your way," William ordered. "Go and show these fiends no mercy." "As you command," Wendy shouted. "Rally to me." Thor roared as it ran in the sky as if it was running on land. The Valkyries followed behind her as they summoned their bows to strike. "Kill," Wendy ordered. What followed next was the whistling of arrows as they rained down on their enemies. The deadly formation flew across the city and decimated the undead and grim reapers that were in their path. Those who were on the ground were captivated by the grand sight. They all cheered and saluted the warrior maidens who had saved them from their plight. Chapter 924, It's boring to punch a punching bag. The city, which was slowly being sucked toward the red portal in the heavens, stopped midway, as William's clones successfully took control of the mirrors. As the battle between Chloe and the transformed Black Tower intensified, the clones started to slowly, but surefly, make the city descend towards the ground. Although they couldn't use the mirrors to break the barrier, as long as nothing unexpected happened, the city would be safe from the red portal above their heads. "Aya," Chloe shouted as he smashed her fist against the enemy's chest, that she and William decided to call Demos, sending it crashing towards the ground. William's sixth master had a devilish grin on her adorable face as she descended and smashed her fist against the enemy's chest a second time. She was a familiar born to fight. Anything that required punching, smashing, kicking, beating up, breaking, and obliterating fell under her forte. It was not an exaggeration to say that Chloe was born to fight. Her master, Celeste, was the virtue of chastity. The beautiful elf's combat power was close to zero, and she relied on her two powerful familiars to fight for her. Chloe specialized in physical attacks, and Claire in magical attacks. Both of them were the brawn and the brains behind Celeste, and ensured that no one would be able to hurt her under their watch. The Demos broke free from Chloe's bombardment and roared in anger. Its powerful barrier was useless against the violent young lady whose punch could easily shatter it to pieces. The reason why Chloe was a cheat-like existence was her ability to break any law with her physical attacks. Even the strongest barrier would crumble under her relentless assault. "Ha! Stop roaring, you weakling," Chloe shouted. "I'm going to obliterate your blabla and make sure to blabla you good." The only drawback of her rule-breaking power was that she would curse at her target, which William thought was unfair. Not only did the little fairy have the power to smack you, she would even curse you as well. What kind of penalty was that? After receiving several strikes from the battle junkie fairy, several cracks appeared in the Demos' body, which forced it to unleash several laser beams that forced Chloe to evade. The Demos hurriedly backed away and unleashed an ear-piercing scream that made all the people in K-City who heard it feel their souls trembling from their bodies. A few seconds later, all of them collapsed on the ground, and golden orbs of light left their bodies to fly towards the Demos who intended to devour them all. The scream also reached Belle's location, and everyone in their surroundings felt as if their souls were leaving their bodies. It was at that moment when the golden bracelet on Belle's wrist that had been given to her by Stella shone. Immediately, a golden dome appeared around her, enveloping all the people that William had gathered in their location. The effects of the soul-stirring scream disappeared, and although several people collapsed on the ground, their souls didn't leave their bodies. Unfortunately, only a small minority was protected, while the rest of the survivors in K-City fell to the ground with their souls flying towards the Demos in the sky. "Oh no, you don't!" Chloe shouted as she kicked the Demos away and prevented it from devouring any of the souls that it had conjured. However, just like iron filling attracted to a magnet, the souls also flew in the direction of the transformed Black Tower, which frustrated Chloe. "Hey, stop playing dirty, you blabla!" Chloe shouted as she once again kicked the demos farther away. Unfortunately, there were also souls flying towards her enemy from that direction, which the demos happily absorbed. After eating hundreds of souls, the demos' body turned golden. Just as Chloe was about to deliver another punch to it, the demos also unleashed its own punch, meeting the familiar's attack head-on. The result was Chloe smashing towards several skyscrapers like a bullet passing through watermelons. After devouring hundreds of souls, the power of the demos intensified, surpassing Chloe's current strength. "This is bad," Chloe muttered as she propped herself up from the rubble. "Celeste just bought these clothes for me. Now they're going to be ruined." The familiar wiped the blood that streamed down at the side of her lips as a cheeky grin appeared on her face. "That's more like it," Chloe said as she flew towards the demos while laughing like a little witch. "It's boring to punch a punching bag. Now, this is what I call a fight." The two once again clashed, and this time, it was the golden demos that got blown away by Chloe's punch. William's sixth master had a peculiar ability. She grows incredibly strong when she gets injured. This was another reason why the half-elf called the familiar a cheater. She was simply a monster hiding behind an adorable face. Knowing that it was at a disadvantage, the demos was planning to devour more souls when it heard the sound of singing. It was faint at first, but it gradually became stronger. On top of a skyscraper, in the middle of the city, two little girls held each other's hands as they sang together. The souls that were flying towards the demos stopped in midair before slowly turning to fly in the twins' direction. While all of this was happening, William was busy teleporting the collapsed bodies to the south of K City where Belle was located. Although their souls had left their bodies, their physical vessels were very much alive, so the half-elf decided to relocate them first. He had a feeling that once their souls were returned to their bodies, they would once again regain consciousness, or at least, that was what he hoped would happen. Although the half-elf was unsure of the identities of the two girls, he was glad that they were on his side. He simply watched the adorable, pink-haired twins, who reminded him of his wife, Chiffon, sing their hearts out. Their bodies swayed slightly as the souls gathered around them, as if they were spectators watching a performance. A minute later, the twins stopped singing. They glanced at each other and nodded their heads at the same time. Suddenly, both girls opened their mouths wide, and devoured the souls that were floating around them. William almost did a double take when he saw this scene. He was now unsure if the twins were allies, or enemies, because the two of them were devouring the souls of people as if they were just drinking some fruit juice. The Grim Reapers who were tasked to collect souls all flew towards the twin girls because the demos was locked with Chloe in battle. When the two girls saw the scary-looking Grim Reapers heading in their direction, both of them hugged each other and cried out loud in fear. Don't come close to Maple. If you do, Maple will cry. Cinnamon is not tasty. Please don't eat cinnamon." The Grim Reapers didn't give a hoot about what the two girls were saying. The only thing they planned to do was slice them in half, so that all the souls that Maple and Cinnamon had devoured would return to their master, which was being beaten black and blue by the little juggernaut, whose strength was steadily increasing. Chapter 925, The Appearance of the Final Boss. While the two little girls were crying out in fear while hugging each other, the Grim Reapers closed in on them with weapons held high. William was currently immobile, and unable to move from his spot. He had no choice, but to watch helplessly as the two girls were swarmed by Grim Reapers in every direction. It was at that moment when a shower of silver arrows descended from the sky, forming a protective tornado around the pink-haired twins. The tornado destroyed any Grim Reaper who dared to come close to them. Hundreds of Grim Reapers died in that single exchange, while 100 more died after the tornado expanded. The moment that a small opening was created, a golden lasso appeared out of nowhere and wrapped itself around the two little girls, who both screamed in fright. With a powerful tug, Maple and Cinnamon were pulled from the top of the building. Both girls were crying and calling out their mama and papa to come and save them. The twins disappeared from William's view, and no matter how much he scanned the surroundings, he wasn't able to detect their presence. It was as if both girls vanished into thin air. "System, find their location," William ordered. "I've already done a thorough scan on the area where they were taken away from, but nothing is appearing on the radar. They might be using some powerful artifacts to hide their presence from my detection." The half-elf frowned. The appearance of the two little girls were unexpected, as well as the shower of silver arrows. That came out of nowhere. However, the one thing that surprised him the most was the appearance of the golden lasso. It was impossible for William to not identify such a thing because he had seen it used many times in the past. The half-elf didn't need to be a genius to connect the dots, but he still found it hard to explain why they had appeared in this timeline. Wendy had also noticed the exchange from afar, but she had no time to investigate what happened. She and the Valkyries were busy eliminating every undead and grim reapers that they encountered around the southern area of the city where William had transported the survivors. For the most part, the grim reapers didn't pose any threat to them. Thor's lightning bolts, as well as the arrows of the elves, killed all the enemies before they could even come close. The only problem was that their group was only a little more than a dozen and they were fighting against tens of thousands of enemies that were starting to swarm to their location. Now that all the humans were gathered in one location, the enemy forces had also congregated to form an unstoppable army that washed over the city like a tidal wave. Wendy didn't falter as she held William's banner in her hand firmly. "Kyrie eleison," Wendy shouted as a dome of light covered the Valkyries as they faced the tide of enemies head-on. The undead and grim reapers that clashed against the dome of light were instantly annihilated by the holy power that emanated from the banner in Wendy's hand. The elves didn't stand idle while this was happening and unleashed a barrage of arrows at the unending tide that was pouring towards them. William had ordered them to become the first line of defense against the enemy and protect the people behind them, so they didn't budge one step and stood their ground. As the enemies continued their suicide assault, the light of the barrier that Wendy had erected started to dim. The blonde-haired beauty knew that their defensive barrier was reaching its limit and could shatter any time. Even so, she refused to give up. This was the first time that William had personally asked her help, so she had no intention of failing her mission. The elves were of the same mind. Even if their arms were starting to ache, and their fingers bled from pulling the strings over and over again, none of them stopped attacking. They were William's Valkyries, his personal unit that would carry his banner in the battlefield. No matter what happened, they shouldn't fall no matter what. A beam of holy light sliced through the battlefield, instantly turning those it hit into particles of light. William's clone, that had been assigned to protect Belle and the others, extended his help in order to help Wendy and the Valkyries to hold the front lines. Even so, it was not enough as more enemies advanced steadily. Thousands of arrows that glowed eerily cut through the enemy ranks from the west, as another one of William's clones, that were fighting against the giant black golems, lent his aid from the distance. Cut through the firmament, another clone roared, "Raise the world, Arondite!" A black laser beam passed through the enemy's ranks, annihilating everything in its path. After these combined attacks, the numbers of grim readers were drastically reduced as they scattered like wild ducks hearing the sound of gunshots. Judging by the current state of the battlefield, William and his forces were gaining the upper hand. Although they were being overwhelmed with numbers, it was tolerable, and he couldn't foresee any immediate danger to those he was doing his best to protect. However, just as William was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his sixth sense suddenly kicked in and warned him of a danger that was coming from above their heads. Suddenly, a powerful pressure, that was similar to a mountain descending upon his shoulders, erupted from the red portal in the sky. Wendy and the Valkyries were all caught by surprise, and were forced to crash to the ground due to the unbelievable power that seemed to hold the entire world in its grasp. A loud explosion erupted as Chloe crashed into the building right next to William. The golden demos she was fighting suddenly became stronger, and she lost in a contest of strength between the two of them. 3 more figures crashed on the ground at William's feet as 3 of his clones that were fighting against the giant black golems were blown away by their powerful counterattack. William's expression became grim as he stared at the red portal that was hiding a powerful presence within. He knew that the mastermind had finally decided to take the matters in his own hands and interfere with the battle. After spending time with the gods, he was certain that there was a being that far surpassed the power of mortals, observing them from the heavens. As the half-elf and the other defenders tried to resist the pressure that was holding them in place, the city once again started to rise towards the red portal. When the floating city was halfway to its destination, William saw a pair of golden pupils staring at him from the depths of the portal, which made the red-headed teenager's heart shudder. Gritting his teeth, William forced himself to stand up as he gathered all the power in his body. He had long expected that this whole incident wasn't simple. When he saw the Deadlands for the first time, he wondered how such a big city that closely resembled a city belonging to Earth had appeared between the boundaries of life and death. Today, he found the answer to his question, and he didn't like it one bit. The final boss has arrived, and with it, the fate of the entire city had finally taken a turn for the worst. Chapter 926, The time has come to fight together. William's clones who were currently standing beside the 9 mirrors of the Deadlands hurriedly left their stations and returned to his side. They lost control over the mirrors, and no matter what they did, they couldn't stop the city from rising up towards the red portal. Since that was the case, they needed to regroup in order to think of a new solution on how to deal with the problem. The half-elf and his allies all gathered outside of the golden barrier that was made by the golden bracelet that was currently on Belle's wrist. The red-headed teenager didn't know how the black-haired beauty acquired the bracelet in her possession, but he didn't have time to ask that now. With the power of the golden barrier, all the humans that were inside were unharmed by the powerful pressure that was currently descending from the heavens. Wendy and the rest of William's Valkyries had taken a formation with the half-elf at the center. The blonde-haired beauty faced the enemies in front of her, as she firmly held William's banner in her hand. William's clones were at the forefront of the formation, taking defensive positions. The weapons on their hands glowed and created a secondary barrier that protected them, and the people that were sheltered by the golden dome behind them. The half-elf closed his eyes as memories of his little brothers and sisters at the Smiles orphanage disappeared from his memories. Taking a deep breath, he once again opened them as he stared at the golden eyes that were looking down upon them from the center of the red portal. A snort filled with contempt echoed across the city as the golden demos, the giant black golems, the grim reapers, and the undead, all made their way towards the southern part of K-City where all the survivors had been gathered. The giant golems smashed every building that they came across, just because it was blocking their path. The countless grim reapers hovered above the sky like a plague of locusts that was about to devour all life from the world. As for the undead, they were the least of all the threats, but threats nonetheless. They walked shakily towards the south without any sense of urgency. It was as if the end result wouldn't change whether they arrived sooner or not. The demos opened its mouth and gave an eerie chuckle that made the people's hearts skip a beat due to fright. Right now, everyone had only one question in their minds, and that was, how can we leave this place alive? These were the words that Raymond subconsciously muttered as he stared at the helpless situation in front of him. Earlier, he felt that they still had a chance to win against the stacked-up odds that were not in their favor. Unfortunately, that dream shattered the moment a being that far surpassed the realm of mortals intervened in the battle. So annoying. Chloe clicked her tongue as she glared hatefully at the demos that she had been beating up earlier. Even if she had lost an exchange against her enemy, it didn't bother her one bit. Her only concern was that she couldn't afford to leave William's side because the enemies might overpower their defensive formation and involve the innocent people in their battle. Will, is there anything we can do? Chloe asked. William nodded. We can only do the thing we can do, Sixth Master, and that is to fight. You're right, Chloe grinned. Times like this, sitting down to talk is useless. Let's just smack them good and smash them to pieces until they can no longer regenerate. William smiled because he had already expected this reply from his Sixth Master. Right now, he and Optimus were busy making plans for how they would deal with the enemies that were almost at their doorstep. We can no longer stop K-City from being swallowed up by the red portal. This is already a done deal. I'm afraid that aside from the enemies in front of us, we also need to deal with that divine creature. Yes, William agreed. Still, that is one big snake. This is going to be tough. William's vision had passed through the void and saw the owner of the pair of golden eyes that were staring at him. It was a gigantic black serpent that was at least 400 meters tall. The only good news is that its rank is currently at the pseudo-god realm. A step away from being a true god. I'm very sure that it will not let us leave peacefully, so a fight is inevitable. I can't summon Sun Wukong, and my heroic avatar is already used up, William stated. Also, I will need a long time to channel enough magical powers to teleport everyone. Our options of leaving this place are dwindling down. I don't know if our protective barrier, or Belle's golden dome will be enough to safeguard the people when we enter the red portal. Well, it just means that you need all the help you can get. Why don't you summon Elliot and Conan to come here and fight by your side? We still didn't have any data about the familiar fusion. Maybe it can help tilt the tide of battle by a small margin. William had almost forgotten about his two familiars that were currently in Hestia. They were a part of his soul, so he could summon them anytime and anywhere. Okay, sounds like a plan. Do you have other ideas? William asked. Yes, but if you need to wait for the right opportunity to unleash its power. We only have one shot at this, so you will have to put everything on the line to make this work. William listened patiently to the plan that Optimus had formulated. According to its calculation, their chances of winning was 5% at most. Even so, 5% was better than 0, so the half-elf was more than willing to give it a try. "Come forth, Elliot, Conan," William ordered. "The time has come to fight together." 2 lightning bolts descended from the sky. One was white, the other black. They were none other than William's 2 familiars whom he hadn't seen since he had left Hestia Academy to search for the Hall of Thunder in the Forbidden Ground, 7th Sanctum. Chapter 927, Remember My Name, Boy. "My goodness, did you accidentally poke the hornet's nest, Will?" Elliot asked in a teasing tone as he landed on William's right shoulder. "Kekeki, just a bunch of golems, and a giant snake," Conan chuckled as he landed on William's left shoulder. "This is going to be fun." "Ho ho, you say it's fun, but why are your legs shaking?" Are you stupid? This is excitement. This great Conan is looking forward to fighting a great battle." William smiled because the banter of his 2 familiars lightened his mood up by a bit. He had fought with Elliot and Conan when they were clearing the dungeon of Atlantis, but he had never used his familiar fusion skill with both of them. "Elliot, Conan, activate 70% of your powers," William ordered. "We will fight them together." Kekeki. The 2 familiars' bodies floated in the air and grew until they turned into 14-year-old versions of William. They then pressed their hands against William's back as they activated the skill that would merge the 3 of them together. A skill that would give William a taste of the power of a true familyomancer. Familiar fusion. The wings behind William's back changed color as they turned into streaks of white and black lightning. Power surged inside William's body as he gained full access to the powers of his familiars. "So, this is what it's like to merge with you two," William thought. "How is it?" Elliot asked. "Do you feel that you can take on the entire world right now?" Kekeki. "Although we still can't beat that giant snake, defeating its lackeys is not a problem." Conan voiced his assurance. The change on William's body carried over to his clones. All of them also grew a pair of white and black wings made of lightning. Chloe, who was hovering beside William, suddenly had a brilliant idea as she placed her hands behind William's back. "Sixth Master, what are you doing?" William asked. "I plan to merge with you as well," Chloe answered with a smile. "Is that even possible?" "I don't know, but it's worth a try." Just like William, Chloe was also unsure if it would work. Her master was Celeste, and she held a piece of her soul, just like Elliot and Conan held a piece of William's. However, the violent familiar knew that even if she were to fight against the Golden Demos, her power would fall short because there was a pseudo-demigod that was interfering with her battle. Since that was the case, she was more than willing to merge with William so they could fight against the big boss that was looking at them with contempt. Chloe's fists were itching to give the gargantuan black serpent a good beating in order to vent out her frustrations. "Familiar fusion," Chloe shouted. William wasn't expecting anything to happen, but suddenly Chloe's body turned into particles of light and flew towards the gem on his chest. A few seconds later, the half-elf's body was assaulted by an extreme pain that he had never felt before. It was as if someone was forcefully intruding on his body, and trying to squeeze itself in. Similar to a glass filled with water, the moment a foreign object were to be placed inside it, the water would overflow. This was what was happening to William right now, but without the spillover. It was as if his body was forcefully integrating the foreign object inside it, without letting go of anything that belonged to it, causing William extreme pain. William spat a mouthful of blood as the blood vessels bulged inside his body. The half-elf felt as if he was being split apart from within. Seeing his sorry state, Wendy and the elves couldn't help but look at him anxiously. However, the monsters had already arrived in front of them, so they had no choice but to face the enemies in front of them. "Everyone, hold your ground," Wendy ordered. "Valkyries, open fire." The elves once again initiated a volley of attacks which passed through their protective barrier, covering the sky in an arrow shower. They didn't waste their time targeting the giant golems, and merely focused their attacks on the grim reapers that hovered in the sky. The giant black golems opened their mouths and unleashed a breath attack that made the protective barrier tremble. Even so, William's clones, that had been boosted by the power of the familiars, gained Elliot's defensive prowess. They had summoned several elemental shields, creating a third layer of protection against the long-range attacks of their enemies. Meanwhile, while all of this was going on, William struggled to pacify Chloe's power that was starting to merge with his body. In order to protect William's body from being destroyed from within, the power of his Aenarion job class started to burn his memories at a faster rate. All of his memories from when he was a child until he had grown to a teenager flashed before his eyes. William subconsciously tried to hold onto these fleeting memories, but they disappeared before he could even grab hold of them. Suddenly a very dear memory appeared in front of him. A pair of teenagers, wearing pirate costumes, made their way to the festival in the countryside. The two of them visited many stalls and ate many snacks along the way. Then, the images of an unusual stall appeared where a mysterious lady beckoned for them to check what she has to offer. Legend has it that if two people were to exchange and wear these rings, no matter how far away they are from each other, they would eventually be reunited. Just like the legend of the star-crossed lovers. No, William shouted as he used all of his willpower to contain the power that was rampaging inside his body. I won't let you take this memory away from me. William roared in anger as his body shone like a miniature sun. There were things that he could sacrifice, and things that he couldn't. There was no way in hell where he would just stand by and allow something so precious be taken away from him. When the light receded, everyone saw William half kneeling on the ground. The armor that he had worn earlier had disintegrated, leaving him stark naked. The only thing that covered his body was the pair of wings that sprouted on his back. On the back of William's right hand, a tattoo that looked like the Celtic triquetra appeared. White smoke rose up from his body, as the half-elf panted for breath. He felt like dying, but this sensation only lasted for a minute before his body stabilized. Okay, the break's over. Chloe's lively and vengeful voice was heard inside William's sea of consciousness. Let's pulverize that snake and turn it into stew. Let's go. My goodness, let Will catch his breath first, Elliot's carefree voice commented. You sure did something very reckless. We almost kicked the bucket. I really thought that we were a goner, Conan said anxiously. Fortunately, we'll manage to pull through at the last second, or else we're going to take a one-way trip to the cycle of reincarnation. Conan's worried words almost made William chuckle, but he couldn't because even breathing was painful. The sound of explosions could be heard around him, but William paid them no mind. A strand of golden lightning bolt briefly streaked within the depths of his pupils as he slowly stood up from the ground. A suit of armor slowly covered his body once more, as the power of his Aenarion job class stabilized. This time, instead of silver armor, the armor he wore was golden. It was very similar to the one Odin wore in battle 1,000 years ago. William looked at the golden eyes that were staring down on him from within the depths of the red portal. He looked at it steadily without batting an eye as golden lightning streaked across his body. Half a minute later, the entirety of K-City had been sucked up by the red portal. It was at that moment when the survivors finally saw the gargantuan beast that was waiting for them in the void. Who are you? William asked the towering serpent who was looking down on them as if it was looking down on insects. The gargantuan black serpent flicked its forked tongue as if finding William's question quite amusing. Apophis, the black serpent replied, remember my name, boy, for it is the name of the god that will send all of you to the afterlife. Chapter 928, Memories that Burned Brightly. Apophis, William muttered. Do you have any idea who this guy is, Optimus? Yes. He is one of the gods of chaos who is the mortal enemy of the sun gods. He was banished to the void after he was defeated, and lost a big part of his divinity. This might be the reason why his rank had regressed to that of a pseudo-god. William clicked his tongue. He had never had a good relationship with the sun god, Luff. The mere thought of fighting against the sun god's mortal enemy irritated William to no end. Are you sure the plan you told me will work? William asked. Yes. As long as you live long enough to execute it. William nodded his head in understanding. He then glanced at his clones who all gave him a brief nod of understanding. They knew the role that they needed to play, and they would leave the rest to William. Wendy, please, hold the line for as long as you can, William said softly as he and his clones flew outside the protective barrier. Right now, his clones' priority was to fight against the enemies, while Wendy's and the Valkyries' roles would be to protect the people behind them. William felt regretful that Chloe's power didn't carry over to his clones. If that had happened, then the threat of the enemies that they were facing would decrease drastically. Even so, William had no choice but to wrap this battle up quickly. He couldn't afford to fight a protracted battle, because he would lose far too much if that happened. Let's go, William ordered as he and his clones turned into lightning bolts and charged through the enemy lines. The red-headed teenager's target was none other than Apophis. As long as the god of chaos stood, they would always be at a disadvantage. The gigantic serpent didn't see any of the insects as a threat to his existence. His only goal was to collect the power of souls in order to regain the divinity he had lost in the battle against his mortal enemy, the sun god, Ra. This conceited thinking was quite normal to the god whose powers could only be challenged by those of the same rank. He didn't even consider the half-elf who was flying straight at him to be a worthy opponent. William didn't care what the giant serpent was thinking as he shortened the distance between them. Only when he was 100 meters away from his opponent did he activate his skill heroism, which he had gained after gaining the quick-shot shepherd job class. Whenever William was fighting against an opponent who was stronger than him, he and his allies would gain a 50% boost to their overall strength. William's current strength was at the peak of the demigod rank after merging with Chloe. With the help of the skill heroism, his power was further boosted to unprecedented heights. Although he was still far from the pseudo-god realm, he had gained Chloe's cheat-like abilities which would allow him to break the laws of the void, without having his memories taken from him. The power of the elements swirled in William's right hand, making the emblem on the back of his hand shine. He planned to use the strongest attack that he could muster to deal with the gigantic snake that towered above him. Impudent insect, Apophis flicked its massive tail to swat the annoying fly that dared to challenge its divinity. The speed of the attack was simply too fast, making it impossible to evade. The only thing that William could do was to meet the attack with an attack of his own. World-End Tempest. William roared as he smashed his strongest attack at the tail that reminded him of what it was like to be on the opposing end of an enlarged Rui Jingu Bang. The tail was simply massive. Even the half-elf felt like what he was doing was futile, but he still went ahead and met the attack head-on. A powerful explosion took place as William's strongest attack collided with Apophis' tail. However, the clash only lasted for a mere second before the half-elf was sent crashing towards the ground, destroying several buildings along the way. The last building that he had crashed into even fell on top of the half-elf, crushing him under its weight. Wendy and Belle, who was paying close attention to William, felt their hearts tighten inside their chest as they witnessed their beloved being crushed by a building. He was their only hope, and seeing how the giant serpent had sent him flying with a casual flick of his tail, made them very anxious. If he, the strongest of them all, couldn't beat Apophis, then the only fate that waited for them was death. Just as the two were thinking about William's safety, a loud explosion occurred as William freed himself from the collapsed building that had fallen over him. Shit, that hurt, William cursed internally. Chloe's power had now taken effect after he had received damage from the black serpent's attack. His strength was now multiplied by 5, but that was not the half-elf's current concern. Although he had a grim expression on his face, he and Optimus finally saw the possibility of their plan succeeding. Remember, Will, we only have one shot. Make it count. Understood. William gritted his teeth as he flew towards Apophis, who no longer cared about him. It was more interested in the people that were shielded by the golden dome of light, so it slowly made its way towards them. The god of chaos loved suffering, so he wanted the people to feel despair in their last moments as he devoured their very lives from their bodies. Wendy and the Valkyries tensed when they saw through the black serpent's intention. However, even if they knew that Apophis was planning to do, what could they do about it? It was at this moment when William descended from the sky, making a beeline towards the giant serpent's head, while chanting words that came from a world that had now ceased to exist. When the heavens above did not exist, and earth beneath had not come into being, there was Apsu, the first in order, their begetter, and Demiurge Tiamat, who gave birth to them all. A stone tablet flew out of the gem on William's chest, followed by another, until 7 tablets hovered around him, forming a circle. Celestial God, ruler of the skies that has long been forgotten, may you hear my desperate prayer, William chanted. Grant me your strength, so I may slay the enemies that bring chaos upon the world. Support me with your heavenly blessing, and grant me your sacred favor. The tablets shone brightly, imitating the rays of the sun with William at its center. Marduk, let your eternal light pierce through the darkness, and burn my foes in glorious flames. William roared, obliterate all who stand before me. Enuma Elish, the 7 tablets of creation that came from a world that had ceased to exist, enveloped William's entire being in a radiant light, forming a miniature sun. Apophis, who had sensed the dangerous attack coming from behind him, tried to evade it, but it was already too late. He had grown complacent that William couldn't do anything to him, so the god of chaos ignored the half-elf completely. A loud pain-filled shriek erupted from his jaws as the miniature sun smashed against his head with a vengeance. Right now, he was only at the realm of a pseudo-god, and the attack that William used was an attack that contained the true divinities of the gods that had left their wills on the 7 tablets of creation. A blinding light covered the entirety of the Deadlands, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The Grim Reapers, and the undead, all burst into flames as the light shone upon their bodies. The bodies of the golden demos as well as the giant black golems started to crack as the cores in their bodies were burned to ashes. None of them saw the image of the god whose sword had pierced through Apophis' head, pinning him on the ground. Apophis' screams echoed across the void as he regretted his decision to turn his back on the half-elf, whose memories of his past life burned alongside the radiant rays that chased away the seeds of darkness, which had planted themselves inside everyone's hearts. Chapter 929, I Will Wait for You in My Home Turf. When Belle opened her eyes, she found herself staring at a giant crater that was slowly filling up with seawater. The wind brushed past her, ruffling the hair on her head. It was then when she realized that she was no longer in the city where a great battle was being waged. She had returned to Earth, along with the other survivors, who were now gazing at the same scene as her. Gazing at the giant crater where K-City used to exist. The golden dome that was protecting all of them had long disappeared. Everyone was still in a daze, but it didn't take long for all of them to comprehend that they had somehow survived the hellish nightmare they were in, and would live to tell the tale to others. Belle looked around to find the red-headed teenager, but he was nowhere to be found. That was the moment when she raised her head to look up at the sky. A red portal hovered in the sky, as red lightning bolts snaked across its borders. The black-haired beauty felt an ache in her heart as she saw flashes of light appearing from within the red portal's black depths. Sounds of explosions, similar to the rumbling of thunder, spread throughout her surroundings. Clearly, the battle was far from over. They were merely teleported out of the city and returned to Earth, so that they wouldn't be hit with the crossfire that far surpassed their realm of understanding. Some distance away from the crowd, 2 pink-haired girls opened their adorable mouths and blew bubbles out of them. Although they looked like bubbles, they were actually the souls of the people that they had devoured earlier. These souls returned to their rightful bodies, and would regain consciousness not long after. After all the souls were released, the pink-haired little girl named Cinnamon burped, while her twin sister, Maple, patted her back to make her feel better. Standing beside them were their 2 older sisters, who were staring at the red portal in the sky. They had also been teleported out of the city in the aftermath of William's attack that forced everyone, except himself and his clones, to return back to Earth through the red portal. Big sister, Maple wants a hug, Maple said with her arms spread wide. Her older sister who had long, red hair picked her up and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Me, too, big sister, Cinnamon wants a hug as well. Cinnamon latched onto her other big sister, who had long, black hair. The black-haired beauty picked up her litter sister and gave her a kiss as well. After doing so, all of them stared at the red portal where flashes of light could be seen here and there. As warriors, they knew that it was the sign of intense fighting that could only be witnessed in the void. In the end, you chose to fight alone, Wendy sighed as she gazed at the red portal in the heavens. She knew that William had teleported her away because he cared about her, but her heart still ached at the thought that her first love was risking his life in battle, while she remained safe from harm. While she was deep in thought, Charmaine and the elves walked up to her and gave her a respectful bow. Lady Wendy, what should we do now? Charmaine asked. Should we head back to the portal and assist Sir William? Wendy reluctantly shook her head. She understood that even if they returned to the city to help William, their presence would only serve more of a hindrance than help. Just as Wendy was about to return her gaze to the sky, she noticed someone approaching her from the corner of her vision. William's first wife turned her head to her left side and stared at the black-haired beauty, who was staring back at her with a determined gaze. Your name is Wendy, correct? Belle asked. Will told me many things about you. Wendy nodded. You must be Belle. Will has also told me many things about you. Both ladies appraised each other, and Charmaine felt a subtle pressure coming from both of them. No sparks flew from their eyes, nor words of challenge were spoken. Belle and Wendy simply stared at each other, and tried to learn more about their beloved's first wife, true love. Thank you for loving Will, Belle said. Because you were by his side, he was able to love again. Wendy just smiled and nodded her head in acknowledgement. Thank you for continuing to love him as well. I want to ask you many questions, but unfortunately, my time is up. Wendy's and Thor's body was slowly turning into particles of light. She and Thor were forcefully taken by William from Hestia, and the time that she could remain in another world was limited. "Don't have any regrets," Wendy said as she stared at the black-haired beauty in front of her. "Time waits for no one. He no longer belongs to this world. Sooner or later, he will return to our world. I pray that before that happens, you will be able to finally let go of him. Don't worry, I promise to take care of him in your place." Wendy gave Belle a sweet smile that irritated the black-haired beauty. Although William's first wife hadn't explicitly said anything, she had hinted that Belle could just stay on Earth, and leave William in the care of his wives back in Hestia. "The next time we meet, we will have a long discussion about this," Belle replied with a determined gaze. "I love William, and I will find a way for the two of us to be together." "You do that," Wendy replied in a teasing tone. She then waved her hand to bid goodbye with a smug expression on her face. "I'll wait for you on my home turf." After saying her final farewell, Wendy returned to Hestia. Belle sighed internally after the blonde-haired beauty disappeared. Although she didn't want to admit it, Wendy had locked onto Thayer with an incredible pressure. The captain of the Valkyries looked so confident, and so at ease, knowing that she was William's first wife, and nothing could shake her position in his heart. Because of this, Belle finally decided on one thing. As long as William returned safely to her side, regardless of what her parents think, she would definitely do everything in her power to not have any regrets. "Will," Belle said softly. "Win and come back to me." Chapter 930, The One Who Would Have the Last Laugh. After William unleashed the might of the 7 tablets of creation, Apophis received a fatal injury that would have killed any demigod. Unfortunately, he was a former god, so he had survived William's attack. Even so, his strength had decreased greatly in an effort to prevent his injuries from worsening. "Damn you," Apophis roared as he unleashed a breath attack at the half-elf, who was also suffering from serious injuries. The half-elf raised his hand and the 7 tablets of creation formed a circle in front of him, creating a barrier to block the pseudo-god's attack. Even though the barrier had successfully prevented the breath attack from reaching William, it was not able to stop the force behind it. A muffled groan escaped William's lips as he endured the attack that made him skid across the ruined streets for hundreds of meters, until the breath attack ended. The cut on his right cheek was bleeding, as well as the other injuries he received during his exchange with Apophis, but he didn't have time to heal them. The enraged black serpent's head had a hole in it, with blood spilling out like a river. If he wasn't a former god, he would have been dead by now. "Optimus, how long?" 15 more minutes. "I might be dead by then." "Then don't die." Problem solved. William sighed internally as he moved his battered body using his willpower. "How dare you?" Apophis roared in anger as his body slowly shrank. "How dare you challenge the might of a god?" The half-elf raised his middle finger at the god of chaos, who had now shrank to a 3-meter-tall humanoid snake. This was the form of a naga that William had encountered in the dungeon of Atlantis when he was challenging the lower floors of the dungeon. He wanted to tell the angry Apophis that this wasn't his first time fighting against a god. However, he chose not to say anything because even breathing posed a great challenge to him right now. Using an attack that belonged to a god of creation is something that should be used as a last resort, William thought. It's like firing 1,000 railguns at once. My body and stamina will not be able to use it a second time. Stormcaller fired several lightning bolts at the naga, in order to give William some breathing time. Unfortunately, all it did was make the injured Apophis more angry, which made him attack William with unrestrained fury. "Take 3 steps to the right," Elliot said, "and execute a roundhouse kick right after." Conan commented. Both of William's familiars were helping him from his sea of consciousness. Right now, Elliot was using his power of clairvoyance to see a few seconds in the future, while Conan calculated the most effective attack that would deal significant damage to their enemy. The half-elf followed the advice of his familiars and executed a roundhouse kick after taking 3 steps to his right side. The kick landed on the naga's chest, sending him crashing towards a building in the distance. Due to the heaviness of William's injuries, Chloe's ability had multiplied his strength to its limits. Because Apophis received an almost lethal injury, he was forced to use its divinity in order to prevent it from worsening. Because of this, William's attack was now capable of dealing significant damage to his enemy. However, he knew that even if he punched and kicked Apophis for an entire day, he would still lose in the end. The only thing that could kill the pseudo-god was an attack infused by a powerful divinity. How many minutes? 12 more minutes. William's legs were already shaking in an effort to support his body. After a brief struggle, he went down on one knee as breathed heavily, ignoring the stinging pain in his chest. The building where Apophis crashed suddenly exploded as the angry Naga rose up towards the sky. "I've had enough of you. Time to die." Just as the god of chaos was about to unleash an attack that would destroy a quarter of the city, he felt a disturbance at the western outskirts of K-City. Narrowing its eyes, its vision zoomed in on an underground subway where William's 13 clones were hiding. They were busy channeling powerful flames into a spear that floated at the center of their formation. The spear was none other than Soleil. Because of the absence of the sun, it couldn't unleash its strongest attack, which was one of Apophis' weaknesses. Soleil was a spear that belonged to the sun god, Luff. Since William was no longer able to unleash the power of Enuma Elish to call upon the will of Marduk, his only hope was to charge Soleil manually, and let it deal the killing blow on the pseudo-god, while he was still in a weakened state. Apophis was very sensitive to the power of the sun, so the moment he discovered the power of Soleil, it immediately changed its strategy and decided to deal with the greatest threat first. Warning: Apophis has discovered where the clones are hiding. William raised his head just in time to see the Naga aiming its powerful attack at the western part of the city. "Where are you looking at? Face me," William shouted as he pointed his finger at his adversary. Dual X. Just as Apophis was about to unleash its concentrated breath attack, its body unconsciously moved, which forced it to face William's direction. A powerful blast erupted from its mouth and headed straight towards the half-elf, who unleashed all of his defensive spells to protect himself from harm. Conan unleashed several elemental shields, and physical shields in front of William, while the 7 tablets of creation formed a barrier around him. Elliot unleashed a concentrated lightning bolt to face the breath attack head-on, but it only lasted for a second before it was swallowed up by Apophis' hate-filled assault. A blinding explosion erupted in William's location, which created a mushroom cloud in the sky. When the smoke receded, the half-elf laid at the center of a mile-long crater, with blood seeping out of his lips, nose, ears. The tablets of creation lay scattered on the ground beside him. Having used up all of their powers to defend William, they all flew towards the gem on William's chest in order to recharge their divinity. The half-elf gagged as more blood rose from his throat. He was unable to hold it back, because he no longer had the strength to do so. Because of this, more blood seeped out of the corner of his lips, as he stared at the dark sky above him. Several of his bones were broken, and the wounds on the different parts of his body bled freely. Right now, William was already feeling lightheaded due to the loss of blood. However, he knew that the moment he closed his eyes, he would not be able to open them again. Apophis snorted after seeing the aftermath of its attack. However, it would need a few more minutes before it could fire another attack that was as strong as the one that it had unleashed. The god of chaos wasn't faring well either. After using its breath attack, it wouldn't be able to attack William's clones due to its injured state. The pseudo-god eyed Soleil critically and deemed that it would be able to recover its strength before the spear could reach the point where it could threaten his existence. Right now, it was the only weapon that posed a threat to the god of chaos, so it took its observation seriously. This hateful insect, Apophis cursed internally as it shifted its gaze back to William. To think that a bug is able to make me suffer such a setback. I will make sure to torture his soul later. The Naga steadied its breathing as it slowly gathered the magical energy present in the void. As someone that had been banished by the gods and forced to wander this endless world, Apophis had learned a few tricks during his exile. A brief stalemate descended on the battlefield as both sides tried to buy some time to unleash their strongest attacks. All of them knew that their next clash would decide the victor and the loser, and the god of chaos vowed that he would be the one who had the last laugh. Chapter 931, Precious Things He Held Dear in His Heart. William breathed painfully as he tried to move his body, but it was to no avail. No matter what he did, he could not gather any strength to even move his finger. He was like an oil lamp that had burned all of its fuel reserves, and could no longer produce light. Optimus. 8 minutes. William's clones couldn't move from their position because the moment he chose to manually charge Soleil, all of them could no longer move from their position. If someone broke out of the formation, the other clones would receive a backlash and ruin everything that they had worked up until now. Just as William was thinking of how to deal with the current situation, 2 adorable faces appeared in his line of sight. William blinked as he looked up at the 2 pink-haired girls that were looking down on him while munching on gummy bears. For a brief moment, the half-elf thought that he had unknowingly kicked the bucket, and arrived at heaven. There was simply no way for the two angelic little girls to appear in this damnable place, just to eat gummy bears in a carefree manner. Would you like some? One of the girls asked. Never mind. Maple is a good girl, so I will give you one even if you don't ask. Maple forcefully placed a red gummy bear inside William's blood-stained lips as if it was not a big deal. She was not aware that William couldn't chew because he no longer had the strength to do so. See, Cinnamon is also a good girl, Cinnamon stuttered as she hurriedly took out a gummy bear from her small pouch and forced William as well. What's wrong? You don't like it? Maple asked as she tilted her head. Maybe he wants more. Cinnamon offered an answer. Then let's give him more. The two pink-haired girls almost dumped all of their gummy bears on William's mouth, which made the latter want to cry a river of tears. As more gummy bears entered his mouth, the half-elf was one step closer to dying from suffocation. I managed to survive a breath attack from a pseudo-god, but I will meet my untimely death due to gummy bears, William grieved internally. Girls, both of you look like angels, but are you devils in disguise? Just who did you get this trait from? Maple stopped giving William the gummy bears because she noticed that the half-elf's complexion was turning pale. Cinnamon also noticed this change as she looked worriedly at the red-headed teenager, whose cheeks were bloated like a croaking bullfrog. Are you having trouble breathing? Maple asked as she turned towards her twin sister. When people stop breathing, do they die? Cinnamon nodded. Dead people don't need to breathe because they are already dead. The two girls glanced down at William and resumed eating the remaining gummy bears on their pouches. Both of them were very carefree that they even traded gummy bear flavors, while looking at William's suffering. Just as William was about to really die from suffocation, the words of the two girls flashed across his hazy mind. Dead people don't need to breathe because they are already dead, William thought as a realization came to his mind. Using the last bit of control in his mind, he ordered Optimus to switch his job class to Vampire Progenitor. Immediately, the feeling of suffocation disappeared, and William felt a form of energy gathering towards his body. Due to the battle against Apophis, he had forgotten many things, and he was unable to think properly because of the hazy feeling in his head. Right now, they were in the void. NK City had started to gather the power of the dead. With the laws that had merged with his body, William recovered his strength at an alarming rate. After regaining the control of his body, the first thing he did was to eat the damnable gummy bears inside his mouth, which made the two angelic little devils clap their hands in amusement. William propped himself up in a seating position as all the broken bones and wounds all over his body regenerated completely. Thank you, William said as he patted the two girls on the head. The twin girls giggled before running away from him, but before they disappeared completely they waved their hands and reminded him of what he needed to do. Beat the bad guy, Maple shouted as she raised her small fist to the air. Beat the bad guy, Cinnamon imitated her twin sister as she too raised her small fist to the air. After saying what they needed to say, they ran away holding each other's hand, and disappeared from William's sights not long after. Apophis, who saw everything from start to finish, couldn't believe his eyes. It didn't know where the two pink-haired girls came from, but since he was unable to move from his location, he decided to ignore them. He was paying close attention to William and knew that the half-elf was on the verge of dying. The pseudo-god even laughed internally when he saw the two girls attempt to kill the red-headed teenager through suffocation. When William's vital signs completely disappeared, he felt regretful that he wasn't the one that dealt the finishing blow to the half-elf. However, when his enemy, whom he thought was already dead, suddenly stood up, Apophis felt that something had gone terribly wrong. William didn't say anything and simply stomped his foot to instantly appear in front of the pseudo-god, who had almost recovered a bit of his strength. The half-elf's fist smashed into the center of the Naga's face, which sent the humanoid snake flying. He didn't pause his attack and followed up with a continuous barrage of punches and kicks, which made Apophis feel a world of pain. You insect, how dare you! Apophis had enough and exchanged blows with William, who accepted it without backing down. This time, powerful shockwaves descended across the entire city as they pummeled each other to oblivion. It's time for you gods to stop looking down on mortals, William shouted as he gave the Naga an uppercut which sent the wounded pseudo-god flying towards the sky. You will never win against a god, Apophis roared as he tried to regain it, forcefully righted itself midair. Not now, not ever. The god of chaos gathered his divinity on his fist and met William head-on. Their fists smashed against each other, which sent the Half-elf crashing towards the ground. After I kill you, I will also kill that black-haired lady with the golden bracelet. Apophis declared, if not for the two of you, my plans would have succeeded. I will torture both of your souls and hear your screams till the end of time. I will make you regret going against me. The Naga unleashed a dragon breath made up of black flames in order to end William's life once and for all. Since this was the void, he could easily capture the souls of anyone who died and prevent them from entering the cycle of reincarnation. Apophis' plan was foolproof, except for one thing. It shouldn't have mentioned that it would hurt Belle because she was William's reverse scale. Another powerful explosion shook the entire city as the pseudo-god looked at his enemy. Both of William's arms had been vaporized when he used them to block the attack, which made Apophis very happy. However, when the two arms instantly regenerated, the smile on its face instantly disappeared. The half-elf flew towards the sky and hovered 100 meters away from Apophis. Killing intent oozed out of his eyes as he gazed at the god who threatened his beloved. Time's up. It's time for you to die, William declared as he raised his right hand. A blazing trail of fire appeared in the western part of the city, which headed in William's direction. When Apophis saw this, his survival instincts kicked in as he decided to flee into the void as much as possible. Due to his scuffle with the half-elf, he had completely forgotten about the spear of the sun god that was being charged to deal with him. Too late, William sneered. Do you think you can threaten my loved ones and get away with it? Duel X. Apophis, who had almost flown outside the border of the Deadlands, felt a very powerful tug that stopped his escape. Damn you, mortal, Apophis hatefully bellowed as he transformed into his original form. Only by using his true body would he stand a chance against the attack that could potentially end his existence. William held the blazing spear in his hand as he pulled back his arm. He stared fearlessly at the gigantic black serpent that had opened his jaws to devour him whole. Bloom in the battlefield, William roared as the Triquetra tattoo on the back of his right hand shone brightly. The flames surrounding the spear spread like wildfire as a projection of the sun god Luff appeared behind William, which meant that the half-elf had successfully activated the divinity that had been lying dormant within the spear for hundreds of years. Soleil flew towards the giant snake like an arrow, but it transformed into a red phoenix midway. The moment the phoenix and the gigantic black serpent collided against each other, the void trembled as an explosion that was as powerful as a supernova detonated within its desolate darkness. The blast was so powerful that William was blown away from the borders of the city and fell into the void. As his body descended into the darkness of the void, a name escaped his lips before he lost consciousness. He had given everything in that last attack of his, and was now truly and utterly spent. Tears streamed down the side of his face, as he fell into a bottomless pit. He prayed that the next time he opened his eyes, the precious things that he held dear in his heart would not be taken away from him. Chapter 932, I will make them agree no matter what. As William's body fell from the floating city into the void, two pairs of hands grabbed hold of his body and guided it towards the red portal that was slowly shrinking in size. After the half-elf's body passed through the portal, two beams of light entered the gem on his chest. The red-headed teenager wasn't aware that two angelic little devils had entered his thousand-beast domain. It would be a few days before he would discover what had happened, which would lead to unprecedented consequences that the half-elf wasn't prepared to face. The moment he returned to Earth, his body fell like a kite that had lost its string, which was immediately noticed by Charmaine, who was paying close attention to the red portal in the sky. The pretty elf urged her winged horse to fly towards the sky in order to catch her master. Belle noticed the commotion, so she also looked up to the sky to see where Charmaine was headed. Due to the distance, she could only see a barely noticeable dot in the sky that was descending from the red portal. Her heart skipped a beat when she realized that the person that might be falling was her beloved. It was at this moment when Belle wished she could grow wings and fly towards the sky. Suddenly, she heard a chirp from her shoulder and realized that William's little wren, Aethon, had perched itself on her shoulder without her notice. Aethon chirped for a second time as it hopped off Belle's shoulder and transformed into a giant bird with a wingspan of 7 meters, scaring the people around her. The giant bird turned its head on Belle before using its beak to point at its back. The black-haired beauty understood what Aethon was trying to say, so she immediately mounted its back without a second thought. The giant bird activated its ability to prevent Belle from falling off, before spreading its wings to fly towards the sky. Due to its speed, it overtook Charmaine and her winged horse, which made the pretty elf pout. She wanted to be the one to catch her master, but she knew that overtaking Belle was impossible. Since that was the case, she just continued to fly upwards to ensure that the black-haired beauty would be able to catch William. If not, she would be more than happy to catch him instead. As Aethon neared William, it activated its wind magic to make the half-elf's descent slower, until he stopped falling and just floated in the air. Belle carefully reached out to hold William in her arms. Her heart ached as she looked at his pale face, which seemed devoid of all colors. A moment later, Charmaine arrived at the scene and eyed her master with a worried expression on her face. "Let's return him to the ground first, so my friends and I can heal him," Charmaine proposed. Belle nodded and Aethon gave a screech of approval. They then descended from the sky, but chose to land a kilometer away from the location of the survivors of K-City. The other elves rode their winged horses and went to where Belle and Charmaine had landed, to help treat their master of his injuries. 10 minutes later, William's complexion was slowly becoming better after being bathed in the healing magic of the elves. Belle looked at him anxiously, while holding his hand. In the beginning, the half-elf's hand felt very cold. Only after he received the treatment of the elves did it regain its warmth, which decreased the worry in Belle's heart. After 5 minutes of continuous healing, the half-elf slowly opened his eyes. The first person he saw was the pretty elf who served as his personal maid, Charmaine. William still felt very weak, but he didn't have any trouble in propping his body into a seating position. Before he could even say anything, a black-haired beauty wrapped her arms around him and gave him a tight hug. "I'm glad you're safe," Belle said with tears streaming down her eyes. "I was very worried about you, Will." Soon, she started sobbing, while still clinging to William's body. Belle's body shuddered uncontrollably as she vented out her frustration and helplessness for being unable to offer any help. To her beloved, William just sat there and allowed the young lady to cry her heart out, as he tried to understand the current situation. When the black-haired beauty hugged him, his first reaction was to move away, but his body didn't cooperate and remained in place. He was about to ask the girl if they knew each other, but the moment this thought appeared in his mind, Optimus' voice rang inside his head. "Will, don't say anything. I know you are confused, but I advise you to not speak even a single word. If you don't heed my warning, I promise you that you will regret it for the rest of your life." The half-elf's words immediately got stuck in his throat. He and Optimus had been together for a very long time, and he would be foolish not to take his warning seriously. Belle, who had felt something wrong in William's reaction, pulled her head back to look at his face. When their gazes met, the young lady's heart skipped a beat because Williams was looking at her as if he was looking at a stranger. She wanted to ask him if he had completely forgotten about her, but she didn't dare to do it. Belle was afraid that if she asked, her greatest fear would become a reality. The half-elf stared at Belle with wonder. He could feel his heartbeat beating wildly inside his chest, and his body aching to hold her in his arms. This feeling perplexed William because he could tell that every fiber of his being was longing for the young lady who was staring at him with eyes filled with fear and heartache. Suddenly, the expression of the black-haired beauty changed as she cupped William's face. Her eyes no longer showed fear or sadness. It was replaced with a burning determination and passion that made William's heart ache. "Will, you are the beginning of my letter, the contents of my poem, and the ending of my fairy tale." Belle said these words softly as she gazed at her beloved with tenderness and affection. She didn't know how William had crossed the boundaries between worlds in order to meet her, but there was one thing that she was sure of. No matter what happened, she couldn't allow the two of them to part like strangers. Even though it might be futile, she needed to try. This was the least she could do for the man who loved her with all of his heart. From within the haze of William's mind, a bright firework illuminated the dark sky. Soon, more fireworks painted the darkness with a myriad of colors that allowed him to see a younger version of himself, with tears streaming down his eyes. The young William looked so lonely as he stared at the sky, while standing on a flower field. A few seconds later, a young lady with long, black hair approached him, and hugged him from behind. His eyes widened in shock, when the two of them kissed. Little by little, broken fragments of his memories merged together to allow him to see the young lady's face. It was at this moment when a single tear streamed down the side of William's face as he watched this scene unfold. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said those words to you," the young lady said. "I was being selfish." More tears streamed down the side of William's face as she looked at the love of his life, whom he had almost forgotten. It was at this moment when he wrapped his arms around Belle and hugged her tight. "I'm sorry, Belle," William said. I'm sorry. Belle hugged him back and the two of them held each other while their tears fell freely. The elves, who were watching this scene, glanced at each other before leaving the two of them behind. After the two of them calmed down, William held Belle's hand and kissed her forehead. He then looked at her with a serious expression, as he asked her an important question. Belle, will you marry me? William asked. Yes, Belle answered before giving William a quick kiss on the lips. I will marry you. If my parents don't agree, let's just elope together. Don't worry, I will make them agree no matter what. Okay, I believe you. The two star-crossed lovers held each other in a loving embrace, as several jet fighters flew past them, and dozens of helicopters arrived at the scene. For them, they no longer cared about the aftermath of the battle. What was more important was the limited time that the two of them had together, before William returned to his world. 95, 59, 48. Chapter 933, Time Parajokes. While Belle and William were rekindling the love that they had for each other in the outside world, a commotion was happening inside the Thousand Beast domain. Chiffon stared at the two adorable little girls who were looking back at her while they ate their gummy bears. She could feel her heart beating fast in her chest as her body subconsciously moved to hug the two of them. The two little girls didn't resist and allowed Chiffon to wrap her arms around them. Although William's pink-haired wife didn't know how the two girls had appeared inside the Thousand Beast domain, her not yet developed maternal instincts kicked in and held the two girls tightly. Lilith, who was right beside Chiffon when the two girls appeared, stared at the three of them with a shocked expression on her face. No way, Lilith muttered. Could it be? As someone who had already seen her future daughter, seeing the two little girls made Lilith feel something like a déjà vu. After having her fill of hugging the two girls, Chiffon excitedly held their hands and asked them a question. What are your names? Chiffon asked. Papa said that I can't tell you my name, one of the girls answered. He warned us that if we did, it might cause a time Cinnamon, what is that again? Cinnamon tilted her head as she looked at her twin sister. She then frowned as if thinking really hard the answer to Maple's question. After a while, a sweet smile appeared on her face as she remembered the answer to her sister's question. I think it's called time parajokes, Cinnamon replied. Maple, I am hungry. I'm hungry as well. Should we go to the beehive to get some of their honey? Lilith almost facepalmed when she heard the two little girls' conversation. However, Chiffon's face bloomed like a beautiful flower after the two girls accidentally blurted out each other's names. Are both of you hungry? Chiffon asked with a smile on her face. Don't worry, I know how to cook pancakes. Do you like pancakes? Maple likes pancakes. Cinnamon likes pancakes as well. Okay, let's go to the villa. Chiffon stated as she held both of their hands. Help me cook it, okay. Lilith watched the three happy pink-haired girls walk towards the villa while chatting happily. She didn't know if this was a good thing or bad thing, but for some reason, she was worried that their sudden appearance would cause her fiancé some trouble. As if waiting for that cue, two beautiful teenage girls appeared inside the Thousand Beast domain. Ash and Princess Sidoni made their appearance because they wanted to look for William. Something unexpected had happened and it caught both of them by surprise. Just as the two girls were eating in the cafeteria of the academy, Ian suddenly transformed into a girl. Fortunately, the two of them were in a private room, so no one was able to see what was happening. Before she transformed into a girl, an unfamiliar voice spoke inside her mind. The voice said, I now lift the curse that I placed on your bodies. The boy, William, has accomplished a great undertaking that gained my recognition. All of you are lucky to have someone like him in your life. After hearing those words, Ian felt something snap inside her sea of consciousness. After that, she reverted back to her original form. She also noticed that the ancient power that had been sealed inside her body once again rose to the surface. Ash felt very happy at the sudden turn of events, so she immediately invited Princess Sidoni to go to the Thousand Beast domain with her in order to look for William. The two of them hurriedly left the cafeteria and went to Princess Sidoni's room to open their connection to William's domain. As soon as they appeared, they saw Lilith staring in the distance. Out of curiosity, both girls looked in the direction where she was looking, and saw Chiffon walking hand in hand with two little girls who had the same hair color as hers. You, the Amazon standing over there, Princess Sidoni said. Who are those girls? Don't you know that you can't randomly bring strangers inside this place? Lilith stared at the beautiful princess and gave her a sweet smile, which made Princess Sidoni feel like centipedes were crawling on her skin. No one invited those two kids to come to this place, Lilith answered. You know that the only people that can enter the Thousand Beast domain are those who have gained William's permission. Since they are here, it means that William knows them to a certain extent. Princess Sidoni frowned when she heard this. She knew that what Lilith said was the truth, but her smug expression was making her feel irritated. The Amazon princess was looking at her as if the two of them were equals, which made the seductive princess very uncomfortable. Ash, who was listening at the side, had a complicated expression on her face as she looked at Chiffon and the two kids that had just entered the villa together. As someone who shared half of William's heart, she was very sensitive to things that were related to William. When she saw the two kids, she distinctly felt that a part of them belonged to the half-elf. This had never happened before, so she immediately walked towards the villa in order to investigate the odd sensation that she was feeling in her chest. Princess Sidoni felt like talking to Lilith wouldn't have any results. Since that was the case, she decided to follow Ash and personally interrogate the two children, whose appearance today was the first time she's seen them. Inside the villa, we first mix flour, sugar, and salt, Chiffon said as she placed the ingredients inside a bowl. Then we add the eggs, milk and a little bit of oil. The two adorable girls looked at Chiffon as she cracked the eggs and placed them inside the mixing bowl. She then placed the egg shells to the side, and started to mix the ingredients together. Maple and Cinnamon reached out to grab the egg shells and put it inside their mouths. They then chewed on it, making loud cracking sounds, which almost made Chiffon drop the bowl she was holding. Mama said that we shouldn't waste food, Maple said after swallowing the egg shells. Cinnamon nodded her head in agreement. Maple and Cinnamon are good girls. We always listen to what Mama tells us. Chiffon's surprised expression disappeared, and was replaced by a smile that would melt the hearts of anyone who saw it. Good girls, Chiffon praised the two little girls who were giving her the, please praise us look, on their faces. After hearing Chiffon's praise, the two girls also smiled, which gave Chiffon the strong urge to hug and squeeze the two of them to oblivion. Who do you love the most? Chiffon asked. Your mama or papa? Maple loves both of them. Cinnamon loves them both. It was this scene that Ash and Princess Sidoni saw when they arrived at the kitchen. The gem on the beautiful mermaid's chest glowed faintly as she approached the two little girls who were now looking back at her with smiles on their faces. Hello, my name is Ash, Ash introduced herself. May I know your names? No, Maple shook her head. Sorry, but we can't tell you because of the time paradox. Cinnamon nodded her head as if in support of her sister's words. Then, can I just hold your hands? Ash decided to compromise and just settle for holding the two girls' hands. Maple and Cinnamon glanced at each other before nodding their heads. Let's hold hands. The two girls enthusiastically presented their hands to Ash, which the latter took with a smile on her face. The two girls were simply so adorable that Ash wanted to pinch both of their cheeks to test how soft they were. The moment she held their hands on her own, the blue gem on her chest glowed brightly. Ash's eyes widened in shock as she looked at the two girls, who were looking at her reaction with amused expressions on their faces. The two of you are, Ash muttered as she stared at the two girls before shifting her gaze to Chiffon, who was looking back at her with a smug expression on her face. After hearing Razel's story from William, the pink-haired girl felt very envious of Lilith. However, after seeing Maple and Cinnamon, these feelings disappeared and were replaced with a happiness that made her feel as if she was on cloud nine. Princess Sidoni didn't understand what was happening. Although she was a very smart lady, the concept of a time paradox was foreign to her. Although she felt the two girls closely resembled Chiffon, she only thought of them as Chiffon's cousins on their mother's side of the family. Ash would have thought the same if not for the fact that she shared half of her heart to William. The beautiful mermaid was also not familiar with a time paradox, so she was finding it hard to believe the current situation that was right in front of her at the moment. How? Ash asked as she looked at Chiffon in confusion. This was the only question that she could ask because no matter how much she thought, she couldn't come up with an answer that wouldn't break the boundaries of her common sense. I don't know, Chiffon answered as she shook her head. We can only ask William when he returns. It was at that moment when Maple's and Cinnamon's stomach chose to make gurgling noises. The two adorable girls looked at Chiffon with pitiful gazes as if to tell her that they were very hungry. Sorry, I'll cook this right away, Chiffon said as she hurriedly mixed the ingredients inside the bowl in order to prepare the best-tasting pancakes for the two adorable little girls, who made her heart feel complete. Chapter 934, Vows that even the gods could take away from them. A commotion happened in Country K, hours after K City disappeared. Dozens of videos showing the giant black golems, and the destruction they caused to the city appeared in YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and many other social media platforms. Everyone thought that this was just a CG animation made by famous filmmakers and animation artists, but when the state media announced the news on a nationwide broadcast, everyone finally realized that it was all true. When the news anchor showed the video of a red-headed teenager fighting against the giant black golems that was recorded using a cell phone, everyone immediately wanted to know his identity. Minutes after the national broadcast ended, numerous posts saying, "Please marry me superhero, give me your babies Mr. Handsome, is that a revenger in real life?" and many other similar topics were posted on all of the famous forums all over the country. Of course, this news also reached the international community. Various governments made their move to try and recruit the handsome revenger that was clad in lightning bolts. They sent their best ambassadors and negotiators in order to entice the red-headed teenager into becoming a part of their nation. Because of this, the president of Country K decided to take action, and personally left the capital to visit the Parker residence, where William was currently staying. He and his officials knew that they needed to strike while the iron was hot and form a strong connection with William, so he wouldn't be poached by the other countries who planned to offer him citizenship, as well as many other benefits that would entice any ordinary man. Unfortunately, William wasn't an ordinary person, so when he got wind that people were trying to make contact with him, he did what he needed to do, and that was to run away. This move of his placed great pressure on Raymond and Adele, who were forced to take the limelight and entertain the VIPs who came to their residence in droves. "I heard that the boy named William is your daughter's fiancé. Congratulations, Mr. Parker," the president of Country K said with a smile. "When will they be getting married? I think we should let them marry here in our country." Beads of sweat started to form on Raymond's shoulders as he tried to keep the smile on his face from breaking. "Belle is still too young to marry," Raymond replied. "I don't think she's ready to take that step yet." The president nodded his head and handed a few documents to Raymond. "All the same, I brought the marriage certificate with me. All that is needed are their signatures," the president stated. One of my subordinates also managed to reach out to William. After a brief dialogue, he agreed to the wedding, which will be held tomorrow at noon. Raymond's smile stiffened after hearing the president's words. In an act of defiance, he tore the marriage contract and made it look like an accident. "I'm sorry," Raymond hurriedly apologized. "I was so shocked that I wasn't able to stop myself, Mr. President." The president laughed and waved his hand casually. "Don't worry, I have 1,000 of those prepared," the president replied. "Losing one or two isn't a big deal. The wedding will be held at Norse Church in the capital. Everything has been arranged, including the guests. We also made sure that it will be announced on the 6 o'clock news tonight, nationwide, to tell everyone that the two of them are going to get married in this country. Don't worry, we have upped the security and we will not allow any foreign guests to try to poach your son-in-law from this country." The corner of Raymond's lips twitched because everything was happening so fast. Even he didn't know where William was hiding. The only thing that he knew was that after the incident in K City, the half-elf took his daughter away and disappeared from the eyes of the public. Even Paula and Hannah, who were Belle's best friends, didn't know where they were. The president smiled at Raymond, whose smile had completely collapsed. Adele, who was seated beside her husband, could only sigh internally because she understood that this was already a done deal. With the president of the country giving the marching orders, only fools would dare to get in the way of her daughter's happiness. Also, she no longer had any problem with William marrying Belle. She had witnessed how the half-elf risked his life in order to protect, not only her daughter, but all the people in K City. She could still remember the scene of William burning as brightly as a sun in order to attack the gigantic snake that was headed in their direction. It was the most beautiful thing that Adele had ever seen, and with William's performance, she would be a fool if she let other people get their hands on her future son-in-law. Meanwhile, in a 5-star hotel protected by the president's personal security force, William and Belle enjoyed a bath together in a big bathtub. The half-elf had still not fully recovered from the battle because he had exhausted his physical, magical, emotional, and spiritual power in the fight against Apophis. His head would droop from time to time as he fought off the drowsiness that was taking hold of his senses. Belle didn't mind and personally washed his body, and treated her beloved like a king. Some of William's injuries hadn't healed yet, especially the cut on his right cheek that was injured from the pseudo-god's attack. Several other wounds could also be seen on William's body. Although they were no longer bleeding, their appearance made the black-haired beauty understand just how hard the red-headed teenager had fought for all of their sakes. Although the half-elf had assured her that the wounds would fully heal in time, she still felt heartbroken seeing them on his body. The injuries dealt by the god of chaos were not easy to heal. Even the strongest healing potions in the god shop could only stop their bleeding. However, William didn't lie. It would only take a month of continuous treatment before all the scars on his body disappeared completely. Belle lovingly kissed his cheeks as she used her delicate hands to scrub William's chest. If this was an ordinary situation, the half-elf would have definitely used his naughty hands to return the favor. He would help clean every nook and cranny of Belle's body, until the latter's face turned beet red. Unfortunately, he had finally succumbed to sleep after holding back his drowsiness for the past few hours. Since her beloved couldn't appreciate her effort to seduce him, she decided to just focus on her task and let him get a good rest. She kissed all of his scars, and prayed that they would heal properly. After she finished cleaning William's body, she suddenly recalled the interaction that happened a few hours ago. As someone who had memorized all the officials of her home country, Belle wasn't able to hide the surprise on her face when the president's spokesman arrived at their hotel in order to talk to William. The half-elf didn't shy away from the man, and the two of them talked about many important things. Yes, they talked about many important things like having a church prepared by noon tomorrow, so that she and William could marry. To her shock, the president's spokesperson readily agreed to William's request, which made Belle feel that something was off. She didn't mind marrying William. In fact, she wanted to marry him so badly after knowing that he only had 4 days left on Earth, before he needed to return to the world of Hestia. What she was surprised about was that the president of the country had gone out of his way to get on good terms with William. Although Belle had already expected something like this to happen, she didn't expect that it would happen in the span of a few hours after the incident in K-City. "Tomorrow, the two of us will finally get married," Belle muttered as she lightly caressed William's face. "I pray that your feelings for me will remain forever, even if your memories fade away in the future." The black-haired beauty planted a kiss on William's forehead, as she lightly brushed his head. She hoped that when morning came, she and her beloved would stand in front of the altar and make their vows to each other. Vows that no one, not even the gods, could take away from them. Chapter 935, Is there anyone else who opposes this marriage? The next day, William stood in front of the mirror, while he looked at his black suit, which he had bought in the god shop for this special event. Due to the shotgun wedding that he had requested from the president's spokesperson, they didn't have time to pick the clothes for the bride and the groom. However, this was not a problem for William. The god shop had plenty of wedding dresses and suits that could be bought at a moment's notice. The good thing about these clothes was their auto-fit function, which changed the clothes so they would perfectly match the wearer's size. Belle was quite concerned about her wedding dress because this was something that most ladies on Earth cared about. However, all of her worries disappeared after seeing the wedding dress that William had prepared for her. This was the most expensive wedding dress that had been personally crafted by the god of weddings, Hymenaeus. For more information, search God of Marriage in Google. Kekaki. Although William wanted to see how Belle looked in the wedding dress he'd gotten her, he resisted the urge and left her with the ladies that the president had hired to assist her and her mother, Adele. The church was surrounded by men wearing ceremonial dresses. They also carried ceremonial firearms to act as a deterrent for anyone who planned to cause trouble at the wedding. William walked towards the aisle, under the curious gazes of thousands upon thousands of people. The media had also been invited to broadcast the event live to the masses both local and abroad. Because of this, many girls swooned after seeing the devilish smile of the handsome half-elf, who had become the trending topic of the entire world. All of them wished that they could marry someone like him. After arriving at the altar, William stood straight like a sword with a calm expression on his face. He had fought many hard battles in his lifetime, but for some reason, his heart wouldn't calm down, no matter how hard he tried. For him, marrying Belle was a dream come true. Although it didn't show on his face, a part of him was afraid that everything that was happening right now was just a dream. A dream that would disappear the moment he woke up. Calm down, Will. This is not a dream. Take deep breaths, and relax. Listening to the system's advice, William closed his eyes and took deep breaths to calm himself down. A minute later, he felt more at ease even though the beating of his heart made it feel like there were 1,000 galloping horses that were going to war in his chest. Suddenly, the doors of the church opened once more, and several pretty ladies walked in, throwing flower petals as they made their way down the aisle. Everyone's heads turned to look at this procession with great curiosity because all of them wanted to see the lucky young lady who had managed to capture the heart of the hero that had been ranked the #1 husband material in the world. William's eyes widened in shock when the young lady of his dreams appeared in front of him. Belle walked slowly, but steadily, holding a bouquet of flowers in her hand. Her face was covered with a veil, but her charm and elegance oozed out of her body that made William unconsciously suck in a deep breath. Even though there was a veil covering her face, William's eyesight was able to pass through the veil and see Belle in her full splendor. The black-haired beauty looked so beautiful in her wedding dress that William felt like he was falling in love all over again. A sweet smile hung on her lips as she drew nearer to the altar where her groom was waiting for her. Raymond and Adele looked at their daughter with tears in their eyes. They knew that this day would come, but they never thought that it would come so soon. Belle's older siblings were also present inside the church. The president pulled some strings to bring Belle's older brother, Ethan, and older sister, Kate, back so they could witness their younger sister's wedding. At first, they were angry because they thought that their sister was being forced to marry someone against her will. However, after learning the identity of her groom, Belle's older siblings tossed everything they were doing to the side and flew back home on the first available flight. They wanted to be there to share this wonderful occasion with their little sister. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Belle was the treasure of their family. Anyone who dared to make her cry would suffer the wrath of everyone in their household. When Belle was only a few steps away from the altar, the half-elf wasn't able to keep the silly grin on his face from widening. Fortunately, he was handsome enough, so no one thought that it was out of place. Half a minute later, the priest that would perform the ceremony walked through the door on the left side of the room behind the altar. When the half-elf saw the priest, his eyes widened in shock because he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The priest ignored William's dumbfounded look as he stood in front of the bride and groom with a smile on his face. He then raised his hand as he started to preside over the wedding. To all present I say, we are gathered here, not to witness the beginning of what will be, but rather what already is. The priest declared, we do not create this marriage, because we cannot. We can and do, however, celebrate with William Von Ainsworth and Belle Von Ainsworth the wondrous and joyful occurrence that has already taken place in their lives, and the commitment they make today. The priest then scanned everyone in the church as he continued to proceed with the wedding. Should anyone present know of any reason that this couple should not be joined in holy matrimony, speak now or forever hold your peace, the priest said. Everyone remained in their seats, and calmly looked at the altar. None of them had any intention of stopping the wedding, or at least, that was what Belle's parents, and the president of Country K believed. I do not agree with this wedding. A young man barged inside the church doors with an aggrieved expression on his face. I have loved Belle for many years. I will not hand her over to any arg. The young man wasn't able to finish his words because a wooden mallet smashed into his face, sending him sprawling on the ground. The mallet then flew back towards the altar and ended up in the priest's hand, which the latter lightly thumped on his open palm, while eyeing everyone in the room. Is there anyone else who opposes this marriage? The priest asked in a challenging tone. No one inside the church was able to stop their face from twitching after seeing what had just transpired. There were several people who planned to cause trouble for the young bride and groom, but after seeing the fate of the young man who was being dragged away by the subordinates of the president of the country, all of them remained in their seats and kept their lips shut tight. Who would willingly desire to get smacked in the face by a wooden mallet? Only masochists would do that. After seeing that there were no more fools who wanted to get whacked by his wooden mallet, the priest nodded his head in satisfaction and returned his attention to the bride and groom. Breaking his dignified expression, the priest smiled and winked at the half-elf, who was finding it hard to hold back the laughter that was bubbling inside his chest. James, William's grandfather, cleared his throat as he hid the wooden mallet inside his robe. As someone who had been pushing his grandson to give him as many great-grandkids as possible, how could he possibly allow anyone to get in the way of his and William's happiness? With the Almighty All-Father presiding over the wedding, no one, not even all the big shots on Earth combined, could prevent him from marrying the two star-crossed lovers, who had continued to love each other, even though they were separated by space and time. Chapter 936, Boyfriend that was superhero material. After the short incident, the wedding proceeded smoothly. Adele teared up after witnessing William and Belle share their vows of love to each other. Raymond was feeling conflicted, but this was something that almost all fathers felt when they saw their daughters on their wedding day. Belle's older brother and sister were genuinely happy for her, and they wished their little sister all the happiness the world had to offer. James smiled as he wrapped up the wedding with the words that everyone was waiting to hear. With the blessing of everyone who is present here today, I now pronounce both of you husband and wife, James said before giving William a wink. You may now kiss the bride. William didn't stand on ceremony and lifted the veil blocking his wife's face. Under the gazes of thousands of people inside the church, and millions of peoples around the world, the half-elf kissed his beloved passionately. A moment later, a thundering applause followed by countless whistling broke out inside the church, as everyone gave their blessing to the newlyweds who had officially become the most popular couple in the world. When the kiss ended, William held Belle's hand firmly as they walked down the aisle. The paparazzi flashed their cameras in order to record this glorious moment that would be seen in the headlines of all the newspapers the next day. After exiting the church, a devilish smile appeared on William's face as he suddenly lifted Belle in a princess carry. This act made the ladies squeal in delight because they found the half-elf's bad boy image very attractive. What do you think you're doing? Belle asked with a smile. She could tell that William was feeling playful at the moment, so she decided to play along with her husband's wishes. I plan to take you flying, William replied before turning towards Raymond and Adele who were right behind them. Father, Mother, Belle and I will just take a short detour before going to the hotel for the celebration feast, William said. Don't worry, I will not make things difficult for the two of you this time around. Without waiting for their reply, William slowly floated in the air before flying northwards. He planned to take Belle on a short sightseeing flight of the entire city before going to the 5-star hotel that the president of Country K had rented for them. Kids sure know how to have fun, the president said with a chuckle. Well then, Mr. and Mrs. Parker, shall we go? Of course, Mr. President, Raymond replied. We wouldn't miss it for the world. Adele smiled as she nodded her head. Right now, it was their role to entertain the thousands of guests that had come to form connections with their family. This was a perfect opportunity for her to step up into the international scene, and let their company spread its wings and open branches all over the world. Paula and Hannah looked at the half-elf who was flying northwards, while carrying their best friend in his arms. Even now, they still couldn't believe all the things that they had witnessed and experienced. If not for William, the two had no doubt that they would have also been part of the casualties that had been forever lost, alongside the city that had disappeared completely from the face of the earth. Hannah, did William say if he had any older or younger brothers? Paula asked as she looked at where William and Belle had flown off to. I want some of that action as well. The corner of Hannah's lips twitched as she stared at her best friend with a dumbfounded expression. She would be lying if she said that what Paula was saying hadn't crossed her mind as well. However, she found it quite embarrassing to discuss this topic out in the open. Let's ask William tomorrow, Hannah answered. In the end, she also wanted to know if she could have a boyfriend that was superhero material. Paula nodded absent-mindedly. Let's do that. Aren't the two of you going to give them your well wishes? James asked as he turned to the two beautiful young ladies who were looking at the flying couple in the distance. The two beautiful young ladies shook their heads. If he sees me, it will just make things complicated, the young beauty with long red hair and amber eyes answered with a smile. As for me, I don't want Papa to see me, the black-haired young lady replied. He still doesn't know of my existence, so if I suddenly appear in front of him, it might cause unexpected consequences. James chuckled, but didn't force the issue. The fact that he was able to see his future great-granddaughters was enough to make his trip through the void worth his while. Ah, great-grandpa, I have a favor to ask, the young beauty with long red hair said. Maple and Cinnamon have snuck inside Papa's domain. A day has already passed since then, and I'm afraid that they have been causing all sorts of difficulties for those poor elves inside it. We will be leaving on the same day that Papa returns to Hestia. If possible, we want our two Nogthi sisters out of the Thousand Beast domain by then. The young lady with long black hair then handed a silver bracelet to James. Great-grandpa, let Papa wear this bracelet. It will help him break the laws of Earth and allow him to enter the Thousand Beast domain. The effect of the bracelet will wear off in 2 days. I hope that Maple and Cinnamon will be taken out of the domain by then. James nodded as he accepted the silver bracelet. It would be easy to pass this bracelet to William. Also, he wanted to spend a little more time with his twin great-granddaughters before they returned to their own timeline. I'll pass this to William at the party later, James replied. However, I think he will only be able to take Maple and Cinnamon out tomorrow morning. After all, today is a special day for him and Belle. Stella smiled and nodded her head in understanding. Naturally, she wouldn't want to ruin William's special day. Although she felt bad for the denizens of the Thousand Beast domain, she was willing to wait for one more day, before the two little angelic devils were returned to their side. Chapter 937. Papa is marrying his first love. Inside the Thousand Beast domain. Due to the time difference between Earth and Hestia, Maple and Cinnamon had been inside the Thousand Beast domain for more than a week. During their stay, the two angelic devils had visited all there was to visit, while being accompanied by Chiffon. The pink-haired girl didn't allow the two children to enter the dungeon of Atlantis because she was very worried about them. When Ash asked Chiffon about Maple and Cinnamon, the pink-haired girl only told her that the one with a better grasp of the current situation was Lilith. Finding this as an opportunity to one-up Princess Sidoni, Lilith was more than happy to tell Ash and the succubus princess about what had happened in the Deadlands. After listening to her tale, Princess Sidoni's expression became serious. As someone who had wanted William's babies from the start, this was a blow that she couldn't take lying down. Because of this discovery, Princess Sidoni tried to befriend the two little girls by bribing them with food. To her surprise, Maple and Cinnamon didn't shy away from her, and occasionally called her Mama Sidoni from time to time. This left Princess Sidoni and Morgana smitten with the two adorable children. She was often found carrying one of the twins whenever she took a stroll inside the Thousand Beast domain. Ash was very amused by this scene, while Chiffon felt conflicted. A part of her wanted to monopolize her future babies, but since Princess Sidoni was one of her sisters, she reluctantly allowed either Maple or Cinnamon to accompany her when she appeared in the Thousand Beast domain. Princess Sidoni would ask the two girls questions from time to time, but both of them would only shake their heads to questions pertaining to the future. In the end, the succubus princess gave up, but her relationship with the two girls didn't change. For her, William's babies are her babies. This was why she would pamper, feed, kiss, and squeeze Maple and Cinnamon every day after her classes in Hestia ended. One day, while Chiffon and Princess Sidoni were feeding Maple and Cinnamon pancakes, Ash asked an innocent question, which completely changed the atmosphere inside the villa. I wonder what Will is doing right now. This was the innocent question that Ash absent-mindedly muttered, after sipping her tea. She didn't know that a certain little girl, who had just finished eating one of her pancakes, would answer her question. He's getting married right now. Isn't that right, Cinnamon? Maple asked. Cinnamon replied. All the ladies in the room froze, including Charmaine, who was pouring tea for everyone. Maple, sweetheart, did you just say that Will is getting married? Princess Sidoni asked. Yes, Maple replied before eating the pancake on her plate. They should be in the middle of the marriage ceremony right now. Ash and Chiffon frowned, while Lilith was dumbstruck. The Amazon princess had thought that she would be William's fifth wife, but the order had changed and she was being pushed out of the spot that she had claimed as her own. Maple, did Will perhaps save or pick up a girl in a dungeon? This time it was Ash who asked the question. She knew that William wasn't that loose when it came to relationships. There was no way he would just suddenly marry a girl out of the blue without a good reason. Cinnamon, who was being hand-fed by Chiffon, tilted her head to the side as she looked innocently at Princess Sidoni. Maple shook her head. There was no dungeon on Earth, so how could her papa pick up a girl in a dungeon? It was just not possible, you know. Do you know the identity of that girl? Princess Sidoni asked. I'll give you 20 pancakes if you answer me. Maple frowned. For a brief moment she was moved by the bribe that the beautiful princess was going to give her. But, in the end, she persevered and shook her head firmly. Sorry, I can't tell you that Papa is marrying his first love, Maple answered in an innocent tone. Papa told me that I shouldn't tell you no matter what. Excuse me. Princess Sidoni blinked in confusion after hearing Maple's answer. She had no idea who William's first love was, because she had never bothered to ask him about other women. When she became William's fiancée, she had said that she didn't care how many wives William had as long as he would love her just as much as they would love him. Although she didn't want to admit it, she felt that with her good looks, wits, seductive body, and prowess in bed, she would easily become the red-headed teenager's favorite. However, after spending time with him, Princess Sidonie and Morgana realized that William was someone who truly loved her and his other lovers. They both felt that competing with Wendy, Ash, Est, and Chiffon was a useless endeavor. Although she understood that William didn't love all of them equally, he still loved them and treated them as if they were the most precious things in his world. Princess Sidonie and Morgana had learned to accept this setting, but after hearing that William was marrying his first love, something inside her snapped. First love? Is she talking about Selene? Princess Sidonie shook her head. Selene is in Hestia, and William is currently not in Hestia, so this is impossible. If that's the case, could it be Est? No, the two of them were best friends before they turned lovers, so it's not her either. If that is the case, then there is only one answer: it is someone William met before Selene. The succubus princess frowned because this was the only possible explanation she could think of at this point in time. Lilith was in the same boat as her love rival. She had just recently become William's fiancée, and was not aware of how many lovers the half-elf had. Although she didn't want to admit it, she felt an ache in her chest after knowing that her fiancé was marrying his first love. Ash and Chiffon, on the other hand, glanced at each other with a knowing look. Both of them had talked to William about many things, and the half-elf didn't hide anything from them, especially the name of his first love. However, what confused both of them was that they thought that Belle lived in Hestia. They were not aware that the person the half-elf was talking about was his first love from his past life. Chapter 938. Please, make as many babies as you can with my grandson. The celebration feast at the hotel where the president of Country K was well on its way when William and Belle arrived at the venue. Countless VIPs from all over the world had tossed their important matters aside just to be able to attend their wedding. Of course, this was the perfect place to form connections with the most influential people in the world, so even when the groom and his bride were not around, the people made sure to mingle with their peers, as well as potential business partners for future collaboration. Raymond and Adele, who had been forced to entertain them while William and Belle were away, were naturally the center of attention. Everyone wanted to talk to them, and if possible, collaborate in whatever way possible in order to strengthen their connections. Adele was the one managing the family business, while Raymond was managing their hospital. Although both of them work in separate fields, that didn't stop them from shaking hands with presidents, prime ministers, kings, and even oligarchs from all over the world. Belle's parents knew that from this moment onwards, their family could forget about being low-key ever again. The moment William landed carrying his wife in his arms, the people at the scene immediately perked up and were all smiles. The half-elf knew that he couldn't escape this fate. Fortunately, he saw someone happily taking a few dishes from the buffet table, and decided to dump all the responsibilities on the old scammer's shoulders. The red-headed teenager helped Belle to stand up before addressing everyone who was looking at him like a golden goose that they didn't plan on letting go. Friends, who came from all over the world, I am very happy that all of you have come to give us your blessings, William said with a smile. As you may already know, today is a special day, so I don't wish to talk about politics and business-related topics. However, that doesn't mean that my Ainsworth family is not interested in your proposals. William paused as he walked towards the buffet table while holding Belle's hands. Everyone's gazes followed him until he stopped in front of an old man who was putting several fried chicken legs on his plate. Everyone, let me introduce to you the head of our family, William announced as he rested his hand on the old bandit's shoulder. Here is my grandfather, James Von Ainsworth. Every decision in our family goes through him first. That's why, I would appreciate it if you discuss political and business-related matters with him. James nodded on a chicken leg as he looked at the crowd of people around them. Naturally, Belle's parents, as well as those who were seated near the front of the altar, recognized the old man who presided over William's and Belle's wedding. James didn't mind being used as a scapegoat this once because he understood that William had a more important duty to attend to, and that was to save his strength in order to increase the number of their family members. Since that was the case, the old man was more than happy to take one for the team and deal with the hawks and vultures who planned to give him gifts and bribes. Since they are offering things for free, it would be a shame for him not to take them, right? Everyone, just call me James, James stated with a smile. You've already seen how awesome my grandson is, but did you know that I am more awesome than him? The corner of William's lips twitched after hearing his grandpa's words. He planned to use the old coot as a scapegoat, and yet, the old scammer managed to toot his own horn, and tell everyone that he was more awesome than him. Ridiculous. However, before William could even say anything, James handed a silver bracelet to him and whispered something to his ear. "This bracelet will allow you to temporarily visit your domain," James whispered. "There are 2 little pink-haired girls that snuck inside it while you were unconscious. However, you don't have to deal with them today. Both of them are harmless, so it's fine if you wait until tomorrow to pick them up. For now, prioritize the honeymoon with your wife. Do I make myself clear?" William blinked once then twice after hearing James's revelation. He didn't expect that the 2 gummy bear-eating girls had trespassed into his thousand-beast domain without his permission. He was very tempted to take a quick look at the 2 of them, but James's meaningful gaze told him that he should just wait until tomorrow before bringing them out of his domain. Those little girls should have met Chiffon by now, William thought as he nodded his head to his grandpa to tell him that he understood his intentions. Although he was very curious about what was currently happening inside his domain, he also understood that now was not the time to visit it. James smiled and turned his attention to Belle, who was looking at James with a surprised expression on her face. "I'm very happy to have you in our family, Belle," James said. "Please, make as many babies as you can with my grandson. The more the merrier." The black-haired beauty blushed because she didn't expect William's grandfather to say something like that in front of everyone. William on the other hand just chuckled because he knew that James wanted to expand their family lineage as much as possible. To be perfectly honest, the half-elf was looking forward to leaving the party as soon as they could, so he and Belle could have some time alone together. Now that they were married, there was nothing more that could stop him from embracing Belle and consummating their marriage. James then took on his role and talked with the VIP guests that had come from all over the world. Although he and William couldn't stay long on Earth, that didn't mean that James couldn't scam them dry before leaving. As for future collaboration, that could wait until the connection between Hestia and Earth had stabilized. He would just make promises for now, and tell them that he and William still needed to save other worlds aside from Earth from the threat of the giant black golems that had appeared yesterday. He added that if they didn't do that, the giant golems would appear in a random location on Earth and wreak havoc, just as they did in K-City. For the dignitaries of the different countries, this was a very important issue. All of them were very supportive of James and even asked them if there was anything that they could do to help. They even went as far as to say that they were willing to provide state-of-the-art equipment in order to deal with the giant black golems, whose power they had witnessed firsthand. The talks went smoothly and James was able to scam a lot of people. It was a very productive day, and he was very happy with the results. 2 hours later, William and Belle had already snuck out of the party and retired to their room. For the 2 of them, every minute was precious, so they didn't want to waste any of them if they could help it. "I love you, Belle," William said as he stared at his wife who was still wearing her wedding dress. Belle wrapped her arms around William's neck and kissed his lips. "I love you, too." After their first kiss ended, a second one followed. This time, it was more intense and more passionate. Soon, Belle's wedding dress slid off her beautiful and delicate body, making the half-elf's breathing a little ragged. The black-haired beauty smiled as she started to remove William's clothes. When all of their clothes were lying on the floor, Belle held William's hand and led him towards the bathroom. The sun still hadn't set, so they still had plenty of time to freshen themselves up before she would serve William the main course. Unfortunately for her, the half-elf had other plans in mind. A mischievous smile appeared on William's face as the black-haired beauty filled the bathtub with water. As someone who had already fought numerous night battles with his wives, the half-elf had more than enough experience on how to stroke the flames of passion that were starting to blaze inside Belle's beautiful and irresistible body. Chapter 939, Filling Her Up with His Love, R18. Disclaimer. You and I both know what is going to happen here. If you're not comfortable reading this kind of action, feel free to skip this chapter. "What are you doing?" Belle asked when she felt William's naughty hand caressing her backside. "Just double-checking to see if there are any unseen injuries that I might have missed yesterday," William replied as his hand lightly squeezed the soft bun in front of him. Belle didn't make any efforts to pry William's naughty hand away. She could feel her cheeks burning in embarrassment because she could feel the warmth that was coming from her beloved's touch, which was making her body start to heat up. Seeing that the black-haired beauty wasn't resisting his advances, the half-elf decided to be a little bolder as he pulled Belle towards him until her back was leaning against his body. The black-haired beauty's blush turned a shade redder when she felt something hot and hard pressing against her back. Although she already saw a glimpse of it earlier, She didn't look at it for long because she was afraid that William would tease her about it. She turned her head to look at her husband with a face filled with injustice, but before she could voice her complaint, her lips were sealed with a kiss. It was also at that moment when William's hands moved in to fondle her breasts, which made Belle forget what she was about to say next. Soon, the sound of kissing echoed inside the bathroom. William's three-pronged attack left the black-haired beauty helpless as his lips, his hands, and little will worked together to make Belle's legs turn to jelly. William's tongue had already invaded Belle's lips and pried it open. This was not the first time that the red-headed teenager had kissed Belle this way, so she was already used to this kind of intense kissing. When their lips parted, a sigh escaped her lips as her knees almost gave in due to lack of strength. Fortunately, William was long prepared for this to happen, so he carried his wife and lovingly placed her inside the bathtub, where a second round of kissing, groping, and nibbling ensued. The innocent girl's body lay limp in William's arms as he carried her out of the bathtub. The half-elf used wind magic to dry themselves in a matter of seconds because he had reached his limit. Belle's pleasure-filled sighs inside the bathtub almost made him want to eat her up then and there, but he endured because he wanted to make their first time memorable. The moment he laid Belle on the bed, her naked beauty was on full display for William to look at and behold. Seeing the half-elf's heated gaze that wandered all over her body, the black-haired beauty felt so exposed. Even so, she didn't cover her assets, and allowed William to look as much as he wanted. "You're very beautiful, Belle," William said as he lowered his head to kiss her forehead. Belle felt very happy hearing William's heartfelt praise. She had already seen William's wives, and all of them were beautiful in their own right. "Will, please," Belle pleaded. "I can't take it anymore." After William's relentless fondling and teasing, the black-haired beauty's body was burning up with passion. The half-elf had made sure to properly fan the flames of desire in her heart and mind, which made the chaste maiden plead for her beloved to give her relief. Hearing the words of permission from her lips, William once again indulged himself in kissing her soft lips. His hands moved downwards until they slid past her lower abdomen, reaching the entrance of her maidenhood. Soon, William's fingers caressed that place, making Belle's body shudder. She was really very sensitive right now, so any kind of stimulation was enough to make her reach her climax. William then kissed Belle's neck, going down her collarbone. His left hand once again groped his wife's left breast, and lightly pinched the pink tips that were slowly starting to become firm from his sensual touch. The half-elf then kissed Belle's right breast, before sucking, and lightly nibbling the pink tip that was waiting for his love and affection. Unknown to Belle, William was using all of his willpower to control his urges. He was patiently loosening her up, so that their union wouldn't hurt her as much. After enjoying her perfectly sized breast that fit his hands, the half-elf started to kiss her downwards. The moment William's tongue pried open her lower lips, and tasted her forbidden fruit, Belle's body shuddered as she reached another climax. The half-elf paused for a bit and checked her condition. Although he wanted to make Belle's first time as pleasurable as possible, he was still worried about her health. A quick diagnostic scan told him that she was fine, and merely basking on the afterglow of her orgasm. William wanted to engrave Belle's entirety to his memories. Her soft sighs of pleasure, her smooth and delicate body, and her disheveled expression that was very different from the composed and calm look that she always wore when she was at the university. He wanted them all, and more. William wanted her everything to be engraved in his soul, so that he wouldn't be able to forget her no matter what. When Belle reached her third orgasm, the half-elf knew that she was more than ready for their union. "Are you ready, Belle?" William asked. "Yes," Belle replied with a flushed face. She had never experienced this kind of pleasure in her life, and a part of her was looking forward to giving her chastity to the man she loved with all of her heart. William knew that Belle was already at her limit, so he no longer tarried and spread her legs apart. When William lowered his hips, a gasp escaped Belle's lips as her beloved became one with her. Although she felt a bit of pain, it was not as painful as she imagined it would be. Soon, Belle felt what it was like to be on the receiving end of William's hot and passionate love. He no longer teased her, which she was thankful for. But, each time William lowered his hips, she could feel him going deeper inside her body. She could feel how hard he was, and hot she was, and it made her insides melt, knowing that the half-elf wanted her. Belle could feel William's desire to mark her as his woman, as both of them became lost in the storm of passion that had taken over their senses. Just as she was about to reach the peak of pleasure, William grunted as he lowered his hips one last time, and shot his essence inside her. The black-haired beauty's body trembled as a wave of pleasure she had never felt before descended on her like a tide, making her lose consciousness due to how powerful her orgasm was. Although she had momentarily fainted, William's manhood was firmly pressed against the entrance of her womb, pouring his seeds inside her. The half-elf panted because this was probably the most intense love-making session he had experienced in his current lifetime. His release was so strong that he felt a bit drained afterwards. Running a diagnostic spell on Belle, he was relieved to know that she had just fainted from the pleasure that she had experienced. After a few light taps on her cheeks, the black-haired beauty regained her consciousness. "Are you all right?" William asked as he caressed the side of her face. Belle nodded. Right now, she was too drained to even talk, and merely gave William a brief nod to tell him that she was fine. Williams was still buried deep inside her, and from the looks of it, it won't come out anytime soon. The half-elf was paying close attention to Belle's expression and condition. If the latter didn't want to continue, he wouldn't force her, and let her rest. "Does it still hurt?" William inquired as he kissed her forehead. "No," Belle replied, "it only hurt at first, but after a while, the pain disappeared completely." "Do you want to continue?" "Yes, but do it gently this time." "Okay," William replied as he once again moved his hips, but this time in a slow manner. Among his wives, Chiffon liked to make love this way, so William already knew what to do. Less than 5 minutes later, Belle once again attained orgasm because the half-elf was simply too good in the arts of lovemaking. Her second time was just as intense as the first. Fortunately, she didn't lose consciousness, but lay panting on the bed as William's seed flowed inside her womb, filling her up with his love. Chapter 940, Hiding Something That Shouldn't Be Seen. William was surprised at Belle's tenacity. Although she wasn't as physically strong as his wives from Hestia, the black-haired beauty managed to last 5 rounds with breaks in between. The half-elf carried her back to the bathroom and cleaned her up properly. He also used a regeneration spell to help her recover faster, and heal any invisible injuries that she might have suffered after their love-making. William then carried Belle back to the bedroom and laid her down on the bed. He had already removed the bed sheets earlier, and replaced them with new ones, so his exhausted wife could rest properly. The red-headed teenager covered her with a blanket, and observed her sleeping face. The black-haired beauty looked so defenseless that it gave William the strong urge to lightly pinch her cheeks because of how cute she was. Of course, he only thought of this, and didn't have the heart to actually do it. "I'm sure that all the guys who love you at the university are cursing me right now," William muttered with a smug expression on his face. The half-elf was sure of it because if he were in their place, he would be doing the same. He would have probably cursed the guy that Belle married to the high heavens, while wishing that his manhood would never stand again. William smiled as he kissed Belle's forehead before hugging her body to sleep. It had been so long since he felt his heart at ease. Before he knew it, he was fast asleep, not from exhaustion, but from the happiness of having Belle as one of his wives. Hestia Academy. Shannon's face reddened as she lowered the brush in her hand to her side. In front of her, an image of a handsome half-elf making love to a black-haired beauty could be seen. The sensual brush strokes, and the vivid colors portrayed the scene very clearly. It was so clear that even Shannon, who had been locked up inside the shrine for many years, understood what the two people in her drawing were doing. "I should hide this somewhere where Mother and Father can't see," Shannon muttered as she hurriedly grabbed the canvas, which was still a little wet. She then looked around the room to find a suitable place to hide her drawing. After finding an appropriate place, the young lady took a step forward with a flushed expression on her face. One of her powers allowed her to see events that were happening in the present. The images that appeared in her head were completely random. However, for the past few weeks, the only scenes that were coming to her were related to William's family. She had drawn the battle against the giants that James and his subordinates had participated in. She had drawn William's uncle, Morgan, who was now in charge of the floor of Asgard in the Tower of Babylon. She had drawn a mysterious woman, who was accompanying Eve in the central continent, while being guarded by 2 powerful minotaurs. And lastly, she had drawn William's battle in the Deadlands, his battle on Earth, as well as William's battle in bed with his new wife, Belle. Due to the images that she had seen with her powers, Shannon had unconsciously become William's fan. She looked forward to every new day for the possibility of drawing more of his adventures, both in Hestia and in the worlds outside of it. Just as Shannon was about to properly hide the canvas in his hand, a beautiful lady appeared in the center of the room and called out to her. "Dearest, have you drawn another painting?" The beautiful lady asked as she walked towards Shannon with a smile. "Come, let me see it. I'm very curious about what you have drawn this time." Mother, this drawing is still not complete," Shannon stuttered as she hid the drawing behind her back. "I will let you see it when it's done, but for now, I would like to rest first." The beautiful lady nodded her head in understanding. She knew that her daughter would feel very sleepy whenever she used her powers to look for images to draw. Because of this, she no longer insisted on seeing her daughter's drawing. Seeing that her mother didn't intend to forcefully look at her drawing, Shannon placed the canvas on one of the shelves that had been built in the living room. She had placed it in the middle of her other drawings, no longer caring that the paint was still a little wet. The most important thing was that she couldn't let anyone see it, or she would definitely die of embarrassment. After making sure that the canvas was properly stored, Shannon went to hug her mother, who returned her hug with a smile. "Did your father come to visit you?" the beautiful lady asked. "I can sense his divinity inside the living room." Shannon nodded her head. "A few days ago he came here for a visit. However, I was busy drawing things, so we didn't have the opportunity to talk." The beautiful lady nodded her head in understanding. Although she and her husband didn't always spend time together because both of them were busy, they would always find time to visit their daughter to check on her condition on a regular basis. "Shannon, do you have a fever?" the beautiful lady asked as she pressed her palm over Shannon's forehead. "You're a bit hot, and your face is flushed. You are not staying up late to draw things again, are you? Are you not resting properly then?" Shannon had a conflicted expression on her face as she tried to think on what to say to her mother. She knew that she couldn't possibly tell her that she was feeling hot and bothered after witnessing William making love to his wife. The young lady would rather bury herself in a hole due to embarrassment than have her mother know the truth. "I'm sorry," Shannon replied. "I saw an interesting scene, and I wasn't able to keep myself from drawing it." Shannon knew that gods could easily tell when people are lying, so she decided to tell her mother half-truths in order to stop her from worrying. She had indeed seen an interesting scene, and she wasn't able to stop herself from drawing it on canvas. Since this was the truth, the beautiful lady could only reluctantly accept her daughter's answer before she led her daughter to the bed where she could have a proper rest. "Rest, my dearest," the beautiful lady said as she sat beside the bed, holding her daughter's hand. "I'll stay with you for a bit, so you can sleep without any worries." Shannon nodded her head and closed her eyes. Only a minute had passed before her soft sleeper breaths reached the beautiful lady's ears, which made her feel better. However, what she didn't know was that even though Shannon was sleeping, her mind was very much active. The young lady's connection with William had remained, and she had seen everything that was happening in real time. If only the beautiful lady and Amen knew that William was indirectly teaching their daughter indecent things, both of them would definitely be dragging William to their domains so they could strangle him until he begged for mercy. Chapter 941, Father, I have important news to tell you. When Belle opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was a handsome half-elf looking back at her with a smile. "Good morning, Belle," William said. "Good morning," Belle replied as she snuggled closer to him. William chuckled because he didn't expect that this was the first thing that his wife would do the moment she opened her eyes. "Are you hungry?" William asked. "Want me to order room service?" Belle nodded, but didn't move from her spot. What William didn't know was that the black-haired beauty was trying to assess if everything that happened was a dream or not. After feeling her husband's warmth, and the naughty hand that was lightly squeezing her backside, she understood that everything was real. "I'm glad," Belle muttered as she hugged William tighter. What are you glad about?" "I'm glad that you and I are now married." William chuckled as he kissed Belle's forehead. Just like her, he was also feeling very happy that the two of them were finally married after experiencing many hardships. "This is bad," William whispered in her ears. "If you continue to say cute things like this, I might eat you before I eat breakfast." "Okay," Belle replied in a low volume that almost escaped William's strong hearing. He was just teasing her, and didn't expect that she would give him her tacit approval. Because of this, the half-elf and his new wife stayed in their room for 2 more hours before leaving their room to eat. Raymond, Adele, Belle's older brother, and older sister sat at a table with the newlyweds after meeting up with them in one of the hotel's hallways. William happily greeted his in-laws with a dazzling smile that gave Raymond the strong urge to smack him. Seeing Belle's flushed expression, Adele knew that her daughter had finally climbed onto the stairs to adulthood with the man she loved. All of them ate a sumptuous brunch together. Belle's family was quite happy to see the interaction between William and Belle. The half-elf was spoon-feeding his wife, and the latter graciously accepted his care and ate happily. It was as if they were in a world of her own, which made Belle's family almost vomit sugar at their public display of affection. Even so, Raymond's heart was finally at ease knowing that his daughter had finally found the happiness she deserved. Although William still hadn't found a way to cross the worlds to stay by her side, Belle's father was willing to take care of his daughter until the two of them were reunited once again. "Father, I have important news to tell you," William said with a serious expression on his face. "Belle is pregnant." Raymond, who had just taken a drink from his coffee, spat it in the half-elf's face out of sheer shock. "What did you say?" Raymond asked as he stood up from his seat. Because of his shock, he wasn't able to keep his voice low, which made the other guests in the restaurant look at him with concern. Seeing the scene he created, Raymond immediately sat down and glared daggers at the half-elf who had protected himself with wind magic. William flicked the coffee droplets and made it fly back on Raymond's cup, which made Belle's father want to strangle him then and there. "Isn't this a little too fast?" Raymond asked in a hushed voice. "How did you know that she's already pregnant?" "You won't know that until a few days later." "I don't know," William replied. "I just wanted to try saying it once in order to see your reaction." Raymond wanted to curse out loud, but managed to stop himself in time. He understood that the half-elf was just messing with him for the sake of messing with him. Belle lightly thumped William's chest as a way to tell him to not bully her father. The red-headed teenager nodded his head, and apologized to Raymond and Adele, as well as Belle's sister for his rudeness. "Don't be like that, William," Adele commented from the side. "I really thought that I was about to have a grandchild. You gave me false hope." "Don't worry, Mother." William patted his chest with a confident smile on his face. "I will do my best to not fail your expectations." There were no longer any fiascos after that and everyone enjoyed their brunch. Adele invited Belle to go to their room to talk. Now that her daughter was married, she needed to impart some knowledge to her to ensure that her childbearing would not encounter any problems. William, on the other hand, remembered what he had talked with James about a day ago and decided to visit his Thousand Beast domain to retrieve the two girls that had snuck inside his domain, while he was still unconscious. When William appeared in the Thousand Beast domain, he immediately noticed a few things that were out of place. For one thing, he couldn't see any beasts loitering near their residence, which was a first for him. In fact, he couldn't sense any beast near the villa within a mile-wide radius. It was as if the villa had become a no-entry zone, which his legion dared not approach. Thinking that something wasn't right, William entered the villa in order to ask Charmaine what was going on. However, just as soon as he entered the residence, he immediately saw two pink-haired girls seated on the couch in the living room and being fed with cake slices by Chiffon and Princess Sidonie, as if they were their bosses. "Chiffon, Sidonie, what's going on?" William asked. The moment he made his presence known, Chiffon and Princess Sidonie looked back at him in surprise. Chiffon placed the empty plate on the table and stood up from her seat. She then grabbed Maple's and Cinnamon's hands and led them towards William. This was the first time that William had seen Chiffon look at him with pleading eyes, and it made him wonder what she was going to tell him. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait for long before his adorable wife stood in front of him, while hugging the two pink-haired girls in her arms, and asked, "Will, can we keep them?" Chapter 942, I'm afraid that I might die for real. William looked at his adorable wife, who was looking at him with pleading eyes. Meanwhile, the two angelic devils in her arms were busy chewing gummy bears as they looked at William with hopeful gazes. This. William scratched his head. "Chiffon, we can't. If the two of them don't return to their timeline, many people will be sad." Chiffon's lips trembled. She had completely forgotten that it was not only her that loved and cared for the two little girls. Even so, she still felt reluctant to let them go after hearing about the time that William and Lilith were able to spend with Razel in the Deadlands. The half-elf crouched down and looked at the two little girls who had pouting expressions on their faces. Clearly, they weren't happy that they weren't allowed to stay and play with the beasts in the Thousand Beasts domain. Ever since the two little girls had, accidentally, devoured a few beasts because they were curious about what they tasted like, they had become the public enemies number 1 and 2 to the members of William's King's Legion. Even Urchatu wasn't spared when Cinnamon devoured him out of curiosity. Of course, the two girls spat the beasts back out and their lives weren't in danger. Even so, the horrifying experience made everyone go to the dungeon of Atlantis in order to hide from the two terrifying little girls whose hunger knew no bounds. "How long have the two of you stayed here?" William asked. Maple and Cinnamon glanced at each other before raising 3 of their fingers to show William. "Nearly 2 weeks, Maple and Cinnamon replied in unison. Chiffon giggled after seeing that the 2 little girls didn't know how to count properly. "Maple, Cinnamon, you're holding up 3 fingers. Remove 1, and that will be 2. The 2 little girls were very obedient and followed Chiffon's words. They put down 1 of their fingers, and proudly showed William their 2 fingers. William smiled and kissed both of their cheeks. He would be lying if he said that he didn't want to spend time with Chiffon's future daughters, but he also understood that they needed to return to their own timeline. After looking at the 3 girls' pleading gazes including Chiffon, William sighed internally and compromised. "The flow of time on Earth is slower than Hestia," William said. "They can stay for a few more days, but when I come to pick them up again, they will have to come with me. Even if you beg, I won't change my mind, got it?" The 3 girls cheered and hugged William to thank him. Chiffon, Maple, and Cinnamon pecked William's lips repeatedly before going out of the villa to play. Now that they only had a few more days to stay in the Thousand Beast domain, they intend to visit the ants' nest next, and see if they could find something delicious to eat there. After the 3 girls left, Princess Sidonie stood up and walked towards William with a seductive smile on her beautiful face. "Darling, you have seen Chiffon's daughters, have you seen mine?" Princess Sidonie asked as she wrapped her arms around William's waist. William shook his head. "No, I haven't seen anyone that has resembled you." "I see. Well then, come with me." Princess Sidonie didn't even wait for William's reply as she dragged him away. "Ash is currently at the academy and handling a few matters. She should arrive here in 3 to 4 hours. That should be more than enough time." "Enough time for what?" William asked as beads of sweat started to form on his forehead. For some reason, the seductive princess was making him feel anxious. Princess Sidonie turned her head and smiled at William. "I'll tell you when we arrive in your room. It's a very important matter that needs your immediate attention." William was still not sure what his wife was planning to tell him. However, since he knew that the princess wouldn't harm him, he didn't resist as she led him to his room, with a devilish smile on her face. 3 hours later, the door of William's room opened, and the half-elf walked out into the hallway with shaky legs. After they entered the room, Princess Sidonie and Morgana pinned him down and milked him dry, until little William was knocked out. It was the first time the little guy was defeated in a wrestling match, and it made William question whether his stamina was high enough to satisfy all of his wives. As the half-elf walked in the hallway while using the wall as support, he came across Charmaine and Ash, who had just finished her tasks back in Hestia. After seeing William, the mermaid looked at him with concern because she could feel that the half-elf was a spent candle, whose fire was about to be snuffed out. "What happened?" Ash asked as she supported William's body. She had wanted to see William so badly in order to thank him for lifting the curse that was placed on her. However, after seeing his current state, she remembered Charmaine's tale of William's fight against a pseudo-god, which made her frown. Has he still not recovered from that battle? Ash thought as she lovingly hugged the red-headed teenager. No good, I must help him recover. Charmaine, who obviously knew what happened, was feeling conflicted whether she should tell Ash that William had spent 3 hours inside his room with Princess Sidonie, which might have led to his current weakened state. "Don't worry, Will," Ash whispered as she carried William back to his room. "I'll help you no matter what." "Why, you don't have to," William stuttered when he understood that Ash planned to bring him back to his room. "Don't worry, I'll be fine in a while. Just let me rest for a few hours." "Sounds like a good plan. What better place to rest than in your own room?" "Ash, my love, if you really care for me, you will not bring me back to my room. If you do so, I'm afraid I might die for real." Ash giggled because she felt that the half-elf was just teasing her. She wasn't aware that the red-headed teenager had barely survived a battle against 2 succubus princesses, who were just resting a bit before they started the 100th round of their battle with William. Fortunately, William could access the god shop. He immediately bought 2 large bottles of super stamina potion, and 2 high rejuvenation potions. Without these stamina boosting, and vitality replenishing, potions, the half-elf might have gone to the temple of the 10,000 gods, and entered the cycle of reincarnation with Issei's blessings. Chapter 943, a path that is meant for only me and you. What happened to you? Belle asked the half-elf, who looked like a dried-up husk where he lay on their bed. Belle, have you heard the saying, too much love can kill someone? Belle replied, I think I finally understand what that saying means. An amused smile appeared on the face of the black-haired beauty as he sat on the bed beside William. However, that smile immediately disappeared after he saw several red marks on the half-elf's neck, which she was sure didn't belong to her. Will, I'm sorry, but I was taken by surprise. I didn't expect Sidonie and Ash to appear in the Thousand Beast domain. After barely surviving Princess Sidonie's, Morgana's, and Ash's three-pronged attack, William hastily teleported out of the Thousand Beast domain and reappeared inside the bedroom in the hotel back on Earth. He didn't even have time to use healing magic to remove the kiss marks that the three ladies had planted all over his body. This was their way of sending a message to Belle that the red-headed teenager was also their husband, and they were her equals in William's heart. Belle could only sigh because she had felt the sincerity in William's voice. Clearly, her husband didn't have a choice in the matter, and simply performed his duty to the other girls who also loved him. I forgive you, Belle said as she caressed the side of William's pale face. But, for the remainder of our time together, you are forbidden from doing this again, do you understand? Yes, William replied. Belle, can I ask for a favor? Can you feed me these 6 bottles? As soon as half-elf finished saying his words, 6 bottles with 3 different colors appeared on top of the bed. The black-haired beauty didn't bother to ask what they were and simply supported William's head, so he could drink them all. After finishing all 6 bottles, William's pale expression became ruddier. However, Belle still felt sorry for him, so she decided to let him rest for a night. Although it was regrettable, she couldn't possibly force her beloved, when he clearly no longer had any juice to give her. As soon as William finished drinking all 6 bottles, he fell asleep, while being held in Belle's protective embrace. According to her husband, he could only stay with her for 2 more days before he needed to once again return to Hestia. Truth be told, she wished that they could spend more time together, but she also understood that it was not possible at this time. Because of this, she decided to believe that William would find a way to meet her. If not, she would find a way to meet him instead. When the two of them parted in the countryside, the lady that had given them the rings met with Belle one last time and promised her one thing. Although she was still half in doubt whether the promise that the mysterious lady made was possible, she still held on to the faint hope that it would someday become a reality. You know, when you told my father that I was pregnant, I was shocked, Belle said softly. However, the shock didn't last long before it was replaced with happiness. I thought that as long as a part of you was with me, I will be able to carry on even if I have to wait many years before the two of us can be reunited. The image of the young lady with long black hair, tied up in a ponytail by a butterfly hairpin appeared inside Belle's mind. I wish you could have seen her, Belle muttered before kissing William's forehead. I hope that I will be able to hold her in my arms, a year or 2 from now. The black-haired beauty smiled as she closed her eyes and rubbed William's chest. Please, do your best, Papa, Belle whispered before she closed her eyes to sleep. That night, she dreamed a happy dream. A dream where their family of 3 went stargazing together, under the gazes of countless stars in the sky. James hovered above the place where K City once existed. Right now, only a giant crater, that was slowly being filled up by seawater, remained of the once lively city. A city that was considered to be one of the best cities to live in Country K. The old scammer made a few hand seals before pointing it at the crater under him, and the sky above him. Suddenly a magic circle appeared under his feet and above his head. When the 2 magic circles overlapped with each other, a pretty lady holding a sword in her hand appeared before James. We meet again, All-Father, the pretty lady said with a smile. Or, should I call you Old Bandit James this time? James chuckled as he eyed the lady in front of him. This was the first time he was seeing her with this appearance, but that was to be expected of a being that had many faces. What name are you using right now? James asked. The pretty lady smiled. This time around, I go by the name Kathy. James nodded in understanding. Kathy, I need your help. Is a connection between Earth and Hestia possible? Kathy covered her lips as she chuckled. All-Father, don't ask questions you already know the answer to. I know the answer, James sighed, but I no longer have my divinity. It is impossible for me to connect this realm to the Bifrost Bridge on my own. The pretty girl giggled because it was very rare for the mighty Odin to have a helpless expression on his face. Very well, I will help you this once, Kathy said with a mischievous smile on her face. But, the only thing I can do is to help you create a relay point. At most, it will take some time for it to become fully functional and allow the Bifrost Bridge to connect to this plane of existence. That's fine, I'm not in a hurry. Kathy turned her attention to something in the distance as her vision zoomed in on the sleeping half-elf who was being held by the black-haired beauty whom he'd just married. This is the least I can do for you, Will, Kathy thought. More than anything else, I wish for your happiness. The pretty lady then raised her sword and channeled her authority into it. A moment later, orbs of light came from the bodies of all the people in the world. No one could see this, for only powerful beings would be able to sense its presence. They all flew towards the sword in Kathy's hands like golden comets that came from all over the world. Once all the energy was absorbed, the sword pulsed, telling Kathy that her authority over it was now active. Kathy pointed the tip of the sword towards the north and chanted. To the north I ask for blessings, so that my voice will be heard. A pillar of red light shot out towards the heavens, which signaled that the first phase of the ceremony was complete. She then turned around and made the same gesture, this time, the sword tip pointing to the south. To the south, I ask for guidance, so that the legacy will be told. A blue pillar of light rose towards the sky to answer Kathy's call. Kathy faced the west and repeated the same gesture. To the west, I ask for leniency, may mercy fall upon me. A green light shone brightly in the western skies, which made the golden light coming from Kathy's sword grow brighter. She turned around and faced east, raising her sword one last time. To the east, I ask for a miracle, so my dreams will become reality. This time, a purple light shot towards the heavens. When all the pillars of the world were ignited, each of them covered the planet with their radiant light, which was equivalent to a spell of the 11th circle. A spell that had the power to affect the entire world. Placing her hand over her chest, right on top of her beating heart, Kathy activated the spell that would allow the Bifrost Bridge to connect to Earth from Hestia. A bridge that connects me to you, Kathy said as if making a pledge. A path that is meant for only me and you. The floor of Asgard in Hestia. The Bifrost Bridge shot out toward the void, which alarmed the residents that were currently living in the floor who belonged to the Ainsworth family. Morgan looked at the Rainbow Bridge with his arms crossed over his chest. Although he didn't know what was happening, he was quite certain that the one behind it was none other than his father, James. The commander of the Red Plague wasn't sure how the bridge operated. The only thing he did know was that only members of the Ainsworth family could activate it. Since that was the case, he ordered everyone to remain calm and not approach the Bifrost Bridge for the time being. This was the only thing he could do to prevent the others from doing anything reckless. Back on Earth, a bridge that shone with the colors of the rainbow descended from the sky and landed on the ground overlooking the giant crater. Although the connection had been properly established, it would still take a long time before those who held Odin's bloodline could travel between the two worlds, like they did thousands of years ago. Chapter 944, You will see your mama soon. It's time to go, William said as he smiled at the two angelic little devils that were clinging onto Chiffon's arms. Will, Chiffon had a reluctant look on her face as she looked up at William with an unwilling gaze. William sighed internally, but he steeled himself and patted Chiffon's head. He can understand his wife's feelings, however he needed to be firm, so he could bring Maple and Cinnamon out of the Thousand Beast domain and hand them over to his grandpa. Chiffon, you don't have to worry. William lightly patted her head. There will come a time when you will be able to hug, kiss, and talk to them every day. For now, they need to return, so that their mama will not be too worried about them. William then gazed at the two girls as he crouched down in front of them. Your mama is definitely worried about the two of you, William said in a gentle tone. She must be feeling very sad right now because she can't hug and talk to the two of you. Are you sure you want to leave her alone like that? Maple and Cinnamon suddenly became teary-eyed at the thought of seeing their mama cry. They knew what their mama was like and she would definitely be heartbroken if she didn't see them for a long time. Maple will go back, Maple replied. I love mama. See, Cinnamon also loves mama, Cinnamon stated. I will go back as well. William smiled and patted the heads of the two little girls. He could feel his heart melting as he looked at the two angelic little devils that he would surely cherish in the not-so-distant future. Maple and Cinnamon went into tiptoes and kissed Chiffon's left and right cheek at the same time. They then whispered something in Chiffon's ears, which made the latter's lips tremble as she hugged both of them tightly. Both of you be careful, okay, Chiffon said. Make sure to eat on time, and always listen to your mama's words. The two little girls nodded their heads obediently. In the end, Chiffon kissed them both on the cheeks before handing them over to William. As soon as William held Maple's and Cinnamon's hands, Chiffon turned around. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to stop the tears from falling down her face the moment the two adorable girls disappeared from her sight. The pink-haired girl didn't want the two little girls to see her cry because she was sure that both of them would cry as well. Her time with Maple and Cinnamon were one of the happiest times of her life. These were precious memories that she would keep in her heart forever. William understood what Chiffon wanted to do, so he decided to leave while she was still able to keep her composure, but, before doing so, he gave Princess Sidonie and Ash a brief nod. The two nodded back in order to assure him that they understood. A few seconds later, William disappeared along with the two angelic devils who were already getting teary-eyed as they stared at Chiffon's small and lonely back. The moment they disappeared, the pink-haired girl collapsed on the ground and broke into tears. Princess Sidonie and Ash immediately rushed to her side and gave her a hug, enveloping Chiffon in a supportive embrace. Lilith, who was standing a few meters away, sighed in her heart. She understood the sadness of parting, because she had also experienced it when she and Razel went their separate ways. Although she wanted to also give Chiffon some comforting words, she deemed that Princess Sidonie's and Ash's support would be enough to calm the grieving girl's heart. Woo 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 woo. Maple is sad. Woo 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 woo. Cinnamon is also sad. The two little girls latched onto William's leg as he reappeared inside his room. Belle, who was seated on the couch, looked at the two adorable girls, who were bawling their hearts out, with a curious gaze. Although she wasn't 100% certain, she could guess that the two girls were William's children because their eyes were similar to his. It's okay, William coaxed to the two girls whose tears fell like rain. You will see your mama soon, so both of you don't have to be sad. It took William a full 5 minutes to get the two little girls to calm down with promises of food. Belle found this scene to be funny because both girls only stopped after the half-elf promised them a feast fit for an emperor. Although there was an all-you-can-eat buffet inside the hotel, William knew that the owner, as well as the staff, would puke blood if the two little gluttons ate there. In order to compromise, he would just ask the hotel to cook a lot of food and serve it to them at lunchtime. After the promise had been made, William was finally able to breathe in a sigh of relief, and introduced the two girls to Belle. The black-haired beauty wasn't able to resist Maple's and Cinnamon's cuteness, and chatted with them about random things. Belle didn't ask them about their parents, but instead, asked them about the world they lived in. Maple was the one who liked to socialize with other people, while Cinnamon was more reserved. She just sat down and listened to her sister talk about their hometown, and gave comments from time to time. Seeing that the three girls were getting along, William decided to look for James and tell him that the two angelic little devils were finally in his custody. He only had a day and a half remaining on Earth, and he wished to spend it with Belle. The half-elf was feeling sad about their inevitable parting, but he was also hopeful. Since he had already appeared on Earth twice, it meant that he would be able to return to it a third time as well. What he didn't know was that James had already dealt with this problem. Although it would take a long time before the path between Hestia and Earth became stable, the foundations had already been built. This was James's end, to a certain extent, Cath's gift to William for doing his best to protect Earth, and the lady he loved, from the whims of the God of Chaos. Chapter 945, Love Will Find a Way, R18. Disclaimer. Mild R18 scenes are in this chapter. If you're not comfortable with it, feel free to skip it. A sweet sigh escaped Belle's lips as her hands held onto the back of the sofa. She was currently seated on William's lap as she enjoyed the euphoric sensation of his seed staining her insides with its warmth. Belle knew that the two of them didn't have much time together, so she took the initiative to seduce him once dinner had ended. The red-headed teenager was more than happy to comply because he felt the same way. Right now, the half-elf was busy sucking on Belle's left breast like a baby, waiting for his orgasm to subside. He loved the fact that the black-haired beauty took the initiative and the lead to make love to him. Belle moved her hips according to her own rhythm, which made William feel really good. The half-elf, on the other hand, used his healing magic to ensure that Belle wouldn't dislocate her hips as she did her best to make both of them feel good. Here, drink this, William said as she gave Belle a bottle of super stamina potion to replenish her strength. The night was still young, so they had more than enough time for their attempt to have Bel conceive his child before he left her again for a time. The half-elf didn't know if they would succeed, because right now, Bel was a normal human being. The red-headed teenager could be considered as a superhuman, so having her give birth to his child would not be an easy feat. William's essence was so strong, that it would require an equally strong vessel to contain it. However, he wasn't too worried about it. The moment they had made love with each other, his essence had started to strengthen Belle's body, so even if she didn't get pregnant now, she would definitely get pregnant in the future. As Belle drank the super stamina potion, she could feel her strength returning to her body. In order to be safe, William also gave her a super rejuvenation potion to replenish the other things that the super stamina potion didn't cover. After a short break, the two were at it again, with Belle moving her hips in any manner she pleased. The black-haired beauty had taken a liking to taking the lead in their lovemaking. Seeing William's flushed face, as she did her best to make him feel good, felt liberating. She had seen how strong her husband was, but seeing his helpless expression as he reached his limit made her feel extremely good. It was as if she was conquering the half-elf, and his fate lay in her merciful hands. I might get addicted to this, Belle thought as she momentarily stopped moving her hips to cup William's face and give him a passionate kiss. A few minutes later, William's body shuddered as he once again reached his limit. Belle was not far behind, and together they reached the peak of pleasure together. The numbing pleasure of his manhood pressing against her womb, and releasing his essence, made Belle feel intoxicated. William and Belle panted for breath as they enjoyed the afterglow of this blissful feeling that made them want to stop time, so the two of them could stay in each other's arms for as long as possible. Tomorrow at noon, you will be returning to Hestia, Belle stated as she rested her head on William's chest. Both of them laid on the bed after taking a bath to clean off the remnants from their intense love-making session. Although they were both tired, they didn't want to sleep because this was a very precious time for both of them. Will, please, don't forget about me, Belle said softly as she kissed the blue gem on his chest. William didn't say anything. Instead, he held her more firmly as if not wanting to let her go. Belle knew that William couldn't make this promise, but she couldn't stop herself from saying these words to him. When William fell from the red portal after fighting against the god of chaos, Belle felt that her heart was being squeezed inside her chest. However, something more heartbreaking followed when she saw her beloved look at her as if he was looking at a stranger. This was a memory that Belle wouldn't be able to forget anytime soon. The mere thought of William completely forgetting about her completely made her anxious. She wished with all of her heart that the next time they met again, the half-elf would still be able to recognize her. Because if he didn't, Belle forcefully tossed this line of thought to the back of her head. She didn't want to feel pessimistic, especially during this time when the two of them were together. As if sensing her fears, William kissed her head and spoke the thoughts inside his mind. Belle, if and when that time comes, do not be afraid, William said. Love will find a way. Belle replied, our love will find a way. As the black-haired beauty nestled deeper into William's arms, a sudden question popped inside her head. Will, say, for example, that I do end up getting pregnant before you return to Hestia. What would you like to name our daughter if that happens? Belle asked. Daughter. William chuckled. What if we had a son instead? Belle smiled as she lightly rubbed William's chest. Although she wasn't completely certain that Stella was her daughter, she believed that it was so. However, she also couldn't rule out the possibility that she also had a son with Will. Since that was the case, she decided to cover all bases so she wouldn't have to worry about their names in the future. Then, think of a name for our son as well, Belle answered. That way, regardless of whether I give birth to a boy or a girl, their names are already ready for them. So, Papa, make sure to think of good names for them. William quieted down as he seriously pondered on what to name his son and daughter. Several minutes passed in silence, but Belle didn't say anything and simply waited for her beloved to come up with the names for their children. After a few more minutes, William finally broke the silence as he gave two names for his son and daughter. If it is a boy, call him Alex, William stated. If it is a girl, call her Stella. Belle's heart skipped a beat after hearing Will mention the name of the girl that had saved her and given her the golden bracelet that she was currently wearing. Why Stella? Belle asked with genuine curiosity. Why did you pick that name for our daughter? William smiled as he waved his hand to the ceiling. Soon, the ceiling was replaced by a beautiful starry sky that made Belle gasp in surprise. The name Stella means star, William replied. You see, there is a certain constellation that watches over me from the heavens. I wish to honor that constellation and give my daughter the name Stella. I see, Belle muttered as she looked up at the beautiful starry sky that was impossible to see on Earth. 2 moons hang on the heavens, surrounded by countless stars that shone brightly in the night sky. Stella is a good name. Very well, let's pick that name for our daughter. Good, I look forward to seeing her in the future. Somewhere in the city where William and Belle were currently staying, a beautiful young lady stared up at the cloudy sky that kept all of the stars out of sight. It's a pity that you can't see the stars here in the city, the young lady with long black hair, tied in a ponytail that was held in place by a butterfly hair pin, said softly. She then summoned her bow and pulled the strings before aiming at the sky. A magical arrow appeared on the bow and it shone in a silvery light. The moment the young lady released the string, the arrow shot towards the sky, creating a trail of light behind it. The moment the arrow flew in the heavens, the clouds hovering above the city all parted to make way for their brilliance. That night, a miracle happened. The stars that were impossible to see in one of the liveliest cities in the world, appeared in front of everyone. Its surreal beauty made this night unforgettable for those that never had the opportunity to see what a starry sky looked like. The young lady smiled as she stared at the constellation that watched over her father from the heavens. The darkest nights produce the brightest stars, the young lady muttered as she raised her hand towards the sky. With that said, the sky is not the limit when you're reaching for the stars. Chapter 946, Who are the last 2 people you plan to marry? Part 1. Well then, we'll be going now, James said as he patted William's shoulder. I'm sure that you have a lot of questions, but we can talk about them when we're back in Hestia. William nodded his head. He did indeed have many questions to ask his grandpa, like, how did he manage to go to Earth? And, how and where did he meet Maple and Chiffon? Even so, he agreed that now was not the best time to talk about it. Be careful, Gramps, William replied. I'll see you in Hestia. All right, stay safe until then. James then turned to look at his granddaughter-in-law with a smile. He mostly talked about Belle's parents and tried to know more about her through them. After knowing the bittersweet memory of how they fell in love and parted with each other, James felt that his secret gift to William would make the half-elf cry out and jump with joy. For now, he planned to keep the connection of the Bifrost Bridge a secret from his grandson because it wasn't stable yet. Only when the connection had been fully formed would he tell him, so that he could travel back to Earth and spend some time with his star-crossed lover. Belle, I look forward to seeing you in Hestia, James said. Our family will welcome you with open arms. Belle nodded her head and smiled. I also look forward to visiting your hometown, grandfather. William told me that it is a wonderful palace. It is, James replied. I will ensure that you and your family will enjoy your stay once you visit. After making a few more small talk and bidding their final farewells, James left with Maple and Cinnamon. He still needed to hand the 2 little girls to their older sisters to ensure that they would stay out of trouble. Well then, we should go as well, William said with a mischievous smirk. Go where? Belle blinked in confusion. The half-elf and her didn't talk about any plans for their last day together, but it seems that William had planned something special for her. You will know soon enough, William replied as he lifted his wife into a Princess Carrie before flying towards the sky. He had already informed Raymond where he planned to take Belle for their last day together, and the latter had already assigned several security personnel, who were handpicked by the president of Country K, to watch over his daughter. William landed in the archery range inside Belle's university. It was the place where William would often sneak into in order to take a good look at the black-haired beauty while she participated in her daily club activities. You know, when I first saw you, I knew that you would fall in love with me at first sight, William said as he supported his wife back into a standing position. It seems that I was right. Belle rolled her eyes at the half-elf's shameless statement. Both of them knew who fell in love at first sight first, and it was none other than the red-headed teenager who was currently rummaging through the archery supplies for bows and arrows. He handed one bow to Belle, and made a quiver of arrows float beside her. One of my wishes back then was to stand beside you in this shooting range and practice archery with you. William explained. Is that really the case? Belle replied. Or are you just making things up? I can't really remember, but knowing myself, I think this thought would have surely crossed my mind. So, you're not sure? William coughed awkwardly. In truth, he had completely forgotten most of his past life. His only memories of Belle that remained were of his first visit when they met and enjoyed the festival together in the countryside. Simply put, he asked Raymond a lot of questions about what he knew about him, and Belle's father gave him bits and pieces, which the half-elf merged together in order to have an understanding of what he was like in other people's eyes. Fine. Belle relented. Since we are already here, how about we have a match? 10 arrows. The one that hits the bullseye the most wins. William smirked. He knew that Belle was confident in her archery, but for her to challenge him to an archery competition in his current state was simply asking for a beatdown. Very well, but what are the stakes? William asked. If you win, what do you want? Belle lightly pulled the string of her bow to test it a bit before answering the half-elf's question. If I win, you will pass a message to Wendy for me, Belle answered. William's first wife had issued a challenge to her, and it made her feel competitive. It was quite unfortunate that the Valkyrie captain had disappeared before Belle could tell her what she wanted to say. That's it, you want me to pass a message to Wendy? The red-headed teenager found this quite amusing, so he decided to agree to Belle's request. How about you? Belle asked. What do you want as a prize if you win? William pondered for a bit and tried to think of a good prize if he won. However, no matter how much he thought, he couldn't think of an appropriate reward that Belle could give her. In the end, he settled for something that would put his mind at ease. If I win, you will not do anything reckless like looking for ways to come to Hestia, William stated. Can you promise me that? Belle nodded. However, she voiced a condition. It was not in her nature to simply sit by and wait until a miracle happened. If you still haven't come to find me after 2 years, this agreement will become null and void. Wasn't that 5 years before? Things changed, Belle said firmly. I can't trust you to keep your pants on your body. I'm sure that the moment you return to Hestia, you will resume your skirt-chasing activities. For a brief moment, William thought that an arrow had pierced his chest after hearing Belle's words. The imaginary pain made him wince, and it made him feel bitter. Belle, I don't actively look for girls to marry, you know. William replied with a hurt expression. I'm already married to 5 women and, you will be marrying a few more, Belle interjected, preventing William from finishing his sentence. Did you forget, you still haven't married Lilith? Another invisible arrow pierced William's chest because he couldn't refute Belle's words. After what had happened in the Deadlands, it was impossible for him to not marry the Amazon princess. Then you have your first master, Selene, Belle scoffed. So that's 2 more wives on your list. Several more. Arrows pierced William's chest, which made him feel helpless. It was as if he was a criminal being tried in the court and the jury was hurtling facts about his crime, which forced him to plead guilty. All in all, you already have 7 wives, Belle continued her explanation. Back then, I told you that you can marry 9. If you think about it, the order was messed up a bit when you married me. I was supposed to be your 10th wife. Belle then knocked an arrow on her bow and aimed at the target that was several meters away from her. As someone that had practiced archery for most of her life, her aim was steadier than most, and had already reached the national level. I almost forgot, you still have Est waiting for you back in the southern continent, Belle added as she released the arrow, which flew straight and true hitting the bullseye. I believe her name is Estelle, right? So, all in all you already have 8 wives. This only leaves you 2 more before our agreement comes to fruition. The black-haired beauty then turned to the side to look at the half-elf who was already sweating buckets, while looking at Belle's arrow that struck the target dead center. He had a feeling that if he tried to bullshit his way out of this predicament, Belle might shoot an arrow at him, targeting his butt, which would make him feel pain he had never felt before. Tell me, Will, Belle said as she took another arrow from the quiver and knocked it on her bow. Who are the last 2 people you plan to marry? Chapter 947. Who are the last 2 people you plan to marry? Part 2. The whistling sound of an arrow hitting its target was easily heard by the half-elf who pondered whether to tell Belle about his supposedly 9th wife, Kathy. He didn't even need to look at the archery target to know that Belle had struck another bullseye after firing her 2nd arrow. William then took an arrow from the quiver, and knocked it on his bow. Actually, I met a mysterious girl in the Deadlands, William said as he looked at Belle. She told me that she's my 9th wife. William shot the arrow without even looking at its target. Belle glanced in the direction of the arrow, and found it firmly planted on the bullseye of her husband's archery target. The black-haired beauty shifted her attention to William and raised an eyebrow. She told you that she's your 9th wife? Belle asked. Isn't that a bit too convenient? William shrugged. I only met her in the Deadlands. I don't even know if I'll meet her ever again. Belle frowned. The term Deadlands was a sensitive topic to her after what had happened in K-City. According to William, the city would wander across the void and become a place where those who refused to cross over would find themselves. What is she like? Well, she's a happy-go-lucky girl. Her blood is also delicioso, I mean, it has a unique taste. Belle picked up another arrow from the quiver and fired a third arrow, which also hit the bullseye. Okay, let's say that she is your 9th wife, Belle stated as she tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, as she eyed William with a smile. Then who is the 8th one? The half-elf took an arrow out of the floating quiver beside him and aimed at his target. A few seconds later, an arrow once again hit the bullseye, giving him 2 points out of 10. You know, I don't really think about these things, Belle, William answered. Although I have many wives, and I love all of them, I don't actively search for more. What are you, some kind of harem protagonist? Mayhaps. I didn't bother to check the tags on this novel. The two stared at each other for a few seconds before breaking out in smiles. Belle then fired 2 consecutive arrows at her target in quick succession, making her points 5 out of 10. When that lady from the stall told me that you were bound to have 9 wives, I didn't believe her at first, Belle said, but after everything that has happened, I have no choice but to believe it. William sighed internally as a name escaped his lips. Freya. Back when he was in the countryside with Belle, he didn't think much of the name because it was not an uncommon name on Earth. However, now that everything had been said and done, he realized that the mysterious stall owner might have been the only god that had survived the destruction of Asgard. I never had an opportunity to interact with her back then, so I'm not really sure, William thought. Still, this coincidence is too much to ignore. Silence descended between Belle and William as they focused on firing their arrows at the target. Surprisingly, when William was about to fire his 10th arrow, a scent in the air made his nose itchy. At the exact moment that he was about to release the arrow, he sneezed and its trajectory shifted, so it struck the very edge of the archery target, which made his final score 9 out of 10. Well then, since I won the bet, I want you to pass this message to Wendy, Belle said with a smile. Tell her, you might be the first wife, but I have his heart. Make sure to pass this message to her, okay? William didn't know that his first wife, and his first love in his past life was having some kind of rivalry that was very similar to Princess Sidoni's and Lilith's. After hearing the message that Belle wanted to pass to Wendy, the half-elf felt a headache because Belle's message was bound to trigger Wendy, which would lead to unexpected consequences. However, Belle's gaze screamed, "You'd better tell her or else," so the half-elf could only reluctantly nod his head. "Let's pinky promise," Belle proposed. "That way, you won't break it. Are you a child?" William chuckled. "I have a better idea. This." William raised Belle's chin with his finger and kissed her lips for a few seconds before pulling back. "There," William stated. "A promise that is sealed with a kiss. Much better than a pinky promise, right?" Belle rolled her eyes at the half-elf, but didn't refute his words. She also found her earlier suggestion a bit childish, so William's method was fine as well. "Okay, shall we change places now?" William asked. Belle frowned. "But, we just got here. Aren't you going to visit your old classroom to try and recall memories?" William shook his head. "The only memories that matter here in the university are yours. As for the rest, they are not important." The half-elf then returned the bows, arrows, and quivers to their respective location before lifting Belle into a princess carry. He had limited time on Earth, so he planned to visit the most important places before he returned to Hestia. 5 minutes later, the two landed in front of the gate of the Smiles orphanage, which made the two guards look at William and Belle as if they were looking at two celebrities. Both of their faces had been shown on television, posted in social media platforms, as well as uploaded in streaming websites. In simpler terms, almost everyone in Country K knew what they looked like, so the moment they appeared in the Smiles orphanage, the staff, as well as the children, scrambled to get their autographs. William smiled and allowed them to take pictures with him and Belle together, to serve as bragging rights for those who would visit the orphanage. In fact, William even called a professional photographer, so he could take a group picture with all the children in the orphanage with him and Belle at the center. The photographer would then have his studio print it and put it into a big frame, which would be hung inside the Smiles orphanage as a memento for the memories that he had lost. Although William couldn't remember the faces of the children who were once his little brothers and sisters, he prayed that all of them would find good families who would adopt them and give them a second chance at life. Beth was very happy and honored to see William and Belle visit their orphanage together. When she first saw the red-headed teenager, she felt that he wasn't someone ordinary. However, she didn't expect that the young man that had donated millions to their orphanage was also the hero that had protected the denizens of K-City to the best of his abilities. William and Belle stayed inside the orphanage for an hour. The half-elf wished that he could stay longer, but he was short on time. After bidding farewell to everyone, Williams and Belle once again took off to the skies to go to their last destination. A place where William realized that he had missed many beautiful opportunities. Chapter 948, The Greatest Gift. Belle became silent as they drew closer to their final destination. It was a place that was very familiar to her. Perhaps, it was even more familiar to her than it was to William. When she was young, she would often go there to accompany her father because her mother was too busy handling their business to take care of her. Although she had a hunch that William would come to this place, she still felt melancholic as they descended from the sky and landed on the rooftop of the hospital that belonged to her family. "It's quite unfortunate that it's not sunset at the moment," William said as he looked up at the clear blue sky that extended in all directions. "Still, it's not so bad." William's body was constantly emitting a refreshing breeze, which warded away the heat of the sun. Just to be on the safe side, he also cast a protective barrier around Belle to prevent her from getting sunburn and heatstroke. "Your father told me that I would often come here to think when I was still in this hospital," William explained. "I don't know if he is just messing with me, but since I don't have my past memories of this place, I decided to believe him for now." "Ah, he was also the one that told me about the orphanage. It was his idea that I should visit these places before I returned to Hestia." William chuckled as he gazed at the city where he had lived for most of his past life. "Although I can't remember anything about this place, I think I have a vague idea why I visit this place from time to time when I was still confined in the hospital." William sighed. "I don't know if your father told you about me, but according to him, I suffered from a very rare lung disease. It was a terminal illness, and back then, I only had a few months to live. I'm sure that I might have felt really sad during those times. Perhaps, thoughts of jumping off this roof might have also crossed my mind back then." Belle hugged William and rested her head on his shoulder. She didn't say anything and simply showed her support to her beloved as he voiced the thoughts in his mind. "Your father told me that I made a deal with him to donate my heart and other healthy organs to children who were suffering from diseases," William said softly. "I'm sure that the me back then decided to go all out in order to repay the people that had played an important part in my life. Of course, one of those beneficiaries was the Smiles Orphanage where I had been raised." The half-elf closed his eyes as if trying to unearth the memories he had of this place, but nothing came to mind. It seemed as though all of his memories, except for the memory of their time in the countryside, had vanished completely. "Belle, I am happy that, even now, my heart beats for you." William could hear, and feel, the beating of his heart that had been transplanted inside his wife's body. It made him happy, knowing that he had been with her even after he had crossed over to the afterlife. "It is the greatest gift that I received from someone," Belle replied as she looked up at William. "Thank you for giving me a second chance at life." The two kissed once again and held each other in a loving embrace. After a while, Belle lightly caressed William's chest before asking a question. "How long do we have?" Belle asked. The half-elf glanced at the timer that was ticking away on his status page and told her the answer to her question. 0 hours 49 minutes and 35 seconds. 49 minutes, William answered. "Is there a place where you want to go?" "We still have time. Let's go back home," Belle stated. "And spend the remaining time inside my room." William smiled as he nodded his head. "Understood. Great-grandpa, it's time for us to go," Stella said while holding Maple's and Cinnamon's hands. "You don't need to escort us in the void." "Don't worry about me," James chuckled. "I'm just sightseeing in the void. Making sure that my great-grandkids return home safely is not a big deal." Stella smiled because she had already expected that something like this would happen. Since James had already made up his mind, there was nothing that they could do to stop him from doing what he wanted. "Let's go," Razel said as she summoned Gleipnir to create a protective bubble that encompassed her, Stella, Maple, and Cinnamon. "Maple, Cinnamon, open the passage to the void." "Maple understands." Maple raised her hand. "Cinnamon, too." Cinnamon also raised her hand to imitate her sister. James looked with great curiosity at what his great-grandkids were about to do. When he saw Maple and Cinnamon wandering in the void, He already knew that the twins were not ordinary children. No one could take a stroll in the void as if they were just walking in their own backyard. Even James had to rely on Sleipnir to cross through the void safely. The two pink-haired girls started to sing. A moment later, the air trembled as a small portal, the size of a basketball ball, appeared in front of them. With every second that passed, the portal grew bigger and bigger. When Maple and Cinnamon finished singing, a portal that was 3 meters tall and wide appeared in front of them. With a wave of Razel's hand, the bubble she and her sisters were standing in flew towards the portal. Gleipnir would protect them from unexpected mishaps that could happen while they journeyed through the void. The earlier incident that had separated Maple and Cinnamon from them was a painful lesson that Stella and Razel learned the hard way. They had spent considerable time looking for their little sisters in the void. Fortunately, James was passing by and found Maple and Cinnamon along the way. With Sleipnir's ability, it was able to locate Razel and Stella in the void as well, and the sisters had a tearful reunion after James had arrived with the twins in tow. This was also why James decided to escort his great-grandchildren. If anything unexpected happened, he would be there to offer his support and allow them to return to their timeline safely. James lightly tapped Sleipnir's neck, and his mount followed the girls as they passed through the portal. Just as soon as the old man appeared in the void, he glanced back at the portal that was slowly becoming smaller and smaller. The time for his short vacation on Earth was over, and it was now time to resume his mission. However, before doing that, he would ensure that his great-grandkids safely returned to their timeline. As for William, James wasn't too worried about his grandson. He knew that his grandson wanted to spend his remaining time with his wife, so he didn't bother to bid goodbye to him. As he escorted his great-grandkids through the void, the half-elf and the black-haired beauty returned to the Parker residence to spend the time they had left inside Belle's room. The two of them had learned a lot from their last parting, and were using what remaining time they had to create more wonderful memories, before William would be forced to return to Hestia and bid his beloved wife goodbye. Chapter 949, William's Return. After the light receded, William found himself standing at the entrance of the 7th sanctum. He didn't know how he appeared here, but he had no complaints. After bidding his final farewell to Belle, William was forcefully ejected from Earth and reappeared in Hestia. Their final moments together had been bittersweet, but still better than the first time they parted from each other. After making sure that the coast was clear, he summoned the people that had been stuck inside his 1000-beast domain during his stay on Earth. Chiffon, Lilith, Aldrich Diabolical Hell Ape, Chloe, Elliot, and Conan appeared beside him. Aldrich, sorry but I can no longer accompany you inside the 7th sanctum to look for the method that will help you turn into a human, William said. I need to return to the academy and deal with important matters. Aldrich nodded his head in understanding. It's fine, I have long heard about Hestia Academy. Perhaps, the headmaster there can help me with my problem. Do you mind if I accompany you back to the academy? I don't mind, William replied. How about you, 6th master? Chloe, who had stayed inside the 1000-beast domain to explore the dungeon of Atlantis along with Elliot and Conan, crossed her arms over her chest. I'll accompany you, Chloe said. The headmaster might not give me my pay if I return to the academy alone. William smiled because he was touched when he found out that Chloe had come to the Forbidden Grounds just to find him. Because of this, he made sure to tell Charmaine to give the little fairy any food that she wanted to eat. Are we heading straight to the academy? Chiffon asked as she held William's hand. William shook his head. There's no rush. We promised Haleth to visit her after we leave the Forbidden Grounds. Let's take a short break in the port city of Alabaster first. This is the second time Hestia Academy has sent someone to ask if William appeared in the city. Haleth sighed as she gave a report to his commander, White Fang. I asked some of our men to send them to one of the popular inns in the city. They will stay there and wait for any news regarding William. White Fang pressed his hands together as he eyed his vice commander with a serious expression on his face. Between the two of us, what are the chances of William leaving the Forbidden Ground alive? White Fang asked. I believe in him, Haleth replied. He will definitely return safely. White Fang nodded his head. Just like Haleth, he had a feeling that William could safely return from the Forbidden Ground that had claimed the countless lives of the people who had dared to venture inside its depths. Just as the two of them were about to talk about other topics, a soldier burst inside the room with an excited expression on his face. Sir, he's returned, the soldier shouted. Calm down, White Fang ordered. Didn't I tell all of you to properly knock on the door first before entering? So, who returned? Him. The soldier replied. Who? Haleth frowned. He returned. If you don't start talking about things that make sense, I'm gonna clobber you. The soldier finally realized his mistake and hurriedly corrected his manner of speaking. Sir William Von Ainsworth has been spotted at the gates of the city. I think he heading straight to our headquarters. The soldier hadn't even finished with what he had to say when Haleth dashed out of the room and ran down the hallway. White Fang, who saw this scene, chuckled because he knew that his vice commander had a huge crush on the half-elf who had become the idol of all the half-elves in the world. As the highest commanding half-elf in the city of Alabaster, Haleth had long wished for a safe haven where their race wouldn't be prosecuted. She believed that only William had the ability to make this wish of hers a reality, so she was very worried when the half-elf entered the Forbidden Ground after leaving the city of Alabaster. The moment she exited the headquarters of the army, she saw William's entourage enter the barracks. Haleth hurriedly ran in William's direction and gave him a big hug, which surprised not only the soldiers who were present at the scene, but also Chiffon and Lilith, who had interacted with the blonde-haired half-elf in the past. Thank the gods you're safe, Haleth said as she hugged William tightly. I was so worried about you. The red-headed teenager lightly patted Haleth's back in order to assure her that he was fine. As a half-elf, William had a good impression of the vice-commander of the port city because both of them were of the same race. Sorry for making you worry, William replied. Actually, the reason why we returned here is to take a break for a few days before we journey back to Hestia Academy. I didn't know that I caused you and Commander White Fang a lot of trouble. Haleth was finally able to regain her composure after hearing William's words. She then took a step back and eyed him with a flushed expression on her face. How long will all of you be staying here? Haleth asked. There are several people from the academy here in the city who are waiting for news about you. Sorry, but according to protocol, we need to inform them about your arrival. I don't mind. Please, put their minds at ease by telling them that I am safe and sound. Understood. Thank you for your cooperation. After sending one of the guards to inform the envoys from Hestia Academy, Haleth escorted William inside their headquarters so he could talk with their commander, White Fang, about the things he saw inside the Forbidden Ground. White Fang and Haleth listened to William's story with grim expressions on their faces. They had known that going to the Forbidden Ground and getting out alive was difficult, but after hearing that it was infested with myriad beasts, both the beastkin and the blonde half-elf found themselves at a loss for words. On that day, the two high-ranking officers of the city of Alabaster finally understood that the word, difficult, was not an appropriate word to describe William's story. Of course, the red-headed teenager didn't mention anything about the Deadlands, or any other information that wasn't part of the Forbidden Grounds. Even so, White Fang and Haleth coined a new term for those who planned to go to the Seventh Sanctum, and that word was none other than suicidal. Chapter 950. It's fine to be greedy, for I am greedy as well. How is he? Lilith asked as she sipped the high-quality coffee that William had bought in bulk back on Earth. Still sleeping, Chiffon answered. He must be very tired. After arriving at the port city of Alabaster, William, Chiffon, Lilith, Aldrich, and the others were given the VIP treatment in the inn that they were staying at. Perhaps due to the festivities, or the fact that he felt sad after parting with Belle, the red-headed teenager drank a lot of wine until he fell asleep. Chloe, who was seated on top of the table, just listened to the discussion while happily eating a Toblerone chocolate bar, which had become one of her favorites among William's stash of foods from Earth. The half-elf had imported many things that were very popular on Earth, like chocolates, coffees, tea leaves, junk foods, instant noodles, and many other items that were considered a rarity in Hestia. Adele handled the transaction and found William's hoarding of food quite amusing. Even so, she understood that Hestia didn't have these things, so she added a few more items that she thought that William and his friends back in his world would like. The heart moves where the heart wills, Elliot said as he sipped a cup of warm chocolate. He currently held the form of a 12-year-old William as a way to get used to his grown-up form. Indeed, Conan commented as he bit into a pretzel. Although he didn't show it on the surface, he was very sad when they parted. Elliot and Conan were each born with a quarter of William's soul. They were the half-elf's other halves, which made him complete. Whenever William used his Aenarion form, the two of them were not spared, and the memories they held were also erased from their heads. This was why they couldn't help William remember his past memories, and suffered the same fate as him. Is she that special to him? Lilith asked. After becoming one of William's lovers, she had gotten to know the half-elf a little more and knew that he deeply cared about relationships. After knowing Belle's existence, and the fact that the half-elf still loved her, the Amazon princess couldn't help but get curious and envious of the girl that William still held dear in his heart. Elliot and Conan glanced at each other before shifting their gaze to Lilith. "It is best if you ask William about this," Elliot replied. "That's right," Conan answered. "Although we can answer your question, this is something that you should hear from him, and not us." William's familiars knew that what Lilith really wanted was the truth about Belle. Since that was the case, it was best for the red-headed teenager to handle this thing on his own. Lilith sighed, but she no longer pestered the two familiars, who were serious in keeping their silence. Chiffon also stayed silent. William had once asked her to remember who Belle was, just in case he forgot about her. Unlike her husband's other wives, Chiffon didn't think too much about these things. The only thing that mattered was that William loved her, and that was enough to make her happy. Also, she was looking forward to holding her two adorable babies who had miraculously appeared in her life. Her only regret was that her mother, April, wasn't able to see her daughters because she had passed away when Chiffon was still young. A few hours later, the half-elf finally woke up and was suffering from a hangover from all the wine that he had drunk. The wines were something he had bought in the god shop, so their effect was stronger than regular wine. In order to ease the pain, the half-elf placed a pink lollipop inside his mouth, and his headache instantly disappeared. "What time is it?" William asked as he entered the living room. He sat beside Chiffon on the couch, who happily snuggled up to his side. "Just past noon," Lilith replied as she eyed the half-elf with concern. "Haleth came here an hour ago to check on your condition, but after telling her that you were still asleep she decided to come back later." William nodded in understanding as he produced another lollipop and placed it inside Chiffon's mouth. "Sorry," William apologized. "I got carried away last night and drank too much. By the way, where are the others?" After arriving at the living room, he didn't see anyone else aside from Chiffon and Lilith, so he assumed that they went out to explore the city. His suspicions were confirmed when the Amazon princess said that Haleth volunteered to take them on a sightseeing trip, while they waited for William to wake up. After trying to hold it in for a few minutes, Lilith finally reached her limit and stood up from her seat. She then walked towards William and sat on his right side, resting her head on his shoulders. The half-elf smiled and intertwined his fingers with Lilith's, who was still discovering ways to act naturally in front of William's other wives. For Lilith, it was easy to do as she pleased when only Chiffon was around. However, the difficulty of sharing an intimate moment with William increased when his other wives, Princess Sidonie and Ash, were around. "I'm still not used to this," Lilith said softly. "I should be fine with sharing you with others because this is also the culture of Amazons. However, there are times when I just want to monopolize you for myself. Am I selfish?" Before William could answer Lilith's question, the pink-haired girl who was snuggling beside William raised her head and looked at her. "I think feeling that way is normal," Chiffon replied. "Even I sometimes want to monopolize Will, especially when it's just the two of us. I want him to pamper me a lot, and make me feel that I'm the most special girl in the world. So, I think it's fine if you feel that way too. After all, it is very rare for us to spend time alone with him, especially since our sisters love him just as much as we do." William smiled and lightly patted Chiffon's head, which made the latter close her eyes and rest her head on her husband's chest in contentment. "Lilith, there will be times when I won't be always with you," William said as she looked at the Amazon princess with a gentle gaze. "Even so, whenever we have the opportunity to spend some time together with only the two of us, I promise that I will do my best to make those brief moments memorable for the both of us." Lilith lowered her head because William's gaze was melting her heart. As an Amazon warrior, she prided herself for being strong, so this feeling of weakness made her helpless. It was at this moment when the power of her divinity flared up. Lilith's divinity was greed, the sin which every human possessed. The overwhelming desire to acquire something, whether it be an object, a place, or a person, fueled this divinity. Just as she was unsure on what to do, she felt William's fingertips raise her chin. The next thing she saw was William's eyes that were looking at her with affection. "It's fine," William said as he lowered his head. "I belong to you, just as much as you belong to me. So, it's fine to be greedy, for I am greedy as well." William pressed his lips over Lilith's and kissed her passionately. Chiffon just watched from the side because she understood that her sister needed William's help right now. Just like Princess Sidonie and Lilith, Chiffon also suffered from outbreaks of her divinity. Whenever this happened, William would be by her side, while he happily fed her delicious food that he had acquired from who knows where. As Lilith allowed her divinity to rise to the surface, her wish to acquire William grew more and more. In a sense, the Amazon princess's greed was similar to Princess Sidonie's lust. Both of them wanted William, so the way to deal with it was the same. Chiffon stepped out of the room to temporarily guard the door, just in case the others came back. Right now, Lilith needed William, so the pink-haired girl decided to give them some privacy, and let the Amazon princess's burning desire be extinguished by the half-elf's love, which would not lose to the sin she carried. Chapter 951, A Prince That Would Plunge the World into Darkness. When Haleth and the others arrived, they found Chiffon standing by the door. Just as the blonde half-elf was about to ask why the pink-haired girl was standing outside the room, she heard a moan, which made her body stiffen. As a half-elf, she was blessed with superior eyesight and hearing. Even though they were still standing in the hallway, she could hear the pleasure-filled sounds that escaped Lilith's lips from beyond the door. "William is busy right now," Chiffon said with a smile. "How about all of you have an afternoon snack downstairs? We'll go out later, after Will finishes his business." "Oh okay," Haleth stuttered as she walked away, leaving the others behind. Aldrich followed behind Haleth. Because with his rank, it was fairly easy for him to know what was happening inside the room. Chloe, on the other hand, frowned because there was something she wanted to ask William. As someone who likes to bash things and break down doors, Chloe didn't see any problem with her barging inside the room in order to ask William her question. However, before she could even smash the door apart, Elliot and Conan both grabbed his arms and tried to pull her away. "Hey, what are you doing?" Chloe asked as she struggled. "Let me go. There's something I need to ask my disciple." "Now is not a good time, Chloe," Conan said while sweating buckets. "Will is really busy right now. He has no time to answer your question." I am his master," Chloe stated. "He will always have time to answer my questions." "My goodness, there's no need to rush," Elliot, who was struggling to hold the little fairy, said with difficulty. "The people downstairs were saying that the house specialty is extremely delicious. Why don't we try it first before we come back to talk to Will? I heard that it is a limited edition thing, so we need to try it before it goes out of stock." Chloe stopped struggling because anything related to food and fighting piqued her interest. Although her favorite food was pancakes and desserts, eating something that has the word special in it would always make her want to try it out. "Very well," Chloe declared. "We will try this house specialty first before I return to ask Will my question." Elliot and Conan both sighed in relief because a crisis was averted. They then flanked the little fairy on both sides as they flew downstairs to order the house specialty, which the two familiar hoped was good enough to help them buy enough time for William to finish his business. An hour later, a satisfied-looking Lilith calmly drank a cup of tea that William had prepared for her. The Amazon princess felt refreshed after the outbreak of her sin had died out. She never thought that her divinity could be calmed in such a manner, which made her feel sorry for her younger self, who had been locked up inside the temple of the gods, whenever her divinity flared out of control. William, on the other hand, had gained a better understanding of his fiancée after her fiery outburst. Unlike Princess Sidonie's craving for his body, the Amazon's princess's sin encompassed his entire being. Lilith didn't want the half-elf's body, she wanted his everything. The good news was that her sin was more controllable than Princess Sidonie's. During their love-making, Lilith focused on making William feel good, while greedily taking him inside her. Although William didn't want to admit it, he found Lilith's desire to acquire him very hot and sexy, which made it so she did not lose to Succubus Princess's advances, whose sin represented lust. Haleth couldn't look at William steadily. Because each time she would look at his face, she could feel her cheeks burning. The red-headed teenager wasn't aware that Haleth had heard their lovemaking through the door because his attention was focused on Lilith. Only when Chiffon had returned did the half-elf know that his sixth master, Chloe, had almost barged inside the room while they were in the middle of a strenuous exercise. "Good job the two of you," William thanked his two familiars via telepathy, because if it weren't for them, the little fairy might have barged inside the room and discovered something she had never seen before. "This was just the natural thing to do," Elliot replied. "Kekeki, I'm not going to lie, Will, that was close," Conan commented. Chloe is really strong. It took everything I had just to hold her down. Chloe, who didn't know that the boys were talking about her, hovered in front of William with her arms crossed over her chest. She was looking at the half-elf with a serious expression, but after a minute had passed, she still didn't say anything. This prompted William to take the initiative to ask her if there was something she needed from him. Sixth Master, Elliot and Conan said that you wanted to ask me a question, William said. Is there anything that I can help you with? Chloe hummed before landing on William's right shoulder. You know, I wanted to ask you about that world that I appeared in, Chloe said. That world is called Earth, right? How did I appear there? Chloe asked. The last thing I remember is that I was following your footsteps when suddenly, I was falling in the sky and saw you fighting against those giant black golems. The little fairy lightly poked William's cheek as she pressed him for an answer. I may not be as smart as my sister, Claire, but according to Celeste, I have an eidetic memory, Chloe explained. It is impossible for me to forget things. However, no matter how hard I think, I can't recall how I ended up on Earth. This is something that greatly bothers me. So, Will, how did you appear in that world? Eidetic memory is also called photographic memory. William shook his head because he also didn't know how he appeared on Earth. The only thing he could remember was a vague image of three shadowy figures. Sorry, Sixth Master, I really don't know, William replied. I also can't remember how I ended up in that place. The little fairy stopped poking William because she could tell that he was telling the truth. Since he didn't know the answer to her question, she decided to just let it go for the time being, and decided to tell him the news that Celeste wanted to pass on to him. Will, when we get back to the academy, you need to look for Celeste right away, Chloe said. According to her, certain things are happening in the demonic continent, which greatly concerns the safety of the central continent. I am also here to pass you an order from the headmaster to investigate what the demons are doing. William frowned. Can't the headmaster assign someone else to do this job? I have some important matters to take care of after I return to the academy. Since he had already lifted the curse from Est, Ash, and Isaac, he planned to visit the southern continent to see Wendy, and Est because he missed them terribly. No, Chloe answered as she shook her head. Because this matter also concerns Celeste's twin sister. William's body stiffened and his expression became serious after hearing Chloe's words. Celeste had only one twin, and it was none other than his first master, Celine. What do you mean? William inquired. What does the situation in the demonic continent have to do with my first master? Chloe sighed as she lowered her head. She wasn't supposed to tell this information to William right now, but she had a feeling that the half-elf would keep on pestering her until she spilled the beans. You know about the prophecy of the elves, right? Chloe asked. The Prince of Darkness, William asked back. The little fairy nodded her head. A letter had arrived at the academy on the day that she was about to leave to look for William. The letter came from the Silverwind continent, and its sender was the patriarch of the Rayleigh family. It was the same family that produced the oracles of the elven race, and the ones responsible for making the prophecy of the Dark Prince known. According to the letter, the prophecy is about to be fulfilled, and it will begin in the demonic continent, Chloe stated. Celeste had told her that there was a possibility that William was the prince in the prophecy. If it was indeed the case, Chloe would be forced to fight against him if the prophesied bride became her master. This was something that the little fairy didn't want to have happen. Deep inside, she wished that it would be someone else that would take on that role because she wasn't confident that she could raise her first to harm her disciple, whom she had become fond of. Once the prince has been born, this entire world will be covered in darkness, Chloe continued her explanation. Your master, Celine, is currently in the demonic continent. If the so-called prince will appear in that place, then the first people that he would look for will be one of the brides in the prophecy. Although there is only a 50-50 chance of her becoming the prince's bride, the possibility still exists. If possible, Celeste wants Celine brought to Hestia Academy where she can be protected from the fiend, who would force this world to submit to his rule. William clenched his fist as he nodded his head. He had already heard this prophecy from his second master, Oliver, but the verse that the parrot monkey had told him wasn't complete. In the past, he didn't care much about this prophecy because it felt very alien to him. However, things had changed. Celine was someone important to him, and he would not allow anyone to harm her in any way possible. Not even the prophesied prince that would plunge the world into darkness. Chapter 952, It's That Dream Again. A gust of wind blew from high above the altar of the Vanir, located in the world of Vanaheim. A silver-haired teenager was tied up in chains, and guarded by two champions that prevented him from breaking free from his bindings. In front of him was an angelic beauty, with long purple hair and eyes that looked at him with a very sad expression on her face. "Aila, you don't have to listen to them," the silver-haired teenager said with labored breaths as he looked at the maiden who had sacrificed many things for his sake. She had saved him when he fell from a cliff during a great battle against the Fomorians. They were a race of monstrous beings whose ultimate goal was to lay waste to every land they set their sights on. "Aila, it is better to put an end to his suffering," a seductive beauty with long blonde hair and purple eyes said with a smile. "Your relationship with him will never be recognized by anyone. If you resist, the elders will just continue to torture him until you agree to end this farce." Aila lowered her head as a single tear streamed down the side of her face. She knew that her friend, Nas, was right. If she continued to be stubborn, the only one who would suffer would be the silver-haired teenager whose entire body was now covered with wounds. "Will, I'm sorry," Aila said as she pressed her hand over her lover's forehead. "Even if you forget about me, I promise that I won't forget about you. Not now, not until the end of time." Her hand glowed with power as she activated her unique ability that could erase people's memories. "Aila, please don't do tea," the silver-haired teenager tried to resist, but he still lost consciousness after Aila used her ability on him. William collapsed on the floor, as the purple-haired beauty covered her face with both of her hands and sobbed because she knew that she had lost someone very important to her today. "It's not that hard, right?" Nas wrapped her arms around Isla's body and whispered in her ears. "Because of what you did, he doesn't have to suffer anymore. You made the right choice." It was at this moment when the neighing of a horse was heard from the heavens. Clad in lightweight armor, and carrying the flag of Asgard, a Valkyrie landed on the altar. She glared hatefully at the Vanir who had tortured her beloved, after what he had done for them. Using her supernatural strength, Wendy broke the chains that bound William. She then supported his body until he was firmly mounted on her winged horse before mounting it herself. Wendy's left arm supported William's waist and held him in place, while the half-elf's head rested on her chest. She had traveled a great distance in order to arrive at Vanaheim to rescue her beloved from the stuck-up Vanirs who thought highly of themselves. "Wendy, I'm sorry," Aila said as she looked at the Valkyrie captain who was supporting William's body. "You don't have to apologize." Wendy sneered. "From now on, never show yourself in front of him again. He doesn't need you in his life." After having the final say, Wendy lightly kicked the side of her winged horse. The steed that carried the Valkyrie to battle raised its wings and flew towards the sky. Aila watched them go as the tears in her eyes blurred her vision. As someone who had lived for hundreds of years, this was the first time she felt as if a hole had opened up inside her heart. And she knew, for certainty, that she would never ever love again in her lifetime. "It's that dream again," Aila muttered as she wiped away the tears that had fallen while she was sleeping. This was a recurring dream that she had been having, ever since William had left Hestia Academy to go to the Forbidden Grounds. The angelic beauty didn't understand why she was having this dream, over and over again. The only thing she did know was that each time it happened, she felt like her heart was breaking. A part of her wanted to ask Conan and Elliot why this was happening, but a part of her opposed this notion. She was afraid that if she told William's two familiars about her dreams, the two of them would think that she was just making things up. Aila sighed as she lightly patted her chest. Although the ache in her heart would fade away in time, it was still a very uncomfortable feeling. Standing up from the bed, she opened the curtains and looked outside of the window. It was still dark, and sunrise was still a few hours away, but she no longer felt like sleeping. Just as she was thinking on what to do next, she saw a flash of light in the distance. A second later, a streak of lightning descended on the open space, just outside of the girls' dormitory. The angelic beauty subconsciously took a deep breath when she saw a red-headed teenager appear in the place where the lightning bolt descended. Tendrils of lightning snaked around his body, and his eyes glowed with power. As if sensing that someone was looking in his direction, William raised his head and discovered Princess Aila looking at him from the window of her room. The half-elf then smiled and raised his hand to wave at her in greeting. The angelic beauty waved back before her mind could register what she had just witnessed. After greeting the princess whom he thought he had woken up, William walked away and headed towards Celeste's personal quarters, which had been built beside the girls' dormitory. He had some very pressing questions to ask his master's twin sister, and had no time to chat with the purple-haired beauty, who was looking at him, while pressing her hand against her chest in an attempt to calm her wildly beating heart. Chapter 953, Infiltrating the Demonic Continent. You do know that it's rude to barge in a lady's room, while she's getting her beauty sleep, right? Celeste asked as she glared at William, who was calmly sipping a cup of coffee in front of her. The elven beauty wasn't really angry at William for barging inside her room, while it was still dark outside. She just wanted to vent out her frustrations for not being able to sleep for the past few days due to the contents of the letters she had received from the Silvermoon continent. Due to William's sudden appearance, the beautiful elf was still in her nightgown and didn't have the time to change it. Even so, William didn't even spare a glance at her body, and just sipped his coffee in silence. Right now, the half-elf was not in the mood to appreciate the beauty that was seated across him. Tell me about the situation in the demonic continent. William didn't even bother to answer Celeste's question and jumped straight to the point. Also, give me the letters that you received. I need to read them as well. Celeste grumpily took a stack of letters out of her storage ring and placed it on the table in front of her. William put his cup down and reached to take the letters that had been responsible for canceling his planned, albeit short, vacation in the port city of Alabaster. A few minutes passed in silence as William read the contents of the letter. He was supposed to arrive earlier, but Ash, Princess Sidoni, Chiffon, and Lilith managed to convince him that he should take a few hours of rest first, before going to Hestia Academy. Since he could travel using the power of his lightning strider skill, arriving in the academy in a short amount of time was not a problem for him. Celeste sipped the coffee that Chloe had prepared for her and found it to her liking. This was a novelty for her, who preferred to drink tea most of the time. Several minutes passed before William finished reading all the letters that had come from the Silvermoon continent. The half-elf frowned as he put the stack of letters on the table before looking at Celeste, who had just finished drinking her cup of coffee. So, basically, the oracle of the Rayleigh family foretold that the Prince of Darkness will awaken soon, and it will take place in the demonic continent, William stated. It doesn't state who the prince was, or where exactly in the demonic land he will make his appearance. There is also no time frame, and only the word, soon, indicates that it will be happening in the near future. The frown on William's face deepened as he looked at Celeste, who was looking back at him with a serious expression on her face. The two looked at each other for a full minute before the half-elf voiced the question he had in his mind. What exactly do you want me to do? William asked. Celeste took out a map from her storage ring and laid it on the table for William to see. This map was given to me by my sister before she went to the demonic lands, Celeste explained. You don't have to worry about the accuracy of this map because it was made by a demigod who likes to travel. Also, that demigod is my sister's master, which makes her your grandmaster. William nodded his head to acknowledge Celeste's words. There was a time when Celine had briefly explained to him about the old and ugly hag, who had raised her with love and care during her stay in the demonic continent. It was for this reason that Celine went to the demonic continent to find her master, in order to talk to her one last time, and say her final farewell before the prophecy of the Dark Prince came to pass. What I want you to do is go to the Wicked Thorn Forest where my sister has gone to look for her master, Celeste stated. Her master is a demigod, so for now, her safety is assured. However, things will change once the prophesied prince is born. You already know that one of us is meant to become that bastard's bride, and no matter what we do, we will not be able to fight our fates. However, all hope is not lost. As long as you can bring her here to Hestia Academy, before that bastard appears, the protection of this place will keep him at bay. This is also why I am staying in the academy. While I am here, no harm will come to me. William eyed the map where the Wicked Thorn Forest was located. It was a very dangerous place to go to, and it was located in the northwestern region of the demonic lands. The only reason why Celine was able to go there instantly was due to the special artifact that her master, the old hag, Baba Yaga, had given her as a gift. Without it, it would have taken her at least 2 months to reach her destination because of its distance from the central continent. The half-elf scratched his head as he tried to conceive a plan on how to reach his destination. It was at that moment when a beam of light shot out from William's chest and reappeared beside him. Chiffon glanced at the map on the table with an anxious expression on her face. Before meeting William, She had spent the majority of her life within the demonic realm. If possible, she didn't want to return, but since her husband was planning to go there, she would help him to the best of her abilities. As long as we don't wander into the central plains of the demon realm, we will mostly be fine, Chiffon commented as she looked at the map. The demonic continent has 4 demigods in it. One resides in the central plains, one in the west, one in the south, and the last in the northeastern regions. Chiffon pointed the location of the demigods on the map based on her memory. During her stay in the demonic lands, she would often go to the library to read books in order to escape her brothers and sisters. Just like Chloe, Chiffon had a photographic memory, and she could easily recall things that she had seen, heard, read, or experienced. Using the knowledge she possessed, she immediately drafted a route, while using a marker that William had handed to her. The demonic general's forces are focused on the south, Chiffon continued her explanation. This is in preparation for any possible invasion by the humans into the demonic continent, as well as their stronghold for a preemptive strike on the human lands. Wait, William interjected his wife's explanation because he had a question to ask. Did the humans try to invade the demonic lands? Yes, Chiffon and Celeste replied in unison. After your father dealt with the demonic invasion, the empires of humanity used that opportunity to try to conquer the demonic lands, Celeste explained like the professor she was. The humans succeeded, and would have probably taken more lands, but their plans were single-handedly ruined by the strongest demigod in the demonic continent, which is none other than my sister's master, Baba Yaga. Celeste took a short break and took a sip of the freshly brewed coffee that Claire had given her. After wetting her throat, she resumed her explanation, which allowed William to understand the history of the place he was about to visit. After a series of negotiations, the seriously injured demon lord was forced to pay a vast amount of resources in order to ransom the lands that the humans had taken from them, Celeste narrated. However, this only happened because Baba Yaga had intervened. Due to her presence, the humans were forced to give up their lands in return for resources exclusive to the demonic continent. After regaining their lands, the demon lord, along with his remaining generals, had turned the entire southern region into a shield, as well as a sword that is always aimed outward. In short, your greatest obstacle is infiltrating their lands from the south. As long as you are able to bypass their blockade, you will be able to explore the demonic lands with relative ease, as long as you stick to the eastern regions of the continent. Chiffon, who listened to the side, held William's hand and pointed at the southern part of the map. A demigod guards the southern regions, Chiffon said. Although it isn't as strong as Baba Yaga, it is the second strongest demigod in the demonic continent. It will be hard to bypass him unless you can hoodwink his senses. William rubbed his chin as he looked at the map in front of him. Although he had 2 job classes that could make his rank jump to the demigod level, he was not too keen on having a direct confrontation with the demonic race. It was also at that moment when the half-elf realized that he was overthinking things. Although he couldn't use the Aenarion job class, he could use his vampire progenitor job class to blend in with the demons without arousing suspicions. He just needed to change the color of his hair, and adjust his facial features a bit, which could easily be solved with a few potions from the god shop. Having thought of the perfect way to infiltrate the demigod's surveillance, William and Chiffon decided on the route they would take, just in case his cover was blown. Although the half-elf was confident in his acting skills, he was not conceited enough to think that his plan was foolproof. Chapter 954, Gaze at the Sunrise Together Once Again. After leaving Celeste's room, William went to the Academy's garden to think. The sun was about to rise, and the garden was one of the few places in Hestia Academy where you could see it rise from the east. Standing beside him was Chiffon, Princess Sidoni, Ash, and Lilith. Each of them were beautiful in their own right, and anyone that saw them standing beside William would definitely curse the half-elf in his 7 generations for having such beauties by his side. Will, as much as I would like to go with you to the demonic continent, I can't, Lilith said as she glanced to her right side. I need to go back to the Amazon Empire and talk to my mother about our relationship. The Amazon princess then walked towards the half-elf and wrapped her arms around his waist. She then kissed his lips for a few seconds before pulling back. Please be careful, Lilith gazed at William with a loving gaze. After spending time with William in the Deadlands, the Amazon princess no longer wished to share the red-headed teenager with her sisters back in the Amazon Empire. Truth be told, Empress Andraste wanted her other daughters, aside from Lilith, to procreate with William also. If Lilith wasn't able to seduce the half-elf, then Empress Andraste would resort to other means to drag the red-headed teenager to her empire whether he liked it or not. The Amazon princess understood how her mother thinks because she had done this multiple times in the past. All the promising prodigies all over the central continent would find themselves kidnapped by an elite group, whose sole purpose was to take them back to the Ares Empire. Of course, Empress Andraste wouldn't keep these prodigies in her territory for long. After she made sure that her warriors were pregnant, she would send these prodigies back to their homes loaded with treasures and other precious artifacts for their troubles. Because of this, the rulers of the various kingdoms and empires turned a blind eye to the Amazons' way of doing things. For them, as long as their geniuses were returned safely, a short vacation to the lands of the Amazons was considered as a good thing. This also allowed them to gain favors from Empress Andraste, which she would honor as a way to keep everyone happy. This was one of the reasons why Lilith wanted to return home. She was afraid that, because she had been gone for a long time, her mother might have decided that she had failed, and would soon send an elite unit to hunt William down. Truth be told, she wasn't worried about her beloved. What she was worried about was that the Amazon warriors who would be sent to abduct him would suffer a tragic end. William kissed Lilith's forehead before nodding his head. He knew that Lilith had responsibilities as the princess of the Amazons, so he wouldn't force her to accompany him. Also, he didn't know how dangerous this journey to the demonic continent would be. For him, it was best for Lilith to not involve herself in this dangerous mission. "Tell your mother that when everything is over, I will have a private talk with her," William stated as he looked at Lilith with a serious expression. "Please remind her not to do anything underhanded. I don't want to hurt your people. Also, feel free to visit the Thousand Beast domain anytime." Lilith lightly touched her earring before nodding her head. "I know, I will visit the Thousand Beast domain, so that you won't miss me too much." "Good," William smiled. "I'll be waiting for you." Lilith was about to say more, but she was interrupted when Princess Sidonie cleared her throat. The succubus princess pried Lilith's hands off William and pulled him away. "Will, do you want me to accompany you?" Princess Sidonie asked. "Although I haven't been to the demonic continent, I've read many things about it. Perhaps my knowledge could be put to good use if I go with you." William firmly shook his head after hearing Princess Sidonie's proposal. "Just stay here in the academy, Sidonie," William replied. "You're too beautiful and that will surely attract a lot of attention. If you go with me, wouldn't that make me the enemy of all the demons that we meet along the way? Did you also forget what happened in the southern continent? They tried to abduct as many teenagers as possible to be used as broodmares to increase their numbers. I'm sure that they would try to kidnap you the first opportunity they got." William still hadn't forgotten what had happened many years ago when the demons attacked the Helen Royal Academy. If not for the fact that his Gramps, and the other veterans of Lant, had intervened, the demons might have succeeded in their nefarious plans. Fortunately they didn't, and because of that, they were forced to acquire the broodmares they needed through the slave traders and the black market. Being beautiful is a sin. Princess Sidonie flipped her hair in order to imitate William when he was being narcissistic. "It's not my fault I was born beautiful." The corner of William's lips twitched after the succubus princess imitated one of his trademark lines. Even so, he forgave her because Princess Sidonie didn't lie. She was really beautiful to the point that any man or woman would be captivated by her, if she wished for it. "I'll stay with Sidonie," Ash commented from the side. "I know that you'll be worried if I leave her to her own devices. Also, someone needs to look after her when her sin suddenly flares up." "Thank you, Ash," William smiled. "You really understand me." "Of course I do. You and I share the same heart." Princess Sidonie, Ash, and Lilith then turned to look at the pink-haired girl who was staring at the mountains in the east. Right now, the only one that could accompany William to the demonic lands was none other than Chiffon, so the three ladies wanted to entrust the half-elf to her. Sensing her sister's stares, Chiffon turned around and nodded her head in understanding. "Leave him to me," Chiffon declared. "I will not let him cheat on us during this trip." The three girls nodded their heads in satisfaction, while the half-elf scratched his head in helplessness. He wanted to protest that he wasn't a womanizer, but after realizing that he already had 5 wives, and several fiancées, the red-headed teenager was forced to swallow his words, and kept it to himself. It was at that moment when the sun rose from the east, and bathed the world with its first rays of light. Ash, Princess Sidonie, Chiffon, and Lilith all moved to hold on to William as they stared at the beautiful scene in front of them. This was the last time that the five of them would look at the sunrise together before the red-headed teenager left for the demonic continent. Although none of them voiced it out loud, they hoped with every fiber of their being that they may be reunited with their beloved in this place, and gaze at the sunrise together once again. Chapter 955, Reunion at the Gates of Hestia Academy. After watching the sunrise with his wives and fiancé, William went to find Zhu and Sha because he thought that bringing them along was a good idea. Both of them were demons, so if he needed some backup in the demonic continent, the two of them would be perfect for the job and wouldn't arouse any suspicions from the locals. Soon, the time of parting came and Ash, Princess Sidoni, Lilith, and Celeste stood at the gates of the academy to bid him goodbye. However, for some reason, Princess Aila, Princess Eowyn, Kenneth, and Pearl were also there. The three other ladies, and gentlemen, didn't know where William was planning to go because it was confidential. They just noticed that the half-elf's group was headed towards the gate, so they followed behind them. Naturally, William's group stayed mum about the mission and simply bid their goodbyes to the red-headed teenager. Princess Aila, on the other hand, had a complicated look on her face as she looked at William. She had wanted to ask him a question, but the latter was leaving before she could have a proper talk with him. In the end, she decided not to say anything and just wait for him to return. She believed that talking about her dreams right now would just make things complicated, and she didn't want the other party to think that she was making a big thing out of nothing. Elliot and Conan wouldn't be accompanying William this time around, they would stay in the academy and keep him informed about the events that were happening. "Take care, Will," Elliot said. "If you need our help again, don't hesitate to call us. Kekiki, no matter where you are, no matter where you go, our bonds will connect us together," Conan declared as he crossed his arms over his chest. "Even if you are going to fight against the Demon Lord, we will stand with you without fail. So, don't hesitate to summon us anytime." William grinned as he shared a fist bump with his two familiars. He had experienced what it was like to be a true familyomancer when Elliot and Conan merged with him. Without the two of them, fighting against the gigantic pseudo-god Apophis might have been more difficult if the red-headed teenager had fought him alone. As William was about to leave, Kenneth walked towards him with a determined expression on his face. "I'm going with you," Kenneth said. "Ha!" William eyed the delicate-looking elf with a surprised expression on his face. Kenneth moved closer and handed William a piece of paper. The half-elf was curious about what his ex-roommate planned to do, so he took the paper and read its contents. "I know that you are headed to the demonic continent to look for your master, Selene. The Saintess wanted me to accompany you on your journey, and ensure that you are safe. Please, bring me along. I promise I won't get in your way." William glanced at Kenneth then back at the paper in his hands. After pondering things for a bit, he then nodded his head. Elves were quite common in the demonic continent because most of them were captured slaves. Having Kenneth around might help with his disguise, so having him around would also be a good thing. Also, Kenneth's ability was quite useful. Although he still hadn't experienced it, Princess Sidoni and Ash acknowledged that it was a very troublesome ability that could turn the tides of battles if used properly. "You can come with me, but on one condition," William said as he took out an item from his storage ring that he had secretly bought from the god shop a few seconds ago. "You are going to wear this collar." Princess Eowyn's and Pearl's bodies stiffened when they saw the silver collar in William's hand. On their way to the gate, Kenneth had told them that he would accompany the half-elf on his journey because it was a mission given to him by the Saintess. As the princess of the elven race, Princess Eowyn had no right to prevent Kenneth from doing his mission, especially a mission that came from the Saintess, whose rank was second only to the king of the elves. Pearl was also tempted to go, but Kenneth dissuaded her. Princess Eowyn couldn't be left alone without a guard to protect her, so Charmaine's older sister got the short end of the stick and could only do what she was told. Contrary to what everyone expected, Kenneth only nodded his head, and didn't reject William's condition. "Okay," Kenneth replied without batting an eye. "Put it on my neck. Are you sure about this? I trust you." William smiled because he didn't expect Kenneth to have complete faith in him. The collar in his hands was indeed a slave collar, but its effect was similar to the collar of Wisteria. Anyone who wore it for a period of time would gain immunity from enslavement spells, and would no longer be able to be enslaved in the future. After securely placing the collar on Kenneth's neck, William smudged a drop of his blood on its surface. The collar glowed faintly as it registered the half-elf as Kenneth's new master, which made the elven princess look at him with a serious expression on her face. For elves, being enslaved was a very tragic thing. No sane elf would allow anyone to enslave them, so she wondered why Kenneth agreed to such a thing. Even though she knew that the son of the Saintess wasn't a bad person, it still left a bad aftertaste in her mouth. Good. William nodded. Now you can accompany me. Let's go. William then glanced at his wives and lovers one last time before waving his hand. Just as he was about to leave, he saw some movement at the corner of his eye, which made him pause. A flying ship that was used to ferry people from the city to the academy appeared in his vision. This was a very common occurrence in Hestia Academy because most of the students used this mode of transportation to leave and return to the academy. For some reason, William felt that this was no ordinary ship, so the half-elf narrowed his eyes to take a better look at it. Standing on the ship's deck, an otherworldly beauty with long, light blue hair stood with a smile on her face. Beside her, several Aenarion goats gathered and were looking at the gates of the academy with excited expressions on their faces. They had already sensed that the red-headed teenager was close by, so they all gathered beside the beautiful lady with two horns protruding on her head because she was the leader of their herd. William stood rooted in shock when his gaze landed on the beautiful lady who was looking back at him with a smile. He had already seen her once, and that encounter was something that he couldn't possibly forget in a short period of time. Amalthea, William muttered as the ship drew near. He didn't know if he was dreaming or not, because the lady in front of him was someone who had already turned into a constellation. The change in the half-elf's expression was noticed by everyone, so they also looked in the direction he was looking in. When Ash saw the familiar-looking lady on the ship's deck, her eyes widened in surprise because she never expected that William's foster mother would come to Hestia Academy to look for him. Chapter 956. Perhaps you wanted to drink some milk first. William looked at Amalthea with a dumbfounded expression on his face because he didn't expect to see her in this place and time. There was never an instance where he dreamed that he would meet that beautiful lady again, but lo and behold, she was now standing right in front of him, with a gentle smile on her face that made William's heart skip a beat. Optimus, I'm not dreaming, right? William asked the system just to make sure that he was not seeing things. You're not dreaming. Then, is she who I think she is? William inquired. His gaze then landed on the goats that were standing beside her and a confused look appeared on his face. Also, are those my goats? Why are they with her? Where is Ella? It would be best if you ask that lady your questions. I'm sure that she will definitely give you the answer you are looking for. Optimus didn't want to confirm or deny any of William's suspicions. The system had been in the know that Ella was special, but it didn't know her exact origin. Only when William had met Diaz, in that alternate world, did Optimus realize who the red-headed teenager's foster mother really was. Ash glanced at Ella then back at William with a complicated look on her face. Seeing William's confusion, she was confident that he was also not aware about her true appearance. This made her believe that Ella had finally chosen this time to show William who she really was because he had already reached an age where he would be able to cope with this shocking revelation. Princess Sidoni, Chiffon, and Lilith, who still hadn't met Ella in the past, frowned. The way the half-elf was looking at the light blue-haired lady, whose beauty slightly surpassed that of Princess Sidoni, raised alarm bells in their heads. As soon as the flying ship docked at the port, the blue-haired lady stepped out on the makeshift bridge with steady steps, but deep inside, she wanted to run towards William and give him a tight hug. Naturally, the Aenarion goats followed behind her, which caused a scene in the entrance of the academy. The boys who saw Ella were mesmerized by her beauty, which made them forget the fact that several fluffy, white, goats were following behind her, like little ducklings following their mother. The girls, on the other hand, ignored Ella and focused their attention on the goats, which gave them the strong urge to hug and cuddle them. Ella stopped a few meters away from William, and gazed at him with tenderness. It had been a while since she had last seen him, and the adorable little baby she had raised with love and care was now a handsome teenager who had made many achievements that took the world by storm. It's been a long time, Will, Ella said with a smile. Won't you give me a hug? William didn't respond right away. Instead, he looked at the light blue-haired lady in front of him with a serious expression on his face. You are Amalthea, right? William inquired. Yes, Ella replied. An amused expression appeared on her face. Originally, she planned to reveal her identity to William right off the bat, but seeing the look on his face gave her the strong urge to tease him for a bit. Didn't you turn into a constellation? William asked again. Also, what are you doing here? Why are you with my goats? Where is Ella? The half-elf had long scanned the group of goats and didn't see his foster mother among them. This made him a bit anxious, but watching the reactions of Kronos and the others, it made William feel that something wasn't right. The answer to your first question is yes. I did turn into a constellation, Ella replied with a mischievous smile that made everyone who saw it feel their hearts skip a beat. As to why I am here, I came here to meet you. Kronos and the others traveled with me from the southern continent because they missed you as well. As to where Ella is, Ella paused as she gave William a pouting look that made his heart tremble. Don't you recognize me, Will? Ella asked. It was only a simple question, and yet the aftershock it caused was profound. Princess Sidoni was a smart person, and even though the beautiful lady in front of her didn't say anything explicit, it was very easy for her to connect the dots. As someone who had interacted with William in the southern continent after the war, she had seen him tending to the goats from time to time. When Ella glanced in her direction, the succubus princess's mouth opened wide in disbelief. The lady's action confirmed her suspicion and it made him question whether or not she was going crazy. William's reaction was more profound than Princess Sidoni's. As someone who had spent a lot of time with his foster mother, he already understood many things about her. Although he didn't notice it right away due to the lady's overwhelming presence, it was only a matter of time before he realized who she really was. Mama?" William asked. Although he was still half in doubt, his gut instinct was telling him that he was right. Ella didn't answer right away. Instead, she remained silent as if digesting the endearment that William had used to call her when he was still young. It had been several years since the half-elf had called her in this manner, and she was half tempted to spoil him, like she did back then. Yes, Ella replied. However, you're already old. You no longer need to call me in that manner. Just call me Ella from now on. William's pupils shrank after hearing the confirmation of the lady that was in front of him. His mind froze for several moments as he tried to digest the big revelation that shook his entire being. Optimus, am I dreaming? No, that is really Ella, the goat that fed you milk and raised you until your early teenage years. William was still in a state of shock that he didn't notice that Ella had already walked up to him. Only when the beautiful lady had hugged him did he finally understand that everything he had seen and heard was real. What's wrong? Ella whispered in William's ears. Are you so happy to see me that you forgot how to speak, or perhaps you want to drink some milk first? If it's the latter, then I'm afraid that we'll have to postpone that until it's just the two of us. I don't want to be attacked by these beautiful ladies, who have already made their vows to follow you for life. Her tone was laced with mischief as she eyed William's lovers who were looking at her as if they had seen their ultimate love rival. They didn't know if she was joking or not. However, one thing was clear. There was no way that they would just sit by and watch as the otherworldly beauty give their husband a taste of her precious milk. Chapter 957, A Third Uninvited Party. William didn't know what to do, or what to think. He didn't even hear Ella teasing him about drinking her milk again. Right now, his mind was in a mess. It was not easy for him to accept that his foster mother was actually the goddess that he had seen in Dias' world. Back then, Dias threw a feast to honor my arrival, William muttered as he stood rooted on the ground. All I drank was wine, which was served by Hebe. However, when I woke up, I tasted milk on my lips. Was that your doing? Ella pulled back a little to gaze at William's eyes. She didn't have any intention of hiding that part from him, so she nodded her head and admitted that it was her doing. Have you been hiding your true form since I was a baby? William asked. This time, Ella shook her head. When we first met, I have no recollection of who I was, Ella answered, meeting William's gaze head-on. This was her way of showing his foster son that she wasn't lying as she continued her explanation. I only remembered a bit when you gave me this. Ella lightly tapped the silver bell on her neck. It was the gift that the god of shepherd, David, had given him many years ago, and the half-elf had given it to Ella as a gift. I know you have a lot of questions, and I am willing to answer them all, Ella said softly. But this is not the place for such a discussion. Should we go someplace more private? It was at this moment when William remembered where they were. Several students had already gathered just inside the gate and watched the otherworldly beauty with dazed expressions, while inwardly cursing at William for gaining another beauty to add to his harem. If looks could kill, the half-elf would have already died 1,000,000 times over. William scratched his head as he thought of a way to solve this problem. He was supposed to go to the demonic continent, but with Ella's appearance, his plan suddenly halted midway. Sensing his internal struggle, Ella decided to take the initiative and held William's hand. "Come with me," Ella said as he pulled William towards the flying ship. "This ship belongs to me, so we can talk inside without worrying about others hearing our conversation." William nodded and allowed himself to be led to the flying ship by the beautiful lady whose delicate hands made him feel warm and content. Chiffon hurriedly followed behind him because she had no intention of letting her husband go anywhere with a lady whom she hadn't met before. Kenneth followed behind her. Although it didn't show on his face, he was equally shocked at the revelation that he had seen and heard. He knew who Ella was and also understood how deeply William cared for her. Back then, when they were still in the Helen Royal Academy, the half-elf had fought for the right to have her stay in the same room as him, which had shocked many students from the martial division. He was very curious about how things would turn out now that Ella had finally reunited with William. The silver-haired elf could sense that things weren't going to be peaceful now that the half-elf's foster mother had arrived on the scene. Zhu and Sha on the other hand didn't know about Ella. For them, as long as the beautiful lady didn't show any malice, or threaten William, they would not do anything to harm her. Of course, as individuals who had spent over 1,000 years in the celestial realm, they could feel the divinity that radiated from Ella's body. They knew that if they were to really fight her, the chances of them winning were close to zero. More than anything else, they were very curious about how such an individual became William's foster mother. Both of them knew that the red-headed teenager was different from the rest, but they didn't expect that his foster mama was a former high-ranking goddess. Although much of her powers were gone, someone like her was in existence that could never be provoked by any mortal living under the heavens. When the ship finally left the port, the crowd that had gathered at the entrance finally dispersed. Ash, Princess Sidoni, and Lilith looked at the flying ship with worry, while Princess Eowyn, Princess Aila, and Pearl looked at it with curious gazes. The three had only heard bits and pieces of William's and Ella's conversation, but what they heard was enough to shock them to the core, especially Princess Aila and Princess Eowyn who had seen the goat Ella back in the southern continent. "Is this one of your wives?" Ella asked as she eyed Chiffon. "She looks adorable." The pink-haired girl didn't reply and simply latched onto William, while looking at Ella with suspicion. She was like a mother hen protecting her chick, and would not allow a random stranger, especially someone more beautiful, endowed with well-shaped breasts and a curvaceous figure, who made her feel inferior, take him from her. "Yes," William replied, "her name is Chiffon. She is my third wife, I mean Ella." Ella raised an eyebrow. "Third wife? How many wives do you have now?" She knew that William was being chased by many girls, and she didn't mind him having many wives. But, as someone who had raised him, she didn't want the half-elf to end up like Diaz, who was an expert skirt chaser. "Right now, I have 5 wives," William replied, "and 3 fiancés. You already know who Est is, so I won't say anything more about her. There is also the Amazon princess, Lilith, whom I have recognized as my fiancé. The last one is my master, Celine. Although we didn't talk much about our relationship, as her first man, I have to take responsibility for my actions." "So 5 wives, and 3 fiancés," Ella nodded. "I met with Est before I left the southern continent. She misses you terribly, so you should go and visit her as soon as possible. As for Celine, I had a feeling that you will definitely make her yours once you grow up." I mean, Ella, actually I plan to go to the demonic continent to look for Celine," William stated. "There's this elven prophecy, which talks about this Prince of Darkness. My goal is to find Celine and bring her to Hestia Academy, so she can hide behind its walls until the prophecy's duration comes to an end." When Ella heard about the elven prophecy, she didn't say anything and simply nodded her head. She was aware of this prophecy when William was still young. Right now, the prophecy was about to become a reality. Ella knew that once that being made her move, the laws of the world would be flipped, and no one under the heavens would be able to stop her from doing what she wanted. "I will go with you to the demonic continent," Ella said with a firmness that wouldn't take no for an answer. "Let's find Celine and get her out of there. The sooner you are behind the walls of Hestia Academy, the safer you will be." "Okay," William nodded. The half-elf thought that Ella was talking about Celine's safety. However, he failed to realize that Ella wasn't talking about the beautiful elf who had taught William dark magic. No, she was talking about his safety. As the flying ship changed course and headed towards the demonic continent, a certain Primordial goddess chuckled from high above the temple of the 10,000 gods. Although a single move from her could make her wishes a reality, she deemed that it would be too boring to do that. Since that was the case, she decided to just watch from the sidelines and see how the events would unfold. From her obsidian throne, the goddess gazed into the void. A small frown appeared on her beautiful face as someone caught her attention. "Looks like we will have some gatecrashers this time around," the primordial goddess said softly. "Unfortunately, I can't do anything about it. I just have to see whether or not you are willing to take that step, so that the gamble between the two of us can finally see the light of day." As someone who had lived since time immemorial, she understood more than anything else that even the most well-thought-out plans could easily be shattered when a third, uninvited party, arrived at the scene and messed everything up. Chapter 958, It is also time for us to make our move. Did he leave? Byron, the headmaster of Hestia Academy, asked Celeste, who was standing in front of him. Yes, Celeste answered. He's now headed towards the demonic continent. Byron sighed as he stood up from his seat and looked outside of his window. He gazed in the direction of the demonic continent as a frown appeared on his face. Inside Hestia Academy, his words were law, and anyone who dared oppose him would find themselves in big trouble. However, right now, that same man who stood above the continent felt weariness deep in his bones. An unprecedented event was about to happen, and even now, he still wondered if he made the right decision in sending William to the demon lands to retrieve Celine, and bring her back to the academy so that she could be protected. "Celeste, you know, I considered sealing William inside this academy," Byron stated. "However, I also know that it will be an unfair thing to do to him. Right now, he is just one among the many candidates that is suspected of becoming the prophesied prince. If I really lock him up, he might come to hate me and the academy. As the son of the Dungeon Conqueror, and the ruler of the floor of Asgard, many expectations and responsibilities are placed on his shoulders. Locking him up will just breed resentment and, if I angered him, I'm afraid that even if he is not the prophesied prince, I will be creating an enemy that will not lose to that prophecy." Celeste quieted down. As someone who was more deeply involved in the prophecy than most, she also shared the same thoughts as the headmaster. When she first came to see William, her intention was to gauge whether he was indeed the prophesied prince. However, after interacting with him, she wished more than anything else that she was wrong. While she represented the virtue of chastity, Celeste didn't mind getting her hands dirty in order to protect herself and her sister from the person that was said to claim one of them as his bride. There was a time when she was tempted to end William's life, as well as the lives of the other candidates, in order to prevent the prophecy from coming true. However, she just couldn't take it upon herself in killing innocent people just to protect herself. Deep inside, she was afraid that doing so was a mistake. If she really killed them, and they turned out to be innocent, Celeste knew that the guilt she would feel would haunt her for the rest of her life. "Headmaster, what are the chances of William being the one in the prophecy?" Celeste asked. This was the question that she wanted to know the answer to more than anyone else in the world. If the boy, whom her sister had chosen to be her only disciple, and the person who had also gained the familyomancer job class, just like her, turned out to be their enemy, then it would just be too ironic, to say the least. His chances of being the one in the prophecy, Byron snorted, the same as everyone else, 50-50. Right now, there are 200 possible candidates that the agents of our academy have found. Perhaps, there are more in some reclusive regions that even our eyes cannot see. Celeste, I'm saying this now. Don't leave the academy anytime soon. As long as you are here, you will be safe. But beyond these walls, you're just as defenseless as a newborn babe. No matter how strong Chloe is, or how smart Claire is, they won't be enough to save you. Perhaps, the only saving grace for you is that 50% chance that the chosen bride will be your sister and not you. Although it is a bit hard to swallow, this is the only protection that can be afforded to you, if and when that prophesied time comes. Byron sighed for the second time as he returned to his chair. If he could be high-handed, he would forcefully abduct everyone on the list and have them all sealed in the deepest prison under the academy. What are the elves up to? Byron inquired. They must be making preparations on their end as well, no? Celeste nodded. I received a letter from my grandfather saying that the elves are fortifying the defenses on the outer perimeter of the Silverwind continent. They are also building large-scale magic barriers that will cover the land and sky of the ancestral lands. Although I don't know how much help these will be in the future, it is still better than doing nothing. Aside from that, They are also gathering the prodigies of the young generation, so that they can send them to a safe place, just in case the worst-case scenario happens. They are also ramping up the training of the army, so that they will be able to respond to any kind of threats that will come to the Elven lands. The Guardians have also finished recuperating from the injuries they had sustained in the battle on the Silvermoon continent. With them taking the lead, the elves are feeling more hopeful about the supposed tragedy that will befall them. Byron nodded his head in appreciation when he heard what preparations were being made in the Silvermoon continent. Although the elves had suffered a setback in their conquest of the southern continent, they still remained one of the strongest races in the world. Even the humans would have to think twice if they planned to launch an invasion on the Elven lands. It was simply unbelievable to think that a single prince would be able to turn the tables on the elves despite their race's strength and superiority. It's also time for us to make our move, Byron stated. We cannot just sit on the sidelines and watch as things unfold. Tell the Watchers that they are ordered to mobilize the moment something unexpected happens in the demonic continent. Although we cannot openly oppose this new enemy, that doesn't mean that we can't support our allies from the shadows. Celine nodded her head. The time had come to let the strongest warriors of Hestia Academy mobilize. They were the strongest warriors of humanity, and none of them could be taken lightly. The peace and security that Hestia Academy had enjoyed for the past hundreds of years was all due to their relentless effort in weeding out the threats and nipping them in the bud, before they could even grow strong enough to cause harm to the world that they called home. Chapter 959, Telltale Signs of Invasion. And so it begins. The Emperor of the Crater Empire, Emperor Leonidas, muttered as he read the report given to him by the Grand Archmage, Alexius. He had ordered everyone to leave the throne room because the things that they needed to discuss were of the utmost importance. Within the Crater Empire, only the throne room of the royal palace was the safest place to discuss such matters because of the quintuplet layers of protection that had been embedded within its walls. All the kingdoms and empires in the central continent are prioritizing the defense of their respective territories, Alexius stated. It's really funny how a prophecy, that is not even related to us, can cause such things to escalate in this manner. It is as if everyone is preparing for an invasion that will raze the continent to the ground. Emperor Leonidas shook his head. Although you laugh at them for doing such a thing, I can't do the same, old friend. As a ruler, it is my noble obligation to ensure that my kingdom will be safe from harm. After you leave this room, make sure to summon the generals that watch over our borders. We also need to increase the number of men manning the walls of our fortresses, just in case our worst fears come to light. Alexius nodded his head. Should we also ask an elite force to escort Princess Sidoni back here to the Creator Empire? That won't be necessary. There is no safer place on the continent than Hestia Academy. I'm even tempted to send all of my grandchildren there to take shelter for the time being. Your Majesty, this is a prophecy that targeted the elves. Surely, we don't need to make these kinds of preparations on our end. Emperor Leonidas leaned back on his throne as he lightly tapped its armrest. Old friend, as much as I want to agree with you, there is this nagging feeling at the back of my head that I can't ignore, Emperor Leonidas explained. I might just be overthinking things, but it is better to be safe than sorry. The demonic continent has also been quite active as of late. Need I remind you that we are the second closest empire to its borders? If that bastard demon lord suddenly feels the need to invade the human continent, our empire will be the second one to clash with him. Alexius frowned. But, aren't you and the current demon lord friends? Friends? Emperor Leonidas scoffed. I'd rather dine with murderers and criminals than to call that person a friend. I'm sure that all these years, he has wanted to stab me in the back repeatedly. If not for the fact that I am constantly on my guard against him, that bastard might have already succeeded in what he planned to do. Is this because of April? Alexius inquired. He already knew about the feud between Emperor Leonidas and the Demon Lord. Chiffon coming to the Crater Empire to study was mostly because of Emperor Leonidas' concern for the last living proof of his strong feelings for Chiffon's mother, April. This has nothing to do with April, Emperor Leonidas answered. Old friend, just believe me and make the necessary preparations. After several years of peace, I'm afraid that the order of the continent is about to shatter once again. The Angorian goats grazed happily on the grass that William had procured from the god shop. He had planted these grasses on the plains of his domain in huge numbers because there were several members of his herd that were herbivores. The trip went pretty smooth at first, but they encountered a few problems along the way. According to Ella, she had noticed several presences paying close attention to their journey, so William had personally dealt with these observers and knocked them unconscious. In order to be low-key, William ordered Soleil to fly high above the heavens and head to the borders of the demonic continent, while William, Ella, Chiffon, Zhu, Shaw, and the goats waited inside the Thousand Beast domain. This was the only way that he could think of to evade the eyes of those who were paying close attention to their movements. Right now, William was currently lying on Ella's lap as he told her everything he had done. The two of them were away from each other. Back when he was little, he would often take a nap while lying on her soft and fluffy coat. Now, he was lying on her long, smooth legs, which were surprisingly comfortable. After coming to know that Ella was William's foster mother, all the hostilities that Chiffon and Lilith felt earlier disappeared completely. In fact, the two were even doing their best to stay on good terms with their mother-in-law, even though Ella only served as William's foster mother when he was young. Princess Sidonie had also come to accept this shocking revelation. However, seeing that Ella was a level more beautiful than her, she was paying close attention to the interaction between the mother and son pair. Although everything looked amiable on the surface, the succubus princess noticed the loving gazes that the two shared with each other. This gaze was very different from the one William gave his wives and lovers, and it made her feel a bit jealous to see how special Ella was in her husband's heart. This can't be helped. How can we possibly measure up against someone who raised him since he was a baby? The way I see it, it's just familiar love, Sidonie. Don't think too much on how they interact with each other. I know, I'm just feeling a bit insecure. Princess Sidonie admitted her feelings to her other half. Times like this make me realize that, even though I've studied many things about Darling, there are still parts that I have missed. This is one of your bad habits. You overanalyze things. Just be yourself and interact with our mother-in-law. The way I see it, she's perfectly fine with William having many wives. When William told her about his meeting with his future daughters, Ella was genuinely surprised and happy for him. She couldn't be that bad, right? That's true. Princess Sidonie nodded. Although she and the other girls, besides Chiffon, couldn't accompany William on his journey, they could still meet him in the Thousand Beast domain anytime they wanted. Deep inside, everyone was very happy with this arrangement. But, the latest report we got from our spy is a bit concerning, Princess Sidonie stated. The demon race is building up their forces along their borders. Although it is still too early to tell, these are the telltale signs that they had plans to invade. Should we warn the Crater Empire about what is happening? Do you think grandfather already knows about this? Although I think he already knows, it will be best if we still send him a report just to be on the safe side. Over 1 million-strong demon army is now gathering at the borders. I'm very sure that their numbers are going to increase still. Although she had refrained from charming people en masse, Princess Sidonie had still some people planted in the different factions in the world that provided her with regular updates on what was happening in their respective territories. As someone who always prioritized information battles, this was something that she took upon herself as William's wife. Her husband was a very capable individual, and the only thing she could do to match his brawn was her brains. After receiving a report about what is happening all over the world, Princess Sidonie had come up with one conclusion. Something big was happening in the demonic continent. Whatever that thing was, she was sure that her husband would find out about it soon enough. Chapter 960, The Grudge of the Demon Lord. Seated in the throne room of the palace, the Demon Lord, as well as Chiffon's father, Lucille, eyed his eldest son, Felix, with a serious expression on his face. Is it true that the ancient ruins have been found? Lucille asked. Yes, Your Majesty, Felix answered. I swear upon my life that what I said is true. Lucille snorted as he slammed his fist on the armrest of his throne. Your life is worthless, what I need are results. Tell me, how far have your subordinates explored the ruins? Felix gritted his teeth as he answered his father's questions. Not far. The entrance has a very powerful array that only allows those who wield dark magic to enter. Then send all the demons who can wield dark magic to investigate, Lucille stated. We already did, Your Majesty, Felix replied. However, none of them have come out yet. We are still waiting for the results of their investigation. Lucille raised an eyebrow as he listened to his son's report. None of them have come out. How long have they been inside the ruins? 2 weeks. We haven't heard from them since. 2 weeks. The Demon Lord rubbed his chin as he pondered on what this meant for the Demon Kingdom. There were only 2 possibilities that he could think of. The first one was that the demons who entered the ruins had all died. The second one was that they had found something incredible inside and were unable to come out due to certain circumstances. For Lucille, the second option was the best option because not only did it bode well for his kingdom, it also meant that they were one step closer to having their revenge. "How is the search for the candidates in our domain going?" Lucille asked. "How many have you gathered?" "All 33 candidates have been gathered and are currently waiting outside of the ancient ruins," Felix answered. "As soon as our explorers have returned, we will continue with phase 2 of our plans." "Very good, at least you can do something decent if you try hard enough." Lucille made a gesture for Felix to leave, and the latter was more than happy to leave the throne room as fast as he could. When the prince of the demon kingdom passed through the doors, one of the ministers that had stayed silent voiced their opinion. "Your Majesty, after we discovered the ancient ruins, the level of magic power in our domain has increased by 200%. This is the perfect opportunity to cultivate the young talents that will play a major role in our glorious conquest of the central continent." Another minister stepped forward and bowed in front of Lucille before voicing his opinion as well. "Your Majesty, the humans, elves, and the other races have noticed the movements of our armies," the minister said. "I think mobilizing our forces to increase the defenses of our strongholds in the south of our domain was a premature move on our part. Not only did it alert the forces in the central continent, they also doubled the number of soldiers manning their fortresses, which are on the borders of our kingdom." Lucille scoffed at the minister, which made the latter subconsciously take a step back. "You call my decision premature?" Lucille asked in a tone that reeked of killing intent. "You dare question my order?" "And no, Your Majesty. I only think that we should have." The minister wasn't able to finish his words because a bastard sword had embedded itself in his chest. Right behind him, a demon with red skin snarled as it pushed the minister's body away, making him fall face first on the floor. "Our Lord never makes a mistake," the demon with red skin stated. "You're just too pathetic to understand the reasoning behind it. This kingdom doesn't need pathetic people like you." The minister coughed out a mouthful of blood before he drew his last breath. In his dying moments, he deeply regretted voicing his thoughts for everyone to hear. "The reason why I increased the forces on our borders was to put the humans on alert in order to prevent them from spying on what we are currently doing," Lucille explained to everyone in the throne room. Although he didn't like doing this, the different heads of each demonic clan were present, and he needed to make sure that all of them were with him in this grand undertaking that would make, not only the elves, but all the races in the world to tremble in fear when their forces crossed their borders and invaded the rich and fertile lands of the central continent. "Your Majesty is wise," the red-skinned demon praised Lucille with a tone of reverence. "As long as they think that we are going to invade them, they will use all of their manpower to monitor the forces on our border. They won't have enough men to send to try to find out what we are really doing behind the scenes. This is truly a brilliant master plan to use their overly suspicious nature to our advantage." Lucille nodded. Although he didn't like excessive bootlicking, this was part of the politics in the demonic continent. Only those with power had the final say in everything. After losing his arm in the Silvermoon continent fighting against William's father, Maxwell, the demon lord had almost lost his seat of power due to uprisings in the demon lands after his failure to conquer the Silvermoon continent. Many thought of this as a weakness and tried to usurp him, but all of them failed in the end. Even without his left arm, Lucille's position as demon lord wasn't just for show. He also had the skills to back it up, which made all of his adversaries lose their lives under his blade. Since then, those who dared to challenge his position had been biding their time in the shadows. They were just waiting for Lucille to make another mistake, before all of them swooped in for the kill. Right now, what Lucille needed was an overwhelming victory in order to solidify his position as the Lord of all demons. If he can show the demonic clans that he was still capable of leading them, then his position would remain unchallenged. The good news was that the prophecy of the elves had said that the prince would be born in the demonic continent. This meant that he would have the upper hand once this prophecy came to pass. Lucille intended to use the prince candidate to do his bidding and to conquer the Silvermoon continent in his name. Once he had fulfilled his revenge, he would then set his eyes on the human lands, which were ripe for the picking. "It's quite unfortunate that you're no longer alive, Maxwell," Lucille sneered. "I have long dreamed of paying you back for what you did to me." For Lucille, getting his arms cut off by Maxwell was the greatest humiliation of his life. If an opportunity presented itself, he would definitely pay the Dungeon Conqueror tenfold for making his life a living hell ever since that fateful day, more than 19 years ago. Chapter 961, rightfully his by birth. Your Highness, how did the meeting with His Majesty go? A middle-aged demon, that had a single horn on his head, asked. Same as always, Felix replied. Have you made the necessary preparations, Sebas? Yes, Your Highness, Sebas replied. They are all waiting for you at the ruins. Felix nodded as he rode the flying carriage that was especially prepared for him. Right now, the demonic clans had gathered in the capital because of the great undertaking that his father, Lucille, wanted to accomplish. For that to happen, he needed the support of the patriarchs of the various clans in order to raise an army. As to what that army was supposed to do, only Lucille knew. That had always been the case. The demon lord didn't trust anyone, even his children, when it came to important matters of the realm. Lucille was a selfish, self-centered individual who only cared about things that would benefit him greatly. Felix sneered inside his heart as he thought of his crippled father who desperately clung to his throne. Although Lucille still had the support of the majority of the demonic clans, his rule was growing more and more unstable with each passing year. Your Highness, we will now be entering the teleportation gate, Sebas announced. Felix nodded as he crossed his arms over his chest. As Lucille's eldest son, Felix was busy building his own factions that would support him when the time came for him to take over his father's mantle. Still, getting the support of these candidates is not going to be easy, Felix thought as his flying carriage passed through the teleportation gate that would bring him to the recently discovered ancient ruins. All of the candidates that he was going to meet were all prodigies. Proud geniuses who were a cut above the rest. Between him and his father, he was sure that the candidates would choose the latter to support, but Felix wasn't someone who gave up easily. If he was able to convince a few of them to join his faction, he would already consider it a victory. Ancient ruins of Atrum, Felix walked proudly, while Sebas followed a few steps behind him. The guards stationed at the temporary stronghold, that was built on the outskirts of the ruins, pressed their hands to their chests in order to salute him. Felix gave them a brief nod, as he passed through the gates. There, he was escorted to the lodgings of the candidates who wielded the power of darkness. The moment he entered the spacious training room, 33 pairs of eyes locked onto his body. This wasn't the first time he'd met the candidates. Some of them respected him because he was the son of the demon lord, while others ignored him because he was merely a son and not the demon lord. Felix was already used to this kind of treatment since it was something he had frequently encountered when he was young, so he didn't mind it one bit. The first thing he did was approach the strongest and youngest among the candidates present in the training room. Felix knew that if he wanted to gather as many elites as possible, he should first take the leader of the pack under his wing. Once he succeeded, it was only a matter of time before a few more joined as his subordinates. Adam, how's your training coming along? Are you satisfied with the arrangements I made for you? Felix asked with a smile. A demon who was in his late teens smiled and nodded his head. Adam was a few years younger than Felix, but his purple eyes seemed to have seen many battles in life, which made him look more mature than he actually was. This place is wonderful, Your Highness, Adam replied. However, I'm very curious about the ruins. I feel like there's something inside it that is calling to me. No, to be more exact, there is something inside it that is calling to all of us. Am I right, everyone? The other candidates that were older than Adam and Felix by a few years nodded their heads in agreement. As wielders of the dark arts, the ancient ruins were like an oasis to them, who thirsted for water. There was a feeling deep inside their hearts, that what they sought could be found within its depths, which was protected by layers upon layers of deadly arrays. This was the reason why Felix had sent every other demon with lesser potential to explore the ruins. He hoped that once they found a way to reach its depths, they would be able to proceed with the second phase of their plan. Rest assured, Felix said as he patted Adam's shoulder. Once the explorers return, I will let all of you enter the ancient ruins. I just hope that after you manage to learn its secrets, you will share them with me. Of course, Your Highness. Felix nodded in satisfaction. Adam had already secretly pledged his allegiance to him, so it wasn't bad to give the young prodigy some benefits to solidify his trust. The eldest son of the demon lord then turned his head to the side to look at the other candidates, who were also looking in his direction. To those who will excel in this endeavor, you may ask me of one wish, Felix stated. If I have the power to grant it, I will give it to you without fail. So, do your best to train your dark arts until the explorers return. We no longer need to stay here in the demonic continent. The world is ours for the taking. The other candidates raised their fists high in the air as if to proclaim that they would be the new conquerors of the world. Felix smiled as he looked at this scene. He was already looking forward to seeing how many of these candidates would become his followers. Since he was too preoccupied with his thoughts of one-upping his father, he didn't notice the sneer that had briefly appeared on Adam's lips. A sneer that showed his disdain for the demon lord, as well as those who carried his bloodline. For Adam, only one thing mattered, and that was power. As long as he had it, he was willing to bow his head and bide his time until he reached a height that could no longer be reached by others. Adam was a patient person. As a wielder of dark magic, he knew better than anyone else how to act low-key until the perfect opportunity arrived, to claim what was rightfully his by birth. Chapter 962, Buy One Take Three for Free. William stared at the Black Sea in front of him as he rubbed his chin in contemplation. This was the edge of the central continent, and beyond it was the Black Sea that led to the demonic continent. If he were to travel it using normal means, the journey would be perilous, and filled with uncertainty. However, Optimus had told him that there was one interesting island in between the central continent and the demonic continent, where a dungeon was located. This was the only dungeon that could be found in the Black Sea, so it had sparked William's curiosity. This island went by the name Seraphos. It was an uninhabited island in the middle of nowhere that housed a dungeon called the Dungeon of Gorgons. There was a time when the demons tried to build a settlement on the island, but after a year, they were forced to leave due to the unpredictable weather, in addition to the dungeon outbreaks that happened once a year. It was simply a difficult place to relocate to, and when the casualties continued to pile up, they no longer wanted to do anything with the island. The Dungeon of Gorgons had 90 floors. It was ranked as a Class S dungeon by the system. Optimus thought that it would be very useful to William once he had unlocked his Dungeon Conqueror job class, Full Potential. The half-elf was also very interested in the island, so even though it set them on a long detour in terms of reaching their destination, he still decided to give it a visit. The demons no longer traveled to the Black Sea in order to reach the central continent. They had built many teleportation gates that they had kept hidden in places where humans, and the other races, didn't dare to go. If William wanted to reach the demonic continent right away, he would have used these hidden gates as a means to travel, but the allure of establishing a teleportation point on the island using the Ring of Conquest held a temptation that the red-headed teenager couldn't pass up. In any case, Soleil is already in the location where one of the teleportation gates is located, William said as if to assure himself. A little side trip will not hurt too much. The half-elf summoned Raiden and jumped on its back. They flew over the Black Sea as dark clouds hung above their heads. Flashes of lightning, and the rumble of thunder greeted their arrival as if welcoming their lord, who had graced their subjects with his presence. As someone who possessed the Thunder Emperor job class, William and the Black Keylin, Raiden, were the least scared of the thunder and lightning. 3 days passed before William arrived at the island of Spheros. But, unlike what Optimus had said, the island was not uninhabited. There were literally hundreds of monsters living on the island, and all of them looked like walking abominations. Some looked like a giant sea slug, while others looked like demihumans with grotesque features. However, no matter what they looked like, they all had one thing in common, and that was their snake-like hair that slithered and hissed at William, who was looking down on them from the sky. These monsters are capable of spraying deadly venom at their enemies. Although I'm sure that they wouldn't do much damage to you, it would be best to summon only members of your herd and King's Legion who are millennial rank and above. William nodded his head in understanding. Truth be told, he didn't have any intention of fighting the monsters in the dungeon. His goal here was to set up a waypoint, so that the dungeon would be connected to the Ring of Conquest. However, if he wanted to do that, he must clear half of the floors of the dungeon first. This was a condition that had been set by the Dungeon Conqueror job class. As William was about to psyche himself up to enter the dungeon, one of the monsters on the island flew up towards him. The half-elf was about to attack, but stopped midway when he noticed that the monster flying towards him bore no killing intent. In fact, the monster even made a gesture of pressing her open palms over her chest, which some people in the central continent used to express that they meant no harm. The flying monster stopped several meters away from William and spoke in the language of the Gorgons, which were composed of hissing sounds that would not make sense to ordinary people. However, William had Optimus who could translate almost any language in the world, so understanding what the Gorgon was trying to say was not a problem for him. The half-elf had to admit that he was quite curious about what the flying monster wanted to say to him. "I welcome you, Dungeon Conqueror. The flying monster bowed its head in greeting. We have been waiting for many years for your arrival. Please, proceed to the lowest floors of the dungeon. Not one of our brethren will block your path. William blinked once then twice before the flying monster's words registered inside his head. This was the first time he had experienced something like this, and he didn't know how to react to the sudden pie that fell from the sky. Optimus, did we just get a free Class S dungeon? It seems like it. The half-elf was still half in doubt about what the flying monster was saying. However, after entering the dungeon, the red-headed teenager found himself not in the first floor, but in the final boss room where three beautiful women smiled at him as if they had found something very tasty to eat. William gulped as he looked at the three beauties in front of him. Right now, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was, "I guess this is what you call, buy one take three for free," William thought as he smiled back at the three beauties in front of him, whose charming eyes almost turned him to stone. Chapter 963. Either we all go, or we don't go at all. So, what are your favorite foods? William asked the three gorgons who were humans, demons, half-elves. Okay, from this day onwards, half-elves are no longer part of the menu, William replied as the corner of his lips twitched. The youngest of the Gorgon sisters, Medusa, who reminded him of the purple-haired young lady in Faith Grand Order, smiled sweetly at him. The three Gorgon sisters chatted with William as if they had been his longtime friends, who just happened to reunite with him after many years. The red-headed teenager found the three ladies quite lovely, and easy to talk to. The Gorgons told him about the time when the humans, and demons, tried to establish a city on the island, and why they failed in securing a foothold, despite having many strong individuals in their ranks. This island is a very special kind of island, the oldest of the three Gorgon sisters, Steno, explained. Twice a year, this island will submerge itself under the sea and stay in its depths for a week. During that time, no one is able to enter the dungeon, so those caught by the sudden change of events would either find themselves trapped inside the dungeon, or floating in the sea in the middle of nowhere. Euryale, who was listening at the side, giggled as she also added another possibility. Those who can't swim find themselves sinking along with the island, only to be buried at the bottom of the sea for all eternity, Euryale added. Steno nodded as if to affirm her sister's claim. Because of this phenomenon, this island was given the nickname Sinking Island, and everyone stopped visiting us, Steno complained. It's been several years since I've eaten humans and demons. I hope that our new master, you, will allow us to dine as we please. The half-elf could only smile on the surface as beads of sweat start to form on his forehead. Steno's words were quite sincere and had no falsehoods whatsoever. Meaning, she really planned to eat humans and demons, and her pleading gaze made William feel like taking them in was a bad idea. Don't worry, master, Euryale commented from the side. Without your orders, we won't eat humans and demons, even if they walked right in front of us. Euryale wasn't able to finish her words because William had summoned Zu and presented him in front of the three sisters. Immediately, the three Gorgon sisters salivated as they gazed at the chubby demonic pig, who suddenly felt like his chastity was in danger. Oink, what are you girls looking at? Zu asked as he slowly backed away. Well, bro, my friend, my nakama, where am I? Who are they? Steno and Euryale tried to reach out at Zu, but the latter was one step ahead of them and hid behind William's back. The half-elf scratched his head as he introduced the three Gorgon sisters, who were looking at Zu as if he was lunch. Zu, these are our future comrades, William answered. Steno, Euryale, and Medusa. Girls, this is my friend Zu. Nice to meet you, Piggy. Today's lunch will be pork chop. Roasted pork is nice as well. Zu felt all the fat in his body tremble in unison as he stared at the three beautiful ladies whose saliva flowed out from the corners of their lips like a river. The half-elf returned the trembling Zu back to the thousand-beast domain, which made the three ladies have a disappointed look on their faces. Just from that short experiment, the half-elf knew that the girls were still not ready to mingle with other races aside from their kind. The only reason why they didn't consider William as food was because he was the successor of the Dungeon Conqueror. For the Gorgon sisters, he was their ticket out of this miserable place, so they had no intention to harm him. I need to tell you girls the truth, William said as he crossed his arms over his chest. Although I am indeed the successor of the Dungeon Conqueror, most of my abilities are sealed. Meaning, I can't register your dungeon as part of my army. William's words made the three Gorgons look at him in confusion. Explain the details, Steno stated. Why are your abilities sealed? The half-elf nodded his head and told the three ladies that he still hadn't met his father's friend, who held the key to unlock all the abilities of the Dungeon Conqueror job class. He also told them that his purpose for visiting the island was to put his mark on it, so he could teleport to it instantly once his abilities were unlocked. Staino and Euryale glanced at each other as they contemplated William's words. Only Medusa looked at William with a sad expression, as if she was denied something good to eat. "How long do you think it will take before you meet your father's friend?" Staino asked. "A year, 2 years, 3 years." William shook his head. "I do not know when, but I have a feeling that it will not take long for that day to arrive. If I had to give an estimate, it would be in a year, or less than a year before my Dungeon Conqueror's job class is unlocked." What William didn't tell the Gorgon sisters was that, even without his father's friend, he would be able to unlock the power of his Dungeon Conqueror job class in less than a year. His recent adventures in the Forbidden Ground had brought him a lot of benefits, including the laws that he had acquired from the Deadlands. These laws had merged with William's body, and they had mostly unsealed the restrictions placed on the prestige class that was passed to him by his father. The smile on Staino's and Euryale's faces returned after hearing William's reply. "Then, we have a favor to ask," Staino said as she patted William's right shoulder. "Take our little sister, Medusa, with you. She's not bound to the dungeon, so she can move freely anywhere." Euryale nodded her head in agreement. Her rank is also at the peak stage of the Millennial Beast. "She will definitely be helpful to you in the future." Medusa, who was just listening to the side, suddenly became alarmed when she heard that her 2 sisters were planning to send her away. Ever since she had been born, she had been with Staino and Euryale. The mere thought of being separated from the 2 of them made her panic. "No, I won't leave." Medusa clung to her big sisters as she pleaded. "Either we all go, or we don't go at all. I'm not leaving without the 2 of you." "Ha, you're so silly, Medusa," Staino said as she patted her little sister's head. "Just think of it as going away on a short vacation. It's not as if we are parting forever." "That's right," Euryale commented. "You know where this island is, so you can return here at any given time. So, why don't you explore the world for a bit? You have been cooped inside this island for so long, that the only thing that you have seen of the outside world is the Black Sea, and that gloomy sky above our heads." William was touched by the 2 sisters' encouragement to Medusa. However, those feelings instantly disappeared when he heard the next set of words that Staino told her. "The world is a beautiful place," Staino added. "As you know, we can't leave this island. But, nothing can stop you from doing so. This is a perfect opportunity to gather as many demons and humans as possible for us to eat." "Yes," Euryale nodded like a hen pecking rice. "It's an all-you-can-eat buffet. Just imagine eating as many humans and demons as you can, without worrying that they will be gone the next day. Isn't it simply fantastic?" Medusa drooled at the images that her sisters were painting inside her head. As if waiting for that moment, Staino and Euryale delivered the killing blow which made Medusa's will falter. "You love us, right?" Staino asked. "Since that is the case, you should bring as many humans and demons as you can back to this island. That way, we can eat them too." "I want elves as well," Euryale declared. "Since half-elves are no longer part of the menu, get me some of those long-eared delicacies. Their bodies are overflowing with magical and spiritual power. Just thinking about them makes me drool." Medusa nodded her head with a determined expression as if she was a brave general who was going to order takeout at McDonald's, which she would bring back home to her sisters. William, who was watching this scene from the side, felt his liver itch. He was wondering if it really was a good idea to bring the young lady out to the world, who was determined to catch humans, demons, and elves, so she could bring them back to the island of Seraphos and eat with her sisters. Chapter 964, Not If I Eat You First. Wow, Medusa exclaimed as she looked at the creatures that lived in the Thousand Beast domain. This was the first time she had seen so many different types of creatures in one place, and she couldn't stop herself from salivating as she gazed at all of them. It was at this moment when a certain rainbow-colored anteater walked towards William. Kasaganaga had been busy helping the Requiem ants increase their ranks by letting them explore the dungeon of Atlantis and bring back the corpses of the creatures inside it, so that their queen could eat them. Right now, the majority of the ants, numbering in the tens of thousands, were at the peak of Class B monsters. It would just be a matter of time before all of them broke through Class A, which would make William the owner of one of the strongest armies in the continent. "Will, why did you call for me? Don't you know that I am busy?" Kasaganaga asked as it neared William. The anteater wasn't aware that a certain gorgon had locked it into her sights. When Kasaganaga was only 2 meters away from the half-elf, Medusa immediately lunged at it and grabbed it in her arms. William laughed internally as he watched the entire thing unfold. He knew that Medusa wouldn't be able to control her urge to attack the beasts in his domain, so he planned to teach her a lesson. He called Kasaganaga to meet him without telling the anteater the reason why he called for it. Just as he expected, the little gorgon lunged at the first beast that came within her strike range. Soon, a resounding cracking sound, followed by a panicked cry, reverberated inside the thousand-beast domain. Medusa hurriedly backed away as she dropped the curled-up rainbow-colored anteater in her hands. She then covered her lips as tears streamed down her eyes. William glanced at the several cracked teeth that lay on the ground after the little gorgon bit the sky deity, who was known for having one of the strongest scales in the multiverse. Kasaganaga rolled towards William before uncurling itself, and glared at the crying purple-haired girl who had lost several of her teeth. "What's that, Chiffon's long-lost cousin?" Kasaganaga inquired as it narrowed its eyes at the now wailing little girl, who got her just desserts for biting something that she couldn't chew. William chuckled when he heard Kasaganaga's question. Comparing Medusa to his glutton wife was like comparing heaven and earth. If Chiffon really wanted to eat Kasaganaga, the rainbow-colored anteater would be hard-pressed to escape once Chiffon activated her divinity of gluttony. "She is Medusa," William explained after he finished laughing. "From now on, she will be staying here with us until I can fully unlock the power of my Dungeon Conqueror job class." Kasaganaga clicked its tongue because it could tell that the purple-haired little girl was trouble. If it hadn't reacted fast enough to stop itself, it might have unleashed its sharp spikes, which would have pierced Medusa's throat when she tried to take a chunk of flesh earlier. "Medusa, you should really curb your instinct to try and eat any beast that you see," William stated as he pressed his hand over the little gorgon's head. He then activated his life wizard lesser restoration magic, to help the crying girl recover the teeth that she had lost. When the pain went away, Medusa touched her newly grown teeth to test if they had really regenerated. After making sure that they were fine, she hugged William's leg and thanked him for restoring her teeth. "She's like a little pet," William thought as he patted her head. Just as the half-elf was about to introduce Medusa to the other inhabitants of his domain, a pink-haired girl walked towards him with a smile. "Will, have you already arrived on the island of Seraphos?" Chiffon asked. She then looked at the purple-haired girl who was hugging her husband's leg with an amused expression on her face. Before William could even introduce the two to each other, Medusa lunged at Chiffon with her mouth wide open. When she was only a few meters away from the pink-haired girl, the latter raised her hand summoning her mace, Sharur. The mace instantly enlarged itself to up to 4 meters in thickness, in accordance to Chiffon's will. The pink-haired girl then smashed the mace, that earned the nickname, Smasher of Thousands, into the gluttonous gorgon without a shred of mercy. A powerful shockwave spread across the surroundings, as Sharur pinned Medusa on the ground, like a nail that had been hit by a hammer. William and Kasaganaga winced at the same time because they knew for certain that anything hit by that attack would definitely be in a world of pain. Chiffon raised the mace to inspect the condition of the girl that had tried to attack her. Medusa was at the peak of the millennial stage, so she had survived the attack. However, she wasn't feeling too good as she reached out to the pink-haired girl in front of her. I will eat you," Medusa declared. The corner of Chiffon's lips curled up into a smirk because she found the words of the little girl, who was the same height as her, very funny. "You are going to eat me?" Chiffon asked with an amused expression on her face. "Yes," Medusa replied angrily. "I will eat you." Chiffon smiled evilly as she looked down at the struggling little girl in front of her. "Not if I eat you first," Chiffon stated. As soon as those words left her lips, the number one glutton under the heavens opened her mouth wide. Just like a powerful vacuum cleaner, Chiffon swallowed up the little gorgon until she disappeared under William's and Kasaganaga's horrified gazes. "Chiffon, spit her out." William immediately grabbed his wife's shoulders. Medusa is still ignorant of the world. She thinks that everything that moves is food. Chiffon hugged William and patted his back. "Don't worry, I just stored her in my 99th stomach," Chiffon replied as if to assure William that Medusa was safe. "My stomach acid over there is only strong enough to make her skin feel itchy. The most it can do is melt her clothes. Relax, she will be fine." William and Kasaganaga both sighed in relief because they thought that Chiffon had really eaten Medusa. "Can you let her out now?" William inquired. Although Chiffon had already told him that Medusa was fine, he was still worried because the little Gorgon was now his responsibility. If anything happened to her, it might sour the relationship he had with Steno and Euryale, and he didn't want that to happen. Chiffon shook her head firmly before giving her husband a teasing smile. It will be best if I teach her a little lesson first. That way, she will not accidentally die once she comes face to face with someone whose appetite is greater than hers. Chiffon smiled sweetly, which made William and Kasaganaga feel their liver itch. Clearly, the pink-haired girl really wanted to punish Medusa for even thinking of eating the sole person who could devour almost anything in the world, just by opening her cute and adorable mouth. Chapter 965, Do You Believe in Dark Magic? Adam, did you really align yourself with the prince? One of the prodigies that were also in the stronghold asked. Yes, Adam replied. What's wrong? He's just a puppy compared to his father. Why didn't you swear allegiance to the demon lord instead? In my eyes, there's not much difference between them. Ha ha ha, do you mean to tell me that in your eyes, the demon lord is just another puppy? Adam smiled as he lightly patted the young prodigy's shoulder. The one who said that was you, and not me, Adam replied before leaving the prodigy behind. The youngest and strongest among the dark magicians in the demon continent returned to his room and shut the door firmly. He then activated his powers to ensure that no kind of scrying or spying magic had been placed inside his room. After making sure that everything was in order, he activated a soundproofing spell to prevent anyone from hearing anything that he did inside his room. Fools, you still don't understand the situation you are in, Adam thought. Once we get hold of the power inside the ancient ruins, no prince or emperor will be able to stop us from usurping their position. All of you are just frogs in the well who don't know anything about the opportunity that is right in front of you. As someone who held the purest and strongest form of dark magic in the group, Adam was able to feel the limitless magic power inside the ancient ruin. If he was able to absorb it, the demon lord would just be another puppy in his eyes. Several hours later, under the cover of darkness, Adam left his room and snuck towards the ancient ruins. He had covered his body in dark magic and applied stealth to himself, so that he wouldn't be discovered by anyone. The main entrance had several guards stationed in it, so any unauthorized persons wouldn't be able to slip through. However, Adam didn't need to enter the front door to enter the ancient ruins. He had already sensed another place that was far away from the prying eyes of others, where he could enter. He had accidentally discovered it while on his morning jog around the ancient ruins, which was just an excuse to observe it from a distance. He still hadn't tried to enter that back door, since the security at that time was quite tight. Fortunately, all of the guards were now stationed at the main entrance, so it was easier to slip past their area of detection. Adam leaned on the wall of the ancient ruins, and looked at his left and right side. The night was silent, so any kind of sound would easily reach his ears. After making sure that there was nothing unusual in his surroundings, he placed his right arm over a runic design on the wall's surface. A few seconds later, a black portal appeared, and Adam didn't waste any time and entered it without fear. He knew that within great danger lay great opportunities as well. Adam, are you awake? Felix asked as he knocked on the door of Adam's room. Can we talk? Felix waited outside of Adam's room, but no reply came to him. He continued to call for the young genius for 10 more minutes before finally deciding to give up. He might be tired from his daily training, Felix thought as he decided to take a stroll around the stronghold. He had been assigned by his father to be the supervisor of the stronghold, so no one stopped him from doing anything he wanted. After an hour of patrolling the area, looking for opportunities to have a chat with the various prodigies living inside the stronghold, the prince of the demon land stared at the ancient ruins from the elevated viewing platform that allowed anyone to observe it from a safe distance. Just what kind of secrets are you hiding, and will I be able to put any of them to good use? Felix frowned. Although he was the eldest son of the demon lord, he could feel the contempt in the eyes of the prodigies that he had encountered inside the stronghold. Felix knew that these prodigies thought too highly of themselves, especially since their existence was being given top priority by the demon lord himself. Aside from Adam, he was only able to bring 2 more candidates under his wing, but after looking at the rest of the candidates, he knew that no one would be joining his faction anytime soon. Well, I still have time, Felix thought. As soon as the explorers return, I will be able to devise a way to let my chosen candidates advance inside the ancient ruins first, leaving the others behind. This way, they will understand that, as long as I am the supervisor of this place, they will have to curry favors from me, or they will be left alone to rot inside this stronghold while my candidates explore the secrets of the ancient ruins. Felix knew that if words of this reached his father, the latter would be displeased. However, he could always make the excuse of sending a few people to test the ruins first, to ensure that it was safe enough to send all the candidates in. Although Lucille would still find this excuse troublesome, the Demon Lord would also see the reasoning behind it, which gave Felix the opportunity to have his way inside the stronghold. The Demon Prince didn't know that one of his chosen candidates was already inside the ruins and investigating it without his permission. Inside the ancient ruins, so, this is the reason why none of the explorers returned, Adam muttered as he narrowed his eyes. He had come across two demons sealed in what seemed to be giant blocks of obsidian. Their horrified expressions told him that something might have happened to them before they met their tragic fates. Adam carefully traversed the maze-like structure in search for more clues about the missing explorers. His purpose in going find them was not to save them, but to understand the dangers that were lurking inside the ancient ruins. Although he was confident in his dark magic, Adam understood that he was far from invincible. As the young prodigy traveled within the ruins, he found 3 more explorers, embedded in the walls, pierced by several steel spears that pinned them in place. The young genius frowned when he saw this because ordinary spears couldn't possibly kill these demons. Although the explorers knew dark magic, their knowledge was not as profound as Adam's. Because of this, they were used as guinea pigs by Felix to scout the ancient ruins in order to pave the path for the other prodigies. Felix had prepared himself to see that some of the explorers had died during their mission, but he didn't expect that not even one of them would be able to return alive to report about the things that they had found inside it. As Adam was inspecting the dead bodies pinned on the wall, he heard a muffled laugh coming from the other side of the hallway. His body immediately tensed as he chose between investigating the source of the sound, to fleeing the place before anything untoward happened to him. Adam was an ambitious person, so he would always prioritize his safety above all else. As soon as he made up his mind, he hurriedly retraced the path he had taken that would lead him back to the exit. However, after making a turn, he came face to face with what seemed like a dark wraith blocking the passage that led to the exit. "Tell me, child," the dark wraith said in a hoarse voice that made Adam's heart tremble. "Do you believe in dark magic?" Chapter 966, Exploit me in any way you wish. Adam made his way back to the stronghold with his heart caught up in his throat. The things he saw, and the entity he met along the way, made him realize how dangerous the ancient ruins truly were. If I answered wrongly back there, would I have suffered the same fate as those people? Adam's body unconsciously trembled as he remembered the scene that had happened not too long ago. When the dark wraith asked him if he believed in dark magic, he had answered with a yes. He thought that it would be over after that question, but he was greatly disappointed when the dark wraith asked him a second question, then a third question. All in all, the dark wraith asked him 5 questions. After answering all of them, the dark wraith gave him a bone-chilling laugh before disappearing like a wisp of smoke. Adam didn't know if he answered all of the questions correctly or not. All he knew was that if the dark wraith wanted to end his life then and there, it could have easily done it without breaking a sweat. Just as he was about to arrive near the stronghold, he noticed a figure standing on top of the elevated platform, looking straight at him. Adam momentarily stopped to see who it was. After identifying the person as the eldest prince of the Demon Lord, he gave Felix a brief bow before entering the stronghold. He had no intention of telling anyone what he saw, not even the prince who believed that he had Adam in the palm of his hands. Meanwhile, back in the central continent, William had used Soleil to instantly travel to one of the locations where the teleportation gates of the demonic continent were found. This place was strictly regulated by demons, so any other race, aside from them, wouldn't be able to pass through the gates without being attacked by the guards that were stationed to protect it. After careful consideration, William knew that the best approach was to enter the place as demons, so he, Zhu, and Shaw discussed their plans for infiltration within the Thousand Beast domain. "First, we will proclaim ourselves as slave traders," William said. "Even if we manage to pass through the teleportation gates, we will still be questioned at the fortress that guards the demon continent's borders. Posing as slave traders will allow us to easily infiltrate the stronghold." "This is a good plan, oink, but how can we be slave traders if we don't have slaves?" Zhu asked as he scratched his head. "Who said we don't?" William smiled as his gaze landed on Charmaine, and the other elves who were serving them tea. Will you be fine with this arrangement, Charmaine? I am fine with being Sir William's personal slave, Charmaine answered in a heartbeat. Feel free to exploit me in any way you wish. Me, too, Sir William, a pretty elf commented. I will carry out this mission without fail. Also, feel free to exploit me as well during the duration of this mission to make it look convincing. That's right, Sir William, another elf commented. Elves are usually used as sex slaves by the demons. As slave traders, you need to show them your lecherous side as well. William nodded as he patted Zhu's shoulders. I'll leave the lecherous side to you. Sorry, but I'll pass, Zhu replied without batting an eye. It will be more convincing if you were the one that does it. After all, me and Shah are still inexperienced when it comes to women. He knew that if he really did anything lecherous to the elven beauties, all of them would unite to castrate him. Hearing Zhu's answer, the elves nodded their heads and returned their sharp daggers to where they hid under the skirts of their maid uniforms. If the demonic pig had said yes, all of those daggers would have pierced his body, turning him into a pin cushion. Shah, on the other hand, averted his gaze. A red hue was creeping up his neck and cheeks as he pretended that he didn't hear Zhu's words. The demonic pig chuckled as he placed his arms over Shah's shoulders because he thought that his friend was being shy about being called inexperienced. What Zhu didn't know was that Shah was already in a steady relationship with the black-haired librarian back in Hestia Academy. Both of them had done the deed several times, and he was no longer as inexperienced as Zhu thought he was. It can't be helped then. William sighed as he glanced apologetically at Charmaine and the other elves. If the circumstances call for it, I may do inappropriate things to you girls. I apologize in advance for my rudeness. Not at all, Sir William, Charmaine replied with a smile. We are willing to play our part well in order to make this mission a success. William smiled and nodded his head. Although he felt bad about taking advantage of his maids, there was simply no other choice but to do it. Very well, I will make the preparations now. William closed his eyes as his body glowed briefly. When the light receded, a black-haired young man, who may be considered good-looking, but fell short when compared to the half-elf, appeared in front of everyone. How do I look? William asked. You look nice, Charmaine replied as a blush crept on her pretty face. Although the current William was not as good-looking as his former self, the appearance he had right now had a more innocent appeal, which made Charmaine and the other elves attracted to him. Darling, is that you? Princess Sidonie asked as she entered the villa, followed closely by Ash. William nodded. It is me. I almost didn't recognize you. That's the plan. My face is too well known, so I can't use it to infiltrate the demonic lands. It will be best if I use this appearance for the time being, so that our plan will be successful. At first, William was surprised when Optimus told him that another ability had been added to his quick-shot shepherd job class when he returned to Hestia. This new ability was the ability to change his appearance to what he looked like back on Earth when he was still living. Although the half-elf didn't know how he acquired this ability, he was more than happy to use it. This way, no one would be able to recognize him, even if he were to strut around under the eyes of the people who were familiar to him. However, William was not finished yet. He then equipped his vampire progenitor job class, which gave him a noble presence. Although it made him look paler, it also added a bad guy sharpness to his look, which made the succubus princess have the strong urge to have a taste of this brand new William whom she had never seen before. Seeing Princess Sidonie's gaze, the half-elf hurriedly cleared his throat and told everyone that the operation would start in 8 hours. William knew that if he didn't sat Princess Sidonie's cravings, her divinity might flare up while he was doing his mission. This was something that he couldn't afford to have happen, so he had no choice but to spend quality time with her, Ash, and Chiffon, so that his wives would be watered adequately, and not left to dry, while he looked for Celine's whereabouts in the demonic continent. Chapter 967, I dare you to make love to me right here, right now. The guard captain that protected the teleportation gate perked up when he saw several carriages approaching their location. Guarding the teleportation gate was a boring task. They were assigned to stay there for 2 months before their commander would send a new batch of people to take their place. It had only been 3 weeks since he, Ozil, had been assigned to guard this barren place, with over 3 demons from the demonic continent. So far, everything was going smoothly, with the occasional slave trader, bounty hunter, and mercenary passing through the gates once or twice a week. As the group neared, he noticed that the carriage leading the group was pulling a large cage. Several elven ladies were tied up inside it with specially designed chains that prevented them from using their magic. This was a very common procedure when handling races with powerful magic, and Ozil had seen his fair share of such things. However, this was the first time that he had seen elf slaves, and it made him think of indecent things. 5 minutes later, 2 carriages stopped at the bronze gate, which barred anyone from entering the demon encampment. "Halt!" Ozil shouted. "What business do you have here?" After making his declaration, the carriage door opened and a teenager with short black hair and brown eyes emerged from it. He had a teasing smile on his face as he dragged a pretty elf behind him as he walked towards the bronze gate. "My name is William, and I have come here to use the teleportation gates to return to the demonic continent," William lazily stated. "There's business to be had, and I will definitely sell these beauties to the highest bidder in the capital city. Aren't I right, sweetheart?" William wrapped her right arm to the elven beauty beside him, whose proud face was filled with disgust. The demons who were manning the ramparts whistled when they saw Charmaine's pretty face, who was being held by the black-haired teenager. "So, you came to do business," Ozil smiled as his eyes appraised Charmaine's body. The pretty elf was wearing nothing but rags that showed some juicy parts, which made the guard captain's inner desires flare up. "I like doing business as well. Men, open the gates." The bronze gate slowly opened wide to allow William's group to pass through. The black-haired teenager walked lazily, while half dragging the pretty elf beside him, who was powerless against his whims. "Hurry up, girl," William ordered. "Or would you like me to screw you in front of these gentlemen for their entertainment?" "You evil fiend," Charmaine replied. "You can do whatever you want with my body, but you will never have my heart." William chuckled as he pulled the elf towards him, and locked her body in a firm hold with his right hand. "Sorry, gentlemen, this lass is quite stubborn and arrogant," William said as he winked at the demons who watched this scene with amused expressions on their faces. "Breaking her will give me incredible pleasure and satisfaction." "Who's afraid of who?" Charmaine stated as she struggled in William's hold. "You're just all talk. I dare you to make love to me right here, right now." William raised his hand and held Charmaine's chin in a firm grip. "Are you sure? You want me to humiliate you right in front of these gentlemen? You have guts, I'll give you that. Shut up and do me. We'll see who has guts between the two of us, or are you scared?" "Girl, don't push my patience. You're all talk and no action," Charmaine sneered. "You want to make me submit? You have to man up first." The demons cheered and whistled as they saw the arrogant elf badmouth her captor fearlessly. William, on the other hand, felt that Charmaine's acting was over the top. She was even pressing her body against his, as if daring him to do her in front of the demons, whose eyes glinted with greed. Even Ozil was quite impressed about the elf's tenacity, which made him more interested in her. Since that was the case, he took the initiative to introduce himself to the black-haired teenager whose pale skin made everyone identify him as a member of the vampire race. "I am Ozil, the guard captain of this encampment," Ozil declared. "William, since you want to do business, how about you sell that elf girl to me? Name your price." William glanced at the demon who had light brown skin and a scorpion tail hanging behind his back. One quick glance and he knew that this particular demon was of the adamantium rank, which was equivalent to that of a centennial beast. "Sorry, but I decided to make this bitch my personal toy," William replied. "As for the others, I plan to auction them, and sell a few directly to the demon princes." Ozil frowned when he heard William's reply. He knew that elves fetched a high price due to their beauty and rarity. They just couldn't be compared to human slaves that could be captured in the dozens. "Well, I won't let you pass unless you sell me one of your wares," Ozil stated as he crossed his arms over his chest. "I am the one that calls the shots here. If you don't like to sell, I can also take them by force, right, boys?" The demons shouted in agreement at their captain's words. Having a few elven beauties to enjoy for the duration of their stay was not a bad idea. After checking that the black-haired teenager only had a chubby demonic pig, and a skinny demon with blue skin as bodyguards, the demons guarding the gate felt that stealing the slave trader's slaves was a very profitable idea. "Oh, I wouldn't do that if I were you," William said in a teasing tone. "Do you want Prince Felix to personally chop your heads off?" The demons who had started to encircle William's group immediately froze, and looked at the black-haired teenager with suspicious gazes. "His Highness personally ordered me to capture these elves at the risk of my life," William stated. "I already informed him that I would be returning soon, and even told him that I would be using this encampment as the gateway into the demonic continent. If something happens to me, or my wares, all of you are dead." The demons glanced at each other. Their eyes showed unwillingness, as well as fear as they felt unsure about what to do next. In the end, they all stared at their captain, who was eyeing William with a serious expression on his face. "Very well, I will let you pass here under one condition," Ozil said with a devilish look on his face. "I want to see how you will break that elf, and make her submit to you. If you can't do it, you will not pass this place. Aren't I right, boys?" The demons once again cheered in agreement. Although they weren't able to touch the merchandise, they were more than happy to watch an entertaining show, and see how the pretty elf would be humiliated in front of them. What these demons didn't know was that Charmaine was giving Ozil 2 thumbs up in her heart. She then gazed at William with a contemptuous look, as she waited for him to humiliate her in front of the Ozul's lecherous gaze. Chapter 968, I will treasure this fleeting happiness. Disclaimer. There are some minor R18 scenes in this chapter. "Isn't your acting a bit too good?" William asked Charmaine via telepathy. The pretty elf smiled as she replied to her master's question. She didn't mind being humiliated in front of everyone, as long as the one that was humiliating her was the person standing next to her. "Sir William, doing it like this will make it more convincing," Charmaine answered. "Demons are known for their lecherous tendencies. If you don't do anything, they might suspect that you are fake. You're really making things difficult for me. Are you prepared for this? No matter what happens, I will carry out this mission without fail. Come at me, master." William was touched by Charmaine's sacrifice, so he decided to get a little bit serious as well. "Those eyes of yours, ever since I saw them for the first time, I have long wanted to make you kneel before me," William stated as he looked down at the pretty elf, whom he had forced to kneel on the ground. "Before this day is over, you will know who your real master is." Charmaine looked up with a defiant gaze as she gritted her teeth. "I'd like to see how you will make me submit to you." The demons laughed as they taunted William that he should just switch with them, so that they could teach him how to break the pretty elf, who was showing her arrogant nature. Ozil crossed his arms over his chest as he narrowed his eyes. A part of him was disappointed that he wasn't the one who would personally break Charmaine, but the other half was looking forward to an entertaining show that was rarely seen inside the demon encampment. "Fine," William sneered. "Since you want it rough, I'll make your wish come true." William pulled Charmaine up by grabbing onto her hair, which made the elf grimace, but no words escaped her lips. The half-elf then used his left arm to wrap around her waist, while his right hand groped her right breast from underneath her ragged clothes, in front of the demons, which made them howl in excitement. Suddenly, without any warning, William bit into her neck, which shocked Charmaine, Ozil, and the rest of the demons who were watching the scene. Immediately, the pain Charmaine was feeling disappeared, and what followed next was the familiar, sublime pleasure that she hadn't felt in a while. She felt herself floating, as William's hands and lips made her lose her sense of reason. Blood flowed down her neck, and into the rags she wore for her clothes. She looked like an innocent young lady that was being corrupted by an evil vampire, who happened to find her while she was all alone. The smell of blood made the demons excited. They were a bloodthirsty race that liked violence and torture. The scent of the pretty elf's blood intoxicated them, as their nostrils flared, and lust boiled up in their loins. William didn't pay any attention to them, and simply continued drinking Charmaine's blood. He drank sparingly, because his bloodthirst had grown stronger when he became a vampire progenitor. When he made love with Belle back on Earth, he told her about his current condition, and the black-haired beauty volunteered to let William have a taste of her blood. This was a bad move on her part because the two of them had been resting after they had made love with each other. Because of this, William wasn't able to stop himself from sinking his fangs on her soft and tender breasts. The memories of that memorable night surfaced in William's head, as he too had become intoxicated with Charmaine's blood. Ever since the elves had become his personal slave, Charmaine was the one who was always there to give him blood whenever, and wherever, he needed it. When William pulled back, the wounds on her neck had healed, but it still looked tender. The black-haired teenager then licked the bloodstains that had trailed down her neck to where it had mingled with Charmaine's clothes. The pretty elf, on the other hand, was still lost in her euphoric state, and moved subconsciously to hold William's face. Without any warning, she kissed her master, and intertwined her tongue with his, realizing the wish that she had. Since she had started serving him, they kissed for a full minute before William backed away, making Charmaine reach out to hold his body. "Who is your master?" William asked in a domineering voice that was filled with charisma and power, that even made the lady demons within the encampment feel their hearts stir. Demonic ladies loved bad boys, and the black-haired teenager right now was making them want to join in on the fun. You, Charmaine replied in an enchanting voice, that made Ozil feel a great urge to reach out to the pretty elf, and pin her down under his body. How about your body? William inquired as his hand trailed down her lips, down her neck, and into her ragged clothes, brushing over the firm tip that lay hidden under that thin piece of clothing. Yours, Charmaine replied as she pressed her body unto him. Forever, and ever. William smiled as he kissed her soft lips for a few seconds before whispering in her ear. Kneel, and make an oath of subservience, William whispered. By doing so, you will belong to me, for eternity. Charmaine nodded as she kneeled on one knee in front of William and looked up at him with moist eyes. I swear upon my name, and the gods above, that I will be forever loyal to you, my lord, Charmaine said in a voice filled with passion. My heart, body, and soul, will be yours, and yours alone. Good, William replied as he lovingly caressed her face. Rise, and become my slave for eternity. Yes, Charmaine said as she stood up and wrapped her arms around William's body, burying her head on his shoulder. My lord, William smiled evilly as he winked at Ozil. That is how you break these stubborn girls, William declared. Pretty easy, right? All I need to do is sink my fangs on their necks, and they will be driven to ecstasy. If you have anyone who needs to be broken, just look for me. I will be more than happy to break them for you. Seeing the arrogant and pretty elf submit her entire being to William made Ozil, and the demons, look at him with jealousy and envy. They were a race that recognized strength, whether it was underhanded or not. Although they had heard that vampires had the power to charm women, this was the first time that they had seen it in action. Charmaine's sighs of pleasure escaped her lips, as the black-haired teenager's hand groped her breast, over her clothes. William kissed her lips one last time before glancing at Ozil with a triumphant gaze. Well then, Mr. Guard Captain, can we pass through the gates now? William inquired. This slave still hadn't had enough. I want to enjoy corrupting her slowly. I apologize, but I don't intend to show how I will break this girl completely. It's one of my trade secrets. The black-haired teenager WNKED, which made Ozil snort at him. However, he had indeed enjoyed a good show, albeit briefly. Go, Ozil said as he stepped aside to let William's entourage pass. William nodded as he walked towards the teleportation gate, while holding Charmaine's waist, who seemed to still be in a state of euphoria. Just as the black-haired teenager was about to step inside the teleportation gate, Ozil shouted and called out to him. Sir William, I have a request, Ozil stated as he walked towards the vampire, who had made his day interesting. A request? Well, if it is within my power then why not? William replied with a smile. The next time you hunt for elves, reserve one for me, Ozil replied. I will pay you handsomely for your trouble. The demon then glanced at Charmaine, who had turned completely docile under William's sensual touch. If you can find someone like her, I will double the price, Ozil added. Just like you, I like to break arrogant girls until they beg me to have mercy on them. William nodded. Very well, the next time I hunt for elves, I will reserve the best one for you as a sign of friendship. Till we meet again, Sir Ozil. May your trip to the demonic continent be profitable, Sir William. Ozil raised his hand and signaled the demonic mages to activate the teleportation gate. As soon as the light receded, William and his entourage were nowhere to be seen. Demonic continent near the southern fortress. Charmaine, I'm sorry, I got carried away, William said as he lightly patted Charmaine's back, who was currently leaning weakly over his body. The two were currently inside the carriage, as they made their way towards the southern fortress, which served as the first line of defense for the demons against any kind of invasion from the central continent. This was the side effect of having her blood taken from her. Once the euphoric state fades, she would be in a lethargic state for a few hours before returning to normal. You don't need to apologize, Sir William, Charmaine replied. I'm glad that our mission succeeded. So, please, let me stay like this for a while. Treat it as my reward for doing my best. Okay, William nodded as he allowed the pretty elf to wrap her arms around his body, allowing Charmaine to enjoy this rare occasion where she was alone with him. I will treasure this fleeting happiness, Charmaine thought as she hugged William's cold body, which was slowly becoming warm due to her blood. She knew that what she wanted was not meant to be, but she still enjoyed the feeling of tenderness that had bloomed in her heart, when she had declared her everything to the half-elf, whom she had hated in the past. Chapter 969, Stop Raising Flags. Well, that was easier than I expected, William muttered as his group passed through the gates of the fortress city that guarded the demonic continent's borders. He had underestimated the special privileges that slave traders had in the demon lands. As long as they brought in slaves of other races, the doors of the fortress would always open for them. Although this was a very ridiculous notion, he somehow understood that they had nothing to fear. After all, the one overseeing the fortress was a demigod that guarded the demon realm. Stronger than Takam, but weaker than Vlad, William thought as he and Optimus felt the energy that was coming out from the tall tower that stood at the center of the fortress. In the past, the half-elf would have cowered to such existences, but times had changed. He had plenty of things in his arsenal that could fight them on even terms: his heroic avatar, summoning Sun Wukong, his vampire progenitor at full power, and of course, his Aenarion job class. Out of all of these options, William didn't want to use his Aenarion job class because his memories of Bell were only few. He was afraid that if he used it one more time, he would forever forget his wife, whom he had left back on Earth. This was why, if possible, William didn't want to have a confrontation at this moment. His priorities were to find Celine, and take her back to the central continent. He couldn't afford to fight against such an existence before he could find his first master, who was somewhere in the northeastern regions of the demon continent. "Where is the best inn in this stronghold?" William asked one of the demon guards that were patrolling the area. The black-haired teenager didn't forget to sneakily give the guard a few gold coins, which made the latter smile in satisfaction. "Near the plaza, you will see a 3-story tavern with a black horse sign hanging above its doors," the guard replied. "That is the Nightmare Tavern. It is the second best inn and tavern in this stronghold. Why not tell us where the first best tavern is?" William inquired with curiosity. The patrol guard moved closer and told him the reason why he didn't tell him where the best inn was located. "Right now, the Grand General has reserved the best inn in this city," the guard replied. "If you want to keep that head of yours on your shoulders, it is best to just settle for the second best. Our Grand General is known for having a short temper." The demon guard then glanced at the slaves that had been locked up in the cage and smirked. "If he saw your merchandise, you would definitely suffer a loss," the guard added. "He is known to seize any men, women, or slaves that he comes to fancy. You're pretty good looking yourself, make sure to stay out of his sight." "Thank you, friend," William replied as he handed 5 more gold coins to the demon guard as an added bonus. "You've been a great help." The demon chuckled as he took the gold coins offered to him. He then gave William a brief nod before walking away in good spirits. A few gold coins was enough for him to enjoy some good wine and food after his shift, which gave him a good impression of the black-haired vampire, whom he had met for the first time today. "Zhu, Sha, sorry, but stay with the elves tonight and guard them properly," William stated. Zhu and Sha nodded in understanding. All of them were on the same team. The least they could do was offer protection to their comrades as they completed their mission. William then took out a black blanket from his storage ring and used it to cover the cage, so the elves would be hidden from plain sight. The elves were his maids, and he would not allow any scum general to have his way with them. As they traveled towards the center of the city, they eventually arrived at the Nightmare Tavern. Zhu and Sha led the carriages to the stable, while William entered the tavern alone. At first he wanted to travel with Charmaine walking alongside him, but the guard's advice had reminded him that showing his merchandise out in the open might not be the best of ideas while inside the fortress city named Amberfang. William sat on the stool in front of the barkeeper and placed a few gold coins in front of him. "Send your best food and wine to my 2 guards in the stables," William said. "Also, I'd like you to give me one of your best rooms available." The barkeeper nodded as he took the gold coins from the counter. He then presented a mug of mead to William as he relayed his orders to the kitchen. The half-elf took a sip of the sweet and spicy mead that was surprisingly delicious, as he scanned the demons that were present in the tavern. After meeting Zhu, Sha, and his wife Chiffon, he no longer had any bias for this race. For him, they were just like ordinary people, with just different appearances. Some demons could easily take human form, which almost made them impossible to identify when they mingled themselves in human lands. Chiffon was half-dwarf, and half-demon, but she looked like just an ordinary human girl, if you looked past the part that she could swallow an entire city if her divinity surged out of control. Several of the demons inside of the tavern were observing William, just as much as he was observing them. Most of them were regulars in the Nightmare Tavern, and new faces were certainly something that they paid extra attention to. After several minutes, the barkeeper told William that he had already sent his men to bring the food he ordered to the stables, and handed the black-haired teenager a key to his room. William thanked the barkeeper as he made his way upstairs. It didn't take long before he found his room, so he entered it without a second thought. Not bad, William muttered as he scanned the spacious room. This was the first time he was spending the night in a demonic city and noticed that their standards for good accommodations were similar to humans, but without the luxurious decorations. Even so, the half-elf found his room to be comfortable enough to stay in. It also had a balcony that allowed him to have a good view of the plaza. William observed the demons that were walking the streets, minding their own business. It was at that moment when he saw a green-haired beauty walking in the plaza with steady steps. She had a long tail that resembled that of a lizard that swayed as she walked. As if sensing someone was staring at her, the young lady glanced in William's direction and arched an eyebrow. Although they were dozens of meters apart, both of their eyes met, and William felt a sudden surge of electricity run down his spine. The green-haired beauty smiled, and even winked at William, before continuing to walk in the direction she was headed. Only after her figure disappeared in the distance did the half-elf move away from the balcony and return inside his room. The reason why he felt a tingling sensation on his body was because the lady that he saw somehow felt familiar. It was at that moment when William suddenly remembered the memory he had in the Deadlands while he was in a comatose state. He had seen the green-haired beauty alongside Haleth, Amelia, Pearl, Priscilla, a beauty with a single horn on her head, and a halfling that looked like a doll. Back then, the half-elf had no idea who the lady was. But now, things had changed. For some reason, he felt that this brief meeting of theirs would somehow lead to things that were not part of his plan. "Will, stop raising flags," William thought as he lightly tapped his forehead. The guard earlier had already raised a flag about the elves, and him, so adding more to that queue would definitely not be a good idea. Just as William was trying to regain his composure, he heard a soft rustle coming from the balcony. He thought that it was just his imagination, but when he turned his head to look in its direction, his body stiffened when he saw the same green-haired lady, who he had seen not long ago, sitting on the railing, and looking at him with an amused smile on her face. Chapter 970, Fuck Your Daddy. Hello, William said as he looked at the young lady who was looking at him with amusement. "Good evening," the green-haired lady greeted as she appraised William from head to foot. "Your face and hair color are different, but are you perhaps William Von Ainsworth?" William's body immediately froze when he heard the young lady's inquiry. He didn't know how the lady knew of his identity, but he would be damn stupid if he admitted that he was indeed the one she had mentioned. The name Ainsworth was a taboo to the demon race. This was the family name that had prevented them from conquering the Silvermoon continent, and made them suffer for a decade due to Demon Lord's defeat in the hands of the Dungeon Conqueror, Maxwell, who was also William's father. "You are mistaken, my lady," William replied. "Although my name is William, my surname isn't Ainsworth but Stark. My full name is William Stark. Nice to meet you." The green-haired lady smiled as she nodded her head. She gave William the, "Don't worry, I understand" gaze, which made the half-elf's liver itch. "So, Mr. Stark, what brings you here in Amberfang City?" the green-haired beauty asked. William smiled as he gave the lady a brief nod. "My lady, I already told you my name, but you still haven't told me yours." "Oh sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. Where are my manners?" The young lady jumped off the railing and walked towards William. When she was only a few meters away, she made a curtsy as she introduced herself. "My name is Vesta Siogni," Vesta said with a smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Sir William." "The pleasure is mine, my lady," William replied as she returned her smile. Deep inside his head, alarm bells were constantly ringing. Every fiber of his being was telling him that the girl was bad news. The two stared at each other for a while before Vesta walked towards him. She once again appraised him up and down and circled him 3 times to observe every angle of his body. "Although your current form isn't bad, I still prefer your half-elf form," Vesta muttered as she continued to circle around William. "Well, I guess you will show that form in good time, so I don't need to hurry." Excuse me, Ms. Vesta, what are you doing here in my room?" William asked. He was starting to have goosebumps because the girl that had entered his room clearly knew who he was. Even so, he still tried to keep the smile on his face as he addressed this seemingly bold girl whose eyes were focused on his body. "Me, I came here because our eyes crossed earlier," Vesta replied. "Isn't that a good enough reason to visit you?" The corner of William's lips twitched. He knew that the green-haired was just making an excuse. What he wanted to know was the real reason she was inside his room. "Just relax, Sir William, I mean you no harm, at least, for now," Vesta said as she faced William with a sweet smile that was enough to rot a person's teeth. William finally frowned. He didn't intend to do anything unusual while he was inside the fortress city because it would cause complications to his plans if he did that. Vesta chuckled after seeing William's expression. She was like a rich young lady who had found something very interesting while window shopping, and decided to have a closer look at the thing that caught her fancy. "Just, what do you want from me, Lady Vesta?" William asked. He knew that the young lady was toying with him, so he decided to just ask her what she wanted, in an attempt to get her leave him alone. "Well, that will depend on how our talks will end tonight, Sir William," Vesta answered. "If we part in good graces then things will be good. If we don't," Vesta grinned before she mouthed the words, "I will leave the rest to your imagination." The frown on William's face deepened. Right now, Vesta had complete control of the conversation, which left him in a passive state. Clearly, she knew William's difficulties and she was exploiting it to the fullest. "Talk, you want to talk?" William inquired. "Then how about the two of us have a seat first? It's not good to talk while standing up, right?" 7 points, Vesta commented. "I'll give you that much for trying to regain your initiative in this negotiation." Vesta giggled before walking towards a chair. She then gestured for William to sit on the chair opposite hers, so that they could have a serious discussion. William sat and faced the young lady who seemed to be oozing with confidence. Just as he was about to ask her again what she really wanted, the green-haired beauty placed a finger on her lips, which made the half-elf hold back the words he wanted to say. "First, let me tell you who I am, and who my father is," Vesta declared. "I am the daughter of Joash Xianxia." William nodded. "I understand." "No, Sir William, you don't understand." Vesta giggled. "I just told you my name, and who my father is, but you don't have any idea who we are." "Well then, since this is your first time coming to the demonic continent, allow me to educate you a bit." Vesta leaned on her chair and crossed her long legs over the other as she gave William a confident gaze. "My father, Joash Xianxia, is a very well-known figure here in the demon continent," Vesta explained. "He is also looking at you, right here, right now from up there." Vera pointed at the tower that overlooked the entire city. It was at that moment when a realization hit William and he finally understood the alarm bells that were going on inside his head. Seeing his expression, Vesta grinned mischievously because the intended effect that she was looking for had appeared on the half-elf's face. "Yes, Sir William," Vesta smiled evilly. "My father, Joash, is the demigod that is stationed to watch over this domain. Would you like to say hi to my daddy?" William cursed internally as he met Vesta's evil smile head-on. Right now, there were only 3 words that he wanted to say to her, and they were, "Fuck your daddy." Chapter 971, "The place where my 2 feet stand is my territory." So, this is the famous son of the Dungeon Conqueror, as well as the only person who has managed to overcome the trial of the Tower of Babylon, Vesta thought as she observed William with her eyes that were of the same color as his. As the daughter of one of the demigods in the demon continent, her reputation was enough to make even the demon lord treat her as an equal. Although she was born with a golden spoon in her hand, Vesta wasn't someone who relied on her father's influence. She trained hard in order to become powerful, and as someone who had the blood of the legendary Black Dragon in her veins, her physical and magical prowess had exceeded the realm of mortals. Simply put, she was a true elite warrior who had achieved the black rank, which was equivalent to that of a millennial beast. This was also why she felt very interested in William, because no matter how hard she tried to gauge how strong he was, she couldn't estimate his rank. There were only 2 reasons for this to happen. The first one was that the half-elf was carrying an artifact that prevented others from gauging his rank. The second one was that the person standing in front of her was leagues above her own rank, which, if true, was the main reason why Vesta was very interested in him. As expected of the one that conquered the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon, Vesta mused. He's not that simple. Truth be told, when William appeared in the fortress city, the demigod who watched over this territory sensed the blood that flowed in his veins. There was a time when Vesta's father, Joash, had fought against the Dungeon Conqueror and lost. Because of this, the demigod made sure to remember the smell as well as the unique qualities of Maxwell's bloodline, which allowed the black dragon to sense William when the half-elf entered his domain. As someone who had fought against the Dungeon Conqueror, Joash was interested in knowing the reason for William's visit to the demonic continent. Because of this, he had tasked his daughter, Vesta, to check for herself what the son of the man that defeated him was like. Vesta was more than happy to take this mission because she had grown up hearing the tales of the Dungeon Conqueror who had single-handedly defeated the demonic army, and also cut off the demon lord's arm during their one-on-one battle within the grove of the World Tree. Yes, Sir William, Vesta smiled evilly. My father, Joash, is the demigod that is stationed to watch over this domain. Would you like to say hi to my daddy? The green-haired lady's eyes sparkled in anticipation for what the half-elf was going to do next. She wanted to know how William would react to her subtle threat. Half a minute passed after she asked her question when suddenly the black-haired teenager chuckled. And why should I say hi to your daddy? William asked in disdain. Shouldn't he be the one who should say hi to me? Vesta's smile stiffened because she clearly heard the disdain in William's voice. No one in the demonic continent, not even the demon lord, would dare to say these words towards her father, which made the green-haired lady irritated. Oh my, I think Sir William should choose his words wisely, Vesta replied icily. I think you are forgetting that you're not in the central continent, but in the demon lands. Aren't you worried that you will be besieged by all the warriors that are stationed in this fortress city? Besieged? By whom? By your father, and the people inside this tiny little fortress. William scoffed. Girl, I think you are making a very big misunderstanding here. No matter where I am, no matter where I go, the place where my 2 feet stand is my territory. The half-elf wagged his finger at the dumbfounded green-haired lady as the corner of his lips curled up into a sneer. If I wanted it, I could easily destroy this fortress with a wave of my hand, William said in a teasing tone. I didn't know that the son of the Dungeon Conqueror was delusional, Vesta replied with sarcasm. You're still a boy with milk on your lips, and you think that you can conquer the world, you sure have guts. Vesta sneered at the half-elf because she found William's words truly ridiculous. If their fortress city was so easily destroyed, then the human armies would have already advanced deep into their lands. The fact that the fortress of Amberfang had remained standing for 2 decades proved that no force in the central continent could conquer their lands. William chuckled. He wouldn't deny that he still had milk in his lips because he had just drank it a few days ago when Ella visited his room to have a chat. One thing led to another, and before he knew it, he had already drunk a mouthful, directly from the source. I have waged battles the likes of which you have never seen before, William stated. I fought against the might of the elven army, as well as their guardians. I've also dealt with their demigod, Sephiron, so what makes you think that I'm scared of your father? For the first time since she had met William, a frown appeared on Vesta's face. She had indeed heard the news of the invasion of the elves in the southern continent, which ended in failure. Also, there were rumors that William had defeated not only the Guardians, but a bona fide demigod that had guarded the Silvermoon continent for a millennia as well. Even so, Vesta's love for her father wouldn't allow her to back down. He was the only one that she respected, aside from her mother, and she wouldn't allow anyone to look down on her father's legacy. Sephiron, although I admit that he is indeed a strong demigod, I don't believe that you defeated him on your own, Vesta replied. You must have used some kind of trick to deal with him, or borrowed the powers of another demigod. Someone like you can't possibly defeat a demigod on your own. William looked at the young lady whose face had become flushed out of anger, and chuckled once more. True. William nodded. Back then, Sephiron would have turned me into ashes with a single flap of his wings. But, now, it's different. I have fought against demigods and pseudo-gods, and lived to tell the tale. Your father doesn't scare me one bit. Even if there are 2 demigods here in this fortress, the end result will still be the same, and that is. William paused as he gave the green-haired beauty who was now staring daggers at him with a devilish smile on his face. A one-sided massacre, William finished his explanation. That is what awaits this fortress if your father is stupid enough to provoke me. You're lying. Your father is a demigod. He can tell if I'm lying or not. So, what do you think, Your Excellency? William turned his head towards the balcony and asked, Am I lying or not? Vesta looked in the direction of the balcony and saw a man wearing a majestic black robe that covered his entire body. He had short black hair, and his face had sharp features, like a hawk that could go for the kill at any moment. Joash gazed at William with an indifferent expression on his face. As the guardian of the fortress city, and the first line of defense of the demon continent, his authority was the highest inside his domain. The demigod stared at William, and the latter stared back at him with a calm expression on his face. Both men appraised each other as if trying to understand who was stronger between the two of them. William had seen many powerful beings in his current lifetime, and he no longer felt fear, or coward, when facing a demigod. Right now, he was in his vampire progenitor job class, which was equivalent to a demigod in its initial stages. If Joash really wanted to exchange blows with him, the half-elf was more than happy to oblige. William didn't mind using one of his trump cards to show the demigod the consequences of provoking him. Vesta could feel the atmosphere inside the room change subtly, as the gaze of the two men met. She had a feeling that whatever was going to happen next was something that she would remember for the rest of her life. Chapter 972, Can't you see how red my hair is? Arrogant, just like your father, Joash stated after staring at William for some time. But, I can see that you have the strength to back it up. Have you really fought against a pseudo-god? William nodded. I did. And, who won? I think it turned out to be a draw. The half-elf had definitely dealt Apophis with a killing blow, but after the explosion, he wasn't able to see whether he succeeded in slaying the pseudo-god or not. When he asked Optimus this question, the system stated that the possibility of Apophis surviving the attack was high. However, the pseudo-god definitely suffered grievous injuries and would not dare to show his face in front of William for a very long time. Optimus added that if Apophis really died, William would have definitely gained a title that proved that he had slain a god, and that title was none other than God Slayer. A draw, against a pseudo-god, Joash frowned. If others were to brag about having survived a battle against a pseudo-god, he would have definitely spat on them, turning them into ashes. But, since he could tell if William was lying or not, he knew that his words were without any falsehood. Although he was still half in doubt, he had no choice but to recognize that the half-elf was telling the truth. Vesta looked at her father, then at William in disbelief. Her father didn't refute William's amazing achievement, which meant that the half-elf had indeed fought against a pseudo-god and lived. This concept was something she couldn't fathom because the strongest beings that she had seen were demigods. If there was still another class above it then. The green-haired lady shivered subconsciously as she entertained the possibility of that higher realm of existence. A being that was between a demigod and a god, an existence that could make the entire world of Hestia tremble under their feet. Tell me, what are you doing here in my territory? Joash asked. My method in dealing with you will depend on your answer. Although Joash had recognized William's strength, that didn't mean that he wasn't his enemy. This was the first line of defense of the demon realm, and his duty was to ensure that no harm would fall upon their lands. Even if what William said was the truth, then so what? The fact still remained that they were not friends, and he still bore a grudge against the half-elf's father, who had torn off his tail during the battle in the Silvermoon continent. If not for Baba Yaga's powerful restoration magic, it would have taken him a century to fully recover from his injuries. I didn't come to this land with the intention of harming anyone, William answered. I only came here to look for a person. Joash snorted as he waved his hand. Suddenly a chair appeared behind his back, and he sat beside his daughter, while eyeing the half-elf in suspicion. You came all the way to these lands just to look for a person? Joash arched an eyebrow. This person must be very important, for you to brave the dangers alone. I'm not exactly alone, William replied. I brought some friends to sightsee with me. The corner of Vesta's lips twitched. The mortal enemy of all the demons had just casually strolled into their fortress city, met his father, and had the audacity to tell him that he had brought his friends for sightseeing. The green-haired lady was very tempted to lift the chair she was sitting on, and smack the half-elf's head for his impudence. If any other person were standing before her, she would have done it already, but since her father was here, she needed to act with class, and not disgrace their family's reputation. Just as she was cursing the half-elf inside her heart, she saw something that made her mouth hang wide open. Joash was smiling. Vesta couldn't believe it, but her father was really smiling, and he was smiling at the son of their mortal enemy. If news of this spread, then the demons might call her father a traitor for showing goodwill to their enemy. Who? Joash asked. It was a single word, but it was more than enough to convey his interest to the person that William was looking for. My first master, Celine, William replied. I came here to find her and take her back to the central continent. Joash tapped his finger over the table as he mulled William's words. Baba Yaga's disciple, Joash stated. So, she's your master. You wield dark magic as well. William nodded. The guardian of the fortress city seemed to be a reasonable fellow, so he decided to be civil and talk things out, instead of using his fists to settle this matter. Do you know about the elven prophecy? Joash inquired. His eyes never left William's face. It was as if he was looking for a sign to confirm the suspicions he had in his head. I'm not the Dark Prince, William answered. Can't you see how red my hair is? Vesta's body stiffened as her eyes widened in shock. The prophecy of the elves had been the talk within the demonic continent for the past month, so even those who were not aware of it in the past, were now fully informed on what it entailed. There had been several candidates that had been scouted by the Demon Lord and brought to the demonic capital to train. It was said that the Dark Prince would be born in their lands, and he would avenge their loss against the elves, and make all of them kneel before him. The only thing that Vera knew was that the prophesied prince must be proficient in dark magic. Only someone of that caliber would have the right to cover the entire world in darkness. Baba Yaga's disciple, Selene, is one of the Dark Prince's bride candidates, right? Joash asked. William shrugged. He didn't want to talk about this matter, since it had something to do with his first master, who he already considered to be his woman. Seeing that William was not in the mood to talk about his master's connection with the Dark Prince, Joash decided to steer their conversation to another topic. How about we make a deal? Joash stated. A deal? William narrowed his eyes. What deal? Joash smiled as he crossed his arms over his chest. It's really simple. On the small chance that you become the Prince of Darkness, I want you to promise me two things. William smirked as he crossed one of his leg over the other, and crossed his arms over his chest. And that is? William asked with a calm expression on his face. The first one is that you will owe me a favor, Joash answered. The second one is that you will allow the demons to live in the central continent without being prosecuted. If you are able to promise me these two things, I will turn a blind eye and allow you to pass safely within these walls unharmed. Okay, William answered in a heartbeat. He didn't really care about these things, but since this would allow them to part without escalating their talks into a full-blown conflict, he was more than happy to agree to Joash's two conditions. You really think that you're not that prince in question, do you? Of course not. Joash chuckled as he stood up from his chair and stared at the half-elf who was just chilling in his chair. Deep inside, he admired William because he was still young and had already attained the power that was beyond the reach of normal men. The demigod knew that it was not easy to reach their realm, and since the half-elf had done it, he definitely sacrificed many things to get to where he was currently at. As someone who recognized the strong, Joash had no choice but to treat William as his equal. The fortress city was under his protection, so he would definitely fight anyone or anything that posed a threat to it. After chatting with William, he understood that the son of his enemy really only wanted to search for the person that was important to him. Since that was the case, Joash would let him go unharmed. Also, he entertained the possibility of William becoming the Dark Prince. Although it was highly unlikely, it was good to cover all of his bases. This is why he decided to add another insurance that would let the two of them part on good terms. 2 days, Joash stated. Stay here in the fortress for 2 days. On the third day my daughter will accompany you on your journey to Baba Yaga's place. She is well known in the demon continent. Having her with you will prevent any conflicts between you and the denizens of this realm. William was about to refuse the offer, but after thinking about it, he realized that it was actually a good idea. If Vesta accompanied him, then it would prevent unnecessary discord with the locals, and he would be able to focus his attention in searching for Selene. Thank you, William replied. I will gladly accept your hospitality. Joash nodded as he lightly tapped his daughter's shoulder to tell her that it was about time to leave. He had already said what he wanted to say, so there was no need to extend his stay. Vesta gave William one last glance before following her father towards the balcony. She didn't understand why her father suggested that she accompany him in search of a woman. However, since it was very rare for her to leave the fortress city, she thought that going out for a while would not necessarily be a bad thing. William watched the father and daughter pair go with a calm expression on his face. Only when the two of them had left his room did he finally sigh in relief. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario didn't happen, William muttered as he raised his right hand. Inside it was a small golden staff that was the size of a ballpen. If Joash had attacked him during their talks, he would have called for his heroic avatar, and fought against the demigod with all of his might. Chapter 973, Our Master is Invincible. Dad, why didn't you deal with him earlier? Vesta asked when she and her father had arrived in the tower that served as their home. Because if we really fought, then this fortress city might have been razed to ashes, Joash replied as he walked ahead of his daughter, who was looking at his back with a dumbfounded expression on her face. Is he that strong? Vesta inquired. This time, her voice was filled with curiosity, which made Joash chuckle. Ever since she was born, Vesta had always been someone who searched for the answers to her questions. If Joash didn't give her an answer, she would ask other people for the answer. She was just that kind of person, and sometimes, Joash felt that he should have been more strict in educating her, while she was growing up. Strong? No, he is rather weak, Joash answered. But, in that weakness, he also becomes the most dangerous. During our talk earlier, both of us were measuring each other up. I'm sure that if I made a single move that could threaten his life, he would definitely retaliate. Even if he retaliates, so what? Vesta snorted. Aside from Baba Yaga, there is no demigod that is as strong as you in the demonic continent. I'm very sure that you can pinch that boy to oblivion if you wish. Joash smiled. He didn't affirm or deny his daughter's words. As a father, he needed to become a pillar that would make her feel safe. However, as a demigod, his instinct was sharper than ordinary mortals. He had a feeling that if he really attacked William back then, the one who was going to lose was him. This was what his sixth sense was telling him, and it was also why he didn't make any moves to provoke the boy, whose hair reminded him of Maxwell, the man responsible for cutting off his tail during their fight in the Silvermoon continent. In 2 days, you will accompany them on their journey to the northeast region of our domain. That is where Baba Yaga lives, Joash stated. Vesta nodded, but there was something on her mind that was bugging her, so she decided to ask her father about it. The only way that Celine could have entered the demonic lands is through this gate, Vesta said. How did she pass here undetected? Although I haven't seen her, she is an elf. Any demon would have definitely made a move against her if they discovered her identity. Joash stopped walking before turning around to look at his daughter. This was also why he wanted Vesta to accompany William in his journey. The green-haired beauty had grown up under his radiance, so she still hadn't seen the world and discovered what lay on the other side of a coin. In the demon lands, no matter where she went, no one would dare cause trouble for her unless they were stupid. He had also given her special protective artifacts, and one of them allowed her to summon one of his avatars to protect her. Because he had given her so many layers of protection, Vesta wasn't able to understand what hardships and true danger were. Although she had done her best to train herself, and strive to succeed without his help, the fact still remained that she was his daughter. Even if she didn't ask for it, she was born with that layer of protection, and this was something that Joash wanted her to understand as she journeyed together with the son of the man that could have conquered the entire world if he wished for it. Celine entered the demon lands and passed through this fortress, Joash replied. I personally escorted her out of the city to ensure that no fools would dare to block her path. You did, yes. When did this happen? Vesta inquired. She felt a little disappointed that her father didn't let her meet one of the 2 bride candidates that would become the Dark Prince's woman. A few months ago, Joash replied before turning around to continue walking towards his chambers. Make the necessary preparations. Also, don't provoke that boy, William, Joash added. What you should do is observe him carefully. Perhaps, by doing so, you will understand why he managed to clear the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon, which remained unconquered for the past 100 years. Do I make myself clear? Vesta nodded. Although she still had misgivings about traveling with William, her father had given her a mission, and she would complete it without fail. And, that's what happened. William explained to Zhu, Shah, and the elves that were in the cage, about the discussion he had with the demigod of the fortress city. All of them looked at William in disbelief and wondered if he was lucky or unlucky to have Joash pay extra attention to him. I think he doesn't want to have conflicts with you, Shah said after pondering William's story. If he really meant us harm, he would have definitely attacked us first and used us as hostages in order for you to listen to his demands. Zhu had his arms crossed over his chest as he agreed with Shah's conclusion. However, Charmaine and the other elves thought otherwise. As maids who had given their loyalty and devotion to their new master, their opinion was very different from the one that the Sand Demon had come up with. Even if he used us as hostages, it still won't work, Charmaine replied. Master would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. If I were in his place, I would have taken this entire fortress city as a hostage. Just one whack of Rui Jingu Bang will be enough to show them that they're messing with the wrong person. That's right, our master is invincible, Sir William is formidable, that demigod doesn't know who he is dealing with. The elves heaped praises one after the other, which made William scratch his cheek out of embarrassment. He had also thought of this scenario where Joash would use his friends as hostage, but he already had this covered. All of them had been registered under his king's legion, so with a single word, the half-elf could forcefully return them to his thousand-beast domain. This was why the thought of them being used as a hostage wouldn't work on him. Since the other party didn't want any conflicts, then we should also behave ourselves for the time being, William stated as he raised his hand to stop the elves from their praises, that seemed to have no ending. But, stay vigilant. We are currently deep inside enemy lines. Carelessness is something that we should avoid at this point in time. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. After talking for a bit and making several contingency plans, the half-elf once again returned to his room at the inn. This was the first night that he would spend in the demon lands, and he wanted nothing more than to let it pass peacefully. That Joash is not so simple, William thought as he stared at the tower that overlooked the entire fortress. Although he couldn't sense if the demigod was watching his every move or not, he understood that he shouldn't show any signs of weakness that could be exploited by someone who had fought his father many years ago. Chapter 974, A Broken Vow. Inside William's thousand-beast domain. Joash, I don't know much about him, Chiffon said as she patted Medusa's head, who was sleeping on her lap. After she had devoured her on their first meeting, the little Gorgon had recognized the pink-haired girl as someone stronger than her, and willingly submitted to her. This was a very normal occurrence for monsters because they were someone who worshipped the strong. Chiffon didn't think much of Medusa's choice, because this was a common mindset in the demonic continent. The demon clans followed the strongest demon, which was the demon lord. What Medusa did was nothing different in Chiffon's eyes, so she was even flattered that the purple-haired girl treated her as her master. Simply put, Medusa was similar to a little pet that followed Chiffon around. Also, for some unknown reason, Gullenbursti the golden piglet, and Medusa had suddenly become rivals for the pink-haired girl's affection, which made William chuckle when he noticed it. The black dragon of the demon continent, Joash Agni, he is indeed someone that you shouldn't take lightly. Chiffon and William glanced at the delicate-looking elf who was seated on a chair and sipping his tea calmly. Among the demigods of this domain, he is only second to Baba Yaga, who rules the northeast, Kenneth explained. It is because of this reason that he chose to become the defender of the demonic continent after their loss in the Silvermoon continent. My grandpa once mentioned that Joash had both brain and brawn, which made him a very formidable enemy. After persuading William to allow him to accompany him, the half-elf gave up and brought Kenneth inside the thousand-beast domain. He knew that the silver-haired elf had been sent by his mother to check up on him, so he decided to just bring him along to honor her wish. To his surprise, Kenneth seemed calm and collected when he entered the thousand-beast domain. Although he had been surprised, his surprise was different from the surprise that his wives, and the other people he brought inside his domain, had expressed when they had entered it for the first time. When William asked him about this, Kenneth only said that he had already suspected that the half-elf was in possession of a portable domain. That is the only explanation that Kenneth could think of on how William was able to summon so many beasts to fight for his side during the war in the southern continent. Well, since he has already shown goodwill to you, it will be best to not stir up any kind of trouble inside his domain, Kenneth commented. Demigods are prideful beings. Going back on their words was something that they rarely do. More than anything else, they don't want the other demigods to look down on them because of something petty. William smiled as he looked at his ex-roommate who was making himself at home in his domain. Kenneth, let me ask you something, William said. Have you ever dreamed of a young lady whose long hair seemed to know no bounds? She could extend it indefinitely, and her favorite pastime is to sleep. Does that ring a bell to you? No, Kenneth answered in a heartbeat. He then looked at William with a curious gaze as he asked him a question of his own. Where did you see this lady you're talking about? Kenneth asked. In my dreams. What kind of dreams are you having then? William chuckled as he dropped the subject. This was something that he didn't want to talk about at this moment. For the past few months, he would often dream of a lazy young lady who did nothing but sleep under the shade of an ancient oak tree. In his dreams, the young lady would use her very long hair to entangle William, and hang him upside down in the tree as a way to prevent him from poking her face while she was sleeping. For the most part, these dreams were quite comedic, and they gave William a sense of peace whenever this kind of dream visited him at night. Chiffon arched an eyebrow as she gazed at Kenneth. For her, the silver-haired elf was an enigma. All the Sins were born as girls, and there had been no exception in the past. They were not like the 7 virtues who were graced by a man as a member every now and then. The 7 deadly sins had a strict requirement, and all of them had been born girls. Even now, she, Princess Sidoni, and Lilith, didn't know what to think about the delicate-looking elf who no doubt held the sin of sloth. Well then, I guess I'll go back to my room in the inn. William stood up and kissed Chiffon's right cheek. I'm pretty sure that I'm currently not being monitored, but I don't want to take chances. Joash would become suspicious if he didn't see me in the inn if he checked up on me. Chiffon nodded her head in understanding and kissed William back. Although she wanted to spend some quality time with her husband, she understood that his mission was very important as well. Take care, Chiffon said. At the first sign of trouble, it will be best if you teleport to where Soleil is. You have already sent it flying towards the north, right? William nodded. The half-elf had always used Soleil to instantly teleport to a location of his choosing. This method had saved his life countless times in the past, and he would definitely use it if the circumstances called for it. Ah, Will, before you go, I need to tell you something first, Kenneth said as he placed the empty teacup on the table. It's not a good hobby to poke girls in the face when they are sleeping. Girls need their beauty sleep, so you shouldn't disturb them just because you find them very beautiful. William rubbed his chin as he eyed the silver-haired elf who was looking at him with a calm expression on his face. Did I ever mention that she was beautiful? William asked. No, but, Kenneth smiled. I'm sure that the girl in your dreams is a beauty, no? William shook his head to deny Kenneth's words. No, she was very ugly. Her face was stained with drool and her body was covered with dried leaves. If I had a flint, I would have gathered all the dried leaves and ignited it. Maybe, by doing so, that troublesome girl would have no choice but to move, or let those golden curls of her get turned into ashes. The half-elf smirked before teleporting out of this thousand-beast domain. He didn't bother to wait for Kenneth's reply because he wanted to have the last words in their conversation. In the end, the silver-haired elf looked at the place where William disappeared before closing his eyes. His lips moved as he said barely audible words that even Chiffon wasn't able to hear. You broke your promise, Kenneth muttered before his body relaxed. Soon, he fell asleep while seated on the chair, no longer caring what was happening around him. His goal was to accompany William on his journey and keep him safe. Since the half-elf was fine for the time being, Kenneth decided to sleep to conserve his strength. He had a feeling that sometime in the future, he would need to use everything he had to ensure that the red-headed teenager who smiled at him back then, would not fall into the hands of darkness. Chapter 975, Journey to the North. 2 days passed and it was time for William to leave the fortress city. Perhaps due to Joash's influence, the barkeeper treated him like a VIP guest, and no one dared to cause trouble for him during his stay. Half an hour later, 3 carriages left the northern gate of the fortress. 2 of them belonged to William, while the last one belonged to Vesta. The green-haired lady's carriage was simple-looking, but it was at least twice the size of William's carriage. Also, the one pulling it was so high-profile that the half-elf couldn't help but scratch his head. In the end, he said nothing, because there was no use in saying anything. Even the elves who were riding on the cage behind the carriage couldn't help but raise their eyebrows at the majestic beast that was calmly walking side by side with the horses that pulled their carriage. A black griffin, that was bigger than a normal one, pulled Vesta's carriage. It was clearly an alpha monster, and they were very prideful creatures. William didn't know if the one that tamed it was Vesta or her father. Regardless of who they were, he could only sigh internally because the griffin was like a big sign that said, I am pulling a VIP passenger. Get out of the way, peasants. Sir William, you look troubled, Charmaine, who was seated beside William inside the carriage said with a smile. How can I not be troubled? William replied in a helpless tone. A group of slave traders, being accompanied by the daughter of a demigod is something you don't see every day. Anyone who sees this will find it suspicious. This in turn will prompt them to investigate. I don't know if Joash is playing a prank on me, but if he is, he got me really good. Charmaine giggled because it was very rare for her to see William's troubled expression. Clearly, the daughter of a demigod wasn't part of his plans to act low profile while searching for Celine. Sir William, just look at the bright side, Charmaine stated. With her by our side, no one will dare cause trouble for us. William shook his head because Charmaine's thinking was quite simple. You're only half right. William nodded his head. As one of the most popular beauties of the young generation, I'm sure that Vesta has a lot of admirers in the city. Seeing her accompanying us will make those one-sided admirers of hers stalk us on our journey, in the hopes that they will be able to use the opportunity of her being away from her father to become close to her. Not to mention, I am slave trader carrying elves as merchandise. They can always use the excuse of checking our wares as a reason to approach us. Sir William, you think too much, Charmaine commented. Even if that is the case, you just need to intimidate them and they will divert their attention from you to Vesta. Let her deal with her admirers. Before William could even reply to the pretty elf beside him, who for some reason had started to massage his arm, 2 flying carriages landed on his carriage's right side. Speaking of the devils, William snorted. Sir William, they are demons, not devils, Charmaine commented in a teasing tone. William rolled his eyes to ignore the pretty elf who was now massaging his shoulders. He didn't pry her hands off his shoulders, because Charmaine was quite good at giving massages, which he had only discovered a few days ago. Halt! A loud voice shouted. The young master of the desert clan orders you slave traders to stop so that he can check the slaves in your possession. My young master is willing to pay a good price for them, so pull to the side and let him take a look at what you have for sale. Stop at once. Another demon shouted. The young master of the Sky Clan wishes to conduct business with you. If he is satisfied with what he sees, he is willing to pay you a high price for your slaves. Vesta, whose carriage was located on William's left side, smirked after seeing the 2 that had come to cause trouble for the half-elf. Truth be told, she had already met the young masters of the Desert and Sky clans, as well as the other members of the young generation, 2 months ago during her birthday. All of them wanted to become her life partner, so they could have her father's backing to ensure their clan's prosperity. Vesta hated these gatherings because she felt like she was an item that was being auctioned to the highest bidder. Although her father allowed her to do as she pleased, she still couldn't shake the possibility of being set up in an arranged marriage, which was very common in the demon realm. Pull to the side, Zoo, William said with a sigh. Let's just get this over with. Shaw, shift the carriage to the side as well. Zoo and Shaw nodded, and guided the carriages off the road in order to deal with the numbskulls who were using him as an excuse to strike up a conversation with the green-haired beauty, who loathed both of them. Young masters, my apologies but these slaves are already reserved for the demon lord, William stated with a smile. If you have any concerns, feel free to look for him. I'm sure that he will be more than happy to settle this matter with the 2 of you. The 2 young masters, who were planning to buy the slaves at a high price in order to make a good impression on Vesta, immediately held back the words that they were about to say. If they were to really buy the slaves that were meant for the demon lord, their patriarchs would definitely roast them in an open fire for their stupidity. Seeing that the 2 young masters didn't dare to make things difficult for him, an idea popped up inside William's head, which he executed right away. Dear sirs, I really apologize for disappointing the both of you, so allow me to make it up to you, William said with a smile that he and James used when they were about to scam people. You see, Lady Vesta is traveling with me, and I admit that I am not very good at socializing with someone of her status. Would the both of you like to travel with us in order to keep her company? The 2 young masters looked at William as if he was their long-lost bro, who understood their suffering. The young master of the Sky Clan walked up to William and shook his hand. Bro, my name is Kira, Kira said. I am the 3rd son of the head of the Desert Clan. It is a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is mine, William replied. Feel free to call me William. Kira looked like a normal human teenager with tanned skin. If not for the fact that he had a short horn at the middle of his forehead, and red eyes that were as red as rubies, no one would think that he was a demon. His looks were above average, and even more handsome than William's current form, which was his face back on Earth. It was at that moment when the young master of the Sky Clan approached the black-haired teenager in order to introduce himself. Elder brother, my name is Athrun, the 4th son of the current patriarch of the Sky Clan. Athrun smiled. It is an honor to meet you. Likewise, William replied as he happily shook Athrun's hand. Just call me William. Unlike Kira, Athrun was more of a scholarly type and his skin was creamy white, similar to that of a girl's. He was also quite handsome, which gave William the impression that, if the two young masters were to woo others girls aside from Vesta, their chances of success would be very high. "Bro, where are you planning to go?" Kira asked. "Are you headed for the capital? If yes, why don't we stay at our residence there? It is very spacious and I guarantee that you will not be disappointed." Athrun just stayed silent at the side and didn't volunteer to invite William to the lodging of their clan in the capital city. As the fourth son of his father, his position was the lowest, and he wasn't treated with much respect in their clan. Fortunately, Athrun was very good when it came to business. He was able to become a successful merchant without the help of his family, and had long gained the confidence to stand on his own. Still, his business was only medium-sized at the moment, so he didn't dare to brag or anything. He knew more than anyone else that there was no one he could rely on but himself. The reason why he was enamored with Vesta was not because of her status, but because she was a hard worker. As someone who also understood the hardships of making a name for herself, without relying on family connections, Athrun believed that she was the perfect match for him. "I am planning to go to the north first before going to the capital city," William replied. "I am looking for a friend, and according to those who saw her last, she was traveling towards the north in search of someone." "That is a long detour, elder brother." Athrun rubbed his chin after hearing William's explanation. He then glanced at Vesta, who was looking at them from the window of her carriage, and smiled. "Elder brother, will Lady Vesta accompany you until you reach your destination?" William nodded. Lady Vesta said that it had been a long time since she had left the fortress city, so she decided to accompany me on my long journey. Vesta, who was looking at them from her carriage window, suddenly had the strong urge to breathe fire at them. She was waiting for a good show, and to see how the two young masters would cause trouble for William. Unfortunately, things didn't play out the way she thought it would. Instead of a confrontation, the two young masters started to call William bro and elder brother, which made the green-haired beauty wonder if she had misheard things. However, after seeing how the three teenage boys were all smiles as they talked about the details of their journey, Vesta felt like she had swallowed a fly. When she heard that William even invited Kira and Athrun to accompany them, the green-haired beauty almost jumped out of her carriage to deliver a strong kick to the black-haired teenager's bum. The half-elf laughed internally because he was finally able to return the favor to the father and daughter pair. He wasn't too worried about Kira and Athrun accompanying him, because their presence was just a means to an end. In the end, Vesta was forced to swallow a bitter pill as their small group suddenly gained two more members, who were more than eager to accompany them on their journey to the north. Chapter 976, A 1,000-Year Promise, Part 1. As an elf, I lived a very long life. The lifespan of an ordinary mortal was no different from the life of an insect that only lasted for a few days. And yet, someone with that fleeting lifetime touched the core of my being, and made me experience things I have never experienced before. "Hey, are you alright? Why are you sleeping on the ground? Hello, can you hear me?" These were the questions that he asked me back then when he first appeared in my life. I, who had been exiled because of the curse I carry, had prepared myself to live alone without any interaction from the outside world. And yet, he still came, and melted the resolve I had built with merely 4 words. "I love you, Acedia." In a secluded place, far away from the lands of the elves, I slept on the roots of an ancient oak tree. Once every year, on the 9th hour, of the 9th day, of the 9th month, a portal between Midgard and Alfheim opened. That is when this annoying person named William Pendragon appeared in my life. The silver-haired teenager said that he traveled between the two worlds to take me to the Violet Evergarden, where I would stay for the remainder of my life. He was so cheeky back then, proclaiming that no matter what, he would bring me there without fail. There was just one big problem. The numbskull didn't even know where it was. This is why humans are stupid. This was what I thought back then. Just like the other elves, I took pride in my race's superiority and looked down on other races as if they were not worthy of my time. Well, I do admit that Pendragon was quite good-looking. Among humans, he could be considered decent to say the least. His long silver hair that reflected the sunlight was something I'd like to see from time to time, and his eyes, that were as blue as the sky, would look at me with different emotions. That made my heart skip a beat. Of course, at first, I didn't trust him. No elf in their right mind would trust someone from another race on their first meeting. This was why, when he tried to ask me questions, I didn't even bother to open my eyes, and ignored him completely. The last straw was when he started to press his ear to my chest. I kind of understood that he was checking whether I was alive or not, but wasn't that a bit rude? I might have only been 19 years old at that time, but I was still a maiden who hadn't even touched the hand of a man. For a stranger to even press his filthy ear, well, not so filthy ear to my chest, deserved a punishment that was equal to the crime he committed. That was the moment when I wrapped my hair around him, and hung him upside down from the branch of the ancient oak tree, until he begged me to put him down. A month passed before I decided to trust Pendragon and decided to believe his story that he would indeed take me to the Violet Evergarden. In order to help me trust him, he did menial chores every day, like feeding me berries, letting me drink water, sing me a lullaby, and make sure that no bugs landed on my body. While he did those things, he would often tell me about himself, even if I didn't ask him. Perhaps it was because I slept most of the time, and he was feeling that he would go crazy if he didn't talk to someone, but talk he did. As for me, I played my part and listened. His tale wasn't exciting, it was even lackluster to say the least. According to him, he was a bastard son of the ruling chieftain in his country. Aside from giving him the surname Pendragon, his father had mostly ignored him and allowed one of his subordinates to raise him. His name, William, was given to him by his mother before she passed away after childbirth. That was the only keepsake that she had given him, and he carried it to this day. What a pitiful human. I thought back then that he was indeed pitiful, but when I remembered my current circumstance, I retracted my feelings of pity for him and gave it to myself instead. I, who had been abandoned to live alone, was more pitiful than him, and yet, I didn't rub it in his face because he was indeed pitiful, but only second to me. When he met me, he was only 16 at that time. No longer a boy, but not yet a man. I could tell that he was doing his best in trying to make a name for himself. He was doing his best to get his father to recognize him as a son. Since he wanted to make a name for himself, I decided to make him my pillow. This was the highest honor that someone as exalted as me could give him. When I told him that I will give him the honor of becoming my pillow, he gave me a look of disdain, while telling me, "Are you out of your mind?" Well, what happened next was like usual. He spent the night hanging on a tree branch upside down. The next day, he was more obedient. He did exactly what I told him to and he became my pillow. If you had obeyed me in the first place, then you wouldn't have had to suffer. This was what I told him, as I reluctantly lay my head on his stomach. I was greatly disappointed because it wasn't soft. William had a lean and toned body. Unlike mine that was delicate and soft, his was hard and chiseled. Even though it was not the most comfortable pillow around, I didn't voice any of my complaints because it was warm. For the first time since I was exiled from the Elven clan, I once again felt the warmth of a living being. I really thought that I would never get to experience such a luxury again. On the third month of our journey, William fell ill with a fever after eating a roasted mushroom that he had foraged in the wild. If I remember correctly, this type of mushroom was part of the magic mushroom family that was known to have random effects on those that ate them. The only saving grace was that it wasn't a poisonous mushroom, so he recovered after 3 days. During those 3 days, the one that took care of him was me. It was a laborious task. I had to actually exert effort in order to throw him into the river in order to wash his body because I don't like using stinky humans as my pillow. During those 3 days, William started to call me names like lazy bum, no good elf, sluggard, long-haired demon, ugly monkey, and sloth. Dear me, it seemed that the mushroom had really damaged his brain, so I had no choice but to tie him up to a tree, and used my hair to whip his back until he lost consciousness. Perhaps I went overboard because the next day, his fever actually worsened. What a useless pillow, he couldn't even do his job properly. Chapter 977, A 1,000-Year Promise Part 2. On the third day, William's body was burning up with fever. Even someone as slothful as me felt a bit concerned about his well-being. Having no other alternative, I was forced to use my power to cure him. As an elf, I knew how to wield life magic. I am just too lazy to use it most of the time. But something unexpected happened. The magic I was so proud of didn't work on him. It was at that moment when I realized that things were starting to get a bit out of hand. I was put into a tight spot where I was forced to make a difficult choice. Allow this human, who I had only known for only a short while, to die and return to normality, or cure him by sacrificing a bit of my energy. This is so troublesome. I don't want to do it, so I guess he should just die then. That's right, he should just die. Although I would have no one to talk to, and I would spend the days alone again, that was fine with me. After all, I had been alone for most of my life. I was only going to revert back to my everyday routine before meeting the human stranger that suddenly appeared in my life. Yes, this is how it should be. That was the thought in my head when I made my decision to turn my back on him. As I gazed at the man that was dying beside me with half-opened eyes, I once again marveled at his silver hair, which had now been covered in dust. His blue eyes, that were as clear as the blue skies back then, were dazed and had lost their luster. It was at that moment when I felt pain in my chest, which made me subconsciously reach out to him. That was when I realized that my resolve to live alone for the rest of my life had crumbled to pieces. Some elves had a special ability that allowed them to pass their life force to someone. This was stronger than any kind of healing magic because we would burn up our very own life essence to transfer it to someone else. As one of the elves that had this ability, I never thought that a day would come when I would need to use it. As I wrapped my hair around William's body that was burning up, I carried him, as I walked to the river. This was something I would never do on normal days because I hated walking, I hated talking, and I hated moving my body for any reason. I made sure to clean his body properly and removed all of his clothes. If I was going to pass a bit of my life force to him, I wanted to do it when he was clean, not stinking, and covered in dirt. You better become a good pillow after this. I swear that I will not do this again. Indeed, I would never do this kind of thing again. Once was enough, and only because it was an emergency. However, before I could start the ceremony, the annoying human opened his lips and said something irritating to me. Ugly monkey. Out of reflex I tossed him towards the river in order to punish him. Fortunately, I remembered that he was being delirious due to the fever, so I hurriedly caught him with my hair, before he even fell into the water. When I pulled him back to me, I saw that the bastard had lost consciousness. Good. I didn't like the idea of letting him see how I would save his pitiful life. After speaking the ancient words of magic that activated the spell, I cupped his face and kissed his chapped lips. During that kiss, I felt a portion of my life force transferred to his body, forcefully repairing the damages that he had accumulated over his entire lifetime. The scars on his back, the calluses on his hand, and the other hidden wounds and bruises in his body all started to heal at a rapid pace. The chapped lips that I had kissed suddenly became soft and rosy pink, which surprised me. After I pulled back, the power of the spell also faded. I only shared the equivalent of 10 years of my lifespan to heal and cure his body, so I wasn't too affected. Looking at his lean and toned body which looked healthier and more radiant, I found myself becoming somewhat attracted to him. This was the first time that I was looking at a naked teenage human, and my curiosity got the better of me. My hands moved subconsciously to probe his body, touching his soft, silver hair that I loved to gaze upon, his ears, which weren't pointy like an elf's, and his handsome face, which I found more attractive than before. I guess this is the effect of the spell that I used to save his life. It is truly miraculous. My hands then wandered to other places. The me back then was very curious about this human in front of me, so I let my hands investigate everything about him. I poked his nose, ran my fingers across his soft lips, caressed his neck, pressed on his shoulders, and ever so slowly moved my hands towards his chest. Just as I expected, it's different from mine. Mine is soft, while his is hard. Is this really the chest of a man? Those were my sincere thoughts back then as I compared our chests with each other. Soon, my curiosity went downwards. My hands lightly rubbed the stomach where I lay each night, and his six-pack abs left me wondering if I could have them as well. When I lowered my eyes, I came face to face with his genitals, which made me unconsciously swallow. For some absurd reason, I felt my cheeks burning. This was something that I had never felt before, so I decided to investigate it thoroughly, to better understand why I was feeling that way. I touched, flicked, pinched, and pulled on it. I almost cried out in panic when it suddenly grew and reared its head at me. Such a scary thing, I almost thought I got pregnant after touching it once. It was at that moment when I heard a groan come from the human that I was holding. When I raised my head, I saw William looking down at me with a, "What do you think you're doing?" expression on his face. I met his gaze head on and felt something snap inside me. My gaze didn't leave him, but my hand moved on its own, and flicked the little monster that had suddenly grown big without my permission, making William wince in pain. "What do you think you're doing, woman?" William shouted as he struggled to free himself from my hair that was holding his arms, waist, and legs in place. Although I didn't want to brag, my hair is very firm and hard. Very few creatures were able to break from it once I had my hold on their bodies. I am just punishing this little thing, I angrily replied as I grabbed the little beast and squeezed it with my hand. This thing almost got me pregnant just by existing. William's pained expression, as I pulled on his manhood, made me realize that he had just recovered from his sickness, so I decided to let it go and threw him into the river to cool himself down. Oh, no, I touched that filthy thing. I am going to get pregnant at this rate. If my future self could only return to that point in time to talk to my past life, I would have definitely dug a hole and buried both of us out of embarrassment. How can someone be so ignorant of the world? Well, as someone who had been abandoned, I couldn't really blame the me of that time. I simply didn't have the knowledge for how to deal with the opposite gender, as well as the wisdom that every elf my age should have. After that small episode, our journey continued, which would later make me understand that the silver-haired teenager who was traveling alongside me would become the focal point of my life, as someone who was meant to live alone for all eternity. Chapter 978, A Thousand-Year Promise Part 3. Several months passed since that fateful day, and we finally arrived at our destination. The fabled land, where one could live the rest of their lives in happiness. The Violet Ever Garden, a legendary place that we had found out of sheer luck after we met a traveling priestess who pointed us in the right direction. I hated to admit it, but during those months of travel, William and I had gotten close to each other. Although he was still my pillow, I no longer treated him harshly, and he in turn, treated me well. We became the best of friends who relied on each other as we faced the many obstacles that blocked our path. Now that I had arrived at my destination, I felt like the moment of parting was nearing. Do you really have to leave? I asked because I felt that if he really left me, I would never see him again. I don't want to, but I have to. There are people waiting for my return, and I still haven't tied up the loose ends on my part. This was the answer he had given me back then, and for the first time in my life, I felt so heartbroken that I felt like I was dying. I knew that he didn't belong to my world, and sooner or later he would have to leave. I understood that and tried to treat him indifferently, and yet, he had bridged that gap, and found his place inside my heart. Seeing my pained expression, William made a very difficult decision. He decided to stay for one more year so he could spend it with me. This small consolation made me very happy back then. I, who had resolved myself to live a lonely life, felt the sweetness of happiness, and it made me feel like I was the happiest elf in the world. I was so happy that I felt so sleepy and told him that I would just take a short nap. This was the biggest regret of my life. When I opened my eyes and saw William, he looked back at me with tenderness and affection. Nothing seemed different, but there was a sadness on his face that couldn't be hidden by the smile on his face. When I asked him what was wrong, he replied that I had slept for 8 months, and his time to return to Midgard was nearing. The journey back to the ancient oak tree, according to William's calculation, was 3 months. This only left us a month to spend with each other, which made me feel remorse. That day, I cried. I blamed myself for taking things for granted, and had forgotten that the lifetime of humans was different from my race. William hugged me back then, and whispered words of assurance that we still had a month to spend together. Although it was a bit short, I decided to make the most of it, and used all of my willpower to prevent myself from falling asleep during that 1 month. I was afraid that if I closed my eyes again, William would no longer be by my side when I woke up. That month was the happiest month of my life. We toured the Violet Ever Garden, and saw many amazing scenes that were simply breathtaking. When we only had 2 weeks left, I was starting to feel so anxious that I no longer enjoyed our travels and simply held onto him, unwilling to let go. Perhaps William noticed my fears as well, so we decided to make a return trip to the small house that he had built while I was sleeping. One night, when the moon was full, and the stars littered the sky, I followed William to the river where he took his nightly bath. He knew that I preferred that he cleaned his body before I used it as my pillow, so this had become his daily routine. Even when I was sleeping, he would lay my head on his belly just like he always did since he agreed to become my pillow. I observed him from afar and was captivated with the sight that I saw. His wet, silver hair glowed faintly as it reflected the moonlight. Water droplets streamed down his strong and lithe body, which put me in a daze. I had prided myself as someone very beautiful, but at that time, I sincerely felt that the silver-haired teenager who was bathing at the river had surpassed my beauty. I didn't know what possessed me back then, but I came out of my hiding place and went to him. The rustling of clothes echoed silently in the night, but it was more than enough for the young man in front of me to turn his head and look in my direction. By then, I was no longer wearing anything, but I no longer cared. I didn't feel any embarrassment, only a longing that could be felt from the depths of my being. When my feet entered the water, I felt that it was quite cold, and yet, there was a flame that burned inside my heart. It burned for him, it longed for him. I could no longer hide the feelings that I had kept hidden in my heart. The moment I wrapped my arms around his naked body, I knew then and there that I was about to do something sacred. An act of love where I would pour my heart, body, and soul to him. Love me and make me feel complete. Those were the words that I had said as my body shuddered in sweet surrender. Perhaps, he had also been holding back for a very long time, because he didn't resist my advances. Under the moonlight, on that riverbank, we made love to each other. My hair served as our bedding, and the coldness of the night wasn't enough to soothe the blaze that burned brightly in our hearts. We made love, over and over again, until we could no longer move. As we lay in each other's arms, he spoke the words I had wanted to hear. The words that I was born to hear. I love you, Acedia. I love you too, Will. That night, we talked about many things. William promised me that he would return the next time that portal between the two worlds opened, and when that time came, he would take me back to Midgard, so that the two of us could live, and build a family, together. I agreed, and only asked for a lock of his hair, that I could keep with me, while I waited for his return. Several days passed since that night, and we spent every day making love to each other. It was as if we were animals in heat, that longed to mark each other and make each their own. Finally, the time had come for him to leave. After kissing me one last time, and renewing his promise, he set off and traveled towards the ancient oak tree, where he would return to Midgard. Just a few minutes after he left, I collapsed on the bed, and slept. I had tried to stay awake far longer than I should have. I had reached my limit and my body had automatically entered a state of hibernation in order to return the natural balance of my body to its former state. The lock of hair that William had given me was placed on a small pouch, and hung on my neck like a protective charm. I wished that when I opened my eyes again, the one whom I had shared my heart with, would once again be by my side. During that long sleep, I dreamed. I dreamed of William's journey back to the ancient oak tree and his return to Midgard. I saw him go to the place where the Lady of the Lake dwelt, and realized then and there that the bitch was also in love with my William. Fortunately, her charm didn't affect him because he was no longer a boy, but a man who had entered the steps of adulthood with her. I sneered when I saw the smile of the Lady of the Lake crumble as William told her about his journey with me. However, my celebration didn't last long because I clearly saw that the fire of determination had appeared on the beautiful lady's face. I could only hope that my William would be able to resist her charms for a year. Unfortunately, 2 months later, when William was dead drunk, due to a celebration in his father's residence, he wandered towards the lake to have a chat with the spirit that resided in it. He was in his most vulnerable state, and the Lady of the Lake used an aphrodisiac that she claimed to be a cure for his drunken state to ensnare him. I cursed, howled, and cursed some more as the bitch had her way with the silver-haired young man who had promised to marry me. William had no recollection of what happened when he woke the next day because that was one of the effects of the aphrodisiac that was given to him. After that incident, life continued as if nothing had happened. Finally, the time for him to return to the ancient oak tree had come. However, on the day he was about to leave, several invaders, who came from foreign countries, had set foot on their lands. William had been forced to fight alongside his father's men in order to repel them from their homeland. This was his first battle, and to a certain extent his last. I saw him fight valiantly as he faced the enemy fearlessly. My heart bled for him, and my tears fell like a river when I saw someone stab him in the back with a sword after saving one of his companions. That blow wasn't enough to kill him, and he beheaded the person that attacked him from behind. The battle had been intense, and it only ended when William killed the last invader who hadn't fled from the battle. I wept bitter tears when I saw him look up at the sky to call out my name. He said he loved me one last time, as he took his final breath, standing up, like a true warrior. A warrior that his father only recognized after he had died. As I watched the love of my life stand tall amidst the dead people that lay on the ground, a group of Valkyries arrived at the battlefield. I witnessed the Valkyrie captain called Wendy pull William's soul from his body, and take him to Asgard. My sadness disappeared because I felt that there was still hope for the both of us. I noticed that William clearly remembered me, and he had tried many times to escape Asgard to return to Midgard to come and find me. However, as the days passed, his memories started to disappear. After several months of trying to keep me in his mind, the last vestige of our time together finally vanished without a trace. When Ragnarok arrived, I saw how valiantly he fought on the front lines, and watched how he struggled until the end. As he lay down on the ground, unable to move, I appeared before him and hugged him tight. "Who?" William asked as he looked up to me. "Acedia," I answered. William was only a step away from death, and his breathing had also become laborious, but he still looked at me as if trying hard to recall something. Perhaps it was a miracle, or perhaps it was Lady Fate pitying both of us, but William finally remembered who I was. "I'm sorry," William said as he raised his hand to touch my face. "I broke my promise." "I'm sorry." "Yes, you did," I replied as I held the hand that was caressing my face. Although it was still warm, it had slowly started to feel cold, and knew that our time together was not long. Surtur, the god of destruction, raised his sword and gathered the flames that would destroy the entire world, and bring an end to an era. He then swung his sword towards the Aenarion and the elf whose tears streamed down their faces. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Then promise me this. Next time, you will not break your promise to me." William took a labored breath as he gazed at the person whom he had loved many years ago. "If there is a next time, then yes. I promise." I smiled before shaking my head. "I don't believe you," I said. "You will break your promise again, so I decided I'll be the one to look for you next time. I don't know how long it will take, but when that time comes, I will wrap you in my hair and never let you go again." William smiled as he used the last embers of his life to tell me his heartfelt feelings. "I love you, Acedia. Promise me that you will find me in our next life. Don't worry, no matter where you go, no matter where you hide, I will find you." I lifted William's head, and gave him one last kiss as the flames of destruction fell on our bodies. It wasn't the ending I had envisioned for our love, but there was nothing I could do about it. Thousand Beast Domain. When I opened my eyes, it was already morning. I wiped the tears from my eyes as I got off from my bed, and headed towards the window. To my surprise, I saw a red-headed teenager walk towards the villa with a smile on his face. It seemed that something good had happened in the outside world because that was the only reason I could think of for him to have that smug expression on his face. Opening my window, I gave him a smile, which he returned with a wave of his hand. "Good morning, Kenneth," William greeted. "Good morning, Will," I greeted him back. "Have you had breakfast yet? Why don't we eat together?" "Sure, I'd love that, but there is a question that I'd like to ask you, Will." William tilted his head in confusion as he stared back at me. "A question? What question? Do you remember your promise?" I asked with a smile. "What promise?" William blinked. "Did I promise you something?" I chuckled and shook my head. Just as I expected, this numbskull had once again forgotten the promise that he made to me. Fortunately, I remembered, and because I remembered, I would make sure that, this time around, he would fulfill the 1,000-year promise that he had made to me. Chapter 979, William's New Mounts. "I hate this. Why do I have to travel with these fools?" Vesta whined at her 2 shield maidens who had accompanied her on her journey. "Young lady, it is what His Excellency has decreed. Regardless of our will, we must carry it through without fail," the shield maiden that went by the name Ali replied. "Isn't that right, Ari? We cannot disobey His Excellency's orders, my lady." The remaining shield maiden, Ari, nodded her head in agreement. "If we return, we might get punished by him for disobeying orders." Vesta sighed as she grumpily lay on the couch inside her carriage. She knew that this was partly her fault because she didn't voice her protests when her father, Joash, asked her to accompany William on his journey to the north. In truth, she didn't have any problems traveling with him. What annoyed her was the fact that the half-elf had allowed Kira and Athrun to join them in their travels. "What are those 3 idiots doing right now?" Vesta asked. Ali parted the partition that was covering the carriage window and gazed outside. There, she found William, along with Kira and Athrun, roasting the fish that they had caught over an open fire, acting as if they were just camping in the wild for fun. The elf ladies roam around the camp, doing various chores here and there. They still wore the slave collars on their necks, which labeled them as William's property. The only thing that bothered Ali and Ari was the fact that the elves didn't seem to be disgusted with what they were doing, and their movements even showed that they were quite experienced at their jobs. Ali then shifted her attention back to William, who was being hand-fed by the pretty elf that went by the name Charmaine. She had learned early on that she was William's personal slave, and served him wholeheartedly. Sir William, Kira, and Athrun are currently roasting fish outside, Ali replied after a minute had passed. Are you interested in eating fish, my lady? If you wish, I can catch some for you. Fish? Vesta pondered for a bit before nodding her head. Get enough for the three of us. I'll take a nap first. Wake me up later once it is cooked. As you wish, my lady. Ali bowed as she left the carriage, leaving Ari to guard Vesta while she slept. Bro, I'm feeling jealous of you, Kira confessed after seeing Charmaine feed William bite-sized portions of the fish that they were roasting. Although I have slaves of my own, none of them can compare to Charmaine. Athrun just smiled from the side, and didn't make any comments. As a merchant, he had also bought slaves of his own. One of them was an elf, who was currently managing his firm, while he was away conducting business in the fortress city of Amberfang. It was also where he met Vesta during a special gathering, and had been enamored with her ever since. Bro, tell me, how did you manage to catch this many elves? Kira asked with genuine curiosity. Although elf slaves are quite rare, most of them are sold for very high prices, so most slave traders go out of their way to catch them. Can you tell me your trade secrets? William chuckled. After spending a few days with Kira and Athrun, he understood that the young man who hailed from the desert clan was a straightforward person. You already said that it was my trade secret, William replied. Since that is the case, how can I possibly share it with you? The half-elf then opened his mouth as he accepted another bite-sized portion of the roasted fish from Charmaine, making Kira feel envious. Elder brother, you mentioned that you are traveling to the north, but if we continue to travel at this pace, it will take us months to get there, Athrun commented from the side. How about we procure a flying carriage for you in the next city? That will increase the speed of our travel exponentially. Kira also nodded his head in agreement. As wealthy people, their flying carriages were being pulled by griffins. Although they weren't as majestic as Vesta's griffin, they served their roles well and were only a tier lower than hers. William's carriages, on the other hand, were being pulled by ordinary horses, which forced everyone to travel on land. Although griffins didn't mind land travel, they still preferred to soar through the skies, making them an efficient method of traveling. The half-elf rubbed his chin and nodded his head in agreement. Now that he was far away from the fortress city, it was time to speed up their traveling speed. However, he couldn't possibly just summon one of his beasts from his thousand-beast domain because it might make his companions suspicious about his abilities. Fortunately, he had already solved this problem. Last night, when everyone was sleeping, he manipulated Soleil to sweep the land in order to look for flying creatures that he could capture to be used as mounts. You don't have to worry about this, William replied. I sent my men to capture some flying mounts. When we made camp 2 hours ago. They should be back just about now. The black-haired teenager glanced at the west and saw 2 people riding on horses headed in their direction. Following behind them were 2 giant orbs made of sand that Shah had used to imprison the beasts that they had found earlier. Seeing the 2 domes of sand, Kira and Athrun arched their eyebrows because they were quite curious about what kind of creature William captured to serve as the mounts for his carriages. Is it a griffin? Kira asked. Athrun smiled as he made his own guess. This area is a few days of travel away from the stronghold, so the possibility of them being wyverns is high. William smirked and didn't bother to confirm or deny the 2 demons' guesses. Originally, he just planned to capture a griffin or a wyvern to serve as his mount. But, after seeing these 2 beasts wandering around the area, the half-elf decided that they would be his newest additions to his king's legion. Vesta, who had been woken up by Ari because of the commotion, exited her carriage to look at the sand domes with curiosity. Will, I have to hand it to you, these 2 are very stubborn, Zhu said as she dismounted from his horse. Are you sure you can tame them? Of course, William replied. He was brimming with confidence. When it came to taming beasts, he was an expert. Shah, you can free one of them, but make sure that they are still bound by your sand. Shah nodded and one of the earth domes collapsed, revealing a monster that William had not yet encountered in Hestia. No way, Kira stuttered as he gazed at the beast that appeared in front of his eyes. Athrun, who always had a composed look on his face, gawked in surprise when he saw the stubborn creature that William was about to tame. A flying armored elephant. Vesta's eyes widened in shock. He is going to use that as a mount. Flying armored elephants, as the name suggests, were flying elephants with an armor-like exterior. An adult elephant was a pseudo-myriad beast that was capable of destroying a town or a city on its own, if there were no powerhouses guarding it. The ones that Zhu and Sha had caught were juvenile elephants whose rank was at the peak of millennial beasts. After undergoing their baptism in the heavenly palace ruled by the Jade Emperor, the two demons' power had returned to their peak stage, which was only a step away from myriad beasts. Capturing two peak millennial beasts was something that they could carry out without too many problems. Chapter 980, Do Your Worst, You Fiend. Bro, you are going to tame that? Kira asked with a doubtful expression on his face. These elephants are known to be very fierce. Even warlords don't dare to tame them because if the other members of their herd sensed that they were captured, they would immediately come to their rescue. Athrun, who had recovered from his shock, walked towards William with a serious expression on his face. There was once a rich merchant who captured one of those elephants and brought it to the city he ruled just to brag to his friends, Athrun said. A week later, a herd of flying armored elephants descended from the sky and annihilated the entire town out of anger. They are a tight-knit group, so no one in their right mind would try to capture them. That's right, Vesta, who had also walked up to William, stated. Even the demon lord thinks that they pose too much of a danger to be tamed. Besides, these beasts will not yield even in the face of death. You're just wasting your time. William's eyes sparkled after hearing that these beasts could attract their comrades to help rescue them. If that was the case, wouldn't that mean that he would gain more flying armored elephants without the need to actively look for them? I hit the jackpot, William muttered as he gazed at the struggling 6-meter-tall elephant, which was being kept in a tight hold by Sha. The elephant raised its long nose and trumpeted loudly as it tried to break free from the sands that bound its body. Kira's heart trembled as he scanned his surroundings. He was afraid that the elephant's herd would hear its calls and come to annihilate all of them. The half-elf walked towards the elephant with a devilish smirk on his face as he took out the new, and improved, tool that he would use to tame the beast that was in front of him. Behold, Butt Destroyer version 2. William declared as he summoned a 4-meter-long spiked spear that looked so sinister that Kira and Athrun felt a sense of dread that made their bodies subconsciously shudder. The elephant glared at William in disdain as it looked at the weapon in his hand. As one of the toughest creatures in the demonic continent, it was not afraid to charge into an army that was armed to the teeth. Do your worst, you fiend. The elephant shouted using telepathy. I will not yield even in death. My brethren will avenge me. You can run, but you can't hide from their wrath. The half-elf ignored the elephant's words and asked Sha to uncover the other elephant who was still trapped inside the dome of sand. After the other elephant saw its comrade, it trumpeted in anger and struggled as much as the other did. I have encountered many beasts, William stated as he walked towards the rear of the elephant. All of them were prideful creatures. But, in the end, they still yielded and submitted to me. You will not be an exception. Keep dreaming. The elephant roared. I am the proud son of the Blood War clan. I will not submit. Do your worst. We'll see about that, William sneered as he aimed his Butt Destroyer version 2 at his target. Make the world tremble, as you show them your unrivaled might, Butt Destroyer version 2. Requiescat in pace. With a precision that would put even Gingnur, the Spear of Heaven, to shame, William thrust the diabolical spear towards the one place that would make any creature weep bitter tears. Suddenly, the elephant trumpeted so loudly that a powerful shockwave pushed everyone away from where they stood, with the exception of William, who had borrowed Sharur from his wife, Chiffon. The Smasher of Thousands roared in laughter when he saw the scene in front of him. However, his laughter came to an abrupt halt when he realized what William was planning to do with him. Will, don't do this, man. Sharur's body shook as he realized that the half-elf had planned to use him to hammer the spear and embed it deeper in the elephant's body. Can't we just all get along well and settle this in a peaceful manner? I am settling this in a peaceful manner, William replied as he lightly tapped the spear that was firmly stuck on the elephant's bum using Sharur. Oi, I am going to start. Tell me when you are ready to submit, okay? Vesta, Kira, and Athrun all looked at this scene in disbelief. They all simultaneously covered their backside as they walked away from the half-elf who was preparing to smash his mace to the butt of the spear to embed it deeper into the elephant's body. Ah, just so you know, I know healing magic, William said. I will remove this spear from your body and heal your internal injuries. Then I will repeat it again. We will do this over and over until you give up. Don't worry, I am a vampire, I can do this all day and all night. The elephant who was watching his comrade get pegged shuddered at the thought of experiencing the same fate. It looked at William with fearful eyes as it subconsciously clenched its butthole in the fear that the black-haired teenager would shift his attention to him. Just as William was about to smash the mace to let the elephant experience a world of pain, a trembling voice reached his mind. Stop, I concede, the elephant pleaded. I will submit to you. But I still want to smash your bum. Please, have mercy. I've already surrendered. Can't we talk this out like proper civilized creatures? Zhu and Shaw, who had personally gone to capture the two elephants, suddenly felt a strong urge to apologize to them for letting them suffer under William's hands. They believed that no creature, no matter how evil, should be subjected to such torture. Fine, William sighed as he pulled the bloody butt plug from the elephant's rear. He then turned his attention to the second elephant, which made the latter's entire body tremble uncontrollably. In the end, the second elephant didn't put up a fight and immediately submitted to William. Vesta, Kira, and Athrun glanced at each other in fear when they saw how William made the two elephants submit using a method that no one in the demon realm had dared to use in the past. To be perfectly honest, William only needed to use his taming skill to forcefully make the two flying armored elephants submit. However, his hands were feeling itchy and wanted to use the tried and true taming method that he had invented in the past. After using his ability to formally add the two elephants to his herd, the bindings on their bodies disappeared completely. Do you have names? William asked as the two elephants kneeled in front of him. My name is Gluteus, the second elephant who had instantly surrendered to William replied. The first elephant who had still gotten over the trauma it had experienced replied half a minute after his comrade did. My name is Maximus, Maximus answered. William smiled as he rubbed his chin. Gluteus and Maximus. These are good names. Very well, from now on, you are my subordinates. Relax, I won't mistreat the two of you. As long as you stay loyal to me, I'll ensure that both of you will reach heights that you have never reached before. The two flying armored elephants glanced at each other before sighing inside their hearts. For the first time in their lives, they wished that none of their brethren would come to find them. They were afraid that if they were to really appear to rescue them, the devilish teenager in front of them would be laughing in joy because he would acquire more elephants to test the effectiveness of his butt destroyer version 2 once again. Chapter 981, Can I be part of your world as well? Shannon shuddered as she hastily put down her brush. The scene that she had seen just now was something that she didn't want to see ever again. I didn't know you were this evil, Shannon cursed as she gazed at the canvas in front of her. I misjudged you. The drawing of a teenager, who was caught in the act of thrusting the diabolical tool in his hands into the backside of the flying armored elephant, was revealed on Shannon's canvas. The scene was so vivid that anyone who saw it would feel a sense of dread at the barbaric practice that would make anyone have the strong urge to cover their backside. Shannon had seen more gruesome things, but she was sure that the vivid scene she saw would forever be retained in her memories. I need to burn this, Shannon muttered as she conjured blue flames in her hand. I need to burn this fast. As soon as the last word left her delicate lips, the entire canvas blazed in blue flames. The flames didn't burn the canvas into ashes. Instead, it slowly erased the image that had been painted on it. A few minutes later, the entire scene disappeared and only a blank, white, surface remained. Traces of the barbaric and vile act were nowhere to be found, but Shannon was no longer in the mood to draw. She had been following William's progress ever since he had returned to Hestia. Shannon would paint him every day, and see his adventures unfold. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she could only see the world through the half-elf's eyes now. Even so, she was fine with that. After witnessing his battle against the pseudo-god, Apophis, the young lady who was sealed inside the shrine in Hestia Academy, her interest in William grew by leaps and bounds. Although she had many other favorite subjects to paint, the red-headed teenager was now on the top of his list. She would go into a trance every day in trying to connect to him, so that she could become part of his journey and record these scenes on her beloved canvas. Unfortunately, there were times when she connected with him at the wrong time, which allowed her to see things she didn't expect to see. Like the time when William made love to Belle. It was a happy accident and Shannon felt the emotions that they shared pass through her heart. Shannon drew that scene while her cheeks burned in embarrassment. As someone who couldn't leave her shrine, Seeing these kinds of things made her realize that she knew very little of the world, and how lovers interacted with each other in private. The young lady sighed as she stared at her paint-stained hands. Every time she painted, she would be so immersed in her creation that she wouldn't notice that the paint had gotten on her hands. Hands that created many wonderful things, and yet, those creations were not of her own. They were simply the lives of the people who were living in the world. It's not fair, Shannon muttered as a purple smoke started to rise from her body. Why me? Why me? Other people can walk outside and play with their friends. They can sing songs, and dance to entertain people. They can swim in the rivers and seas, travel in the ocean, and fly in the sky. And yet, I am not able to do any of those. Why must it be me? Why must I suffer such a fate? The purple smoke expanded and covered the entire room, as it continuously escaped her body like the smoke on a bonfire that was blazing brightly. Maybe, if I didn't bear this sin, I would also be out there, with him, Shannon said softly as she reached out towards the canvas. It's not fair. I didn't ask for this, I didn't want to be born like this. The moment his hand touched the white canvas in front of her, a small purple wormhole started to spin at its center. Slowly, but surely it expanded until the image of William's camp appeared in her vision. The half-elf was currently taking a nap inside his carriage, while lying on Charmaine's lap, who was also asleep. William was sleeping peacefully, as if the scene where he had impaled the elephant's backside without mercy earlier hadn't happened. Shannon reached out towards the purple vortex until her right hand passed through it. If I didn't bear this sin, would you have accepted me like the others? Shannon asked as her hand crossed time and space to softly pat William's head, who remained asleep. A sad smile appeared on her lips as she caressed William's face. I wish you had talked to me more. I wish that you had visited me more. She then reluctantly pulled her hand back because she felt that the half-elf was about to wake up. Shannon didn't want anyone to discover this special ability of hers, which could transcend great distances, and travel through time and space. Tomorrow. I will once again accompany you tomorrow, Shannon said sleepily as she stood from her chair and walked towards her bed. I hope that when that time comes, you will show me something wonderful, something that will make me happy, sad, angry, and excited. As Shannon lay on her bed, the black smoke continued to rise out from her body. Her sin was flaring up, and she had no choice but to endure its effects on her own. Someday, I hope that there will be someone like you to help me when my sin goes out of control, Shannon muttered as she closed her eyes. Just like what you do with my sisters when they suffer from the sin that they carry. Tears fell from her eyes, as pain racked her entire body. Shannon had long been used to the pain, because she had been enduring this all of her life. Even so, she still hated it. The feelings of helplessness and loneliness were real, and she was longing for something real. A memory that belonged to her. A scene that belonged to her. She, who spent her days watching other people live their lives, longed for the moment when she could live her own life. She longed for the moment when she could walk and run under the sun. For the time when she could sing and dance to make the people important to her happy. More than anything else, she also wanted to feel loved. Just like her sisters, who had chosen the half-elf to become their significant other, had. A person, whose existence could make her heart skip a beat, and make her forget that she was someone who was trapped inside a small shrine, unable to step outside of its boundaries. Will, can I be part of your world as well? Shannon wondered as the pain in her body intensified. She didn't know the answer to her question. All she knew was that the day she stepped outside the shrine that bound her in place, the world that she saw through her canvas would finally be hers for the taking. Chapter 982, Flying Armored Elephants Perform Tricks. Will I see Big Brother soon? A little girl with long red hair tied up in a ponytail asked. As she walked in a carefree manner, several ducks walked behind her like a small train. At the very end, a white goose had a resigned look on its face as he ensured that none of the ducklings strayed from the little girl. Perhaps, a lady wearing the dress of a priestess replied as she walked beside her. Your brother is busy as a bee. We'll be lucky if we manage to bump into him along the way. Not far from them, two men who were a little over 6 feet tall, followed in silence. Grandpa is also here, right? I miss him, too, the little girl said as she continued to walk, holding her little staff in her hand. Why did everyone leave Lant? Don't they like it there anymore? Of course they liked Lant. It is the place that they have protected for many years. Also, you're supposed to call William, uncle, and not big brother. He doesn't want to be called uncle. The little girl smiled when she remembered how hard William tried to tell her that she should just refer to him as big brother, instead of uncle. However, the smile disappeared after some time, as she asked her master more questions. Then why did they leave? The little girl asked. They left me alone. It felt so lonely without them. The little girl pouted as she continued to trek the mountain alongside her master. Back then, she was very happy because her grandpa and big brother spoiled her rotten. Now that they were gone, she missed them terribly. Because fate has started to move, the priestess replied. All the powers in the world are now congregating in the central continent. This is also why we are here. Fate, you don't have to worry about this, Eve. This is an adult matter. For now, let's just focus on visiting the 13 temples. After that, we can go and find your big brother and grandpa. Eve nodded as she gazed at the beautiful scenery in front of her. Ariadne had taken her to the central continent to finish a pilgrimage that would make Eve one of the official priestesses of the god of shepherds within the world of Hestia. After William successfully tamed Gluteus and Maximus, their journey became a lot faster. The half-elf's entourage traveled in the air as they headed to the northern end of the demon continent. Fortunately, Athrun was quite knowledgeable and charted a course that would allow them to reach their destination as soon as possible. Even so, according to the handsome merchant, their journey traveling time should be around a month at best. Athrun's guess coincided with Optimus' calculations. Both of them stated that it would indeed take them a month to reach their destination if they followed the merchant's route. Although a month wasn't long, it wasn't too short either. The demonic continent was 3 times bigger than the southern continent, and traversing its lands was very perilous. William's group would have to use the teleportation gates of connecting cities to increase the pace of their travels. The plan was sound, and didn't have any loopholes in it. Unfortunately, even the best of plans could be thrown into disarray by unexpected variables that were out of their control. Sorry, but you can't enter the city, the captain of the guard stated as he glared at William's group who had lined up to enter their territory. Why? William asked. We have travel permits here that were issued by His Excellency, Joash, himself. What's the problem? The guard snorted and pointed at the 2 flying armored elephants who made everyone in the vicinity back away completely. Don't you know that it is illegal to use those elephants as mounts? The guard captain asked. The fact that I am even talking to you is giving His Highness, Joash, the respect he deserves. Let me make it clear to you. Not only will you not gain passage to this city, but you won't stand a chance getting into the other cities as well. Those elephants are walking disasters. What will you do if their herd suddenly appears in this domain and tramples our city to the ground? You should just return them to the wild and save yourself the trouble of being barred entry to every city you come across. William frowned as he turned his head to gaze at the 2 elephants. He shot them the "both of you are no good troublemakers" glare, which made the 2 beasts have the strong urge to step on him. They still felt that it was unfair that they were forced to become mounts when they were simply taking a detour to where they were to meet up with their herd. They thought they would be safe, because they were part of the flying armored elephants race and no one in their right mind would look for trouble with them. Only idiots, and people who courted death, would dare to capture them as mounts. Unfortunately, they came across someone who didn't only court death, he even intended to capture their entire herd when they appeared to save them. What was Mad Lad? This was Mad Lad. You don't have to worry about this, William replied as he turned around to look at the guard. Both of them are harmless. They can even perform tricks. Tricks? Flying armored elephants perform tricks? Of course. Gluteus, come here. Gluteus' body shuddered when he saw William's devilish smile. He felt that he was about to be butchered, and had no choice but to be obedient and even thank the butcher for butchering him. Maximus looked at him with eyes filled with pity. Both of them now belonged to William's herd, and their fate would depend upon their new master's mood. Gluteus stopped walking when it was only 3 meters away from William. The elephant who was once proud of his lineage looked at his master with fearful eyes. As he waited for his orders. Gluteus, use Giga Stomp and smash this gate to pieces. William ordered. If the guards stop you, or even attempt to do something to stop you, I order you to call your herd right away and tell them that the mayor of this city tried to make you his mount. The guard captain as well as the other guards who heard William's orders, all gasped in shock as they looked at the black-haired teenager who had the "since you want to die so badly, let's just all die together" smirk on his face. They had never seen someone use this kind of tactic in order to brute force his way to gain entry to the city. However, everyone present, including the people that were waiting to enter the city, all felt a chill run down their spine. If William were to really make his threat a reality, then having the gates smashed would be the least of their worries. No sane person in the demonic continent would take the threat of a herd of flying armored elephants lightly. In the end, William passed through the gates of the city of Argento with a smug expression on his face. He was flanked on his left and right side by the guards, who escorted them towards the teleportation gate that would take them away from the city. After an internal struggle, the guard captain knew that antagonizing William wasn't worth it. This was why he ordered his men to ensure that the black-haired teenager and his entourage left his city as soon as possible, so that the two walking hot potatoes would no longer be a threat to his, and the entire city's, mental health. Chapter 983, Did any of you ask for my permission? I've never seen a slave trader threaten an entire city all by himself, Kira said with a serious expression on his face. Bro, you sure have guts. Of course I have them, you don't. William replied with a smirk. After the incident with the city of Argento, William's infamy grew. News had started to spread throughout the different cities about a certain slave trader who owned 2 flying armored elephants, and used them to get his way when the guards, as well as the mayors, refused him entry. The status of the cities he had traveled through, especially those he had needed to use the elephants as a threat to get his way, spread like wildfire and had been the talk for the past few days. Currently, William's group was traveling through a mountainous area. This part of the demon realm didn't have any teleportation gates around, so they had no choice but to travel the normal way. Suddenly, the flying carriages started to descend because something unexpected had happened in front of them. They seemed to have been caught between what seemed to be a territorial war between 2 clans, and Athrun's coachman decided to signal the others to tell them that they needed to make an emergency landing in order to prevent a misunderstanding that could have them attacked by both sides. This chapter is updated by William and the rest disembarked as they gazed in the distance where thousands of warriors from both clans faced off against each other. In the air, harpies and gargoyles formed their ranks. This was a standard battle formation that most demons employed when they were going to war because of territorial disputes. Any idea which clans are fighting? William asked as he rubbed his chin. This was the first time that he had seen a war between demons, and his curiosity got the best of him. One-horned clan and the Greenskins, Vesta replied. They have been at odds with each other and have been fighting over each other's territories for the past few years. This will just be like any other war here in the demon realm. Nothing much has changed since then. Since when? William asked as he glanced at the green-haired beauty beside him. Since we lost the war in the Silvermoon continent, Vesta replied as she gave William a sidelong glance. A war that we lost to your father. The half-elf shifted his gaze back to the fight that was about to start. Although he had participated in war in the southern continent, he didn't find it to his liking. The tears that fell on the day when the curse had turned all the adults into crystals was enough to drown a kingdom. Adaol. The death toll among the children and teenagers who had died in that war was staggering enough that even the number of elves that died during that final battle was nothing compared to what the southern lands had lost. What the southern lands had lost that day still lingered in William's heart. Although the ones fighting each other now were demons, and not humans, or elves, the effect would be the same. Some of those demons had wives, sons, and daughters, who would weep when they died in battle. Suddenly, the sound of blowhorns spread across the battlefield as both sides shouted their war cries. Soon, they all charged at each other. A battle on land and in the air was about to be waged and blood was bound to be spilled and dye the battlefield in the colors of war. Vesta, Kira, Athrun, and the rest of their retainers watched from the side as spectators. Their blood boiled because they were a race that didn't shy away from war. They didn't care who won or lost because this was part of everyday life in the demon realm. In some corners of the continent, similar wars were being waged. The current war between the One-Horned tribe and the Greenskins was just a drop in the bucket, and no one would care even if both sides wiped each other out. At least, that was how the battle should have played out. As the two sides were about to formally clash with each other, something incredible happened, which made Vesta, Kira, and Athrun, as well as their retainers, look at the battlefield with widened eyes. An individual appeared in the center of the battlefield and summoned a gigantic golden staff that swept away both sides in a domineering manner. The demons that were caught by the surprise attack were sent flying in the air like dried leaves being swept by a broomstick. The elders and experts of both clans were by no means weak. However, in the face of such overwhelming strength, there was nothing that they could do. None of the people that William had sent flying were hurt. He had imbued Rui Jingu Bang with healing magic, so at the moment of impact, an instant regeneration spell would take effect. The golden staff hit them like a truck, and it hurt like one, but this pain didn't last long as the injuries in their bodies started to heal. In just a minute, the war that had just started was brought to an untimely end. Everyone gazed at the domineering figure that sat on top of the gigantic golden staff and felt their heart shudder. "Tell me, you bastards, who asked you to start a war with each other while I am passing through?" William asked in a tone filled with arrogance. "Did any of you ask for my permission?" His question was like thunder that rang in everyone's ears. The two warring clans had no idea who he was, so they were unable to form a coherent reply to his question. This was the first time that they had seen a demigod who wielded a gigantic golden staff that could obliterate all of them with a single sweep. Fuck, are you for real?" Kira stuttered as he asked the question that had appeared in his head. Athrun took a deep breath as he stared at the black-haired teenager whose cape fluttered in the breeze, while standing on the tip of his golden staff. He didn't expect that the person he kept calling Big Brother was this formidable, and it made his blood boil in excitement and respect. In the demon continent, everyone revered strength. Those with the bigger fists dictated the rules. It was the law of the jungle, and everyone had accepted this iron fist rule since time immemorial. This was why the demon lord could only be a demon lord if he was the strongest of the demons. The demon clans wouldn't recognize a weakling as their leader, and this was why the title of demon lord was not hereditary. Although Felix was called a prince, that title would only be his while his father held the throne. The moment Lucian, the current demon lord, stepped down, his title would be revoked and he would lose the influence he currently possessed. Vesta, who had long wondered why her father didn't try to apprehend William back at the fortress city, gazed at the half-elf with appraising eyes. As someone who had reached the millennial rank at an early age, she now finally understood why her father, Joash, decided to talk to William in a civil manner. Right now, she felt that William's image in her mind had suddenly grown so big that it even surpassed the image of her father, whom she had worshipped ever since she had started to understand the rules of the world she had lived in. Chapter 984, Looking at Things in Black and White. Hestia Academy. After William had left Hestia Academy, Aila had been feeling uneasy. She had wanted to ask the half-elf a few things, but she just couldn't summon the courage to talk to him face to face. Because of this, she decided to ask the person who was close to William, whom she trusted very much. You're having dreams about a silver-haired William?" Conan blinked one then twice after hearing Isla's story. Both of them had gotten along really well ever since William had introduced her to him. Aila nodded. "I've been having these dreams. Seeing places I've never seen before. Also, I've interacted with the silver-haired William many times." Suddenly a blush crept along her face as she covered her cheeks with her hands. "We even kissed." Her voice was so low that Conan wasn't able to hear her words properly. In the end, William's familiar decided to ask Aila several questions in order to better understand the dreams she was having. "Okay, so how old is this silver-haired William in your dreams?" Conan asked. "He looked young. Perhaps not more than 20. Aila replied in a tone that was filled with uncertainty. Conan nodded. "Can you tell me about names and places?" "Names of people will also work. Vanaheim, Asgard. Oh, I also saw Wendy in my dreams," Princess Aila replied. "She had these wings. I think she was called Captain Wendy, and that silver-haired William belonged to her squadron." Conan was about to bite on the potato chip in his hands when he suddenly dropped it after hearing Princess Isla's words. "See, come again," Conan stuttered. "I think I didn't hear you properly the first time." "Oh, I said that the name of the place where I stayed was Vanaheim, and we had these allies that came from Asgard. William was one of those so-called Aenarions and he belonged to Wendy's squad, who was called a Valkyrie captain." "Hold that thought, I'll be right back." Conan hurriedly left Princess Isla's room as he flew off to find Elliot. He felt that he wouldn't be able to handle this revelation alone, so he decided to call for backup. 20 minutes later, Elliot and Conan arrived in Princess Isla's room and the angelic familiar pressed the princess with questions in regards to the dreams she was having. "Is there anything else that you want to add?" Elliot asked with a serious expression on his face. After hearing Conan's explanation, he decided to accompany him right away to return to Princess Isla's room. If what his twin said was right, then Aila might be one of the people that William had interacted with when he was still an Aenarion back in Asgard. Princess Aila shook her head because she had already told the two familiars everything. Elliot and Conan exchanged a glance and both of them had the same expression on their face. Okay, let me get this straight. Elliot crossed his arms over his chest as he stared at the princess in front of him. You and the silver-haired William had a romantic relationship, but your parents and the elders of the Veneer didn't approve of it. Because of this, you were forced to erase all of his memories of you, or your race would torture him until he gave up, correct? Yes, Princess Aila replied. I know it sounds crazy, but I also don't understand what is going on. Am I sick or something? Well, I don't think you are suffering from a sickness, Conan replied. At least, not the sickness that you are thinking of. Elliot remained silent as he pondered the next words he was going to say. As someone who fully understood William's current situation, the angelic familiar was 100% sure that what the princess was dreaming about was her past life before the time of Ragnarok. After a few minutes of silence, Elliot finally voiced his thoughts. Let's say that what you saw in your dreams was real, Elliot stated. That they are memories you have of your past life that are surfacing in your subconscious mind when you are asleep. The question is, what do you plan to do with it? Do you plan to pretend and let things continue the way they are, or do you plan to talk to William about it? Princess Aila lowered her head and bit her lip. She was currently unsure of what she wanted to do because, even she, didn't understand her current feelings towards William. Her big brother, Crown Prince Alaric, of the Zelen dynasty, asked her to form a good relationship with William, and if an opportunity appeared, she would seduce him so that the two of them could be tied in marriage. This would strengthen their kingdom as well as open new opportunities for them to expand in the central continent through her marriage with William. Princess Aila was conflicted because she wasn't a very courageous person. Even if someone gave her a push, she would abruptly stop her feet and not dare to take another step. The half-elf was an existence that she had respected during the war in the southern continent. A person that had turned the tide of battle and avenged the heartache of all the citizens which had been caused by the elves. Now, William was surrounded by many beautiful women, and all of them were either his wives or lovers. Princess Aila felt insecure because the hurdle that she had to jump over was very high. To be honest, I don't know what to do, Princess Aila answered after organizing her thoughts. I was hoping that the two of you could give me some advice on how to approach this matter. Elliot chuckled. Advice? If I tell you to jump on top of the bell tower of this academy, would you do it? The angelic familiar shook his head. Princess, what you need isn't advice, but understanding of what you really want. Elliot pointed to his chest, where the heart was located. What does this want? If you give yourself some time to understand what you really feel, without caring about responsibilities, or how other people would perceive you, that is when the answer will come to you. Conan nodded his head in agreement with Elliot's words. In the end, the one who has to make the decision will not be us, but you, Aila, Conan stated. Just know that whatever you decide, I will give you 100% of my support. However, you need to hurry a bit. Am I right, Elliot? Right, Elliot replied with a smirk. You see, William had limited slots in his heart. According to the current status quo, there is only one spot remaining. Princess Aila tilted her head in confusion. She didn't understand what the two familiars were talking about. Seeing the confused expression on her face, Elliot explained William's current circumstances. After hearing everything, the princess became quiet because she didn't know that she was already running out of time. Inside Celeste's room, Chloe, let me ask you something, Celeste said as she looked at her familiar who was busy eating a chocolate bar, right after she had finished eating dinner. Was is eat? Chloe asked in between a mouthful of chocolate. Celeste placed her palms in her lap as she eyed Chloe with a serious expression on her face. If William really is the Prince of Darkness, do you have the resolve to kill him? Celeste asked. As one of the bride candidates of the prophesied prince, she had already considered the possibility of the half-elf becoming the prince that everyone had been dreading to arrive. Chloe swallowed the chocolate inside her mouth and put the chocolate bar down as she stared back at Celeste, whose current mood was unreadable. I can't kill the person I like, Chloe replied. She was Celeste's familiar, so it was impossible for her to lie to Celeste even if she tried. This, like, of yours, what kind of like is it? Celeste asked. Like between a master and her student, or that you like him as a friend? Chloe smiled. Instead of answering Celeste's question, the little familiar asked her master a question of her own. If William really is the Dark Prince, can you find it in your heart to kill him? Chloe asked. Yes, if it is necessary then I will kill him. Good answer, but you're thinking too much. William is not the prince, your sister has already confirmed it. Celeste couldn't refute Chloe's words because she was the one that personally inspected Celine's body for the prince's markings that were said to appear on their bodies. Maybe I made a mistake back then. Celeste insisted. Let's just say that William is still suspected to become the prince. If I were to fight him, which side would you be on? Chloe pondered for a bit before answering Celeste's question. She believed that they had reached a crossroad, and indecision wasn't an option. Celeste, I am not very smart. However, when I make a decision, I will follow my heart, Chloe answered. If the time comes where William and you are about to fight to the death, I will choose what my heart tells me. So, you will side with him. I didn't say that. So, will you side with me? I didn't say that either. Celeste pouted because Chloe was being stubborn. Her violent familiar had a straightforward personality, so she wanted to have a concrete answer from her. Then, what is it? Celeste asked. What choice will you make when that time comes? Celeste, you are looking at this in black and white, Chloe answered as she picked up the chocolate bar that she had put to the side. There is always a gray area. Who said that the Dark Prince is an evil being? Granted, if it were anyone aside from Will, I would not hesitate to go for the kill. However, Celeste, you haven't seen the things I have seen. You haven't seen the battles that we fought together. If that person were to really turn into an evil being as everyone is assuming, then I can only use these small hands of mine to break the chains that binds him. Celeste shook her head helplessly after hearing Chloe's answer. Is that the answer of a familiar that is in love? Celeste asked. Chloe ignored Celeste's question and bit into the chocolate bar in her hands. Seeing that the little fairy didn't plan on answering her question, Celeste sighed and left her alone. As she walked into the hallway, Chloe's sincere and heartfelt words echoed inside her head. I'm looking at things in black and white. Celeste muttered. Perhaps, I am, but that doesn't change anything. I will do everything to protect my sister and me from our fate. If William is really the prince in the prophecy, I will not hesitate, and go for the kill. I just hope that when that time comes, we won't clash with each other, Chloe. Chapter 985, In Pursuit of Happiness. Chloe sat on top of the giant sword of Hestia Academy as she ate the snacks that William had given her before he left for the demonic continent. After her short talk with Celeste, the little fairy's mood suddenly took a nosedive, so she resorted to the one thing that could make her feel better, and that was to eat. As she was munching on potato chips, chocolate bars, and cheese curls, her sister, Claire, landed beside her. You know, Celeste only said what she did because she wanted to know your stance in regards to William, Claire said as she sat beside her sister, whose cheeks were bulged outwards like a hamster whose cheek pouches were full. After chewing and swallowing everything inside her mouth, Chloe glanced at Claire and offered her a chocolate bar, which the latter politely refused. You know, back then, this prince thingy was more simple, Chloe said as she tore off a portion of the chocolate bar and ate it. If he appears, we just need to beat the crap out of him until all of his insides turn to mush. But, after these past few months, I've placed more thought on the matter and thought about it carefully. Oh my sister actually used her brain for once and thought about something important. Claire said in an exaggerated tone as she placed a hand over her forehead. Is the sun going to rise in the west tomorrow? Chloe only smirked at her sister's blatant teasing. Just like Celeste, Claire understood her better than anyone else. I hate it, Chloe stated as she waved her chocolate bar as if it was a weapon for war. This whole prophecy mumbo-jumbo thing. You only hate it because William is one of the candidates, right? Chloe had no reason to lie. After making William her disciple, and spending some time with him, she started to understand him better. The little fairy had known what was sacred to the red-headed teenager, and the things that would make him go ballistic. Because of this, she found him very human-like. Back then, Chloe thought that the prince would be an arrogant and merciless individual who would just use force if he didn't get his way. Whenever she thought about William being one of these prince candidates, she became very irritated. She wanted to shout to the world that her disciple wasn't a psychotic person, and shouldn't be lumped up with the rest of those hooligans that the academy had listed as candidates for the prince. I think this all started when the two of you fought for the first time, Claire said as she stared in the direction of the demonic continent. Did you fall in love after he fought you fearlessly knowing that he was still going to lose in the end? I think he is the only one aside from the demigod, Tarisk, who has met your full-powered attack head-on. Did his performance move your heart? Isn't this also the reason why you made him your disciple even after he had lost to you? Chloe continued to eat her chocolate bar in silence. She could still remember the first battle she had with William as if it was only yesterday. Back then, the red-headed teenager had used his Aenarion form in order to compensate for the disparity between the two of them. For their last exchange, William used his world-end tempest to meet Chloe's overwhelming strike without backing down, resulting in a powerful explosion that gave both of them serious injuries. Even so, Chloe's ability to recover was stronger than William's, which made her the winner of the match. He was so beautiful back then, Chloe said softly as she looked at the moon. Like someone who was burning his life in order to win an unwinnable battle. Although he didn't shed any tears, I felt his heart crying. It was as if he was losing many important things just by existing. The attack he gave was very heavy. It was as if he was carrying the burdens of all the people in the world in that one strike. At that moment in time, I sincerely felt that I was fighting against the strongest being in the world, even though he was far, far weaker than me. The little fairy sighed as she drank a mouthful of the hot chocolate drink that she had prepared earlier. When I went to look for him in the Forbidden Grounds, I found myself in a world that is different from our own, Chloe continued her explanation. It was a world deprived of magic, with many tall structures that are even taller than this sword we are sitting on. There were metal birds, that they called airplanes, flying in the sky, and metal carriages on the ground that didn't require any mounts to pull them called cars. According to Elliot, the name of that world is Earth. That was where William lived in his past life, before being born in our world. Claire listened in fascination as her sister described the world called Earth to her. She was quite surprised when Chloe mentioned that William had once lived there as a sickly person before being born again in Hestia. For her, the concept of reincarnation was a tricky thing. Although she was still doubtful about her sister's words, she decided to believe in her for the time being. In that world, there is this person named Belle, Chloe continued. She was a very ordinary girl. She's pretty, but not as beautiful as Celeste or Princess Sidonie. In fact, I am more beautiful than her. Chloe's tone was filled with confidence, which made Claire giggle. Since her sister had said that Celeste was more beautiful than the girl named Belle, it was only natural that Chloe was more beautiful than her because she was an exact copy of Celeste, the only differences being her hair and eye color. That girl is so frail, that a normal monster here in our world could kill her without fail. Chloe sighed, but she was still someone that William had loved in his past lifetime. Even now, he still loves her. Did you know? When William married her, these snot-nosed people called politicians came to attend their wedding. In my understanding, those prime ministers, kings, and presidents were the rules of their respective countries. Yet, they still went out of their way to personally attend a marriage between William and that ordinary girl, Belle. It was a sight to see. Ah, the food I had during the wedding party was very good. It's quite unfortunate that I can no longer eat them in this world. Claire shook her head helplessly because her sister had suddenly drifted away from the topic because of her memory of the food she ate. Fortunately, it didn't take long before the little fairy once again talked about William. When I found out that William loses his memories whenever he uses that Aenarion form, I felt very sad. Although the memories he loses are all about that girl, Belle, I still felt a bitter aftertaste in my mouth, you know. If I was in his place, and I started to forget about you and Celeste, I wouldn't know what to do. If using that kind of power would make me forget about the headmaster, then I wouldn't mind it one bit. But, you and Celeste are two of the most precious people to me. Fortunately, when I use my abilities, the backlash isn't that severe. As long as I don't use more than 70% of our powers, I will definitely not die. Claire sighed. Both her and Chloe could only use up to 70% of their abilities. Going above that and their bodies wouldn't be able to accept the load and break into pieces. In truth, Chloe and her had already resolved themselves that, if they were to face the Dark Prince in battle, they would sacrifice themselves and use 100% of their powers in order to bring him down with them. If that was the only way to keep their master, Celeste, safe, then they didn't mind ceasing to exist. They had been born for that sole purpose, and no one would be able to stop them from doing what they needed to do in order to get the job done. I can't do it, Claire, Chloe said after a few minutes of silence. I can't fight against William. I just can't do it. Then, I will fight in your place, Claire replied. If I die, then you should take Celeste and escape. Can you do that for me? Chloe shook her head. You also know that I can't do that. Although I can't fight him, I can hold him in place so that you can deliver the final blow. I just want you to promise me one thing, Claire. Kill us together. I don't want to live in a world without him. Maybe I can be his lover in his next reincarnation. When that happens, I will probably be happy. Claire patted her sister's back, who had returned to eating her snacks. Both of them were familiars, so she understood that it was impossible for Chloe to be together with William. Even so, if her sister wanted to die with the person she loved, then she would respect her decision and wouldn't hold back. For the first time in her life, Claire prayed to the heavens. She prayed that her sister, Chloe, who only knew how to beat people up, would one day find the happiness that she rightfully deserved. Chapter 986. I don't mind this petty move of yours. Adam was currently in the midst of training as he tried to push the memories of his encounter with the Dark Wraith to the corner of his mind. Ever since he had returned from the ancient ruins, he had never ventured inside it again. The things he witnessed inside it was more than enough to chip the confidence he had when he first arrived at the stronghold. Back then, he thought that the world revolved around him, and he was the one that was said to become the heir of darkness. It wasn't only the elves who had a prophecy in regards to the Dark Prince, the demons had one as well. Surprisingly, the oracles of the elves and the demons received the prophecies on the same day. While most of the contents were similar, there was also differences as well. In the elven prophecy, they called the Chosen One the Dark Prince. In the demon's prophecy, they called the Chosen One the Heir of Darkness. Adam didn't care whether he was hailed a prince or an heir. The only thing that mattered to him was power. A power that would make everyone submit to his will. Unfortunately, his arrogance had been taken down a peg after his brief encounter with the Dark Wraith that could have easily ended his life if it wanted to. For now, he just focused everything he had into training the dark arts while Felix waited for the report of the explorers he had sent inside the ancient ruins. Adam didn't bother to report to Felix that the explorers wouldn't be coming back, because it would reveal that he had taken a little excursion inside the ancient ruins. This was something that Adam didn't want to happen because he didn't want to become the center of attention. He was already being eyed critically by Felix, as well as the nobles of the different factions. As one of the candidates, and most talented user of the dark arts among the prodigies that were gathered all over the realm, they assumed that his chances of being the one in the prophecy were higher than everyone else's. Several days later, Felix finally gathered all the candidates inside the stronghold in order to relay the decree of the Demon Lord, who had become very impatient with the slow development of the exploration of the ancient ruins. 3 days from now, the great Demon Lord has decreed that I send several elite warriors, as well as some of you to explore the ancient ruins, Felix stated. It has been more than a week since the explorers entered the ruins, and none of them had returned. I am assuming that all of them are now dead, so waiting for them will just be counterproductive. Of course, your safety is my utmost priority. This is why I decided to send a few of my elite bodyguards to accompany the team that will enter the ruins in 3 days' time to ensure that none of you will be harmed. All of you are the prized geniuses of our realm. I expect that each and every one of you will cooperate with the people that will explore alongside you, and bring glory to our race. Do any of you have questions that you would like to address? Felix scanned the surroundings, and saw a hand shoot up in the air. The demon prince nodded his head and made a gesture for the demon, who raised his hand to speak his mind. If ever we made important discoveries inside the ruins, will we gain rewards for our troubles? The demon asked. He was not the only one that had thought about this. Several of the other prodigies had been thinking about this as well. They were quite glad that one of them took the initiative to ask this question, so they didn't need to bother to ask it themselves. Felix smiled and nodded his head. Of course, those who make significant merits in the exploration will be given rewards befitting of their contribution to our cause. I promise that the rewards will satisfy all of you, so do your best and try to bring back as much information about the ruins as possible. The demon nodded in satisfaction. Although they didn't show it on the surface, all of them were competitors, so it was only normal for them to look for benefits when doing something very dangerous. Just like Adam, all of them could hear a voice calling out to them inside the ancient ruins. Unfortunately, they weren't aware of the secret entrance that Adam had used to enter it. If they knew, then they would have snuck out of the stronghold in the middle of the night and explored it on their own, just like Adam did several days ago. If there are no more questions, then I advise all of you to make the necessary preparations for your exploration, Felix stated. Everyone, dismissed. After the demons had returned to their dorms, Felix returned to the commander's office and activated a long-distance communication crystal to talk to his father. He reported that he had passed his decree to everyone in the stronghold, which made Lucian nod his head in satisfaction. "I have heard about your little antics in the stronghold," Lucian said. "It is not a bad strategy to pull the demon candidates into your faction. As expected of my son, you sure know how to take advantage of the situation." Felix felt a chill run down his spine as he saw his father's deathly gaze locked onto his body. "Relax, I don't mind this petty move of yours," Lucian stated. "As long as you are able to produce good results, I am willing to turn a blind eye on this small transgression." "You will produce good results, right, Felix?" "Oh, of course, father," Felix stuttered. "I will not disappoint you." "You'd better not, because if you do," Lucian smiled and left the words hanging in the air. He was the one that raised Felix, so he already knew that his son understood what he was trying to say. Just as he expected, Felix affirmed once more that he would do his best to meet his expectations. Lucian then ended the call because he still had other matters to address. "Joish, just what are you doing behind my back?" Lucian muttered as he read the report of the subordinate that he had placed in the fortress city to spy on the demigod's movements. Although he and the Black Dragon were allies, he understood that Joish was quite displeased with how the war in the Silvermoon continent had ended. Although the friction between the two of them wasn't enough to burn their bridges, it still made their relationship a little shaky. A shakiness that had continued to be present ever since. There was a time when the Demon Lord had proposed that Felix marry Joish's daughter, Vesta, but the demigod politely declined his offer. Lucian didn't make any further moves because he understood that the demigod wasn't interested in deepening ties with him. Since that was the case, he made sure to send several spies into the fortress city to regularly check his movements. When his subordinates reported that Vesta had left the city alongside a slave trader who was carrying elf slaves, Lucian's interest was piqued. Anyone who was able to bring elves into the demonic continent was not a simple character, so he sent men to secretly monitor where the slave trader was headed. Fortunately, Vesta's entourage didn't do a good job in keeping a low profile. Several complaints had arrived in the capital city, which all pointed to a black-haired slave trader, who managed to tame flying armored elephants. According to the reports, the slave trader was using the beasts to threaten their cities if they rejected his request for safe passage. Lucian found this overbearing slave trader to his liking, so he sent several of his best agents to look for his whereabouts, with the intention of offering him an opportunity to work exclusively for him. For the Demon Lord, risk-takers were worth befriending, especially those with the guts to make flying armored elephants mounts. Each of these monstrous beasts were led by a myriad elephant that served as their alpha. They were existences that would give anyone a hard time because of their overwhelming strength and abilities. Whenever a myriad beast went on a rampage, the assistance of a demigod was vital in ending the conflict. This was why not many people dared to tame an elephant and use it as a mount. Only those who were prepared to face off against a myriad beast, which was considered to be at the peak of the food chain, would dare to make one of the elephants their own. A vampire named William, Lucian read the documents that his subordinates had gathered about the slave trader with an amused expression on his face. It might just be a coincidence, but it doesn't hurt to be careful. Lucian made a gesture and several shadows materialized in the air in front of him. "Find this person and investigate him," Lucian ordered. "If he is really the son of that man, I want all of you to bring him to me alive. Do I make myself clear?" The shadows nodded before disappearing. Lucian allowed himself to smile as he set the documents down on the table. Deep inside, he hoped that his suspicions were true. That way, he could personally torture the boy whose father had made him face the greatest humiliation in his life, after he had lost his battle against him in the Silvermoon continent, many years ago. Chapter 987. Tell me, who is stronger, your demon lord or me? Disclaimer. I changed the Redskin clan to Greenskin clan. The reason, I don't want to have any misunderstandings, so I did it this way. Enjoy your chapters, Kekaki. Your Excellency, may we know who you are? A middle-aged man with a single horn on his head asked. He was the patriarch of the one-horned clan. In truth, he was quite relieved when William had appeared and stopped the war. His clan was the one being attacked by the Greenskin clan, and was only forced to fight against them because they had been backed into a corner. If possible, he didn't want the war to continue because he knew that the ones who would lose in the end would be them. Opposite him was another demon, who was the current patriarch of the Greenskin clan. They were the aggressor in this conflict, and declared war on the One-Horned tribe for the sake of expanding their own territory, and making the opposing clan their vassal. Your Excellency, my name is Dozder, the patriarch of the Greenskin clan, Dozder said politely. I would like to invite you to our residence after this war is over. I promise upon our clan's name that you will be treated as an exalted guest and will be given everything that you wish for. If possible, I humbly ask, His Excellency, to let us handle our differences and settle this within the laws of the demon realm. William glanced at Dozder, who was looking at him with an amiable smile. He had jumped in to stop the war out of instinct, without knowing the reason behind why the two clans were having a conflict. Even so, since he had already made his move, he would be damned if he allowed the fighting to continue. Dozder, was it? William smiled as he gazed at the 2-meter-tall red-skinned demon, whose bulky body wouldn't lose to a bodybuilder. Who gave you permission to start this war? Your Excellency, this war was started based on the laws of the demon realm. We are merely doing what our ancestors did long ago, Dozder replied. Wars in the demon realm don't need anyone's permission. Only the demon lord can intervene in conflicts against clans. I see, William smiled. He then smashed Rui Jingu Bang into the face of the patriarch of the Greenskin clan and sent him flying hundreds of meters in the air. Soleil, that was floating in the air, smashed Dozder back to the ground, making him crash in front of William. The half-elf then grabbed the demon's hair and pulled his head up, so that he could stare at Dozder's bloody face. You just said that wars in the demon realm didn't need anyone's permission, right? William asked with a devilish smile on his face. Since that is the case, how about I declare war on your clan? How does that sound? He was still in his heroic avatar form, an existence that transcended the limit of mortality, and had stepped into the demigod rank. In the demon continent, there were only 4 demigods. Each of them was capable of destroying entire kingdoms if they wished for it, so William's words were like the roar of thunder that passed through everyone's ears. The Greenskin clan stared at William in horror because there was no way that their clan could resist such an existence. If he really wanted to wipe out their entire clan, they would all be wiped out without having the strength to resist. Mercy, Your Excellency, Dozder said through bloodied lips. I didn't mean it that way. You are only, what? William asked back. Be careful what you say next. I am itching to cause a genocide. Your clan will be a good place to start. Dozder gulped down the words he was planning to say. He couldn't possibly say that they started this war just to annex their neighbor and hold a bigger territory. With nothing good to say, he was forced to keep his silence. William tossed Dozder to the ground and glanced at the patriarch of the One-Horned clan who had kept his silence through the entire ordeal. Tell me the real reason why this war started, William ordered. If you lie, I will kill you and wipe out your entire clan. The patriarch bowed as he introduced himself. Your Excellency, my name is Palax and I am the patriarch of the One-Horned clan. This war was declared upon us by the Greenskin clan in the hope that they can annex our territory and make us their vassals. William arched an eyebrow as he gave Dozder, who was lying on the ground, a sidelong glance before shifting his attention back to Palax. Optimus, what do you think? He isn't lying. The synchronization level of the system had been upgraded after William's adventures in the Deadlands and on Earth. Right now, its synchronization rate was at 62%, which allowed the system to unlock more of its capabilities. Right now, Optimus was a portable lie detector that William could use to interrogate anyone, similar to how the demigods knew if the person they were speaking to was lying. I see. William rubbed his chin in understanding. Suddenly, an absurd idea popped inside William's head as he scanned the faces of the One-Horned clan, as well as the Greenskin clan. He didn't know if it would work, but there was no harm in trying. You see, I am planning to build my own influence in the demon realm, William stated. Would you guys like to become my vassals? Kira, Athrun, and Vesta, who were observing the discussion from a distance, almost couldn't believe what they heard. They all exchanged glances before looking back at the black-haired teenager who had a devilish smile on his face. Your Excellency, are you asking if we want to become your vassals? Palax inquired in a respectful tone. Yes, William nodded. Your enemies will be my enemies. Any clan who dares to create conflict with you must go through me first. How about it? Are you interested? Palax stared at William as if he was a messiah that had descended from the heavens to save them. Only a fool would reject being a vassal of a demigod. The patriarch of the One-Horned clan was no fool. The moment William offered to become their lord, he thought he was just mishearing things, so he decided to ask for confirmation. Now that William had made his intentions clear, Plox was more than happy to hug his thigh and never let go. The one-horned clan pays respects to our lord. Plox knelt to pay homage to William. The one-horned clan pays respects to our lord. Just like Plox, every member of the one-horned clan was very happy to have a sturdy umbrella that would protect them from the wind and the rain. They gazed at William as if he was a god, and offered their sincerest gratitude to him. Well, now that all of you have recognized me as your lord, it is time for me to do my role and protect you from these demons that want to take your lands, William stated as he turned his head to look at the Greenskin clan, who all had panicked expressions on their faces. Why, your excellency, please, have mercy. An old man from the Greenskin clan walked forward and bowed to William in a respectful manner. We do not wish to have any conflicts with you. Our clan will pull back from this war and compensate the one-horned clan for the transgressions we have made. The old man was one of the elders of the Greenskin clan, and his words carried a lot of weight. Right now, they didn't dare to offend William because it would mark the end of their tribe. Challenging a demigod was akin to suicide. They would rather lose face, and compensate the one-horned clan than face total annihilation. I refuse, William said as he crossed his arms over his chest. You only have two options. Become my vassals or be exterminated. Also, your position would be second to the one-horned clan. If you don't accept my condition, then all of you can go pack up and go back home to wash your neck. I will be visiting you shortly, so be sure to prepare your coffins. William then released the overwhelming presence of a demigod to give the Greenskin clan a fright. Some of them even fainted because this was not a force that ordinary mortals could face head-on. This, your excellency, I'm afraid that the demon lord will not agree to this, the elder of the Greenskin clan commented. We are one of the many vassals of the Grimoire clan. If we change our allegiance, the demon lord will surely come to wipe us out. The half-elf chuckled after hearing the old man's attempt to save his clan by using the name of the demon lord in order to make him back off. Truth be told, William had long wished to whack Lucien's and Felix's heads for what they had done to Chiffon. With the power and army he had at his disposal, the half-elf was not afraid even if he had to face the demon lord whose current rank was at the peak of a saint. A saint could barely contend with a myriad beast at its peak, let alone a demigod who could slap a myriad beast to death. Tell me, who is stronger, your demon lord or me? William asked with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Tell me, if you have to choose between your whole clan being exterminated right now, or being exterminated later by the demon lord, what will you choose? The old man gulped because this question reminded him who he was dealing with. Between the demon lord and a demigod, who would he choose? Both had the power to wipe their entire clan off the face of Hestia. Both were beings that they dared not offend. However, if he was really forced to choose between the black-haired teenager and the demon lord, he would definitely pick the former. After all, even the demon lord had to tread carefully when dealing with a demigod. Oh, on behalf of the Greenskin tribe, and our vassals, I hereby pay respect to our new lord, the old man declared as he shakily knelt in front of William. The other members of his clan glanced at each other before kneeling on the ground to pay tribute to him as well. The Greenskin clan pays respect to our lord. Dozder grit his teeth as he glared at William. However, he too knelt in front of him because in the face of absolute strength, all tricks were meaningless. William knew that the patriarch of the Greenskin clan was still reluctant to submit to him. It doesn't matter, William thought as he gazed at Dozder. I'll just feed one of his arms to Medusa later. The patriarch of the Greenskin clan shuddered after William gazed at him. He instinctively felt that if he made the wrong move, his life would come to a horrifying end. Chapter 988. Did you forget who I am? The sound of merry-making spread in the darkness of the night as William sat in the seat of honor at the table of the one-horned clan. Vesta, Kira, and Athrun were seated at a table not far from him, and they were also treated as VIP guests. As the patriarch of the one-horned clan, Plox had recognized Vesta instantly. There had been a gathering of the different clan lords within the demon continent, and 3 of the demigods, excluding Baba Yaga, had attended the festivities. This was where Plox had seen Vesta, and discovered that she was the daughter of the fearsome black dragon demigod, who guarded their southern fortress. Although he knew that meeting the green-haired beauty would be a rare occasion, Plox still made sure to remember her features, and tell his clan members to never offend her, if they ever crossed paths with her in their territory. Right now, he didn't know what kind of relationship William had with Joash, but after seeing Vesta in his entourage, he thought that the 2 demigods had a good relationship with each other. Lord William, if there is anything that you want, just tell me, Plox said in a respectful tone. As long as it is within the ability of our clan, we will do it without fail. William nodded his head. For now, I have no need for anything. This feast is already good enough. I thank you, and your clan, for your hospitality. Plox smiled, and it was a smile that came from the heart. William was very different from the domineering person that he had encountered on the battlefield, which surprised him. He thought that after becoming one of William's vassals, the black-haired teenager would start to demand things of them. As the patriarch of the one-horned clan, he was prepared to make the necessary sacrifices, but William didn't ask him for anything. This was why he decided to hold a feast in his honor, to better understand their new lord, and see if he had any hidden agendas in regards to their clan. It was at this moment when a one-horned young lady, with light brown hair and green eyes walked inside the gathering hall. Every member of the one-horned clan bowed respectfully at her as she made her way towards Plox, who was currently chatting with William. I greet His Excellency, Lord William. The young lady bowed respectfully. May your grace fall upon our clan, and your courageous stories be spread far and wide within the demon realm. The young lady then bowed to Plox before going to the table right next to him. This was the respect that the patriarch of the one-horned clan deserved, and she would not forget to do this, even in front of a demigod. William's gaze followed the familiar young lady whom he had seen alongside Vesta when he was still in the Deadlands. Plox, who noticed William's gaze, gave his granddaughter 2 thumbs up in his heart for doing a job well done. He had told her earlier that she should make a good impression on their new lord in order to strengthen the ties between their clan and him. Seeing that William seemed to be interested in his granddaughter, Plox thought that the possibility of forming ties with him was already in the bag. Lord William, forgive my granddaughter Anne for not introducing herself earlier. She's not used to socializing with people outside of our clan, and I spoiled her too much, Plox stated. I hope she didn't offend you. William smiled and shook her head. No, I wasn't offended, I just thought she looked familiar. Is that so? Perhaps both of you were fated to meet. They said that the gods allow people to find their soulmates in their dreams. Ha ha ha, isn't that a bit too convenient? William didn't know how to react to this sudden meeting between him and Anne. Just like Vesta, she was one of the young ladies that he had seen in the Deadlands. He still didn't understand why he saw them there, but one thing was certain. There are no coincidences in this world, William thought. Maybe we really were fated to meet. Just as the half-elf was entertaining this thought, Vesta walked to his table and dragged him to where Kira and Athrun were seated. William didn't resist and followed the green-haired beauty to know what she wanted with him. Bro, that was the best thing ever, Kira said as he looked at William with sparkling eyes. Can we become sworn brothers? Please, if my parents hear about this, they might push me to become the next patriarch of the Sand Clan. Do you want to be patriarch? William asked. He had spent a good amount of time with the handsome demon, who always called him bro, and didn't mind extending his hand to help him rise in the ranks if he really wished for it. Actually, I don't, Kira answered before drinking a glass of fruit juice. Knowing myself, I don't have what it takes to become a patriarch. I'm a free spirit. I prefer traveling the world to being stuck at home handling the family's affairs. Athrun nodded in agreement. Unlike Kira, who wanted to have complete freedom, what he wanted was to make a name for himself. He wanted to build a merchant group that every other merchant would look up to. However, he knew that this was a long-term project, and couldn't be rushed at this point in time. Even so, he also understood that if he formed connections with a demigod, no one would dare cause trouble for him as he slowly built staircases towards the sky. William sensed Athrun's passionate gaze and gave him a brief nod. He knew that this scholarly fellow was similar to Shaw, and wouldn't really talk unless it was necessary. Since that was the case, the half-elf decided to take the initiative to offer an olive branch to him. After all, aside from bandits, the Ainsworth family's second best friends were rich merchants whom they could extort when needed. Making Athrun one of his future golden geese was not a bad idea. If you ever need help, just say a word, William said to Athrun with a smile. I don't mind calling the wind and the rain to pave the path to greatness. Athrun bowed his head respectfully as a reply to William's words. His promise was more than enough to give him courage to be more daring in his approach when it came to building his merchant empire. Vesta stared at the 3 boys with an impatient look before tapping William's shoulder to get his attention. I don't know your reason for doing this, but I think you went overboard when you forced the Greenskin clan to become one of your vassals, Vesta said with a serious expression on her face. They are indeed one of the vassals of the Grimoire clan, which belong to the Demon Lord's family. Are you trying to make the Demon Lord your enemy? William blinked once then twice before raising his hand. Without warning, he flicked Vesta's forehead, which made the latter cry out in pain. The half-elf didn't put much force into it, but it was still enough to inflict pain to Vesta. Just like always, this attack was imbued with regeneration magic, which instantly healed any injuries that she received. What did you do that for? Vesta asked angrily as she held her forehead. Because you asked a silly question, William replied. Did you forget who I am? This time, it was Vesta's turn to blink. A few seconds later, a dawn of realization fell upon her as she covered her lips. William was Maxwell's son, who had thwarted the Demon Lord's ambition to conquer the Silvermoon continent. Not only that, the Dungeon Conqueror had also cut off his arm, which the Demon Lord had taken as the greatest humiliation of his life. The half-elf being the Demon Lord's enemy was an understatement. The moment that the Demon Lord knew of William's existence, he would send his army to kill him. As if reading her thoughts, William just chuckled and whispered something in her ear. Don't worry, when I meet face to face with the Demon Lord, I'll tell him that me and your father are in cahoots with each other, William whispered. No need to thank me. Vesta hurled profanities at William inside her heart, while holding back the strong urge to give him a slap. Not only did he offended the Demon Lord, the half-elf also wanted to drag her father into the quagmire that he created. If William wasn't stronger than her, she would have already summoned her whip and lashed out at him repeatedly for thinking such a thing. Unfortunately, William was stronger than her, so the only thing she could do was glare at him, which made the half-elf feel very smug about himself. Just as he was about to ask Vesta the real reason she dragged him away, one of the members of the One-Horned clan entered the room. Palax had a surprised expression on his face after hearing his subordinate's words, and immediately ordered his subordinate to do something. After the one-horned man left the room, Palax walked towards William with a big smile on his face. Lord William, I bring you good news, Palax said with a face filled with excitement. The clans within the neighboring territories have come to swear their allegiance to you. They also want to become your vassals. Kira dropped the chicken leg that he was about to take a bite of, while Athrun almost choked on the fruit juice that he had just drank. Vesta covered her face with her hands while mumbling, "We're dead. We're dead." Clearly, she didn't find Palax's good news, well, good news. Instead, she knew that William had caused an unprecedented event, whose consequences she didn't dare to imagine. If the One-Horned clan, Greenskin clan, and the other clans who planned to become William's vassals, came to know his true identity, they would definitely dig a hole in the ground, and bury themselves inside it. Not only had they knelt in front of their hated enemy, they even swore allegiance to him. If their ancestors were to know what they did, they would have risen up from their graves and slapped all of their descendants for being silly. Not only did they allow themselves to become slaves, they even helped the slave trader count the money to ensure that he was not being cheated upon. Vesta knew that things were getting out of hand, but she was helpless to stop it. The only thing she could do was to tell William the consequences of his actions, and hope that the half-elf would have enough common sense to understand that what he was doing was simply throwing these ignorant clans into the lion's den. Chapter 989, From this moment onwards, all of you will no longer be alone, Part 1. Vesta dragged William to a vacant room in order to have a serious discussion with him. Because of this, the delegations of the other clans had no choice but to enjoy the feast and have a chat while waiting for William's return. Inside the vacant room, "Listen, do you know what you are doing?" Vesta asked as she pressed her hands on the wall as she stared directly at William's eyes, whom she had pinned on the wall, so that he wouldn't be able to escape her grasp. Adding more vassals under my name," William replied as he blinked innocently at the green-haired beauty. "No, you numbskull," Vesta snapped. "What you are doing is akin to poaching clans from under the Demon Lord's nose. Are you planning to start a civil war?" The half-elf's eyes widened in surprise as he finally understood what Vesta was trying to tell him. Frankly, he never thought about starting a civil war in the Demon Continent, but, after hearing Vesta's words he started to have the strong urge to do it. "Sounds like a good idea," William answered with great enthusiasm. "Why didn't I think of that? Listen, how many clans are here in this territory? I want them all. Bastard, what happened to being low-key?" Vesta gnashed her teeth in anger. "Isn't the reason why we are traveling the northeastern edge of the continent to prevent your identity from being exposed? Have you forgotten that my father only allowed you to pass safely from the fortress, so you could fetch Baba Yaga's disciple and take her back to the central continent with you? Why are you creating problems as you go? The black-haired teenager lowered his head, before answering her questions. You got meat stuck between your teeth, William replied. Vesta almost lost it as she kneed the half-elf and aimed at his lower half. She'd had enough of William's bullshit and decided to teach him a lesson. Fortunately, William was stronger than her, so he managed to block her knee with his right hand. You idiot, Vesta shouted as she backed away in exasperation. Are you trying to get my father involved in this? If your identity is known, he would be labeled a traitor by the demon race. William then pressed his closed fist on the palm of his hand as if getting a good idea. Vesta, you are a genius, William exclaimed. Let's do that. I'll tell the demon lord that your father and I are in cahoots with each other if my identity is discovered. Fuck you. Vesta summoned her whip and lashed at William in anger. This time, she was really enraged when she heard his moronic words that would destroy everything her father had built all these years. This was the real reason she was trying to stop William from integrating more vassals under his command. If the half-elf really declared that her father was on his side, then the reputation that Joash had built over the past hundreds of years would have been in vain. William smiled as he grabbed Vesta's whip and held it firmly in his hand. Although Vesta's whip was a powerful magical weapon, his current strength could overcome it easily. I was just joking, William stated. Calm down. You'd better give me a proper explanation about what you are planning to do, or else. Vesta glared at William as the latter let go of her weapon. Fine, William replied as he raised both of his hands in surrender. Although he said that he was just joking, the truth was that he was not. Even so, he still had to give Joash some face because the latter did help him pass through the southern fortress without harm. The two stared at each other for a full minute before Vesta unsummoned the weapon in her hand. What are you really planning to do? Vesta asked. Do you have another agenda in coming to the demon realm? William shrugged as he crossed his arms over his chest while leaning on the wall. My only purpose is to get my master back to the central continent, William answered. What happened today was something I didn't plan to happen. I just went by the flow, okay. And that's the problem. Vesta scoffed. Maybe this is why my father asked me to accompany you. He probably wants me to do damage control while traveling towards the northeastern regions with you. William chuckled because he didn't believe that Joash was that bored to send his own daughter to do some damage control for him. He was sure that what was happening right now was being relayed directly to the demigod. Although he wasn't sure about it, his gut instinct was telling him that he was right on the mark. Since that was the case, he decided to sound out what Joash had in mind in regards to William having vassals of his own in the demon realm. Okay, calm down, breathe slowly, William said with a smile. Tell me, Ms. Vesta, how do you propose I handle the current situation? The green-haired beauty forcefully tried to calm herself after hearing William's words. Now that the half-elf had taken the One-Horned clan, as well as the Greenskin clan, under his wings, he couldn't possibly toss them aside. Vesta knew this, and she had no intention of letting him do something so careless. Even so, other clans becoming his vassals was something out of her expectations. The Grimoire clan, who was the previous lord of the Greenskin clan, was one thing. However, if William assimilated more clans under his banner, the other major clans would lose their retainers, and thus, weaken their authority over their dominion. This would create an unprecedented upheaval in the lands, which would make all the clans who had deserted their former lords face the wrath of a united union of clans under the Demon Lord's banner. Just reject them, Vesta stated. Right now, the only conflict is with the Grimoire clan. The Greenskin clan is just a minor clan among their vassals, so losing them would not deal a big blow to their authority. Although it might cause some grievances, the Grimoire clan isn't stupid enough to provoke an unknown person whose strength is equivalent to a demigod. As long as you do not create more troubles in the future, we can put this incident under the rug and be done with it. William rubbed his chin because Vesta's argument was very sound. His main purpose was to find Selene and not raise a faction of his own in the demon realm. Also, standing out like a sore thumb would make things difficult for him in the future. As long as he stopped accepting the allegiance of the different demonic clans, the problem would not escalate to the point of no return. This was the best choice at this point in time, and the half-elf understood that Vesta was right. Understood. Let's go back, William said as he walked towards the door. We will follow your plan. No more accepting vassals for the time being. Vesta sighed in relief as she placed her right hand over her chest. She was quite proud of herself for taking the initiative to talk William out of his plan of accepting the patriarchs who wished to serve under him. Father, I did it, Vesta thought. I prevented the worst-case scenario from happening. Joash, who was seated on his throne, looked at a mirror that was floating in front of him. The mirror was over 3 meters tall, and the image of the half-elf was reflected on its surface. He didn't tell his daughter, Vesta, that he had placed a powerful spell on her body, which allowed him to see, and hear, what was going on around her. Because of this, he was well aware of the events that were happening around the half-elf. Joash didn't mutter a word, and simply observed. He wanted to see with his own eyes how William was going to settle this matter. Truth be told, he found the half-elf's decision quite bold and daring. For a brief moment, he even saw the arrogance that had appeared on Maxwell's face, on William's, when he had stopped the war between the One-Horned clan and the Greenskin clan. It made him wonder if the half-elf would follow in his father's footsteps, as he tread upon the lands of the demons, whose sense of unity was starting to erode. Chapter 990. From this moment onwards, all of you will no longer be alone. Part 2. 5 minutes later, inside the main hall of the One-Horned clan. Everyone, I am very happy that you have traveled many miles just to see me, William said as he sat on his seat of honor. Unfortunately, I have no intention of expanding my faction at this point in time. There are places I need to go, and I will not stay in this domain for long. It is best if you seek protection elsewhere. The other clans who had come to offer their allegiance to William lowered their heads in disappointment. Just as Vesta, Kira, and Athrun had done during the battle, some of the elite warriors of the different clans had gathered to spectate in the battle between the One-Horned clan and the Greenskin clan. When they saw William's overwhelming might, they knew that this was a golden opportunity to break free from their previous masters, who treated them as cannon fodders whenever they declared war on their rival clans. This was a very common occurrence in the demon realm, and only the major clans, as well as those powerful and influential families, had this privilege. Palax sighed internally when he saw the grief on his acquaintances' faces. He understood their suffering because their own clan had desperately fought against this fate when the Greenskin clan decided to declare war on their domain. Lord William, I beg of you, please, we will do anything, just please, take us under your wing. A demon whose arms were encased in metal bowed his head and pleaded. We won't ask much of you. You can go anywhere you like. We will not ask anything of you, so please, just accept us. This is the only way that our clan will survive from oppression. Have mercy on us, Your Excellency. Lord William, please, we beg of you. We are willing to pledge our lives, just please, have mercy on us. Lord William, please, make us your vassals. Give us a way to survive in this world, Your Excellency. The pleas of over a dozen patriarchs, who were begging for William's mercy, reverberated inside the room. The previous festive atmosphere disappeared, and was replaced by a heavy presence that reeked of desperation and agony. William closed his eyes, as he crossed his arms over his chest. Before he appeared in the hall, he had asked Palax to have a private talk with him, so that he could become aware of the different clans' circumstances. Although he had promised Vesta that he wouldn't accept them as his vassals, he found their situation quite dire. The clans who had begged for him to take them under his influence were former nomad clans. These were the clans that would travel the demon continent in search of a place that was not under anyone's rule. Unfortunately, during their travels, some of the patrols of the major clans discovered them and forced them to choose between submission or clan extermination. Since then, they were treated like dogs. Their young women were taken by force, their sons drafted as conscripts, and their unborn children's fates were sealed before they were even born. This was not a life that anyone wanted, and yet, they endure it with each passing day. As William was deep in thought, Optimus, who had been keeping his silence, proposed a bold idea. Why don't you just take them inside your domain? Are you mad? William replied. Why would I bring them inside my domain? The Deadlands is uninhabited at the moment, and it could easily fit 20 million people. These nomad clans wouldn't even number 500,000 even if they combined their clans together. Also, they would become free manpower. Right now, you have over 30 million god points as a reward for clearing the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon, stopping Morax's plans in the Deadlands, and dealing with Apophis. You can easily buy several hectares of land that they could use to cultivate and plant crops. This would allow your domain to become more self-sustainable. William smiled because he understood that Optimus was just trying to find a way to make the half-elf agree with him, in order to prevent him from feeling guilty for abandoning the demon clans who were on their last legs. Chiffon might be a glutton, but she is a demon princess. Who knows, maybe she can become a future demon empress if she gains enough vassals under her command. You're like a merchant doing some hard selling right now, Optimus, William chuckled internally. However, he didn't dislike the idea of having his pink-haired wife, who was almost always stuck in the Thousand Beast domain, supervise the demons who were suffering under her father's rule. Minutes passed before William opened his eyes. The patriarchs were still kneeling on the ground and pleading for his help. Even Vesta was now feeling sorry for them because of their current predicament. Very well, William said with a serious expression on his face. However, I have a condition. We will accept any condition. Lord William, just say the word, and it shall be done. We will go above and beyond. To satisfy your wishes, Your Excellency. The patriarchs raised their voices one after another, and made promises to fulfill whatever condition he had in mind. It was as if they were afraid that the black-haired teenager would change his mind, so they did their best to appeal to his good grace. Vesta looked at William with the, "Don't you even think about it, mister," glare that made the lips of the half-elf curl up into a smile. "You wish for salvation. I cannot give all of you what you want," William stated with a devilish smile on his face as he looked at the kneeling patriarchs of the clans in front of me. There was a time when my back was facing the wall, and there was no other option but to grit my teeth and fight for my survival. Tell me, demons of the demonic continent, when the time comes, when I no longer have the power to shield you from the wind and the rain, will you find other masters to pledge your allegiance to and break all the vows you have made to me? Remember this, I have the powers of a demigod. Lies won't work on me. So, save your flattery. I am no different from your current masters. I will also treat you as dogs, playthings, as well as cannon fodders to fight my wars for me. Are you sure you want that kind of life? If not, then you may leave this place unharmed. I swear on my name that I will not find any trouble with you and your clan. All of you will be able to live your lives as if we didn't have this conversation. So, who among you wants to become my dog? Who among you wants to bark for me?" William was not a fool. If these demonic clans could turn their backs on their previous masters, they could easily do the same to him. He wasn't running a charity, and he had faced so many things in life, that he wouldn't just take things at face value. Perhaps, they saw him as someone so powerful that he could intimidate their oppressors with a single glare, and make them run away with tails tucked in between their legs. The current half-elf was indeed capable of doing such things, but he would not do it for everybody. Only those that had earned his acceptance would gain this privilege. One by one, several of the patriarchs left the hall, while shaking their heads. They came so that they would no longer become lackeys, and yet, what waited for them was a similar fate. If that was the case, then they would rather be chained to their current masters, and let their lives continue the way they were. Although it was a very difficult life, they had more or less gotten used to it over the passing of many years. In the end, out of more than a dozen patriarchs who had come to plead for William's help, only 5 remained. William looked at the remaining patriarchs with an indifferent expression on his face. "Are you sure you don't want to go?" William inquired. "You can still change your mind." One of the patriarchs sighed and shook his head. "Our clan has nowhere to go. The demon continent might be vast, but we are merely sheep waiting for the wolves to sink their fangs into our flesh. Since that is the case, we would rather serve someone who had decided to personally step in to stop a battle between 2 rival clans who were hell-bent to fight each other to the death." The other patriarchs nodded their heads in agreement. "Although I do not sense the power of a demigod in your body right now, I believe that if it's you, I can bark like a dog in contentment," a middle-aged looking patriarch said with a serious expression on his face. "You did not have any reason to stop the war between the One-Horned clan and the Greenskin clan, and yet you still did it. Even going so far as to resolve the conflict by forcefully absorbing both clans as your vassals. I can tell that it was a decision made on a whim, a decision that was made because of the current circumstances, and yet, I feel that it was done in good faith and sincerity. I, the Patriarch of the Steel Fist clan, hereby pledge my allegiance to you, Lord William. I also pledge, by my clan's name, we are honored to become your retainers." One by one, the 5 patriarchs, and the subordinates who had accompanied them, made their pledge. Palax became teary-eyed as he saw this scene, because although William's words were crude, and indifferent, he sensed humility in it. It was at this moment when he really got a better understanding of his new lord, and rejoiced for being the first clan to be able to pledge their loyalty to him. Vesta sighed when she saw this scene as she drank the cup of wine in front of her. She no longer cared about what was going to happen to the future. This was all William's responsibility, and she had nothing to do with it. Kira and Athrun both had solemn expressions on their faces. It was as if they were having an internal battle inside their minds as they watched the patriarchs pledge their loyalties to William. In the end, William stood up from his seat and walked towards the demons who had decided to become his vassals. He then rested his right hand on the shoulder of the patriarch of the Steel Fist clan, who had taken the initiative to pledge his clan's future to him, which made the middle-aged man raise his head to look at his new lord and master. "Whatever life holds in store for me, I will never forget these words that were spoken to me by my father several years ago," William stated with a devilish smile on his face. The memory of Maxwell's domineering smile when he said these words to him had been etched in his very soul. "I am never alone, and from this moment onwards, all of you will no longer be alone." Chapter 991, The Greatest Adventure of His Life. 3 days after the feast that was hosted by the One-Horned clan, Vesta stared at the stars in the sky as she sat on the balcony of her room. The One-Horned clan had treated them as VIP guests, and they were given the best accommodations inside the patriarch's residence. Palax and his clan only had one city under their control, and it was only home to around 150,000 demons. They were a clan that could be found at the bottom of the hierarchy, whose only hope of survival was to pledge themselves to someone that had a strong backing. In the demon realm, those who managed to stand on their own without being attacked by the other clans were a minority. Only influential families, and clans whose roots had been around for thousands of years, were capable of weathering the wind and storm. For Palax, William's appearance was a godsend. Vesta also felt this way. Although she had only met the half-elf for a short period of time, she could feel that William was someone who carried many burdens on his shoulder. Adding a few more clans in the mix wouldn't change much, so he didn't hesitate to acknowledge them after getting Optimus' assurance. "Is this the confidence of the strong?" Vesta muttered as she stared at the star-filled sky that extended for miles. "I wonder what he is doing right now." Right after William had accepted the allegiances of the 5 clans that had traveled to see him, he asked them to go back to their respective territories and tell their people to prepare to migrate in 3 days' time. At first, the patriarchs were dumbfounded by William's declaration. However, since they were previous nomadic clans, traveling was a way of life. Since that was the case, they thought that they wouldn't lose anything if they listened to their lord's order. Earlier in the day, William had set off to visit the territories of the 5 clans, and asked Vesta to remain in the city of Wimborne, to serve as deterrence just in case the Greenskin clan tried something funny, while he was away. Although the Greenskin clan had submitted to the black-haired teenager, he didn't trust them, so he excluded their clan in the move that he was planning to make. Kira and Athrun were having a drink on the balcony of Athrun's room, as they discussed the things that had happened in the past few days. They thought that their journey to the north would be a boring one, but lo and behold, they found themselves witnessing something that they had never expected to happen. "Back when I first met Will, I just intend to buy a few slaves to make a good impression on Lady Vesta." Kira shuddered. "I even had the thought of being domineering in order to get more brownie points. Fortunately, I didn't, or else I might have been on the receiving end of that giant golden staff. Just thinking about it makes my cheeks burn." Athrun chuckled as he nodded in understanding. While not as extreme as Kira, he also thought of doing the same. Now that he had seen what the black-haired teenager was capable of, he felt like his eyes had been opened and realized that he was just a frog in the well. A frog that could easily be crushed if one of the major powers in the world were to step on his face. "So, what do you have in mind?" Athrun asked. "As you know, I have already separated myself from my family. I have no attachments to them, unlike you who are still bound by your family's laws." Kira sighed as he drank the wine in his hand. When he saw William taking the 5 clans under his wing, he was very tempted to return to his own clan and ask his family to do the same. Unfortunately, their clan was firmly rooted at the Fortair Desert, and already content with their way of life, under the rule of another clan. The Desert Clan, which Kira belonged to, was considered one of the lucky ones. They had become vassals of a wise lord, who didn't promote war, and took good care of his people. This was also why the Desert Clan prospered, and had become a medium-sized clan in the demon realm with 3 cities, whose combined population numbered a little more than 1 million. Well, I'm sure my grandfather would not agree, Kira commented after a few minutes had passed. I guess, I'll just have to hug William's legs for now, so that my clan can have a second option in the future. Athrun smiled and nodded his head. Having a backup plan is good as well. Still, we don't really know much about Will. Perhaps Lady Vesta knows more about him, but I don't know if she's willing to share this information with other people. What do you think? I think that she will not tell us anything even if we ask, Kira replied. For now, let's just observe and see how this incident will play out. 5 clans breaking away from their previous lords, as well as making the Greenskin clan forcefully break their ties with the Grimoire clan, will definitely have consequences in the future. I know that Will is strong, but can he really fight against the Demon Lord and the clans that support his back? What do you think, Athrun? The scholarly demon placed the wine cup on top of the table before leaning back in his chair. What do I think? Athrun asked back with a smile. I think a storm is coming and, for good or worse, we'll find ourselves in the eye of that storm. Kira chuckled nervously because Athrun was right. They were indeed caught up in this mess, and it would be easier to go their separate ways with William in order to minimize the losses that they might suffer in the future. Even so, Kira didn't want to do that. He felt that if he stayed beside the black-haired teenager, he would be at the front seat of the greatest adventure of his life. Chapter 992, The Start of an Unforgettable Night. Myrddin, the patriarch of the Steel Fist clan, welcomed William into his clan's domain. As nomads, most of them lived in tents made from beast skins. The insignia of a black fist fluttered on the flags of their homes, showing that they all belonged to the Steel Fist clan, who once ruled vast areas of land in the demonic continent. However, that was a past long forgotten. The war many years ago had forced them to leave their ancestral lands and journey to the east, in the hope that they would find a place that they could call their own. Unfortunately, things didn't go their way. A migration of tens of thousands of people was impossible to hide, and the major power of the land they had traversed thought that this was a good opportunity to make them a part of his dominion. Lord William, welcome to our humble abode. Welcome to Venzer. Myrddin, as well as his aides, bowed to William. William smiled and nodded his head. Are all of you ready to migrate? Yes, Myrddin replied. However, I have received dire news that the lords of the other clans that had sworn their allegiance to you, Lord William, are now being surrounded by their previous masters. It seems that the news spread right after the feast, and all of them have been placed under house arrest. William frowned when he heard this news. Thank you for telling me this news, William stated. How about your previous master? Did they not receive this news as well? Myrddin sighed as he nodded his head. Actually, they did. I'm afraid that their forces are marching in our direction as we speak. The half-elf snorted as if to assure Myrddin that he didn't have anything to fear. Let's worry about that later, William said. For now, tell all of your people to enter these portals. I will take you to a place that will become your new home. William waved his left hand and dozens of portals appeared behind him. He had already talked to Chiffon, Princess Sidoni, and Ash about his plan to migrate the demons to the Thousand Beast domain. Surprisingly, his 3 wives had all voiced their approval, and were even looking forward to seeing the new residents that would make the Thousand Beast domain more lively. William's plan was to let everyone travel under the cover of darkness, so that no one would see them go. However, since the news had already spread, the plan didn't get its desired effect. Even so, the half-elf wasn't too bothered. After he had successfully placed all the members of the Steel Fist clan inside his domain, he would give the major clans, who had put his vassals into house arrest, a piece of his mind. As a nomadic clan, the Steel Fist clan was a very orderly group. They allowed the old people, women, and children to enter first, while the rest of the men stayed behind in order to serve as guards, just in case their previous master chose to strike them when they least expected it. In just a span of a few minutes, thousands of Steel Fist clan members had stepped into the Thousand Beast domain, and were surprised by what they saw inside it. William had decided to let Ella, his wives, and the elves, to guide the others to their new home. Several of the beasts were also there to assist, including the angry birds, Kasaganaga, and the centaurs. The scary beasts that belonged to his king's legion were nowhere to be seen. He didn't want to scare the Steel Fist clan at the get-go, so he decided to let the decent-looking monsters welcome them to their new home. The half-elf had a feeling that if he allowed the goblins, as well as the carnivorous beasts, stand near the portals, the members of the Steel Fist clan would panic and some of them might even suffer heart attacks due to the scare that they saw right after they entered their new home. Are all of these foods? Medusa asked with sparkling eyes as she stood beside Chiffon. They're not food, Medusa, Chiffon replied with a serious expression on her face. You're not allowed to eat any of them. If you do, I'll eat you. The little Gorgon's entire body shuddered as she collapsed where she stood. She then weakly held onto Chiffon's waist as if to apologize for her words that were spoken from her heart. It's fine, Medusa, Chiffon patted her head. There will be plenty of opportunities to eat in the future. Seeing that her master had forgiven her, the little Gorgon nodded her head happily as she once again looked at the demons who were coming in droves. The half-elf had kept her inside the thousand-beast domain ever since she left the island, and this was the first time that she had seen so many demons in one place. The migration lasted in less than an hour, with Murden being the last to enter the portal. Till the last minute, he had stayed behind in order to protect his people from the army of their previous master. Fortunately, they didn't appear, so he entered the portal with a peace of mind. When the patriarch of the Steel Fist clan entered the Thousand Beast domain, he found himself in a lush place that William had personally chosen for their clan to stay for the time being. It was right outside the borders of the Deadlands, which would become their future home, once they had gotten used to their new surroundings. Do you like it? William asked as he appeared behind Murden. It is beautiful, Murden answered in a heartbeat. I can feel that the land under my feet is very rich, so farming will not be a problem. The patriarch then pointed at the river that was flowing freely not far from where they were standing. That river is also situated in a good location, Murden stated. We will not have any problems settling in this place, Lord William. William smiled as he nodded his head. I'm glad you liked it. Now, allow me to introduce you to my wives. The half-elf made a gesture and three beautiful ladies walked beside William. This is my wife, Chiffon. She is half-dwarf and half-demon, William said. These are my other wives, Princess Sidoni of the Kingdom of Frisia in the southern continent, and Ash, my confidant. Their words are my words. Treat them the way you treat me, for they are the precious ladies of my life. Murden and the rest of the members of the Steel Fist clan all bowed their heads respectfully to their master's wives. Tell your clan to settle down for the time being, William stated. Murden, you will come with me. I am not familiar with the layout of this part of the continent, so you will guide me to where the other clans are located. It's time to bring our friends here as well. Murden nodded and his expression became serious. He felt sorry for his acquaintances who were now being monitored by their previous masters and prevented from leaving their domains. William, on the other hand, had a devilish smile on his face. He had a feeling that the ones that spread the news were the patriarchs who had decided to leave the feast and return to their domains. Perhaps, in order to gratify themselves to their masters, they decided to tell them about their acquaintances' plans, so that they would be rewarded for their loyalty. The half-elf had a feeling that this would happen, but there was nothing he could do about it. Unfortunately, they made the wrong move. They had no idea of who William was, and what he was capable of. This was the demon realm, and the half-elf was just starting to understand the rules that were set in place, a world where the lives of others were treated as disposable pawns, and hope was just a faint whisper that reached nobody's ears. As the countless stars twinkled in the night sky, a half-elf riding a flying armored elephant drew closer to the place where his vassals were being kept. Lightning snaked in the depths of his eyes, and the faint rumblings of thunder spread across the heavens. This was going to be a long night. A night that the Murden, and the patriarchs who swore allegiance to William, would never forget. Chapter 993, a smile that held the promise of vengeance. I treated your clan well, Kareth, and this is how you repay me. A demon with the facial features of a tiger asked. Treated us well, Kareth, who had been bound in chains with blood oozing out of the wounds on his body, asked in sarcasm as he gazed at the right-hand man of the patriarch of the Raja clan, Javan. You treated us as slaves. Kareth, who was the patriarch of the Nightshade clan, shouted. For many years we endured. Today, we will endure it no longer. Kareth's and his clan's features were similar to humans, except for their very pale skin, red eyes, and tattoos that covered their arms and legs. They were born like this, and were a unique race that could only be found in the demon continent. One of their abilities was to create very fine silk threads, using their bloodline ability when they were under the light of the full moon. These silk threads were highly prized by merchants because the artisans and tailors, who were employed by the nobles, preferred to use these threads when weaving clothes for the nobility. Since they fetched a very high price on the market, the Raja clan had kept them in their iron grip, placing sentries to always watch over their movements. Kareth had managed to leave because he made an excuse that he would visit the patriarch of the One-Horned tribe in order to trade for food and supplies. These two clans had been doing this for the past few years, so the sentries allowed Kareth to leave. They knew that he wouldn't escape and leave his people behind, so they were quite lax with his treatment. This was why when they received news that Kareth and his clan planned to rebel and submit to a new master, the patriarch of the Raja clan, Caspian, immediately sent Javan with his elite men to prevent them from leaving. Caspian thought that he needed to show this new force that he was someone that he shouldn't provoke, so he decided to gather the rest of his troops before marching to the place where the Nightshade clan was stationed. Javan kicked Kareth's chest, making the latter fall on his back with a loud thud. Our patriarch is on his way with his army to ensure that this newcomer understands that there are people that he shouldn't provoke. Javan said as he spat on Kareth's body. Just because you saw someone with the strength of a myriad beast at its peak, you immediately knelt and begged him to save all of you. What a joke. Kareth felt a stinging pain in his chest whenever he breathed. He assumed that some of his ribs must have been broken, but the words Javan said made him momentarily forget the pain he was suffering. Strength of a myriad beast, Kareth thought, while laughing in his heart. Those bastards. They wanted to play both sides. They didn't reveal Lord William's true strength, and only said that he was only as strong as a myriad beast. Kareth didn't know whether he should curse or applaud the patriarchs that had betrayed them. Clearly, they didn't tell their lords about William's true strength. This could only mean one thing. They want the two sides to have a face-off, Kareth mused. Once their masters have lost their warriors, their clans would greatly weaken. They will then use this opportunity to flee without anyone to stop them. Well played, you cunning bastards. The patriarch of the Nightshade clan endured the pain he was feeling as he prayed for his new master to come to their aid. William had promised them that they would no longer be alone, and he trusted his heartfelt words. Kareth knew that as long as he endured, his new master would come and show these oppressors who the real person who shouldn't be provoked was no matter what. Soon, loud horns could be heard in the distance, and a sneer appeared on Javan's face. That was the signal that his lord Caspian had arrived, bringing the troops that belonged to the Raja clan. Do you hear that? Javan asked as he pressed his foot on Kareth's chest. That is the sound of the mighty. Remember this, whenever you hear that sound, you will remember that you and your clan are the dogs of the Raja clan. Suddenly, a loud trumpeting sound that came from a flying armored elephant spread across the surroundings. Kareth laughed hoarsely after hearing that wonderful sound that heralded the coming of his new lord. Do you hear that? Kareth asked. That is the sound that spells your reckoning. Whenever you hear that sound, you will remember that you and your Raja clan are just mere insects in my master's eyes that he can crush anytime. Javan snorted as he angrily kicked Kareth for the second time, sending him smashing towards the wall of the room. Guard him, Javan ordered before giving Kareth a sidelong glance. I'd like to see how this lord of yours will crush a major clan that is a loyal supporter of the demon lord. Kareth could no longer hear Javan's words because he had already lost consciousness. Even so, if one looked closely at his face, they would notice that the corner of his lips was curled up into a smile. A smile that held the promise of vengeance. A 50,000-strong army had arrived at the city where the Nightshade clan was being held under house arrest. Caspian looked imposing as he sat on the back of his giant white tiger. He governed a vast swath of lands in the southeastern region of the Demon Continent, and was recognized as one of the overlords of the domain. Someone blatantly challenging his rule made Caspian feel like tearing that person apart, and used their skull as his winecup. The Raja clan was a clan of tiger demons that had faithfully served all the demon lords that had sat on the high throne at the capital city of Morajeth. Because of this, they enjoyed a very high status in society, and were very confident in their position as one of the demon clans that had stood for more than a millennium. With such a solid background, there were no other clans that would openly defy them within the territories that were under their control. It was at that moment when he heard the trumpeting of an elephant in the distance. As one of the demonic races that had very good eyesight, even during the night, Caspian was able to see the person whom the Nightshade clan had sworn allegiance to. For a brief moment, his gaze and the newcomers met. I am Caspian, the patriarch of the Raja clan. Caspian declared. State your name, you fool who dares to steal what belongs to me. I swear that before this night is over, you will regret that you were ever born in this world." William chuckled as he looked down on the tiger demon whose eyes were burning in fury. He didn't bother to reply and merely snapped his fingers, creating several portals behind his back. A loud screech, that came from Skadres, William's blood eagle, spread across the night. Sitting on top of him was a rainbow-colored anteater whose eyes sparkled in excitement. Soon, thousands of rainbow-colored birds, who shouted profanities at the demons, exited the portals in the sky. Lamasus, undead gargoyles, undead wyverns, three-boned dragons, and thousands of flying scorpion ants hovered in the sky. William pointed at the demonic army on the ground with a sneer on his face. "Go and show them who's boss," William ordered. As if opening the floodgates, Skadres screeched as it descended from the sky, which was followed closely by William's aerial legion. Caspian hurriedly ordered his men to form ranks as they braced themselves to clash with the unknown army who didn't even bother to announce their faction. Just as he was about to order his men to use their ranged attacks to blast their enemies out the sky, he heard a shrill, yet adorable voice that made him feel a chill run down his spine. The patriarch of the Raja clan raised his head just in time to see a rainbow-colored anteater jump off the back of one of the flying creatures and curled itself into a ball. Its body then grew in size as several sharp spikes protruded from its body. Many years later, the Nightshade clan would always remember this scene fondly, when the rainbow-colored deity of the sky descended from the heavens and freed them from the chains that bound them to slavery. Chapter 994, You Hating. I'm rolling. Shoot that thing from the sky, Caspian ordered as he pointed at the rainbow-colored wrecking ball that was descending on the front lines of his army. He had brought an army that numbered over 50,000. He had sent 5,000 of his elite men to accompany Javin to prevent the Nightshade clan from escaping their control. Right now, he had almost 60,000 demon warriors under his command, so he wasn't too worried about the forces that William had summoned. Even if he added all the monsters the black-haired teenager had summoned, it would not even come close to 15,000. Although the bone dragons were imposing, they were only at the peak of the Millennium rank. He had dozens of beasts who had the same rank as them, so he wasn't intimidated by their presence on the battlefield. Caspian glanced at the teenager who was seated on top of the flying armored elephant with a serious expression on his face. According to the information that had been passed to him, the black-haired teenager was a vampire whose strength was at the peak of the myriad rank. The patriarch of the Raja clan commanded 3 of such beasts, and he could summon them anytime he wanted. "Is this all that you've got?" Caspian shouted in contempt. "Although your army can threaten small clans, it is nothing in my eyes. I'll make you understand why our clan is one of the major clans in the demonic continent. Go and kill those beasts. Leave none alive." The demons shouted their war cries as they hurled their long-range attacks at a rainbow-colored wrecking ball that was only dozens of meters away from them. Powerful explosions reverberated in the air as the spells collided with Kusaganaga. However, what happened next made the demons gasp in shock. A 3-meter-tall, rainbow-colored, spiky wrecking ball pushed through the smoke and crashed on the front lines, sending blood and flesh flying in every direction. "You hating, I'm rolling." Kusaganaga was like an unstoppable bulldozer that mowed down everything in his path. The sight of body parts flying in the air as he made his way through the outer perimeter of the army made Caspian's skin crawl. "Subdue it," Caspian ordered. Several of his elite men transformed into black saber-toothed tigers and clashed with the unknown monster, who was cutting through their defenses like hot knife through butter. To everyone's horror, the black tigers were like pieces of chopped pork that were dropped into a meat grinder. Just like what happened to the front lines, the elite soldiers under Caspian's command were mutilated the moment they crossed paths with Kusaganaga. Slamming his right fist on the armrest of his makeshift throne, a loud roar spread across the battlefield as a 10-meter-tall rock troll appeared in front of Kusaganaga. The newly summoned monster kicked Kusaganaga away, and sent him flying hundreds of meters away like a soccer ball headed towards the goal post. Caspian was forced to bring out one of the myriad beasts under his command in order to prevent his subordinates from dying. Kusaganaga undid his transformation and landed on the ground on his 4 limbs. He then stared at the rock troll with an arrogant expression on its face as if its appearance was just a joke in front of him. "Skadres, come," Kusaganaga ordered. A screech answered his call from the sky, and the blood eagle descended toward the ground with its wings tucked into its body. The rainbow-colored anteater jumped on its back as Skadres circled the battlefield. "I'll let you handle that rock troll," Kusaganaga shouted with an adorable voice. I'll kill the small fries first. Let's go, Skadres. The Blood Eagle screeched in agreement as it flew towards the right side of Caspian's formation. Kasaganaga had entered the Myriad realm not long ago, and he still hadn't consolidated its strength. It was too early for him to face the rock golem, whose rank was at the peak of the Myriad realm. William just chuckled after hearing Kasaganaga's strategic retreat. Right now, the rainbow-colored anteater was the strongest among the members of his king's legion. Since he could not beat the rock troll in his current state, none of William's other beasts would stand a chance against it. It's your time to shine, Soleil, William said as he summoned the spear that was smoldering red. Earlier in the day, he had allowed it to soar above the clouds in the sky to soak in the sun to charge up its power. Soleil was one of William's most devastating weapons that was meant for wide-area destruction. Although he had many weapons in his arsenal, Soleil was simply the optimal choice when the half-elf planned to burn an entire army to the ground. Bloom in the battlefield, William shouted as he pulled his arm in preparation to throw the spear in his hand. Fleur du Soleil. Soleil flew towards the center of the army's formation, leaving a trail of flames that burned brightly in the night. Caspian's sixth sense sent warning signals to his brain, so he hastily summoned another one of his myriad beasts, in order to deal with the new threat that was coming their way. A powerful explosion shook the battlefield as Soleil collided with a flaming hand that mitigated the full brunt of its attack. The flames that raged out from the spear's body were quickly absorbed by the new beast that Caspian had called out to counter William's deadly attack. Ancient Fire Elemental. William arched an eyebrow when he saw the 6-meter-tall beast that materialized in the air to block Soleil's destructive power. Not bad. William made a gesture and called Soleil back to his side. Now that his army was facing 2 myriad beasts, he knew that it was about time for him to get serious. The half-elf raised his hand and the family heirloom of the Ainsworth family appeared in his hand. Stormcaller, the weapon that had accompanied William in his early childhood, sent out a thundering roar as storm clouds covered the starry sky. Lightning snaked in the sky above the battlefield, and thunderous roars followed their wake. William's body shone brightly as numerous lightning sparks exploded around him. The bodies of the demons that were present in the battlefield subconsciously shuddered, including Kareth and the members of the Nightshade clan. Even the members of the Steelfist clan, who were watching the battle from within William's 1000-beast domain, couldn't stop their hearts from trembling as the once starry skies above their heads transformed into a lightning storm that spanned for miles. Demons were quite weak against the lightning element, and it was one of the reasons why humans and other races that were born with this power were hunted down by the demon race. They were afraid that if that person grew into adulthood, they would become a mighty weapon that the humans, and other races, would use to threaten their existence. Lightning ever weaving, thunder ever seeking, I call upon you now, William stated as he raised Stormcaller, and pointed its tip towards the sky. The lightning bolts within the storm clouds merged together, transforming into a gigantic lightning dragon. It then opened its mouth to utter a mighty and thunderous roar that bathed the heaven in glorious lights that chased away the darkness of the night. The power I wield would obliterate one and all, William roared. Pierce through the darkness and hear my call. He then pointed his spear towards the demon army, making the lightning dragon look down on them from the heavens. Thunder God's Wrath. Chapter 995. You have earned the right to know my exalted name. Caspian's desperate roar fell on deaf ears as his third myriad beast made its appearance. This was the trump card that he had kept hidden for decades, and he hated the black-haired teenager for forcing him to summon it in front of his entire army. A dark purplish mist manifested above the demon army, and a screech of a giant bird with a wingspan of 10 meters, faced the lightning dragon in defiance. The two collided in a blinding light, followed by an ear-piercing explosion, spread across the battlefield. Blood flowed from the ears of the demons, as well as the beasts that were under William's command. The aftermath of the attack was so strong that a powerful shockwave sent the members of the demon army, that were hundreds of meters from the point of impact, flying for dozens of meters from where they stood. The angry birds had all been knocked unconscious by the shockwave, and became airborne bombs that fell from the sky and exploded upon impact. Several demons died in this manner because they were still struggling from the loss of sight and hearing that had followed the explosion. Murden, who was flying beside William, along with Kareth and the Nightshade clan, who were merely spectating the battle, also suffered from the backlash. Blood flowed out from their ears as their eardrums ruptured due to the overwhelming force that had surpassed their tolerance levels. A defiant screech of triumph resonated in the sky, but only a handful of people were able to hear it. William and Caspian stared at the giant black bird with dark purplish streaks at the edge of its wings. Lightning snaked around its body, highlighting its features, which were similar to those of a black peacock. As a vampire progenitor, as well as the Emperor of Thunder, William felt a strong resonance to the giant bird in front of him. Perhaps, the bird also felt the same because it stared at William with curiosity as it flapped its mighty wings to hover in the sky. The half-elf used his appraisal skill to determine what kind of creature it was. Very few beasts below the demigod realm were able to take his full-powered, lightning attack head-on with minimal to no damage. This made William very curious about the identity of the bird, so he gazed at the information on his status page, while applying a regeneration spell to Murden, as well as his aides, who were all mounted on the backs of Lamesis beside him, Impundulu, vampiric lightning bird, threat level, myriad high, peak myriad beast. The Impundulu is a vampiric creature that was said to feed on the blood of women. Legend has it that it was born from a lightning bolt, and could transform into a human in order to seduce women and drink their blood, while making love to them. This creature was also known to become the servant of witches, or anyone who practiced witchcraft. They are immortal, and were often transferred from mother to daughter, and kept as a family beast companion through the ages. It is also said that this creature was a bringer of good and bad luck, depending on the situation when you meet it. Once this creature loses its master and becomes ownerless, it would become an unstoppable force of nature that would leave blood and destruction in its wake. Its appetite for blood is second to none, and it would even settle for the blood of beasts, if there weren't any women around to be hunted. It is impervious to any attack in the world with one exception, and that is fire. But no ordinary fire could kill this beast once it reached the myriad rank. Only flames that hold the whiff of divinity would be able to damage its immortal body and end its life. A vampiric lightning bird, William muttered as he gazed at the giant black bird who was still observing him from afar. What are you, some kind of legendary Pukamoan? The giant bird didn't understand what a Pukamoan was, but it clearly heard the sarcasm in William's words, which made it screech at him in irritation. The three myriad beasts stepped forward in place of the disheveled demon army on the ground who were suffering from momentary blindness and loss of hearing. Surrender, and I will allow you to become my subordinate, Caspian declared. You will be treated well, and your rank will be only second to mine. Whatever you want, I will give you, so why don't you join me in my faction? After seeing the black-haired teenager's abilities, Caspian would be lying if he said that he wasn't tempted to make him a part of his inner circle. If the vampire wanted the Nightshade clan in exchange for his servitude, he would gladly bestow them to him. Although he would lose a good source of monetary funds, a powerful general's worth far exceeded the Nightshade clan's value in coins. No thank you, William replied with an amused expression on his face. Tell me, are you a man or a woman? How are you able to command the Impundulu if you're not a witch? Don't tell me, you're a woman pretending to be a man. Caspian's face became flushed as he stared at the teenager who was looking down on him with a curious look on his face. He didn't know how the half-elf knew of the giant bird's identity, or what it represented. Within the demonic continent, only the witches knew about its heritage. Baba Yaga, the old hag, as many call her, was the first witch in the world of Hestia. She was the one that taught witchcraft and dark magic to women, which allowed them to rise in the ranks of society and force the hierarchical demon race to recognize them as equals. Are you sure you don't want to become my subordinate? Caspian asked back. He didn't even bother to answer William's question and decided to ask his own. I almost forgot, I still don't know your name. Who are you? The corner of William's lips curled up into a smile as he eyed the patriarch of the Raja clan who sidestepped his question. Very well, you have earned the right to know my exalted name, William declared. Listen to me, and listen carefully because I will only say it once. Caspian stared at the black-haired teenager as he waited for the latter to state his name. William raised his chin in arrogance as he pressed his right thumb over his chest before declaring his name. My name is Raymond Parker, William declared. Remember it, and remember it well, Caspian of the Raja clan. Raymond Parker, Caspian muttered the foreign name and dug into his memories. As the patriarch of a major clan, he was privy to the different clan names that were scattered in the entire demon continent. Somewhere on Earth, Raymond, Belle's father, sneezed while reading his morning newspaper. Dear, are you feeling unwell? Adele, his wife, asked with a worried gaze. The weather has been changing frequently these past few days, maybe it would be best if you take a day off from the hospital. Raymond shook his head as he held his wife's hand. Don't worry, I'm fine, Raymond replied. However, I think that bastard, William, is cursing me from whatever world he is currently in. Dear, the name of William's world is Hestia. I don't care if it's Hestia or Bestia. I'm sure that no good half-elf is making fun of me right now. Adele chuckled as he tried to pacify her husband, who was still grumpy because Belle was now married to the red-headed teenager who had returned to his world. Deep inside, she felt sorry for her daughter, but she was optimistic that both of them would meet again. Belle had become the center of attention after William left, which forced the president of K Country to surround her with special agents that would keep her fans, as well as those who bore her ill will, away. Well, how is she? Raymond asked in a worried tone. You said that her monthly period is delayed. Could it be that she's pregnant? Adele gave her husband a playful smirk as she pressed her hands over his chest. You're the doctor, Adele replied. Shouldn't you be the one more knowledgeable about this thing? You are her mother, and also a woman, Raymond countered. Although I am a doctor, a woman knows her body more. What do you think? Will we be holding our granddaughter soon? Adele chuckled as she stared in the direction of the garden. It is best to wait for a few more weeks. It is still too early, but I am hoping for the best. Raymond sighed, but deep inside he had to admit that he was feeling a bit anxious as well. The image of the young lady with long black hair, tied in a ponytail, flashed across his mind. Ever since he had seen her, he knew that she had the bloodline of their family running through her veins. The head of the Parker family had a premonition that day, and he believed that his gut instinct was right. If the girl that he saw was really his future granddaughter, then he was willing to forgive William a bit for taking his daughter away from him. However, until the news was confirmed, it would be best not to get their hopes up, so the disappointment wouldn't hurt them too much if they discovered that it was only a false alarm. Chapter 996. Don't play favorites, kiss me too. I will ask you one last time, Raymond Parker, Caspian declared as he stood from his makeshift throne. Will you become my subordinate? Don't make me repeat myself, William answered. There is only one outcome for this battle today. Either you go back to your domain and leave the Nightshade clan alone, or I make you go back home by force. It seems that we both agree to disagree. William stood up from the back of the flying armored elephant and opened a portal behind him. Give me a minute, I will be back, William said before entering the portal, leaving Murden, his aides, Kareth, and the members of the Nightshade clan behind. Murden and his aides felt a tremendous pressure fall upon their bodies as the three myriad beasts, as well as Caspian, gazed in their direction. The patriarch of the Steel Fist clan felt his heart thundering inside his chest, as he grew anxious. He didn't know why William returned to the Thousand Beast domain, but he was sure that their new lord would not leave them alone in the face of such scary beings, who could end their lives with a single sneeze. Just as Murden was about to faint from anxiety, William reappeared on the back of the flying armored elephant. As everyone gazed at the black-haired teenager, they noticed something very different about him. Two horns had grown on his head, and a stubby spiked tail could be seen behind his back. A few seconds later, Murden felt something incredibly alarming as he forcefully tore his gaze away from William. In just a span of a few minutes, the black-haired teenager looked incredibly attractive, that even someone as old as him felt his heart skipping a beat. Caspian, are you sure you don't want to surrender? William asked in a teasing tone. His voice that was overflowing with charisma was like a seductive whisper that fell on the ears of those who were still capable of hearing. Caspian, who was looking at William, felt his heart tremble inside his chest. Right now, he was feeling a very strong attraction towards the black-haired teenager in front of him, and it was raising alarm bells inside his head. Incubus progenitor. Caspian hurriedly averted his gaze from the person who was looking down on him with eyes that seemed to see through his very soul. It made him feel helpless, and tempted to stare into those depths that held promises of pleasure and happiness. Retreat, Caspian ordered. Everyone retreat. Although most of the demons were still unable to hear, the gestures made by their lord allowed them to understand his orders. One by one, they hastily backed away, as fast as they could. William made no move to hinder them, and allowed them to leave as they pleased. The three myriad beasts, with the exception of the Impundulu, glared at William before covering the rear of the retreating army. The half-elf stared at the giant black bird and even motioned for it to come closer to him. Unfortunately, the Impundulu was unfazed and even gave William a "better luck next time" wink before flying away. The only ones that were left behind were the demons who had died due to the attack of William's King's Legion. All in all, over 2,000 members of the Raja clan died. This was only a small number because the battle had ended quickly due to the appearance of the 3 myriad beasts that had prevented the increase of their Fossis casualties. William waved his hand. Suddenly, the demons, as well as the flying scorpion ants, that had died in battle with intact bodies, rose from the ground and were reborn as undead creatures. "Thank you, Sidoni and Morgana, for lending me your strength," William said to his 2 wives who were hugging him inside his sea of consciousness. "You're welcome, darling," Morgana replied. "But, I am quite curious. Why didn't you use the full power of your charm? Although it would have taken a while, you could have charmed that entire army and made them your subordinates." Princess Sidoni, who had her arms wrapped around William, shook her head. "Will just doesn't want to cause unnecessary trouble," Princess Sidoni explained. "Although fighting against the Raja clan was inevitable, it would be a bad idea to take full control of their minds. Why, if the other major clans were to know that a major clan had become the subordinate of an unknown force, all of them would band together and hunt him down. This conflict with the Nightshade clan is just a minor thing. Since that is the case, not escalating this matter is the best course of action, isn't that right, Will?" William nodded, before kissing Princess Sidoni's lips. "You're right, Sidoni," William answered. "Dealing with 1 or 2 major clans isn't a problem. The real problem is when all of them band together to deal with us. Darling, don't play favorites, kiss me too," Morgana said as she tiptoed to offer her soft and sensuous lips to the man she wanted to have babies with. William was more than happy to kiss Morgana and even allowed her to insert her tongue inside his mouth. After half a minute of intense kissing, the lustful lady pulled back before giving William one last peck on his left cheek before letting go of him. Morgana was still unconvinced, because she was confident in the power of her divinity. She believed that no matter how many armies came, all they needed to do was merge with William and charm everyone. That way, her husband would have tens of thousands of demons under his command, which would make the other clans fear him. William could read what was going through her mind, but he simply shook his head. He had already raised a commotion in the demon realm and taking it up a notch would be highly detrimental to him. He once again opened a portal to the Thousand Beast domain and returned his 2 wives to the villa before heading back out. Now that the threat of the Raja clan had been neutralized, it was time for him to heal the Nightshade clan's injuries. That way, they could all start to migrate to his Thousand Beast domain. There were still several places that he needed to visit in order to rescue his new vassals, who had sworn allegiance to him. Those newly raised undead members of the Raja clan would be perfect for that job. He was sure that some of the clans had been paying close attention to the battle from far away, and had already sent their reports to their masters. Since that was the case, William believed that he would have a much easier time in rescuing his retainers. As someone who had made a major clan retreat, his enemies would know that it would be a bad idea to antagonize him. The migration of the Nightshade clan took a bit longer than expected because all of them had been injured due to the battle that had just ended. After healing the heavily injured Kareth, the Nightshade clan all felt a strong sense of belonging to William's faction. Some of them were even excited to migrate to the Thousand Beast domain after seeing how he managed to make the Raja clan retreat in haste. The demons worshipped powerful figures, and William's elegant and charismatic gaze made them feel strongly attracted to him. Although Princess Sidoni and Morgana had now left William's body, the aftereffects of their divinity were still in effect. For at least half a day, as long as William equipped his incubus job class, he would be able to charm anyone. He could also make anyone submit to his will, if he wished for it, but this was not what he wished for. After the migration of the Nightshade clan ended, William once again took to the skies and headed east. The half-elf still had a few places to visit, and he had given enough time for the messengers to pass their reports to their respective patriarchs. He hoped that when he arrived to take his people with him, their previous masters wouldn't get in his way, or else, he didn't mind charming them a bit in order to make them dance without any clothes on their bodies. That way, the others would be intimidated and no longer prevent him from doing what he wanted. Myrddin and Kareth flew beside him as they flew under the countless stars in the heavens. The 2 patriarchs gazed at their new master, with a conviction that they would follow the black-haired teenager until they drew their last breath. Chapter 997. Just what is that old lizard thinking? What did you say? Caspian retreated, an old man, with long white hair, and 2 small horns protruding on his head, asked the demon whose image appeared on the surface of a round mirror. Yes, my lord, the demon replied. We saw everything from a good vantage point. Although I didn't know why he retreated, it is certain that he had ordered his men to retreat. Tell me everything that you saw. The demon who had watched the battle from a great distance using a telescope explained in detail how the war turned out. The patriarch of the Grimoire clan, Alva, listened to his subordinate's report. As the patriarch of the biggest demon clan in the continent, he had placed several of his people in each clan that had sworn subservience to them. When Dozder, the patriarch of the Greenskin clan, returned to his domain with a missing left arm, he immediately reported everything that had happened to Alva's men, who were stationed in his city. They in turn reported this back to their lord, who then ordered them to pay extra attention to William's movements. For Alva, the Greenskin clan was just a minor clan. Even so, it was still a clan that belonged under its influence. Having other people take his pawns away from him made him feel slightly irritated, so he immediately ordered a full investigation about William's identity. Sadly, they couldn't find anything about the black-haired young man except for the fact that he was being accompanied by Vesta, the daughter of a demigod, and 2 other demons whose identities were unknown. Their identities were currently being dug up by his agents that were scattered across the lands, but it would take some time before this information arrived in his hands. For the time being, Alva didn't order his men to do anything except to monitor William's movements and report any significant changes that were happening in the southeastern region of the continent. Interesting, Alva muttered after hearing his subordinate's full report. It seems that a new powerhouse has appeared in the demon realm, and is actively growing his faction by absorbing minor clans into his fold. Alva assumed that the black-haired young man was one of those demons that had recently gained an incredible power, and wished to become an overlord of a territory. These events were quite common in the demonic continent. The Grimoire clan had started in the same manner over 1,000 years ago. Still, I underestimated Caspian's military strength, Alva mused. 3 myriad beasts, the waters of the Raja clan sure run deep. As the patriarch of a major clan, the Grimoire clan also had myriad beasts under their command. Just like the Raja clan, his clan had 3 of these peak monsters. However, Alva wasn't happy with the news he received. All of the demon clans were competitors, and knowing that one of them had a similar number of beasts under their command made him frown. But, what made him more disturbed was that Caspian, who had that much fighting force under his command, was forced to retreat. It meant that the young patriarch had determined that his opponent was stronger than him. Since that was the case, he chose to retreat and save his men. Usually, the heads of each demon clan wouldn't wage war unless they were sure that they were going to win. If they lost, the chances of their territory being taken over by their neighbors was very high. This was why only minor up to medium-sized clans waged war against each other. For major clans, they simply used their numerical advantage to make their opponents surrender. This would prevent unnecessary bloodshed, and allow them to capture new territories with their original residents intact. The Grimoire clan's main territory was in the northern regions of the demon realm. However, they had initiated a divide and conquer strategy in order to occupy most of the continent, and unify it under their rule. With one of their members sitting on the throne of the demon lord, the local overlords tolerated their ambitious expansions. They allowed the Grimoire clan to take control of the nomadic clans, who wandered around the continent. As long as their own interest wasn't compromised, they were willing to turn a blind eye to these shameless expansions. Where is the young man now? Alva asked. He headed towards the west, my lord, the demon reported. I assume that he is going to rescue the other clans that have submitted to his rule. Alva tapped the armrest of his chair as he pondered on what to do next. Their main force was quite far from the southeastern regions, and it would take them at least a month in order to reach the Greenskin clan's location. By then, it would be too late. Did Dozder tell you anything else aside from his grievances? Alva asked. The demon shook his head. Aside from warning us about the vampire's existence, and his plea to teach the young man a lesson, he didn't say anything else. The demon paused because he was hesitating to ask his patriarch a question. Seeing the expression on his face, Alva managed to guess what he was thinking. When that young man arrives at the city of the Greenskin clan, tell him that I want to exchange some words with him, Alva stated. I will convince him to leave the Greenskin clan alone. I don't believe that he will openly defy the family of the demon lord who is currently ruling over these lands. I hear and obey, my lord. The demon bowed respectfully before cutting off the connection. The surface of the mirror turned black, leaving Alva to ponder this interesting person that was being accompanied by the daughter of their southern commander, Joash. Just what is that old lizard thinking? Alva muttered as he rubbed his chin. Is he planning to marry his daughter off if that young man offered her a good-sized dowry? The old man sighed before activating the mirror once again. There were a few people he had to talk to. People that the half-elf was causing trouble with, just like him. William stared at the demons who were lining up to enter the portals that he had opened for all of them. After the battle with the Raja clan, the other clans that were watching the battle immediately reported back to their patriarchs. The lords were just as surprised as Alva when they heard the news. They thought that they were just dealing with an upstart demon that was trying to make his name known and gain fame. After the half-elf had made the Raja clan retreat, the patriarchs decided to call back the men that they had ordered to keep the minor clans under house arrest. Now that a major clan had been defeated, they knew that they didn't stand a chance against the enemy because they were only medium-sized clans. In the end, they immediately abandoned their plans to enter a head-to-head confrontation with William to keep the minor clans under their command. It was better to cut off a tail in order to survive, than to fight a battle that they had no chances of winning. Because of this, the half-elf was able to migrate all the clans who swore their loyalty to him under his wing, with the exception of the Greenskin clan, whom William didn't trust. Let's go back to the One-Horned clan. William patted Maximus' head as they flew back towards the south. Flying beside him were the grateful patriarchs of the different clans that he had saved. Now that there were only 2 clans remaining, the half-elf decided to call it a day and return to the city of Wimborne to rest. He still hadn't decided on what he would do with the Greenskin clan that was under the Grimoire family's control. Although he was confident that he could make them submit to his will, he was still reluctant to take them inside his domain. What he needed were demons that he could trust, and he didn't trust the Greenskin clan one bit. Also, he wasn't sure if he had the leisure to provoke the Grimoire clan at this point in time. Although he wasn't afraid of them, or the Demon Lord, his priority was to find Celine and bring her back to Hestia Academy. I think I'll consult Sidonie about this, William thought. She may have a better solution to this problem. Chapter 998, Whatever Will decides, I will support with everything I have. Polox couldn't stop grinning as he talked to the other patriarchs whose clans William had rescued from their former masters. They were currently having an important meeting, while William slept inside his room. The half-elf had also given him an order to prepare for the migration of the One-Horned tribe, which would immediately begin after he woke up in the morning. The reason why he didn't let them migrate right away was because he was waiting for a few demons to visit the city in the hopes of having a dialogue with William. Just as he predicted, the patriarchs that had left during the feast had all returned, and wished to talk to him. Unfortunately, Polox told them that William was sleeping, and they would have to wait until he woke up. The patriarchs didn't insist on disturbing the half-elf's sleep because they knew that this second negotiation with him wouldn't be easy. Right now, these patriarchs were resting in the guest rooms of Polox's residence, while the patriarchs who had already sworn allegiance to William were discussing how they would repay the half-elf for what he had done for them. When he told us to prepare for migration, I thought that he was going to drag us all over the demon realm, while looking for a place to settle. Murden, the patriarch of the Steel Fist clan, chuckled before drinking his wine. Who would have thought that our new lord has a portable domain that he carries everywhere? This is simply incredible. You're right. The patriarch of the Nightshade clan, Kareth, nodded his head in agreement. The Thousand Beast domain holds a lot of potential. I can't believe we get to live in such a place. The other patriarchs also nodded their heads. They were quite satisfied with the arrangements that William had made for them. All of them were nomadic clans who had been on good terms with the One-Horned clan. They had no grievances with each other, and even helped each other out in times of need. However, right now, they had one concern, and that was the Greenskin clan. Although the Greenskin clan was not exactly a medium-sized clan, it was close to being one. They were afraid that if William took the clan inside the Thousand Beast domain, they would make things difficult for the other clans that had sworn to become William's vassals. Unlike the One-Horned tribe and the 5 other clans that had taken the initiative to jump onto William's ship, the Greenskin clan was forced under circumstances to bow their heads and submit to him. Their loyalty still lay with the Grimoire clan, who was also the main family of the current reigning demon lord, Lucille. They were afraid that if the half-elf poked this hornet nest, he would stir up unneeded trouble and the consequences would be dire. I have faith in him, Polox said as he looked at his new comrades with a smile. I'm sure that our new lord is aware of this matter. Let us just leave the decision-making to him. Also, we don't have to be afraid of the Greenskin clan. Before, we were fighting them alone. But now, things are different. If all 6 of us banded together, the Greenskin clan wouldn't be able to stir up trouble. Do they really think that we are afraid of them? Kareth, Myrddin and the other patriarchs smiled. Indeed, back then they were fighting alone, but now, they were no longer alone. They had friends, and a new master whose background was still a mystery to them. Our new master is a vampire, Kareth said with a serious expression. Would he require us to send young maidens to him, so that he could drink their blood on a regular basis? Perhaps, but what about it? Myrddin shrugged. It is a small price to pay for a safe place to live in. By the way, Palax, did he ask you to send some girls to him, so that he could drink their blood, after you had sworn loyalty to him? Palax shook his head. Not yet. In fact, my granddaughter approached me earlier and told me that if ever our new lord needed to sat his bloodthirst, she would volunteer to do it in place of the other ladies of our clan. I don't know much about vampires, and I don't know if they drink blood every day. But, even if we send him 2 to 3 girls a day to donate their blood, that would only be around 90 demons a month. With our 6 clans, I'm sure that we won't have any problem in satisfying his demands. The other demons nodded their heads in agreement. The number of their clans combined would total up to more than 1 million people, with 1/3 of them being women. Even if William needed to drink the blood of 3 women a day, that would only be a little over 1,000 women a year. They had more than enough to go around, and they were sure to satisfy the demands of their new lord. Donating some blood was but a small thing when compared to the hardships that they had suffered for their previous masters. William had assigned Palax to be the supervisor of the 6 clans, with the exception of the Greenskin clan whose fate was still unknown to them. Because of this, the other patriarchs recognized his authority and asked him to propose this plan as a tribute to their new master. Palax nodded his head in agreement. He also felt that this was a good way to show William their loyalty as his vassals. After talking about a few more issues in order to better improve each clan's relationship with each other, they all retired to their separate rooms to rest. Tomorrow would be a busy day for all of them because it would also be when William would tell them the plans he had for them going forward. William sat on the bed naked, while Princess Sidonie and Ash massaged his shoulders. Chiffon was busy kissing Littlewool, while listening to the conversation that the other 3 were having. I don't think that bringing the Greenskin clan here is a good idea, Ash said as she lightly massaged William's left shoulder. I agree with Ash, Princess Sidonie commented before lightly nibbling William's ear. After biting his ear for a few seconds, she gave her advice to her husband, who was enjoying the 3-pronged attack that was being given to him by his wives. My advice is to simply charm their patriarch as well as their elders, and let them manage the clan for us. The Grimoire clan isn't a simple clan. We can make the Greenskin clan our spies, so that we can carry on with your mission to take Selene back to the central continent. Princess Sidonie giggled as she lightly patted Chiffon's head, who had Littlewool firmly secured in her adorable lips. What do you think, Chiffon? Princess Sidonie asked. Do you want Darling to take revenge for what your father did to you? A light popping sound was heard as Chiffon released the ever-enthusiastic Littlewool from her lips. I no longer consider that man as my father, Chiffon replied. Whatever Will decides, I will support with everything I have. After saying her opinion, she resumed servicing her husband, whom she loved very much. After the battle in the Tower of Babylon, Chiffon realized that her father, or her siblings, didn't treat her as family. For them, she was just a nuisance that they tormented and bullied when she was young. After meeting William, she found the courage to break free from her sad and pitiful past. The pink-haired girl was sure that if she ever came face to face with her demon family, she would definitely summon Sharur and smack their faces until their own parents wouldn't be able to recognize them again. William had told her that he would personally deal with Lucille and Felix when he encountered them in the demonic continent. Since that was the case, Chiffon was more than happy to let her husband serve her father and brother the just desserts that were long overdue. Chiffon was quite happy with her life as William's wife. She no longer needed to eat trash, or fear that she would lose control of her divinity. However, the most important of them all was that she was no longer alone in the world. The pink-haired girl had long considered William, his family, as well as his other wives, who had become her sisters, to be her own family. Also, the memories of the 2 adorable twins that she had held dearly in her arms made her look forward to the future. She wished that she could hold both of them as soon as possible, so she had been more active when it came to making love to William as of late. Princess Sidone and Ash noticed this as well, so they didn't mind letting Chiffon do as she pleased, while William embraced her. The four of them spent a steamy night together, allowing William to momentarily forget about the problems that he had to face when morning came. After having a good talk with Princess Sidone, he decided to follow her plan and let the Greenskin clan become his spies in the demon realm. That way, he would not need to actively antagonize the Grimoire clan, and could return his focus to his real mission in coming to the demon continent. Chapter 999. So, are you in, or out? William sat in the seat of honor at the table, with Palax, Murden, Kareth, as well as the other patriarchs. The patriarchs who had chosen to leave a few days ago didn't have the appetite to eat the delicious food that was served on their table. They all looked at William with anxious expressions on their faces, as they waited for the verdict regarding their request of becoming his vassals once again. After breakfast ended, the other patriarchs still hadn't touched the food on their table, which made William chuckle inwardly. He knew that these demons were all feeling regretful and guilty. Regretful because they didn't grab onto his leg when they had the chance, and guilty because some of them had betrayed their comrades and told their masters that the other clans planned to break free from their control. This led the lords to send their troops in an attempt to keep the clans under them from leaving, just like Caspian had done for the members of the Nightshade clan. Unfortunately, they didn't expect that William would be able to make the Raja clan retreat, which then deterred the other patriarchs from continuing their attempt to tie down the clans that wished to leave their control. I know why you have come to see me, so let me ask you this question, William said with an indifferent expression on his face. Who among you spread the news about the other clans, plan to become my vassals? A deafening silence descended upon the room, as William, and the patriarchs who had become his vassals, looked at the people seated across them with serious expressions on their faces. Kareth and the others had suffered greatly because of this, and William wanted to know who was responsible for making things difficult for them. Suddenly, a sigh of resignation was heard in the room as a demon whose appearance resembled a demihuman weasel stood and bowed his head in apology. I apologize for my short-sightedness and stupidity, the weasel-like demon stated before kneeling on the ground. I, Malin, of the Lodane clan, am willing to accept any punishment for my betrayal. I just hope that Lord William would find it in his heart to take mercy on my people. What I did was unforgivable, but I did it on my own volition. My clan is innocent. After seeing that one of them had already taken the initiative to confess and ask for mercy, 3 more patriarchs apologized and knelt, asking for William's forgiveness and mercy. The half-elf remained indifferent as he glanced at the remaining patriarchs who remained seated. Anyone else? William asked. Optimus was helping him monitor all the vital signs of each patriarch, allowing him to know their heart rate, blood pressure, as well as their brain waves. Out of the 8 patriarchs that had visited the One-Horned clan, 4 knelt on the floor, while the other 4 glanced at each other with suspicion. I'll ask one last time, William stated. Is there anyone else who ratted the other patriarchs out to their former masters? 2 minutes passed in silence, and the 4 that remained seated remained where they were. Seeing that none of them were planning to budge, William raised his hand and pointed at 2 of the 4 demons who refused to budge. The 2 of you get out of my sight, William ordered. The next time I see you, I will kill you on sight. William's declaration was like the sound of thunder that made the hearts of the 2 patriarchs, who he had pointed at, to tremble. They immediately fell down on their knees and apologized for what they did. However, it was already too late. With a snap of his fingers, the 2 demons were knocked unconscious by Zhu and Sha who were standing behind them. They then dragged the 2 patriarchs out the door, where they would no longer be included in the negotiation between William and the remaining patriarchs. Before we start, let me ask the 2 of you first. Why did you decide to not submit to me a few days ago? William asked the 2 seated demons while he rested the side of his right cheek on the palm of his right hand. Also, why are you here now? Although the 2 patriarchs didn't betray the other clans, the black-haired teenager wanted them to know that they were not going to board his ship that easily. This was his way of making them know that the cruise ship had sailed, and they needed to convince him to allow them and their clans to join the big league. Back then, I didn't think that Lord William would be able to protect us, the demon with a reptilian appearance replied. Back then, when you asked us if we were going to find other masters to pledge our loyalty to when you no longer have the power to shield us from the wind and the rain, I hesitated. Our clan has suffered many hardships, and I felt that, even though I am its patriarch, I should ask my people what they thought. I will be honest, most of them are scared to take a gamble, and don't want to change the status quo. Although we are suffering, we consider life a very precious thing. This is why we decided that we would just wait and see how things would unfold. Princess Sidoni, Ash, and Chiffon watched everything that was happening inside the villa through a projection. This was Princess Sidoni's idea, so that she could give William her opinion in real time. As William's strategist, she was more familiar with the hearts of the people. She understood when to add pressure, and when to ease things up, in order to get the best outcome out of any situation. Since the princess didn't make any comment in regards to the reptilian demon's words, it meant that the one who would decide his fate was none other than William. The half-elf then glanced in the direction of the remaining demon, and the latter's reason was mostly the same. After hearing their excuses, William shifted his attention to the 4 kneeling demons, who were feeling very anxious. Let me ask all of you, who are kneeling on the floor right now, what makes you think that I will allow betrayers like you into my inner circle? William asked. I don't care if what you did was something that you did on your own volition. Betrayal is still betrayal. Since you can betray others once, you can betray them again. So, tell me, why should I forgive all of you? A few minutes passed in silence before the weasel demon took a sharp dagger out from its sheath, and pressed it over his chest. I, Malin, will pay for this betrayal with my life, Malin said with a determined voice. All I ask is that you allow my people to be saved. They are innocent. I beg this of you, Lord William. Malin didn't even wait for William's reply as he stabbed himself. He then raised his head to look at the black-haired young man with a pleading gaze before collapsing on the floor. Everyone in the room watched as Malin breathed his last, and died with his eyes open. William's face remained indifferent, as he shifted his gaze at the other patriarchs who were kneeling in front of him. How about you guys? William asked. Why should I forgive any of you? The 3 demons glanced at each other before bowing their heads repeatedly to William. After that, they left the room one by one, leaving only the 2 demons who didn't take part in their act of betrayal. William snorted before he once again snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the dead Malin rose up from the floor. The half-elf was moved by his willingness to end his life in order to save his people. William then understood that, even though he was a schemer, Malin was a very decisive person as well. When he decided to do something, he wouldn't hesitate to do it, regardless of the consequences. Malin looked at William, then at his chest in confusion. He clearly remembered that he had stabbed himself to death, and should have died. When the demon saw that the dagger was still embedded in his chest, his suspicion was confirmed that he had indeed died and wasn't dreaming. I don't like being betrayed, so I made sure that you don't betray me a second time, William said with an amused expression on his face. This is the price you need to pay for your betrayal, and you will repay me until I no longer need your services. Go back to your people, and tell them to prepare for a migration. I will be coming for them tomorrow. Malin bowed his head and left the room in haste. Although his new master had turned him into an undead, he didn't resent him for it. As the patriarch of the Lodane clan, he had a duty to ensure that all of them would be able to live happy lives. If his death would allow them to do that, he would not hesitate to do it again for their sake. William had turned him into one of his draugrs, whose loyalty to him was absolute. This was why he no longer worried about Malin's betrayal and allowed him to lead his people inside his thousand-beast domain. As to how his people would react to their undead patriarch, well, that was a matter for Malin to worry about himself. William then glanced evilly at the 2 remaining patriarchs who were staring back at him in horror. The 2 demons felt their hearts tremble inside their chest because they thought that the black-haired teenager would ask them to die to show their loyalty to him. Don't worry, I will not ask you guys to kill yourselves, William said in a teasing tone, but you will need to do things for me. As long as you do that, I don't mind taking your people in. So, are you in, or out? The 2 demons exchanged a glance with each other before nodding their heads like hens pecking rice. William nodded his satisfaction because the issue with the other clans was finally over. All he needed to do was pay a visit to the Greenskin clan and tie up some loose ends before he continued his journey. With the meeting over, William's new vassals returned to the Thousand Beast domain in order to settle the issues within their clans as they adjusted to their new settlement. There were still many things to do, and it would take them a few days to adapt to their new home. Nevertheless, all of them were quite optimistic about the future. They could feel that as long as they remained by William's side, not only would their clan be free from oppression, but they would also thrive and grow to new heights that they never thought possible in the past. Chapter 1000. I don't want to get the two of you in trouble. Princess Sidoni oversaw the placement of the different demon clans after knowing each of their specialties. The lands that William had given them surrounded the Deadlands, which William had taken from the Void when he returned to Hestia. His general plan was to let the 9 clans that had sworn allegiance to him slowly rebuild the city, with the techniques that he would teach them after they had settled down. The half-elf knew that rebuilding the Deadlands from scratch would be a time-consuming process. He could use his god points to fix it completely, but the cost would be astronomical. Because of this, Optimus gave a suggestion that William only use the god points for an electrical grid and plumbing, so there could be light and a clean source of water that would allow the city to regain its basic functions. William decided to follow Optimus' advice, but there was one part of the city that the red-headed teenager fixed properly using god points, and that was none other than the theme park. He decided to let the children of the demon races have fun and enjoy the rides that were available inside it. When his wives learned about his plan, they got very curious about it, so they decided to follow William to the theme park to become its first customers. When Princess Sidoni, Ash, and Chiffon tried the bump cars, the 3 got addicted pretty quickly and fought William in a 3 versus 1 battle by ramming him with their cars. The half-elf had enlarged the bump car area to thrice its original size, so it was pretty spacious. Since the theme park was closed to the general public for the time being, the 4 enjoyed the rides as they waited for the 3 other clans that William had accepted under his wing to finish their preparation for migration. The red-headed teenager had a satisfied smile on his face as he watched his wives enjoy all the rides in the theme park. This was a first for them, so they really enjoyed the experience. After several hours, the 4 of them sat on the giant Ferris wheel overlooking the sunset. Optimus had fixed the settings of William's domain long ago, so that it would have night and day. Since they needed a fixed point to use as an anchor, they had used the town of Lant in the southern continent as the base, so the positions of the stars in the sky, as well as the sun wouldn't change even if William went to the different places in the world. After a fun-filled time with his wives, William returned to the demon realm just in time to hear Polox's report about the Greenskin clan. As expected, they refused to follow you, Lord William, Polox stated. William smiled as he patted Polox's shoulder. It doesn't matter. They're not important. After talking to the patriarchs of the different clans, as well as getting Princess Sidoni's thoughts about the matter, William decided to not take the Greenskin clan under his wing. There was no need for him to expand his forces in the demon continent because that wasn't his main goal for coming. Still, I will still go and see them, William said as he ordered Polox to call for Vesta, Kira, and Athrun. Because of the things he had done with the demon clans, he hadn't talked to his new friends for a while. William had asked all 3 of them to stay in the city of the One-Horned clan in order to prevent them from getting involved in the struggle for territories. The 3 of them had nothing to do with this, and he didn't want any rumors flying around that they were supporting him from the shadows. Although it didn't show on his face, William really liked Kira and Athrun. Knowing that they were having difficulties with their families, he knew that getting them involved would only complicate things. As for Vesta, she was a special case. As the daughter of a demigod, she couldn't side with anyone because doing so would involve her father. When a demigod became involved in the affairs of mortals, things usually got pretty dicey, so William made sure the 3 of them remained inside the city to wait until he finished everything on his end. 15 minutes later, you finally have time to see us? Vesta asked with irritation. We're not your lackeys, who are at your beck and call. Calm down, Vesta, William replied as he made a gesture for the green-haired beauty to sit down. I called the 3 of you here to discuss how all of us will proceed from here. William paused to ensure that the 3 demons were properly seated and that he had their full attention. As you already know, 9 demon clans have become my vassals, William stated. I don't have any plans to add more for the time being. However, since this matter has already spread among the major clans around this area, we can expect that our movements will be monitored from this moment onwards. Because of this, I ask that you stop referring to me as William. My new name is Raymond, and my surname is Parker. Kira and Athrun had complicated expressions on their faces as they looked at William. The 2 of them didn't know if they should be relieved or sad that William wasn't planning on adding more demon clans under his influence. The 2 of them had made plans together, and were planning to talk to William about it. However, after hearing his words, they decided to postpone it for the time being. Vesta, on the other hand, looked at the black-haired teenager with a frown on her face. Although he had already stopped adding more vassals under him, the fact still remained that he had antagonized several clans in the process. Where are the clans now? Vesta asked. Are you planning to create a grand exodus from here up to the north? That move will only slow us down. The reason why we are traveling by flying carriage is to get to our destination as fast as we can. If we carry baggage with us, our journey will take several more months than we initially intended. Also, caring for them won't be easy. We will need a lot of resources like food, water, and many other things. Not to mention, we will be treading through the territories of different clans, whose patriarchs might think that you are planning to invade them. Are you sure you are going to take them all with you? William smiled because Vesta thought that he would be traveling alongside the other clans like merchant caravans do. If he didn't have the Thousand Beast domain, he would have never done such a thing as accept demon clans to become his vassals. Fortunately, he had his own portable domain, so taking several clans wasn't an issue for him. You don't have to worry about them, William replied. Aside from the One-Horned clan and 3 other clans, the 9 clans serving under me have already migrated. You don't have to worry about them. Vesta looked at William in confusion because she couldn't understand what he was saying. The half-elf didn't bother to explain and simply waved his hand to push the issue aside. You will understand tomorrow when the One-Horned tribe migrates in full, William explained. I called the 3 of you here to inform you that we will be leaving this place tomorrow night so we can resume our journey. Also, Kira and Athrun, I apologize to both of you because I got you indirectly involved in this conflict. If you wish to clear your names, it would be best if we part ways here. I don't want to get the 2 of you in trouble. Kira and Athrun glanced at each other because this was one of the other things that they had talked about a day ago. Unlike Vesta, who had the backing of her father, the 2 teenagers didn't have a strong backing. Kira was the 3rd son of the patriarch of the Sand clan, while Athrun was the 4th son of the patriarch of the Sky clan. Both were medium-sized clans and held considerable influence in their respective territories. The half-elf was afraid that if the 2 boys continued to travel with him, they would be excommunicated from their families and have to live a life of exile. Bro, don't worry, I've already decided to go with you all the way to your destination. Kira patted his chest with confidence. I am only the 3rd son of my clan's leader. I am not that important. The same goes with me, Athrun replied a few seconds after Kira finished his statement. I have already broken away from my family and, aside from my trading business, I don't have any familial attachments. I won't be missed by my clan. William had a calm expression on his face, as he handed the 2 demons a contract. Sign this first, William said. This contract states that anything I tell you will not leave this room. Otherwise, both of you will lose the memories of the time we've had together. The half-elf had been in cahoots with the god of contracts ever since he agreed to let Donger stay in his mailbox. Right now, all the contracts that William made were backed by his divinity. Since that was the case, the half-elf decided to get some form of insurance so that the 2 demons wouldn't be caught up in the storm that he might stir up in the demon continent. He had long felt that Kira's and Athrun's perception of him had changed after he had shown them one of his trump cards. William was afraid that they would misunderstand things and think that he was planning to create a new rising force in the demonic continent. In order to prevent misunderstandings in the future, he planned to make the 2 understand just who the person that they were referring to as brother really was. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.